Chapter 22, 43-Night Raid on Dalang Market. Sun Dabio had washed his hands of the trade, and lured Wang Chui to attend a ceremony. He hadn't hesitated to burn his own base, Dalang Market, to the ground. Though he won a victory and made a name for himself, Zhan Zhekun, by Xuan Sheng and others, including his sworn brother Feng Hejiao, came to offer congratulations. Zhan Zhekun even brought official robes and a seal of office. He solemnly packed Wang Chui's head and the heads of several National Army soldiers, supposedly Baldi commanders, in lime, sealed them in wooden boxes, and took them away to be presented to Xing Wenkan to claim credit. Zhan Zhekun promised that once the deed was done, Sun Dabio would be enfeoffed as a hereditary military officer, at least a commander. Yet the victory didn't cheer Sun Dabio for long. Apart from the robes and wooden seal, Xing Wenkan sent him little real reinforcement. Though riding on his battlefield prestige, he drew many local brothers to join him and levied grain and silver across the county, his power swelling rapidly until he commanded the largest force in the county. Dalang Market almost became a second county yamen, yet this expansion brought him no comfort. Though he boasted of strong troops and stout horses, he was still far from commanding the whole county. Feng Hejiao had sent congratulations and even stationed a liaison at his camp, but Feng considered himself an equal. He didn't take Sun's orders at all. He clung to Qingyun Market and reached into surrounding areas, extorting grain and silver from wealthy households. At one point, Feng's collection parties nearly came to blows with Sun's. Though both sides, under pressure of the common enemy, didn't actually fight, suspicion now festered between them. Sun Dabio grew uneasy. Zhan Zhekun had told them to work together and hold Yangshan as a springboard for a future official campaign into Guangdong. But talk of a counteroffensive had grown stale in his ears. He hadn't heard a shred of real news. The Lianyang region lay on the route from Guangdong to Hunan. Sun Dabio had sent many men to gather intelligence. Yet neither merchants traveling north and south nor refugees from Hunan had heard of any official army massing there for an assault on Guangdong. As for Guangxi, lots of hot air, but no one actually coming. Feng Hejiao was scheming on one side. On another, a new force had quietly arrived from Guangning, supposedly Zhan Zhekun's core troops. Though their numbers were the smallest, they now occupied Xin Lianen's estate. They hadn't stirred, but they were a thorn in Sun Dabio's side. What exactly is Zhan Zhekun planning? As for the Australians, he had since learned that Wang Chui wasn't dead, only lost a leg. Australian ships still plied the river without pause. Most alarming, he had heard the Australians had brought in Li barbarian troops from Qingyun, men who could fly over grass, burrow through mountains and cross ridges and gullies as if on level ground. Sun Dabio quietly counted. After the Dalang Market battle, he had sent men to identify the Baldi corpses left behind. About 80-odd bodies, most of them local Yao. That meant the Australians in the county seat had fewer than 200 men at most, fewer than 200 defeated soldiers, and they weren't running. They kept sending parties out to collect reasonable contributions. These Baldis were tenacious. His admiration mixed with dread. Dalang Market had been a glorious victory, but the price was steep. The market was ash. Many of his men were dead, including key veterans. Now his numbers were high, but most were new recruits. Could they fight? Would they fight? To bolster his own courage and his men's morale, he had grabbed a few local opera troupes and had them perform in Dalang Market every day. He abducted women and set up a makeshift brothel. Every night there was gambling, dice, and mahjong, letting the bandits whore and gamble to their heart's content. That evening, Sun Dabio's mood was better than usual. Word had come that the Baldis had sent a woman to be county magistrate. When he first heard, he thought the scout was mocking him and had the man beaten with 40 army cudgels. But subsequent reports confirmed. They really had sent a woman to be county magistrate. Sun Dabio couldn't fathom how a woman could be a magistrate. Even his cleverest concubine showed no aptitude for governance. What kind of move is this? Does this woman have some sorcery? Sun Dabio grew nervous. especially when he heard the female magistrate was a Li barbarian. His superstitious dread peaked. He promptly grabbed 2 Taoist priests, 2 Buddhist monks, and several local charlatans to protect him day and night. Whether the protection worked or the Li barbarian woman had no real magic, after several days of eating and sleeping just fine, Sun Dabiao's nameless dread began to fade. At this moment, he had just finished dinner and was playing cards with a few concubines in his compound. In the middle of the game, a curtain was pushed aside. A personal attendant stood at the doorway, peering inside. Sun Dabiao glared. "What is it?" "Sneaking around." "Get in here and speak." "Yes, sir." The attendant hurried in. "Master Mei has returned from outside the county seat, says he has important news." Master Mei was one of his top lieutenants, nicknamed Brush Brow for his thick, prominent eyebrows. He was ruthless, killed without blinking, but also shrewd and cautious. Sun Dabiao had posted him outside Yangshan City to watch the Baldy's movements. "Send him in." Sun Dabiao's women scattered. Moments later, Brush Brow strode in. "Greetings, boss Sun." "Skip the formalities." Sun Dabiao was eager for news. If Brush Brow came personally, it had to be important. "Quick, what's the Baldy's new move?" "Boss, this afternoon a Baldy convoy arrived on the river and docked outside the county seat. Cargo was loaded from the city. Around dusk, the Li barbarian troops that had been garrisoned inside also boarded the boats." "Is that true?" "Absolutely," Brush Brow nodded. "I counted over 100 men plus baggage all aboard. By the time I left, the convoy had already set off." "So that means—" "Right, the Baldies are running." He had known for days that the Australians were packing up, shipping out wounded and dependents. Sun Dabiao and his lieutenants had suspected they were pulling out. Now even the elite Li barbarian unit was leaving. They couldn't hold out much longer in Yangshan. Sun Dabiao's eyes darted. Still uneasy, he asked, "Did you send someone to follow?" "Yes." "Good." Half the weight lifted from his heart. He said approvingly, "You've earned your pay. Go to the paymaster, no, the quartermaster. Tell him I said 10 taels of silver." "Thank you, boss Sun." That night Xie Wendong led the mountain company off the boats, silent as shadows, at a riverbank near the Yangshan County line, almost 20 kilometers from Dalang Market. In ancient times, this distance was nearly insurmountable at night, precisely the point to throw off any pursuers. "Comrades, next stop is Dalang Market. We're going to give Sun Dabiao a surprise." Xie Wendong's voice was a hoarse whisper. "Think we can make it on time?" "Yes." "Good, move out." According to plan, Xie Wendong led the mountain company on one route while Luo Yiming led the county squadron on another. They agreed to attack Dalang Market simultaneously at 4 in the morning. That hour, just before dawn, was when the night was darkest and sleep deepest. Sentries, after a full night's watch, would be at their groggiest, slack and careless. Bai De was with Luo Yiming's county squadron. Though every cadre in the county had objected, she insisted on going. "I know archery and swordsmanship," Bai De said. "I must take part in this battle. Once the local bandits learned Sun Dabiao was brought down by a woman, the blow to their morale won't be small." Unable to dissuade her, they had Siren stay behind. Bai De went out with the 4 Zhou family retainers that Zhou Lianshan had lent her. The 4 retainers were eager to prove themselves before Bai De, excited, fists clenched. Their leader was Zhou De, not tall but sturdier than most locals, carrying a broadsword. His brother Zhou was lean and tall, with a bow and quiver, supposedly a crack shot. Another, Zhou Fu, had 2 short knives at his waist. Quick and nimble, he had entertained everyone with a dual-blade demonstration while waiting to depart. The last carried an iron-banded staff and a dagger at his belt. "These Zhou retainers are fierce," Luo Yiming observed. "Pity their household men, not our soldiers. Men like them excel at single combat and small group melees. Put them in a battle line and they lose their edge," Bai De said. "With them, you don't need to worry about my safety." The 2 columns set off at staggered intervals. The city party didn't open the gates. They climbed down rope ladders from the wall. Every soldier wore a white armband for night recognition. Zhang Tianbo sat at the gambling table, eyes bloodshot from sleeplessness, but he had no intention of leaving. It was nearly dawn. Most of the gamblers had drifted off. Only a few diehards still played Fantan and Pai Gao. His luck tonight was abysmal, so bad he doubted reality. From the moment the lamps were lit, whether he bet big or small, he lost. He bet small over a dozen times, big came up. He switched to big, the dealer rolled small. He was furious enough to flip the table if the dealer hadn't already been replaced several times. End of chapter. Chapter 22, 44 Night Raid on Dalang Market, II. As the night drew to a close, even the most inveterate gamblers at the table could barely stay awake. The dealer spoke up. "Master Zhang, let's call it a night. You can win it back another day." "Bullshit." Zhang Tianbo had bet small over a dozen times in a row every time it came up big. On his last hand, he switched to big, and the dealer rolled small. Smoke practically poured from his nostrils. If the dealer hadn't already been changed several times, he would have flipped the table. "Why is my luck so rotten tonight?" Zhang Tianbo seethed inwardly. Since his inside man's scheme failed, his life at Sun Dabiao's camp had been miserable. Though he was one of the three tyrants, he had no real power. At Dalang Market, Sun Dabiao found his sworn brother useless. Now that they had openly broken with the Australians, there was no need for him as a go-between, so he was rarely invited to councils. Sun still treated him politely for old time's sake, but the cold shoulder was obvious. Naturally, Sun's underlings saw no reason to remember old ties. Zhang Tianbo was having a hard time, and he couldn't even see his family. Thug Sun Dabiao had sent to Zin's estate to fetch them came back saying, "Master Zhan is already looking after them. Master Zhang needn't worry, just focus on his work." Zhang Tianbo was so angry he nearly foamed at the mouth, but there was nothing he could do. At least Zhan had delivered the promised reward, a measly 20 taels, so Zhang Tianbo wasn't reduced to begging. His real wealth was buried under his city house. Some valuables had gone with his wife to Zin's estate. At Dalang Market, Sun Dabiao still provided his meals. He still ate first-class fare among the bandit officers. But underlings had sharp eyes. Seeing Sun Dabiao grow more and more dismissive of Zhang Tianbo, his first-class fare quietly degraded. Meat grew scarce. Even vegetables were carelessly prepared. Sometimes it was just mess hall slop ladled into his bowl. Zhang Tianbo knew his rations were being skimmed by the underlings, but he didn't dare complain. He was a guest on sufferance, of little use to Sun Dabiao. Having food at all was lucky. Disappointment and boredom left Zhang Tianbo killing time with whoring and gambling. Fortunately, he had been a yamen regular, quick-witted, able to chat up all sorts, so his days weren't entirely wretched. But these past few days, his luck had turned foul. First, one of Sun Dabiao's officers had summoned him to stand night watch. Zhang Tianbo had to beg Sun Dabiao himself to escape that duty. Soon after, he was evicted from his quarters. He had been sharing one of the 3 surviving compounds with Sun Dabiao and other senior officers. Now the steward said his room needed repairs, and moved his belongings outside without so much as a by your leave. He was assigned a shanty built from fire-scorched timbers and rubble, roofed with straw. Such shacks were thrown together from the fire's debris after Sun Dabiao's return. They weren't even good enough for ordinary thugs. Going from a proper room to this made his status painfully clear. Zhang Tianbo pleaded again, but this time Sun Dabiao was evasive. "When the repairs are done, I'll invite my worthy brother back." Yet when he went to look, new tenants were already in his old room. Zhang Tianbo didn't dare argue with Sun Dabiao. He swallowed his pride and made do. From then on, he knew he was a cast-off shoe to his sworn brother. "Sun Dabiao, you bastard, may you die horribly." Zhang Tianbo cursed inwardly, but a faint regret stirred. If he had known Sun Dabiao was such a bastard, he would never have waded into this muddy water, even if he hadn't worked for the Australians. Cursing was one thing. He knew he could never turn back now. He had burned his bridges with the Australians. Black as Sun Dabiao was, he had to stick with him for now. His gambling luck had collapsed along with everything else. He lost almost every bet. Tonight he had scraped together a stake hoping to win it back, only to lose more completely than ever. "One more round, I still have money." As he spoke, Zhang Tianbo's hand reached instinctively for his money pouch only to find it empty. He had lost every last coin. Someone advised, "Master Zhang, your luck's bad tonight, don't push it. Dawn's almost here." Don't fight fate. Zhang Tianbo wasn't ready to give up. Zhang Tianbo was somebody in Yangshan County, a man who stood on his fists and let horses run on his arms. "You think I won't pay you back?" He tried to borrow, but no one would lend. He was still cursing when a voice murmured behind him, "Want a loan? I've got money." Zhang Tianbo was delighted. He turned. "If you'll lend, name your interest." Zhang Tianbo always keep my word." Before he finished turning, a hand clamped around his throat. His right arm was twisted painfully behind his back. He couldn't move. He looked around. Somehow, a dozen men had appeared, each with a shotgun or dagger. The gamblers were frozen, faces ashen in the dying torchlight, ghastly as demons. One, perhaps trying to struggle or call for help, lay crumpled under the table in a spreading pool of dark liquid. Zhang Tianbo spotted the shotgun's Australians. In an instant, his courage shattered. His legs went weak. He nearly lost control of his bowels. "You are Zhang Tianbo?" the leader asked quietly. I'm not," Zhang Tianbo denied instantly. The leader nodded slightly and turned to the bandits around him. "Is he or isn't he?" The bandits, ambushed and stunned, hurried to answer. "Sir, that's Zhang Tianbo," another chimed in. "That's him, the worst villain in the county, one of the 3 tyrants of Yangshan." Zhang Tianbo groaned inwardly. He knew capture meant death. As the man's grip loosened slightly, his left hand crept toward his leg wrapping. Inside was a thin, sharp dagger. But before his fingers touched the binding, he was caught. The man wrenched his arm up and back. The pain was excruciating. He begged, "Mercy, sir, mercy." The man pulled the dagger from his leg wrap, hefted it, and smiled. "A fine blade, I'll take it." He tucked it into his own belt and demanded, "You want to live, tell me where Sun Debio sleeps." Dalang Market had burned to the ground. Only 3 intact compounds remained. The mountain company was small, they couldn't cover all 3. They had to strike the heart first, take out Sun Debio himself. Sun Debio and his main officers are in the Lao Heng Mountain Goods Depot. Zhang Tianbo felt no psychological burden selling out his sworn brother. The mountain company reached Dalang Market around 3 in the morning, half an hour later than the county squadron, though their route was far shorter. After linking up outside the market, Zhen Huan made the disposition. The mountain company would strike the heart inside, take out Sun Debio and his key lieutenants, throwing the bandits into chaos and flight. Dalang Market has only 2 exits. One road goes to the Yanghuayao region, that's suicide. They won't take it. If they do, the Yanghuayao won't let them through. The other leads toward the county seat. They'll run that way. So you set up a pocket at that choke point. Under cover of darkness, Zhen Huan led his men to the outskirts of Dalang Market. Sun Debio's defenses were clearly lax. Since the fire, the place was effectively unfortified. Beyond natural terrain, there was only a crude wooden palisade, gaps wide enough for a man to slip through. A wall was under construction, but Sun Debio lacked materials and funds. Progress was slow. Only a short stretch had been built. Most of the perimeter was still deer horn barricades and fencing. To compensate, Sun Debio had placed his men's shacks right up against the palisade, bodies as a warning line, ready to fight at the first alarm. But in the pre-dawn hour, even the lightest sleepers were dead to the world. The sentries could barely keep their eyes open. The mountain company used only daggers and poisoned crossbow bolts to take out the guard posts. The company's training syllabus emphasized night raids and special operations. Much of it came from the Special Reconnaissance Unit. Though they weren't the council's sharpest blade, they were far superior to ordinary troops. Inside Dalang Market, Zhen Huan grew anxious. 3 intact compounds. Sun Debio had to be in one of them, but he didn't know which. Hitting the wrong one would let the ringleader escape. Just then he spotted gamblers among the ruins and decided to grab a tongue. One grab and he had landed a big fish. Zhen Huan was secretly pleased. He ordered, "Squads, execute the plan." Then, quietly, "Tie these men up. This one," he pointed at Zhang Tianbo, "guard him closely. Don't let him run." End of chapter. Chapter 22, 45-Night Raid on Dalang Market, III. After a quick interrogation, Yuan learned that Sun Debiao's top people were quartered in the 3 surviving compounds. He and his family, along with close retainers, guards, and lieutenants, occupied the Laoheng Mountain Goods Depot, not the largest compound but the sturdiest. Its outer walls stood over 4.5 meters high, built entirely of stone. Each corner had a watchtower. The main gates, front and back, were hardwood sheathed in iron. The depot had 3 courtyards. The first housed Sun Debiao's senior officers. The third held his trusted staff, his secretary, steward, and accountant. He himself, along with family and personal servants, lived in the second. The other 2 compounds served different purposes. One was Sun Debiao's quartermaster depot, stuffed with grain, silver, and valuables. The other housed additional officers and their families. Yuan split his 3 platoons into 2 columns. He led 2 platoons against the depot. The third hit the officers' compound. One blow to both, and the bandits would dissolve in panic. Squad by squad, the Limiao infantrymen melted into the darkness. Dalang Market was new to them, but every man was a night-fighting elite. Without night vision goggles, they navigated by faint starlight through woods and ridges without losing their way. Zhang Tianbo, trussed like a dumpling, lay among the prisoners. Watching the lean, dark commander calmly deploy his men, weapons and bearing nothing like the county garrisons, he realized his earlier assumptions had been completely wrong. So this is the Baldi's real elite. He was terrified. The Baldis had crept through palisades and sentry posts in pitch darkness, penetrating Dalang Market as if it were uninhabited. And being captured meant one thing: he would be gutted in revenge for Dalang Market. Who knew what creative executions awaited him? If Sun Debiao really fell tonight, he would be a stray dog. Sun Debiao wasn't generous, but at least he provided shelter. Thinking thus, Zhang Tianbo began subtly working his wrists. Over decades as a constable, he had rubbed shoulders with every sort, including a few gifted types. One was a veteran thief who had come to Yangshan on business and paid the usual respects. From him, Zhang had learned bone shrinking, the art of slipping bonds. When being tied, you kept your hands in a certain posture to leave slack. Once bound, you could gradually wriggle free. Zhang Tianbo had practiced over the years and achieved a modest mastery. Tonight, his captors were Mountain Company soldiers, unused to the finer points of binding prisoners. He exploited the gaps. With no one watching closely, Zhang Tianbo worked his wrists. In just a few minutes, one hand was free, now the rest was easy. In moments, his bonds were completely loose. He began to work on his legs, using the darkness and the guard's inattention, and soon his feet were untied. He was about to rise when someone pressed down on his ankle. He nearly jumped out of his skin. He looked. It was Mo Kaio, the dealer from the gambling table, a hardened old bandit. Mo Kaio was staring at him, then glanced at his own ropes and nodded meaningfully. Zhang Tianbo understood. If he didn't free Mo Kaio, the man would raise a commotion on the spot, exposure guaranteed. He tried to minimize his movements, quietly loosening Mo Kaio's bonds. The two exchanged a look, carefully spat out the cloth gags, pressed flat to the ground, and began crawling out of the guard's line of sight. But no matter how softly they moved, their bodies still rustled against grass and debris. A guard heard the noise and swung his gun around, scanning by moonlight. He spotted the missing prisoners and shouted. Another guard closed in. The guards were less than 10 paces away. A few more steps and they would be found. The 2 men met eyes, sprang up simultaneously, and bolted for the palisade, screaming. "Alarm! Baldies! The Baldies are here!" The shrieks pierced the silent night. A guard raised his shotgun and fired. Mo Kaio's body was blown off its feet. Zhang Tianbo stumbled, tumbled, and hit the ground hard, dazed, unable to tell east from west. But he didn't dare linger. He scrambled up and ran. Into the ruins, I'll be safe. Clinging to that thought, he sprinted. No gunfire behind him, no pursuit. His heart eased a little. Just as he was congratulating himself on his luck, he heard a whoosh, a sharp pain in his belly, then a fierce, spreading itch. His legs buckled involuntarily. He looked down. A short crossbow bolt had pierced his lower abdomen. He raised his head. Baldy stood before him. In his panic, he had run toward the depot and blundered into the outer cordon. He tried to shout, at least warn Sun Dabio, make the Baldy's victory harder, but the poison was fast. His mouth and tongue no longer obeyed, breathing grew difficult. He collapsed. Signalman, fire 3 signal rockets. Zhen Huan, hearing the gunshot, gave the order at once. The signalman pulled signal rockets from his pack and launched 3 into the sky. The flares soared, blooming red against the pre-dawn black, illuminating all of Dalang Market. At that moment, Sun Dabio had just finished a hard-fought battle. When word came that the Li barbarian force had definitely left and the convoy was far away, his spirits had lifted. Days of gloom seemed to scatter. He promptly ordered a feast. As if to make up for his recent sleeplessness, he drank and reveled with officers and concubines until nearly the 4th watch. Then, still flushed with wine, he sobered up with 2 newly abducted young girls. After all that exertion, a naked Sun Dabio lay panting on the bed, exhausted but content. He was about to call for ginseng broth when a gunshot outside made him jolt upright. His heart hammered. He could barely catch his breath. He shoved aside the half-dressed girl, threw on some clothes, grabbed his sword, and stormed into the outer room, barking, "What's going on?" "The Baldies," the messenger stammered, panicked. "They're everywhere outside," a thunderclap in his skull. Sun Dabio's sword clattered to the floor. He stood frozen. The Li barbarians pulled out. No reinforcements came. The garrison has barely 100 men. They dared attack. The thought steadied him slightly. Pale and furious, he roared, "Defend the compound. Anyone who shirks beheaded on the spot." He ordered his second-in-command, "Take the boys and hold them. The Baldies are few. Hold out a moment and the whole camp will come to our rescue." He strode into the courtyard. Chaos reigned, servants and concubines spilling out, clothes askew, craning their necks. His favorite third concubine sidled up. "Master." "What's, damn you, get inside." Sun Dabio slapped her twice. She sat down wailing. He kicked her twice more, bellowing, "I'm not dead yet, what are you howling for?" As he beat his concubine, explosions erupted outside, louder than cannon, shaking the compound. Screams rose on all sides. Sun Dabio was stunned. Artillery. If there's artillery, this is no small force, not the county garrison. As if to confirm, bugle calls and drumbeats sounded, sharp, insistent, as though 1,000 troops were closing in. "Grab weapons now," he screamed in despair. In the tumult, mountain company soldiers had already taken out the 4 corner tower sentries. Explosions from the other compound announced the general assault. At Zhen Huan's command, grenades rained down from the towers into the courtyards. The blasts filled the depot with smoke and shrapnel. Bandits who had stumbled out in alarm were massing in the yards when the black, hurtling death fell from above. One after another, grenades detonated in both courtyards, screams, wails, cries for help echoing through the depot. The survivors didn't dare defend in the open. They flung open front and back gates and fled. Mountain company soldiers were already arrayed outside in crescent formations, 2 ranks deep, blocking both exits. Shotguns roared in relentless volleys. In moments the gates, inside and out, were heaped with bodies and wounded. Groans and shrieks filled the air. Someone cried, "We surrender, we surrender." But Zhen Huan had already given the order, "No prisoners during combat, leave none alive." The feeble pleas for mercy drowned in the unceasing thunder of shotguns. End of chapter. Chapter 22, 46 Night Raid on Dalang Market, IV. The second courtyard where Sun Dabio was quartered hadn't been bombed. Though chaos filled the yard, shrieks rising on all sides, he had years of bandit experience and many close scrapes behind him. He kept a measure of calm. He threw on clothes haphazardly and strapped a treasure pouch to his back, a habit from his bandit days. Inside were loose silver, a roster of his gang, and key contracts. If he escaped alive, this would let him start over. "Where's Wendong?" he asked, brush brow. Sun Wendong was his eldest grandson. Sun Dabio had only one son, long since hollowed out by wine and women, useless. So the grandfather doted on the grandson, grooming him as heir. The young master is in the west wing. Fetch him now. With danger pressing, Sun Debil was ready to flow away. He could abandon family, wife, concubines, even his worthless son, but this last spark of the bloodline had to be saved. Moments later, Brush Brow returned with son Yundong, a boy of 16. Sun Debil had drilled him, but he was still a pampered young master. Barking orders in peacetime was one thing. Facing the enemy now, he was too flustered to think. "Grandfather, what do we do?" Sun Debil glared. The boy's face was panicked, eyes darting, clothes half-fastened, no calm composure, no eager to fight. Disappointment stirred in the old bandit's chest. "Straighten your clothes, you're coming with me to break out." "Yes, grandfather," Sun Yundong sniffled. "But what about father and mother, and grandmother and the concubines?" "That's none of your damn business, don't be such a woman," Sun Debil snorted. "Give the young master a weapon, we're leaving." He led his grandson and a few trusted men, shoving aside the panicking women. They made for the rear of the west wing in the second courtyard, moved a fake rock ornament and exposed a half-height opening in the wall. "You go first." Brush Brow pointed his sword at a thug. The man crawled through. No commotion outside. One by one, the group slipped through and emerged. "Stay close to the wall, move quietly." But the moment they appeared, the overwatching soldiers in the corner tower spotted them. Bang! A flash of fire from the tower. 2 retainers fell shot. "Run out, charge!" Sun Debil raised his sword, grabbed his grandson and sprinted. He knew Dalang Market had only 2 exits, one toward Yanghua, absolutely off-limits, the other toward the county seat. The only hope was breaking out toward the county seat. Once clear of Dalang Market, Zin's estate or Qingyun Market, either offered a chance. Inside Dalang Market, pandemonium reigned. Zhen Huan's 2-pronged strike at the heart had shattered the command structure in an instant. Scattered underlings, roused from sleep by explosions and screams, stampeded in all directions, formations gone, most fleeing toward the county seat road. By now, the National Army had finished setting up outside. Since their rate of fire was far lower than the Fubo armies, they had brought masses of sharpened bamboo stakes, a broad, 1-jang-wide deer-horn barrier planted across the road. The soldiers split into 2 groups, taking firing positions in the trees and brush on either side, crossfire from both flanks. The first bandits fleeing Dalang Market stumbled blindly into the stakes, legs impaled, screaming as they fell. Those behind trampled the wounded and kept running. "Fire!" Volleys opened from both flanks. The left and right wings alternated with their Nanyang-style rifles, steady, unhurried. Under the hail of lead, almost none who entered the kill zone escaped. A few, torn and bloody, made it through the stakes only to be finished off. In moments, the road was carpeted with bodies and wounded. "Help me! Pull me out, brother! Boss Jiang, save me! I've got silver land, save me! It's all yours! Sun Debil, you bastard, I'll haunt you! Mommy, mommy!" Cries and groans echoed through the night. Now and then came the shrill shriek of a dying man. Baida, witnessing this savagery for the first time, went slightly pale, but she said nothing, watching the battle unfold. Seeing the stakes half-wrecked by bodies and wounded, Luo Yiming ordered more planted, then pulled the National Army back a step to leave enough killing ground. "Steady fire by volley." He walked the line, steadying the men, glancing at the fires inside Dalang Market. "How is Zhen Huan doing?" Zhen Huan's force was tearing through Dalang Market like twin dragons plunging into the sea. Leaderless thugs collided in the dark. Some fled blindly toward Yanghua, some turned on each other in panic. No matter how Sun Debil and his men shouted, trying to rally them, the mob kept fragmenting. With his experience, Sun Debil knew an ambush awaited at the exit. Charging out with a handful of men was suicide. He ordered, "Sound the conch. Rally the boys, we'll cut our way through together." He had brought a conch shell but hadn't meant to use it. Blowing it would summon his men, but it would also broadcast his position. The Baldies would track the sound. A risky gambit, but now he had no choice. The low drone of the conch rose through the night. Within moments, 50 or 60 men had gathered. Sun Debil didn't dare linger. He shouted, "Brothers, charge out with me. Everyone who makes it is my true brother. Silver, land, women, all yours." His rabble-rousing rekindled greed in the panicking bandits. They bellowed, "Follow boss, son! Cut our way through! Grab the lady magistrate, we'll all have a taste of Australian!" Sun Debil raised his sword. With a collective roar, the mob surged forward. Qingyun and 2 platoons had slaughtered their way through the depot, but when he burst into the second courtyard, he found only women and children, hardly any men. "Where's Sun Debil?" he demanded. He ran. A soldier hurried out of the main building. "A maid says Sun Debil took his grandson and fled. After him." Qingyun turned to leave, then stopped. "Guard this courtyard, don't let them run, don't let them die." Just then the mournful oo-oo of a conch drifted through the night. Qingyun froze. That wasn't a Fubo army signal. Sun Debil was rallying his men. "First platoon on me." Hastily, he gathered about 30 men and followed the sound. Sun Debil, leading his reassembled force, charged toward the exit. Before long, he met the survivors streaming back, many drenched in blood, some with shattered limbs, hobbling. Ahead, gunfire crackled rhythmically. Sun Debil knew charging forward was almost certain death, but there was no other way. He had to smash through the roadblock to survive. "Charge, brothers, your lives are on the other side," he bellowed. His voice was loud, but his own feet slowed. He let others rush ahead. Dawn was breaking. The bandits saw that the blocking force wasn't large. Courage surged. They howled and threw themselves forward. The human wave engulfed the stake barrier in an instant. The county squadron's volleys mowed down the front ranks, but the rest trampled the dead and kept coming. Soon the first enemy crossed the stakes. Luo Yiming led the reserve 3rd platoon to meet them head-on. One volley drove them back. But the bandits, desperate to survive, had finally breached the line, and Sun Debil was behind them, urging them on. They charged again, heedless of death. After a few volleys, the 3rd platoon was locked in hand-to-hand fighting. Bai De, shotgun in hand, she had trained with it in Taiwan, saw the 3rd platoon swarmed and immediately led the 4 Zhou retainers to reinforce. She charged forward and spotted a middle-aged, powerfully built man pushing through under the guard of 7 or 8 thugs. His disordered but rich clothing, his retainers' neat dress and good weapons, this had to be Sun Debil. She shouted, "Sun Debil, where do you think you're going?" The shrill cry made Sun Debil shudder. Involuntarily, he turned and saw a young woman with a double-barreled shotgun leading several men straight at him. Brush Brow saw his boss had been spotted. He roared, "Go, sir!" Swinging his broadsword, he and 3 or 4 retainers charged to intercept. Bai De was about to fire, but Zhou bow already drawn, loosed an arrow first. The lead retainer dropped. Bai De, half a beat behind, pulled the trigger. With a boom, Brush Brow and 2 retainers were flung back, blood-soaked, screaming as they fell. By now the bandits were less than 5 paces away. Bai De fired the second barrel, sending another round shrieking out. In an instant, Sun Debil's bodyguards were nearly gone. End of chapter. Chapter 22:47. The bandit chief falls. Sun Debil watched his household retainers cut down in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he brandished his saber and charged at Bai De, who was leading the encirclement. Seeing the attack, Zhou Fu drew his twin blades and blocked Bai De's front. The dual sabers whirred with power, and within moments he forced Sun Debil back several steps. "Capture Sun Debil, and there will be a heavy reward." Bai De shouted to the Zhou family retainers. Their courage surged instantly. Zhou fired a chain of arrows, shooting down and driving back the minions attempting to approach Sun Debil. The other 3 retainers surrounded the bandit chief, their blades and staff raining down together. Within a few exchanges, Sun Debil was beaten until he had no power left to parry. Taking advantage of this gap, Bai De reloaded her weapon and fired 2 more shots, driving back the approaching bandits. On the other side, Luo Yiming led the 3rd squad in a fierce counterattack, while the 1st and 2nd squads cut off the follow-up bandit groups. The momentum of the breakout force gradually waned, and they were beaten back step by step. Just then, the surrounded Sun Debil was struck on the leg by Zhou Qing's staff. He collapsed instantly. The 3 retainers pounced and pinned him down. Zhou De, without ceremony, grabbed Sun Debil by his hair bun and dragged him before Bai De. "Master, we've captured the man. Good, 10 taels of silver for each of you, Baida said without hesitation. Thank you, master, the 4 retainers responded in unison. Baida called over a local guide who knew Sun Dabiao. Is this Sun Dabiao? The guide examined him carefully and nodded. It is him. Sun Dabiao's hair was disheveled, his clothes torn and stained with blood. This wretched appearance bore no trace of the majesty befitting one of the 3 tyrants of Yangshan. Bound and unable to move, he could only glare viciously at the guide, then at the young woman before him. So this girl is the Baldy Thieves' new county magistrate. I who roamed Yangshan unchallenged for decades have actually fallen into the hands of a woman. Hatred seethed within him, but pain and despair seized his heart instantly, dissipating his spirit. This Sun Dabiao, one of the 3 tyrants of Yangshan, had to bow his head at last, looking old and desolate. Tie him up well. Don't let him commit suicide. Magistrate, here is another one. Several soldiers shoved forward a disheveled youth. His clothing was ornate and he carried no weapons, clearly no ordinary bandit. This is Sun Dabiao's grandson, the guide said. The person Sun Dabiao values most. Tie him up. With the capture of Sun Dabiao and his grandson, the bandits' will to break out evaporated. Luo Yiming seized the opportunity to have the local cadres shout, "Those who surrender will be spared." Bandits began dropping their weapons and surrendering in droves. Before long, 30 or 40 prisoners were captured at the intersection and tied together with ropes. Local cadres familiar with the bandits supervised from the side. Spotting any relatively important leaders, they pulled them out to be bound separately. By this time, the sky was fully bright. The gunshots and battle cries within Dalang Market had gradually thinned out, with only the occasional shot ringing out. Bai Da and the others knew the battle inside the market had essentially ended, though they didn't know the specific outcome. Just as they were worrying, they saw Xie leading several soldiers escorting prisoners over. Their faces and hands had been blackened by gunpowder smoke, and their uniforms were scorched and torn in many places. But the soldiers were high-spirited, their faces wearing the satisfaction of victory and disdain for the enemy. Bai Da, Xie was beaming the moment he saw her. Sun Dabiao, that hollow shell, couldn't take a beating at all. We finished them off in a few strokes. Now you can serve as county magistrate with peace of mind. He moved to lean in closer. Bai Da hurriedly took a step back, maintaining her distance. Company Commander Zhen, you fought well. When I report this, I will definitely list your company as the primary merit. Your business is my business. What's this about primary merit? Bai Da, look at us. Hurry and clean up the battlefield, Bai Da interrupted. Our main force is largely at Dalang Market now, leaving the county seat empty. We must guard against a sudden attack by Feng Hejiao and that Yang Juren's bandit gang. She thought for a moment. I think it would be best for you, Company Commander Zhen, to take the troops back to the county seat immediately. Section Chief Luo and I will temporarily work here for a few days. Dalang Market was the nest Sun Dabiao had occupied for generations. He had surely buried a large amount of hoarded wealth here. This war booty couldn't be left behind. Moreover, Dalang Market itself was a vital communication line leading to Yanghua, and was originally a gathering place for merchants and residents. Most of the commoners here had been displaced during these seesaw battles, and many had been forced into banditry for their livelihood. They needed to be pacified as soon as possible to prevent the bandit gangs from growing larger the more they were fought. Furthermore, this strategic treasure of Dalang Market was not only coveted by bandits but also by the Yao people of Yanghua. She had to restore order here as quickly as possible. Then I'll just stay here with the mountain company. No, Bai Da rejected flatly. You don't have experience in civil work, nor do you understand the local situation. It's more suitable for you to return to the county seat and act as our guardian general. If there's any situation, you can discuss it with Comrade Yu. Section Chief Luo and I will handle things here. Zhen had no choice but to agree to Bai Da's plan. However, he requested to leave only after Dalang Market was completely cleared. I will send a platoon back first, he said. Let's go look at Dalang Market, Bai Da said. Let's see what Sun Dabiao's lair actually looks like. The three of them laughed heartily, the heavy stone pressing on their hearts since the decision to launch a night raid on Dalang market seemed to have lifted all at once. Even the usually stern-faced Luo Yiming was beaming. Baida felt as if a 10,000 jin burden had been removed, and she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Yangshan still had a long road ahead, but at least she had taken the first step. She hadn't let down Elder Huang's trust. Inside the market, scorched earth was everywhere, broken walls and debris all around. Several seesaw battles had brought almost total destruction to this land. Merchants and commoners had scattered, and the corpses of bandits lay stiff among the ruins. Occasionally dying men wailed, not crying for help but begging for a quick end. Soldiers of the Mountain Company, holding daggers, sent them to their release one by one. The captured bandits were all disheveled, their clothes tattered. Some were simply bare-chested. One by one, bleeding and hanging their heads, they were driven and gathered together. Although swords and weapons lay scattered everywhere on the ground, not a single person had the thought of picking them up to resist. How many prisoners were captured? The count isn't in yet, Zhen said. Probably around 300 or 400. That many. We'll only know after screening, he said. There are women and children inside as well as some commoners who were abducted. We can't distinguish them yet, so we detain them all. Release all the women and children. Luo Yiming spoke up quickly. We can't do that. Many of the women and children are family members of the bandits. Zhen nodded. Sun Dabiao's whole family was captured, and a few committed suicide. Although the Senate says guilt does not extend to wives and children, their relatives have been bandits for many years, harming the common people to scrape together wealth, and they were the beneficiaries, so they are also guilty. Baida's voice was cold. It's merely a difference in magnitude. The crimes they committed must also be reckoned. As they spoke, they arrived in front of a courtyard that was still relatively intact. This was the location where Wang Chui had been attacked initially, the Dragon Mother Temple. Because most people in this area worship the Dragon Mother, Sun Dabiao had deliberately avoided this place when setting fires. Thus, the Dragon Mother Temple was preserved. After the fire was extinguished, Sun Dabiao's gang used the temple as their food platform and ticket house, a hostage prison. Because Zhen lacked sufficient troops, he hadn't divided his forces to attack this place, but considering the guards might commit arson or robbery, he had sent a squad to monitor it. Once the battle started, the corporal of this squad saw the bandits fall into complete chaos, and that the number of guards at the food platform was small. So he commanded his squad to launch a sudden attack, wiping out all the guards and seizing the Dragon Mother Temple. Below the steps in front of the Dragon Mother Temple, and at the foot of the walls, more than 20 bandit corpses lay in disorder. They were either guards killed during the surprise attack or scattered bandits who had intended to rob the grain and silver after the chaos began. Seeing Zhen approach, the corporal immediately saluted. Report, Company Commander. Corporal Squad Leader of the 3rd Squad, 1st Platoon, Mountain Company reporting. The entire squad is 10 men with 0 casualties. What is the situation inside? The warehouse is intact. The abducted commoners have also been pacified and are emotionally stable now, the corporal reported. There were a few corpses inside. I was afraid they would contaminate the grain, so I sent people to drag them out. The Fubo army enforced battlefield discipline extremely strictly, absolutely forbidding any private taking of war booty. Thus, after occupying the food platform, the corporal immediately sent people to seal both the front and back doors, leaving only a side door for entry and exit, and posted sentries to guard it, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. How many commoners are detained inside? About 70 or 80 people, men, women, old and young, the corporal said with a frown. Quite a few are injured or sick. Let them go home as soon as possible after a preliminary screening. I know about the tickets in bandit dens. They have all suffered torture, Baida said. No problem, we'll handle it as soon as possible, Luo Yiming agreed. He then joked, Sun Debao entrenched himself here for generations and accumulated vast wealth. Taking down his grain store is striking it rich. I know these old money bags, Qingyun said. He had participated in many special search team operations and was experienced. Every one of them is cunning as a fox. Sun Debao wouldn't hide gold, silver, and valuables in a public place like this. Most likely, they're buried in a cellar somewhere. We'll only know after interrogating them. If that old fellow keeps his mouth tight, it'll be hard to say. I've encountered such things before, Qingyun said. Some people know they'll die and just won't confess even under torture. No matter how well he can endure, his whole family is in our hands. Are we afraid we can't get it out of him? Luo Yiming laughed. Get 2 old Yamen runners from Yangshan County and have them work on his wives, concubines, sons, and grandsons one by one. I don't believe he can hold out. These bandits are expert at torturing tickets to force out wealth. We'll treat him with his own medicine. Let them taste the flavor of their own cruelty. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 452, End of Chapter. Chapter 2248. Revitalization Plan. In the courtyard of the Dragon Mother Temple, baskets, straw bags, and carrying poles were piled everywhere, with grain scattered in the cracks of the stone slabs. It looked no different from an ordinary grain storage yard, except for several large pools of blood on the ground and steps, a shocking sight. Inside the various rooms of the temple, grain, cloth, and all sorts of wealth were piled in haphazard heaps, everything from goods of the town's former shops to items Sun Debao had looted or requisitioned. Bales and bundles were stacked in complete disorder. We've struck it rich this time, Luo Yiming said happily. The county is poor and bare. Now that we have these spoils of war, it'll be much easier to carry out our work. Their situation had been so difficult that even the grain and pay for the National Army squad had to be supplied by logistics. They couldn't even produce the money and grain to expand their forces locally. With Sun Dabao's horde, many things they wanted to do but couldn't would now be possible. Baida wasn't as excited as he was. Sun Dabao's wealth seemed like a lot, but measured against the expenses of the entire county, it actually wasn't much. She still remembered what her teacher had said in class. Temporary income like captured goods and confiscations, while able to bring sudden windfalls and solve many problems, didn't last long. Local finance still had to rely on long-term income streams like taxation, flowing slowly but continuously. Destroying Sun Debao certainly removed a menace, consolidated the Yao area, and would deter the wealthy magnates in the county. But public security hadn't yet improved. Feng Hejiao and Yang Tianyi's men were still active. After this battle, the enemy's vigilance would undoubtedly increase, and it was hard to say how long the Mountain Company could remain stationed here. Baida knew clearly that this complete victory relied entirely on the Mountain Company's combat prowess. Without this sharp blade, even if she had 3 National Army squads, she wouldn't have dared implement this plan. Once the Mountain Company was transferred away, the military pressure on the county would increase steeply. Inventory and register the items first, Baida said. Then slowly transport them to the county seat. Don't move ordinary commercial goods other than cloth. We still need to restore local commerce. The last place to inspect was the ticket house. A side hall with 2 wings confined more than 70 tickets, separated by gender, ranging from octogenarians to toddlers. They were all dressed in rags, disheveled and filthy. Many had suffered torture and could only lie groaning on the dirty ground. Seeing officials approaching, anyone who could move knelt down. Old Lord, although the leading elder was dressed in rags and looked listless, judging by the material of his clothes, he was a wealthy man. This small one. All right, everyone get up, Baida said. I am the county magistrate of this county. At this, everyone in the ticket house widened their eyes. Even those who couldn't get up raised their heads to look at the young woman before them. You have all suffered, Baida said. Shortly, we'll send everyone to the county seat first. Once inside the county seat, we'll treat your injuries, then send you back to your respective homes one by one. For now, please rest here and don't walk around. The remnants of the bandits are still being cleared outside." These few sentences were spoken clearly and plainly, without any stilted bureaucratic tone. The group of tickets was both surprised and overjoyed, surprised that the Australians would send a young girl to be magistrate, and overjoyed that they had finally escaped their sea of suffering. Some had been detained here for more than half a year. Most were local wealthy households. The poorest were owner farmers. Once here, the men were used as slaves for hard labor. The women, the attractive ones, were used by the bandits for their pleasure, while the plain and old were driven to do grunt work. To urge their families to send ransom money sooner, they were tortured every few days. Some were tortured to death because their families couldn't produce the ransom. Others committed suicide, unable to bear the torment. Those who survived were muddled, taking one day at a time. "Many thanks, old lord." The leading old man was overjoyed and hurriedly kowtowed. "This small commoner will never forget the Lord's grace." This immediately drew a chorus of gratitude. The sound of kowtowing rose and fell. All right, rest first. If you need anything, speak to the soldiers here," Bandit said. "We'll satisfy whatever we can." The battlefield cleanup wasn't declared complete until noon. In the entire Battle of Dalang Market, more than 200 bandits were killed, and 338 bandits and bandit family members were captured. 127 commoners abducted by the bandits were rescued. The county government side suffered only 5 deaths total, with another 17 wounded, a complete victory by any measure. Captured grain amounted to 1,100 Xie, salt 400 Xie, silk, satin and various cloths 2,000 bolts, various hides 350 sheets, medicinal materials 5,000 jin, and various sundries 20,000 jin. 1,300 taels of silver, 80 taels of gold, and 3,000 strings of copper coins were recovered. This money is obviously not Sun Dabiao's entire wealth. "Naturally," Bandit said, "we'll force the rest out of him in due time." Just then someone came to report, "Magistrate, the battlefield cleanup inside Dalang Market is complete. How are the corpses handled? Prisoners are being called to dig ditches." "Don't dig ditches," Bandit said, taking a deep breath. "Pass on my order. Bury these bandit corpses separately on both sides of the main road at the entrance of Dalang Market. The graves don't need to be too deep, but the mounds must be piled high 3 meters. Zhen Huan asked in confusion. "What's the use of building grave mounds?" Luo Yiming didn't understand either, but since the magistrate's order had been given, they would simply execute it. He had originally worried that a young woman couldn't shoulder this burden, but at this moment he was completely convinced. This battle had been fought crisply and decisively. Not only was Sun Dabiao's gang totally annihilated, but Sun Dabiao's entire family was captured alive, and Zhang Tianbo was killed. 2 of the 3 tyrants of Yangshan were destroyed. A large batch of bandit leaders and veteran outlaws were either killed or captured. When the news was sent back to the county seat, the gray haze of low morale among the garrison and cadres was instantly swept away. Yusiren couldn't suppress his joy and immediately ordered the rear cannon on the city wall to fire 3 celebratory shots. Peng Shaoan was so surprised he tugged straight at his beard. This Li barbarian girl really has ability. When he heard that Bandit had buried the killed bandits on both sides of the road and piled up large earthen mounds, he was secretly startled. She's building a Qingyun, a mound of skulls. To think this Li barbarian woman knows of such things. Magistrate Bai has further instructions. The returning messenger gasped for breath. First, have Pan Tiantian immediately return to Yanghua to recruit 100 able-bodied men. Second, select 4 strong squad Yamen runners skilled in torture, along with the county executioner, from the retained Yamen personnel. Have them bring their tools and rush to Dalang Market immediately. Third, the county is to dispatch 300 militia with plenty of carrying poles, baskets, and wheelbarrows to arrive at Dalang Market tomorrow morning to transport war booty. Fourth, proclaim to the whole county, Dalang Market has been recovered. Original residents of the market or commoners willing to relocate may come to settle in Dalang Market. The county government will provide protection, issue settlement fees and free homesteads, and help them build houses. Merchants willing to come will be allocated shop plots for free. All taxes are exempted. People are easy enough to talk about, but the county's strength is depleted, sending another 300 militia on the road. Youwang hesitated, since the militia still needed troops to escort them. The county's military strength, counted in full, was only a few dozen men. The magistrate has already sent a platoon of mountain company soldiers back first. They'll arrive at the county seat before noon. Hearing that the Lingao company was returning, Youwang's worries vanished entirely. Good, I'll go arrange it right away. Since they had decided to stay and work here for some days, the National Army Squad and the Mountain Company worked together to renovate and reinforce 3 courtyards. The former Mountain Goods Depot served as the agency location. The Dragon Mother Temple continued as the warehouse, and another building was converted into the garrison for the stationed National Army. The debris around the 3 buildings was completely cleared away, partly to salvage building materials, and partly to clear the fields of fire between the various large compounds. Bandit instructed that the fire-scorched ground be leveled, the roads inside Dalang Market be paved with bricks and stones, and drainage ditches dug. She also sent people to clear all the water wells. Any corpses or debris were fished out, and the water was laid clean. She ordered the construction of sheds on both sides of the road using the remaining wood, reed mats, and other building materials from the fire. Magistrate, you're planning to? Luo Yiming was increasingly confused. We're just setting up shop to do business here, Bandit laughed. Sun Dabao said he would rather give his wife to Wang Chui than hand over this territory. Now that we occupy it, how can we let it go to waste? Luo Yiming understood now and laughed too. I see. The magistrate truly has stratagems in her chest. Zhen Huan, seeing them talking and laughing while treating him with icy frost, felt disappointed. He said, "The county isn't peaceful right now. Who would come here to do business? Precisely because the county isn't peaceful, we can do exclusive business. These salt, cloth, and sundries are all urgently needed commodities in the Yao area. The Yao people of Yanghua, no matter how much they hated Sun Dabao, still had to come here to buy. We can do this business too," Bandit said. These several hundred she of salt, plus all this merchandise, were originally commodities prepared for sale to the Yao area. There's no need for us to transport them back. Selling them on the spot can stabilize the hearts of the Yanghua Yao people and also acquire materials from the Yao area. Transferring those materials to the rear can lighten the Senate's war burden. Everyone is struggling right now. Truly thoughtful, thinking of the Senate everywhere. Truly closer than a daughter, Luo Yiming joked. I am the Senate's daughter, Bandit said. Luo Yiming was an old naturalized citizen who understood the burning emotion of grace of rebirth that many naturalized citizens felt toward the Senate, but they rarely expressed it so frankly and directly in front of outsiders. Just then, the cadre responsible for screening and registering prisoner situations came to report. The prisoners had all been screened and registered. The commoners mixed in who had been forced into banditry were identified under the recognition of the tickets and other commoners. The rest were confirmed bandits. They were registered separately according to status and magnitude of crimes. Next update, Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 453, End of Chapter. Chapter 22, 49. Interrogation for loot. The bandit chiefs and minor leaders who had died in battle were all beheaded, in accordance with Bandit's order, except for Zhang Tianbo's head, which was packed in lime to dry and stored in a head box for future public display in the county seat. The rest of the heads were impaled on spear tips and displayed on both sides of the roads leading from Dalang Market to the county seat in Yanghua. Should we send the prisoners back to the county with the Mountain Company? Luo Yiming was prepared to escort them all back to the county seat, hold a public trial rally, and then execute the ringleaders as a warning to others. Bandit thought for a moment. No need. The roads aren't safe right now. Even if we send troops to escort such a large group of prisoners, their safety can't be guaranteed. Sun Debiao's gang has been destroyed, but his sworn brothers are still around. They might ambush us to snatch the prisoners, causing needless casualties. We'll dispose of them on the spot. No sense inviting trouble. Besides, this is Sun Debiao's old nest. The deterrent effect is the same. Since they were to be disposed of locally, the spectacle naturally couldn't be small, otherwise it wouldn't serve to deter the petty criminals. Therefore, they decided to wait until the militia sent by the county to transport war booty arrived, then hold a ceremony before everyone and execute the prisoners. Before that, we have to force the information about these bandit leaders' wealth out of them. Thus, Dalang Market instantly became a scene from hell. On the cleared open ground amid the ruins, torture racks were set up, and prisoners were escorted out in batches and tied to them for interrogation. First came the notorious bandit leaders, except for Sun Debiao, whom Bai De instructed to leave for last, lest he accidentally die during the torture. The interrogation for loot was conducted right on the market ground. 4 Yamen runners who had rushed from the county took command, selecting minions captured from the ticket house guards to do the hands-on work. The Yamen runners wanted to show off their skills. The minor thugs hoped to atone for their crimes with merit. One by one, they went at it with no taboos, working in shifts. Every torture device that the county Yamen possessed was here. Whatever the Yamen lacked but the bandit den had, they used as well. Day and night the torture continued, and the bandits' screams and wails never ceased. On the first day, 3 were tortured to death. The prisoners were all gathered on the market ground to observe, each trembling with fear. Having been bandits for many years, they had grown accustomed to torturing commoners and tickets. They had long held a sense of superiority in controlling the lives and deaths of others. Now, watching their former associates tormented and tortured half to death, they finally realized that tyranny wasn't their exclusive privilege. One day, it would also fall upon themselves. Report to the magistrate, these few can't take any more. If we continue, I'm afraid they'll expire on the spot. A Yamen runner came to report. How much booty have they confessed? Quite a lot, but none of it is here. It'll have to be excavated one location at a time. For all booty not located locally, spare their lives for now and treat their injuries. Don't let them die too fast, Bai De instructed. Bring the next batch to question. The Yamen runners understood the meaning of this female magistrate with her fierce expression. They immediately complied, took the men down from the torture racks and dragged out several more from among the prisoners. These new ones were already pale-faced. Seeing someone coming for them, some collapsed to the ground, unable to speak, while others trembled and struggled desperately. One shrieked, "This small one is willing to confess. This small one is willing to confess. For those willing to confess, give them paper and pen. Require them to write everything clearly, one item at a time," Bai De instructed. For those unwilling to confess, continue serving them. "Yes," the Yamen runner answered, then smiled apologetically. "This small one asks the Lord for instructions. Can we rest for a moment? From early morning until now, except for eating, we haven't stopped." "Can barely lift our arms," Bai De nodded. "You've worked hard. Let the prisoners loosen up slightly for a moment." "That won't be necessary. We have a way to rest while making them confess," the Yamen runner laughed. This method was called sitting on the pot. After bandits caught a fat pig, they would light a candle or a small pile of charcoal in a toilet bucket and have the fat pig sit bare-bottomed on it while tied in place. With slow fire tormenting from below, in less than a few minutes, the tortured victim would cry to heaven and earth. This method worked every time. When the prisoners being interrogated saw the toilet bucket and candle being brought over, they knew this meant, "Please enter the jar," a taste of their own medicine. One by one, they let out sounds of despairing weeping and wailing. Bai De, however, was completely unmoved, merely flipping through the large stack of confessions in her hand. The content of the confessions was extremely complicated. Besides the locations of hidden property, There was everything the prisoners knew about the situation in the county. Under severe torture, desperate to suffer fewer bouts of pain, they practically told everything they knew. From these confessions, Baida could see the ambiguous relationships between many wealthy households in the county and the bandits. She wasn't surprised. For local magnates, whether it was false compliance for appeasement or outright collusion, cooperating with bandits was nothing new. However, with this damning material in hand, it would serve as the basis for dealing with the wealthy households in the future. Baida narrowed her eyes and looked at the distant mountains. As for how to deal with them, that depended on whether they would cooperate with the work going forward. Reading further down, as expected, the bandits had effectively colluded with the Yao people too. It confirmed what Chief Huang had said. Every time the Yao people rioted, local treacherous elements had seduced and coordinated with them. The situation in Yangshan was truly a tangled mess. Baida thought, if one wants to sort it out one strand at a time, it can't be done without 3 to 5 years. At present, the only way is to cut the tangled hemp with a sharp blade, clearing the various hidden dangers in one stroke. Just as she was pondering the problem, someone came to report, "Pan Tianchen has arrived. Invite him over." Pan Tianchen had received Baida's order with mixed feelings of joy and disappointment. Joy because Sun Dabiao, this bane of the Yanghua Yao people, had finally been captured and would be beheaded, a great enmity avenged. Disappointment because he had originally planned to use the full turnout of Yanghua Yao able-bodied men as a bargaining chip to demand occupation of Dalang market henceforth. Unexpectedly, this female magistrate had destroyed Sun Dabiao without a sound. Although Pan Tianchen was somewhat disappointed, happiness was still the predominant emotion. Hearing that he was being asked to return to Yanghua to recruit soldiers, he knew the county still intended to rely on the Yanghua Yao people, so he immediately set out. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Dalang Market, he saw 2 large grave mounds standing by the road. Many spears were erected on the grave mounds and along both sides of the road, impaling heads that had been dried with lime. He couldn't help but shudder. Walking to the intersection, he saw a head receiving treatment different from the others, individually packed in a head box with a banner hanging below, "Head of Zhang Tianbo." Pan Tianchen naturally knew Zhang Tianbo's notorious name. Seeing the head of this illustrious three-tyrant hanging at the intersection with its ferocious, frozen expression, he couldn't help sighing with emotion. Since he was passing through Dalang Market, Pan Tianchen thought he should pay a courtesy visit to offer congratulations. After all, this woman would be the Marquis of 100 Li here for the foreseeable future. The quality of life for the Yanghua commoners depended entirely on her. Moreover, looking at her conduct, she was clearly not of the same temperament as old Master Wang. It would be better to be exceptionally deferential. "Pan Tianchen, the magistrate is calling for you," Zhou De said arrogantly. "Yes, may I trouble you to lead the way?" Pan Tianchen was very polite. He had just heard that Baida was conducting an interrogation for loot, and wondered secretly. He hadn't heard of magistrates managing such matters personally. Could the county truly be in such dire straits? Only when he stepped into the torture scene did he realize it wasn't about a mere bit of money. On the wooden racks, bloody bodies were tied or hung one by one. Branding irons were stuck in raging fires. The ground was littered with blood-stained leather whips, rattan canes, bamboo paddles, squeeze sticks of various sizes, finger presses. Shocking large puddles of blood, vomit, and excrement covered the muddy floor. The screened bandit chiefs, large and small, were separately locked in rough wooden cages. Among them were big chiefs like Sun Dabiao, and also small chiefs who had led only 3 or 4 bandits. At this moment, they no longer wore their initial air of arrogance. Their expressions were listless as they squatted in the cages, each posing as though awaiting death with closed eyes. Beside the field, 7 or 8 corpses of those tortured to death were discarded, each appalling in appearance, beaten beyond recognition. Pan Tianchen didn't dare look again after one glance, only feeling a stream of cold air pour straight from his head down to his feet. This woman is truly ruthless. However, he didn't dare show a hint of this thought. He still walked respectfully before Bai De. Since the Australians didn't practice kneeling, he bowed 90 degrees and spoke words of congratulation. "Not at all. You speak too politely," Bai De said. "This is all the comrades' credit. You Yanghua commoners also contributed greatly." "Not at all, not at all. Sun De Biao's gang harmed Yanghua for many years. It is the magistrate who removed this plague for us. The Yanghua commoners are endlessly grateful. We are willing to serve at the magistrate's command." Bai De smiled. Although her smile didn't carry a sneer, it made Pan Tianchen shiver with cold fear. "I will now obey the order and return to Yanghua to recruit soldiers. Does the magistrate have any other instructions?" "The Yanghua commoners will definitely exert themselves to repay." "Repaying isn't necessary. You're also in difficulty. Many able-bodied men were killed or wounded. I'll be very satisfied if you bring 100 able-bodied men." Bai De didn't know the thoughts in his heart but was quite sincere. "When you return, tell the leaders of the various stockades that the market fair here at Dalang Market will soon be restored. The county has also transferred a good deal of salt and general goods here. Ask them to come over to trade, fair buying and selling, honest with old and young alike." "Yes, yes, this is all by your grace, magistrate. As soon as I return, I'll proclaim to the various stockades and tell them to bring goods to trade." "You overpraise. As the head of a county, I must protect the peace of this region. It can't be called any merit or virtue." Bai De sensed Pan Tianchen's attitude was somewhat strange, wondering what was wrong with this Yao headman. Suddenly, she heard a few prisoners, sitting on the pot, screaming miserably for mercy again, and only then did she understand. She had originally wanted to comfort him with a few words, but thinking of the chaotic and complex situation in the county, letting this Yanghua Yao headman maintain a certain measure of fear wasn't a bad thing. "Go quickly and return quickly. The county still needs you to handle matters." "Yes, I will definitely handle it well and return as soon as possible, not daring to delay the assignment. Go to the Dragon Mother Temple warehouse." Bai De wrote out a slip. "First, receive a salt ticket for 1,000 jin of salt. Issue 10 jin to every enlisted able-bodied man." Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 454, end of chapter. Chapter 2250. A great change in the situation. 10 jin of salt meant little in the Han territories, but for the Yao lands, blockaded for years and forced to purchase salt at exorbitant prices, it represented a small fortune. "I'm also giving you a salt ticket for 1,000 jin, Bai De said. "Take it back and distribute it to the families of the stockade men who died in battle. The rest you may allocate as you see fit among the families of those still serving in our county." Pan Tianchen and the other Yao leaders would certainly claim their share of this 1,000 jin, but the Yao people still retained strong elements of communal society. Headman positions were not hereditary, nor could any single leader control everything with absolute authority. This was precisely why Bai De entrusted the distribution to him. Pan Tianchen departed in high spirits. Bai De's 3 days of recovering loot at Dalang Market had yielded a bountiful harvest. Sun De Biao had initially resisted to the death. He was indeed tough, refusing to talk no matter how severe the torture. It was only when the Yamen runners chopped off 3 of his grandson's fingers before his eyes, and then gestured with a blade at the boy's manhood that Sun De Biao finally broke completely. To ensure he concealed nothing else, the grandson ultimately lost 6 fingers. Bai De interrogated for loot at Dalang Market for 3 days, flogging over 10 people to death. Soldiers and laborers dug up the market thoroughly, recovering vast quantities of gold, silver, and valuables. The wealth Sun De Biao and his lieutenants had buried there was nearly exhausted by the excavation. Although the lesser minions were spared the torture for loot, after watching 3 days of the spectacle, when naturalized cadres asked them to voluntarily surrender illicit goods, every one of them scrambled to empty their pockets. Most only had 3 to 5 taels of silver, but gathered together, the income proved substantial. Some who could produce no silver pleaded that they had already spent theirs on houses or bride prices, begging only to be allowed home to sell their property and pay up. Bai De remained at Dalang market for 6 or 7 days, handling all affairs. She left Luo Yiming and half a company of the National Army to garrison the place, then led the team escorting prisoners and goods back to the county seat. With money and grain in hand, everything became easier. Bai De immediately ordered local recruitment of able-bodied men throughout the county. Combined with the Yao fighters brought by Pan Tianchun, they formed 2 new companies. Though lacking rifles and armed only with cold weapons, they could guard the county seat and patrol the roads well enough. News that the female magistrate sent by the Australians had personally gone into battle and achieved total victory at Dalang market spread throughout the county within days. Sun Dabio had entrenched himself there for generations, and successive magistrates had been helpless against him. Yet this woman had moved against him the moment she arrived. Not only had she flattened Dalang market in a single night, she had captured several hundred bandits alive, Sun Dabio himself among them. This forced the local powerful households, who had initially harbored doubts about the Australians, to reconsider their attitudes. Many visitors came to both Dalang market and the county seat in the following days. The bustling markets of both places, still recovering from the chaos, were full of farmers and peddlers who bought nothing and sold nothing. They listened silently to what others said, squeezed into crowds to read proclamations, and went to view the heads that had already begun to blacken. When Zhang Tianbo's head was hung at the county gate, it caused a small sensation. The county seat's commoners vied to watch, and villagers from the surrounding areas who had suffered from his depredations also flocked over. Before the head, people wept and laughed, hurling stones and tile shards at the head box. The scene grew so chaotic that the guarding National Army soldiers had to disperse the crowd. Yet this was nothing compared to the subsequent living display. Bai De ordered dozens of wooden cages erected before the county yamen, confining Sun Dabio, his family members, and the captured bandit leaders inside for public exhibition. This caused a sensation throughout the county. Spectators blocked the way in the county seat as commoners from even the most remote parts of the county rushed over. The area before the county yamen became like a market fair, with large groups gathering at all hours to curse at the cages and throw things. Within days, all the garbage on the county streets had vanished, replaced by filth piled before the yamen. Later, because people threw excrement and the stench became unbearable, an order was finally issued prohibiting the throwing of refuse. But the torment was enough to leave the prisoners dying. Every day, dead or near-dead men were pulled from the cages and beheaded for public display. The yamen gate was crowded with commoners filing complaints. Bai De instructed that all be accepted without exception and posted in their entirety on the spirit screen. Among the wall of complaints, many were written in blood. Mixed among the black ink on white paper, they were as shocking as sprayed bloodstains. Bai De was in no hurry for the final reckoning. She already had a plan for settling accounts. She wanted public sentiment to ferment fully, reaching a state urgent enough to explode, before she lit the fuse and thoroughly shook the foundations of the county's powerful households. So in these days since returning, she allowed the commoners to abuse the prisoners while maintaining limits. At least the main bandit leaders could not be killed yet. They were being saved for the finale. On one hand, she cleared the county streets, provided relief to the commoners, and repaired the city walls. On the other, she restored the system of National Army patrols along county roads. After this battle, public security improved dramatically. The scattered bandits that had roamed outside the county seat and the rampant banditry throughout the county now completely vanished from the areas neighboring the seat. The county cadres, encouraged by this victory, saw their formerly low morale rise significantly. Siren, disregarding that his body had not yet recovered, insisted on working every day. Even Peng Xiaoan's spirits had improved markedly, though he remained ashamed to show his face. On this day, Peng Xiaoan was summoned to Bai De's office. "Mr. Peng, it is time for you to make an appearance." "Yes, this student is willing to serve. These are my personal letters. Prepare some modest gifts and visit each family." Bai De handed him several letters. "These wealthy households are the ones you mentioned before, those with relatively upright reputations and some influence. Go lobby them, asking them to set an example for the county." The example naturally meant standing alongside the county government, but that alone was insufficient. The county also needed them to contribute money, grain, and manpower. Talk to them. First, they must pay the reasonable burden. Second, each must dispatch a number of able-bodied men to the county for employment. I won't specify figures. Let them propose their own, but it cannot fall below this number. She showed him the minimum. This student understands. Peng Xiaoan now grasped what the magistrate meant by modest gift. He felt both pleased and ashamed. This student will do his utmost. Alas, it was all just scholars' empty talk that harmed the country. You need not blame yourself. A scholar like you, pragmatic and willing to work, is already 1 in 100, Bai De said. As for past events, let us not speak of them again. It was all for official business. After Peng Xiaoan departed, Bai De returned to her work. Zhou De suddenly announced, "There are Bandit family members at the Yamen gate asking to see the magistrate." "I won't see them," Bai De said. "It's an old woman." Zhou De seemed to have developed some compassion. "She has been kneeling for a day and insists on seeing you. I don't have time. If she refuses to leave, arrest her, lock her up for a night, then release her. She says she is willing to offer all her family property plus her own life to beg for her son's life." "Oh, who is her son?" Bai De set down her pen. "Jiang Zai. Him." Bai De recalled the man. He had also been captured in the battle. His unimpressive appearance, rough hands and feet covered in calluses, looking like an ordinary farmer, had led them to think he was just another minion. It was only when a fellow bandit seeking to atone for crimes with merit identified him that they learned he was the county's notorious solo bandit, Jiang Zai. Jiang Zai had been straightforward about it. Once identified, he admitted everything. He even explained clearly where he had hidden his valuables, buried at Li Xuanqian's manor. A few days ago, the Mountain Company had retrieved this wealth, a small water vat stuffed with gold and silver, much of it women's jewelry. Now that Jiang Zai's elderly mother had come to plead for mercy, it suggested he still had hidden property. This warranted proper interrogation. "Summon her in. She has a few kinsmen who wish to come in with her," Zhou De said. "The old lady is advanced in years and has difficulty walking. Bring all 3 in." Bai De glanced at Zhou De, wondering if he had accepted a bribe. After a while, 2 middle-aged men were seen supporting a white-haired old woman as they entered, kneeling before the hall to pay their respects. "You are Jiang Zai's mother." "It is this common woman," the old woman said tremblingly. "These 2 are elders of the Jiang family." It turned out these 2 were Jiang Zai's uncle and a solitary elder from his family's village. "I heard you knelt before the yamen all day asking to see me. What is the matter?" Bai De asked. Watching this, Zhou De secretly wondered. He had accompanied Bai De to the county. This female official never accepted grand obeisances, nor did she make people kneel to answer questions. The Australians were all like this. Why had she not even said, "Rise and speak today"? That Jiang Zai has fallen to this state through his own folly. His crime is deserved. The old woman spoke sorrowfully. But he is this common woman's only son. The 4 brothers of the Jiang family share only this single heir. That he strayed from the correct path and committed robbery and murder is entirely because I failed to discipline him. I beg the great Lord, considering that this common woman was widowed in her youth, and that the Jiang family's 4 branches have only this one descendant, to spare Jiang Zai's life. This common woman is willing to take his place for his sins. She kowtowed repeatedly as she spoke. Beside her, Jiang's uncle also kowtowed and said, "This small one is also willing to take his place." As he spoke, both men presented stacks of papers. This is all the land and property of the Jiang family, offered to redeem some portion of his crimes. The elder also spoke up, "Great Lord. Although this Jiang Zhiaoshan is a notorious bandit, he is a purely filial son. He supported his widowed mother for many years, and his 3 uncles were also maintained and buried by him, serving relatives with supreme filial piety. Although we are outsiders, we recognize his filial heart is sincere. We ask the great Lord to show mercy and spare his life, so the Jiang family may have a successor. It would be a meritorious deed. I presume Jiang Zhiaoshan has also been quite generous to the village," Baida asked. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 455. End of chapter. Chapter 2251, Pleading for Mercy. Baida took the slip of paper. On top was a petition of appeal. Her level of Chinese was limited, and having received an Australian education, she naturally couldn't parse the florid pedantic prose written by a village scholar. She handed it to Zhou De beside her. Zhou De had studied in a private school for a few years and could understand it well enough. He explained it thoroughly. The content amounted to declarations that Jiang Zhiaoshan was a great filial son, that the Jiang family had combined 4 branches into a single heir, and specifically emphasized that his mother had been widowed young, remained pure as ice and jade, and had maintained her chastity for over 40 years. Baida frowned slightly at this last point. She couldn't understand why it needed to be mentioned at all. Next came the various good deeds Jiang Zhiaoshan had done for the village. Repairing bridges and paving roads went without saying. He also distributed cotton clothes in winter and herbal medicine in summer, supported widows and orphans, and helped provide coffins for the dead. He could be called benevolent and charitable. To increase the document's persuasive power, the bottom was covered with over 100 thumbprints. Below that was a property list: 78 mu and 8 fen of paddy fields, 35 mu and 1 fen of mountain forest and slope land, 3 mu and 6 fen of ponds, 2 courtyards and 14 rooms. Following this came miscellaneous items: gold and silver, furniture, clothing, livestock, farm tools, scrawled over more than 10 pages. It represented roughly the family holdings of a comfortable small landlord. Zhou De said, "Great Lord, this Jiang family appears sincere, especially this old lady Jiang, widowed in her youth. She has had no easy life." Baida did not speak. She set the property list aside, held the pleading petition in her hand, and asked, "Do you know where Jiang Zhiaoshan's money came from?" The question made the village elder break out in a cold sweat immediately. He involuntarily lowered his head and trembled. This small one does not know." "Do you truly not know, or are you pretending?" Baida pressed. I know. Now the old man's sweat had soaked through his shirt. "It came from him committing robbery." "You're a sensible man," Baida said, tearing the petition to pieces and throwing it on the ground. "I won't pursue you or the villagers over this matter any further. Otherwise I would punish you for the crime of harboring bandits." Yes, the great Lord is magnanimous. This small one was blind and foolish." The old man was sweating profusely now, kowtowing vigorously, ignoring the swelling on his forehead as he banged it against the brick floor. "You may go," Baida said. The elder could no longer concern himself with old Lady Jiang. As if granted a great pardon, he scrambled up and began to flee. "Come back." Hearing her voice, the old man turned with a mournful face and dropped to his knees. "What other instructions does the great Lord have? Has your village paid the reasonable burden?" Not yet. On your way out, go to the finance and taxation section. Report your village's reasonable burden and pay it before month's end." Yes, this small one will do it right away." The old man agreed repeatedly and fled in a sorry state. Baida instructed Zhou De, "Tell the finance and taxation section that after this village's reasonable burden is agreed upon, they are to pay double." This handling was neither lukewarm nor hot, but it made old Lady Jiang and her brother-in-law feel as if they had plunged into icy water. They kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Stop kowtowing. Even if you knock your brains out, I won't spare Jiang Zhiaoshan's life," Baida said. Jiang Ziaoshan is a filial son in the Jiang family and a generous man in the village, but in this Yangshan County, he is an out-and-out monster. Killing people and seizing their goods, his crimes are unforgivable. Go home. Old Lady Jiang dissolved into tears, begging, "This common woman is willing to give her life in exchange." Baida sneered and said to those around her, "Listen to this. What grand words!" She stood up abruptly, pointing outside. "Open your eyes and look carefully. How many complaints accusing Jiang Ziaoshan are posted on the spirit screen? Do you know how many people he has killed in these 30 years? How much wealth he has snatched? How many parents lost their children? How many spouses lost their partners? How many children lost their parents? And you think you can cover for him? How many lives is your worthless existence worth? Don't speak of yourself alone. Even if the entire Jiang family came to make amends, it wouldn't be enough." These words landed with crushing weight, shocking the two into silence. Jiang Ziaoshan is a filial son. Ha! Have you ever considered this? Of the money used for your food, clothing, expenses, retirement, and burial, which coin wasn't stained with blood, which didn't carry the weight of wronged souls, dare you say you never knew? And you still have the face to speak of being widowed young and your chastity moving heaven. Don't think heaven is moved just because you stayed a widow. Bah! When you reach the hall of Yama, there will be plenty of wronged ghosts waiting to argue with you. Baida looked at the two elderly people weeping in a heap on the ground, feeling an indescribable disgust. Drag them out. The naturalized cadres and local staff on both sides had been watching the two elders beg piteously, and some had felt the urge to intervene. But after hearing Baida's words, none dared speak. When she gave the order, they hurried to support the pair and escort them out. Baida sneered slightly, clipped the property list into a folder, and summoned a naturalized cadre. "Tomorrow, take a team to raid the Jiang family's property. This is the list they submitted. I suspect there are still hidden items. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find everything. Demolish the Jiang family residence completely. Sell the bricks, stones, timber, furniture, and clothing on the spot." Yes, the naturalized cadre was from Hainan and quite familiar with the Senate's methods. Peng Shaoan, who had come to discuss other matters, looked uneasy and said carefully, "Magistrate Bai, isn't this handling somewhat excessive? Since ancient times, filial piety has been held as the foremost virtue. At any rate, this Jiang Ziaoshan is a filial son. Since his old mother came to atone and plead for mercy, even if his crime cannot be redeemed, he could at least be given a dignified end. Must he be kept locked in a wooden cage to suffer every humiliation?" While Baida was considering her response, a sudden clamor erupted outside. The crowd burst into shouts, mixed with weeping and cursing. At first it wasn't intense, but then the shouting grew louder and louder, like mountains calling and seas roaring, as if a fight had broken out. Baida frowned. "What's happening?" Before she finished speaking, Zhou De rushed in from outside, stammering, Not good." Every cadre in the office tensed. Zhou De gasped twice before stammering out, "Not good." Jiang Ziaoshan's mother and uncle had just walked out when, for some reason, they were recognized. They were surrounded and beaten. One moment, beaten for a moment. No, in one moment they were gone, dead. Baida frowned, dead and gone. Only then did Zhou De calm his breathing, still shaken. "You elders should go out and look." Baida took a few cadres and hurried out. Just as they reached the door, they heard mournful crying and shrill laughter. They saw several shocking pools of blood on the ground at the Yamen gate, along with some torn cloth and shreds of flesh and bone. A few heaps of bloody organs remained. One could roughly tell they had originally belonged to 2 people. Peng Shaoan hurriedly covered his eyes with his sleeve, muttering, This, too cruel. These are the 2 elders of the Jiang family," Zhou De said. Even Baida was shocked now. She was accustomed to seeing corpses, had witnessed headhunting by aborigines in Taiwan, and seen Fujian immigrants boiling barbarian paste. But dismembering 2 living people on the spot in just a few minutes was something she had never witnessed before. "Where are the bodies?" Just left with these. The National Army soldiers maintaining order at the scene were new recruits from the Yao area, each stunned and dumbfounded. In a moment, Bai De looked out and saw someone in the crowd waving bloody pieces of corpse. One old woman was clutching a long lock of white hair, mottled with fresh blood, waving it in the air. A piece of scalp was still attached to the bottom. "Collect and bury the remains," Bai De said quietly, then scolded the corporal leading the scene. "Why didn't you maintain order properly?" The corporal, however, wore a look of indifference. "Too many people, we really couldn't stop them. Besides, why stop them? This is all retribution." As he spoke, he suddenly shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, this is the new magistrate Bai. She is the one who destroyed Sun Debiao's gang." With this shout, the commoners before the county yamen all fell silent. Hundreds of eyes instantly focused on Bai De, making her feel momentarily uncomfortable. Just as she was thinking of what to say, the commoners below began to cheer. Many knelt on the ground, weeping and kowtowing to her. Finally, hatred avenged and grievances washed away. The cheers rose in waves. At first there was crying, then the crying grew smaller and lower. Many people, tears still on their faces, began to laugh heartily. Joyous laughter, laughter dripping with satisfaction, laughter of great vengeance achieved and spirits lifted high. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Magistrate Bai, may you have titles for 10,000 generations." Others called out, "Magistrate Bai, may you find a good husband soon. 100 sons and 1,000 grandsons, blessings and longevity without end." The soldiers beside her looked somewhat awkward, but Bai De smiled slightly and said nothing. Her heart surged with emotion. Though just a young woman in her 20s, when lying alone at midnight, she would sometimes doubt herself, fearful that she wasn't doing enough, or was doing too much, making the situation in Yangshan unmanageable. Perhaps she would fail the Senate, perhaps she would harm her subordinate naturalized citizens and the local commoners. Such anxiety had kept her awake many nights. At this moment, however, those doubts were completely washed away. Everything she had done not only lived up to the Senate's trust but also served the commoners here. With this thought, her heart filled again with the flame of passion. Bai De did not hurriedly express humility like many senators or high-ranking cadres might have. She turned her body sideways, avoiding the ceremony and not accepting it, but held her head high, gazing at the distant mountains. She thought of those bandit leaders who had not yet been executed. She would not only catch them all and kill them one by one, but would also change heaven and earth here. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 456, End of Chapter. Chapter 2252, Borrowing Troops. Master Peng has come to visit. Here is his visiting card. Following the servant's announcement, the man addressed as Master turned from the fish pond. By any era's standards, he was an old man. He dusted fish food crumbs from his hands and asked unhurriedly, "Which Master Peng, the former magistrate of this county?" "Ah, him." This was Ouyang Zai, the local, worthy, Peng Shaoan had recommended. Ouyang Zai himself held no degree, but his son Ouyang De was a jurin from the 4th year of the Tianqi reign. In Yangshan, a place where academic success was rare and martial men common, his family counted as the foremost gentry. The Ouyang family residence had originally stood inside the county seat. When the Yao people breached the city, his family also suffered disaster. Though the valuables and family members had been transferred to their village stockade beforehand, the city residence was ruined beyond recognition. After the Australians came, the situation showed no signs of settling, and Ouyang Zai wished to avoid suspicion, so he used the excuse of his dilapidated house to remain in the countryside stockade, watching which way the wind would blow. Because his family's foundation lay in the city, the Ouyang family was not as cold toward the Senate as other gentry, nor did they refuse to pay money and grain. When Wang Chui came to Yangshan, although there was some bargaining over the amount of the reasonable burden, once the sum was agreed upon, he paid every grain. Though Ouyang Zai secretly hoped the great Ming would return, after all, Ouyang De's jurin degree came from the great Ming, and had no love for this new foreign regime. he still tried his best to maintain appearances. He understood the Australian strength well enough. If the great Ming was truly destined to fall, he had no intention of letting his family be buried with it. Wang Chuyi's desire to suppress bandits met with Youwang's approval. His family was the foremost gentry, with money, grain, and able-bodied men. Ordinary bandits naturally dared not provoke them. However, his family had many members and extensive connections. Even if the bandits gave the Youwang family face, they might not extend the same courtesy to their relatives and friends. Moreover, he had vast amounts of land and property. No matter how many militia he maintained, he couldn't protect everything. Therefore, he had to make friends with various Greenwood heroes and spend some money to ensure peace. If Sun Dabao could be suppressed, it would naturally be a good thing. Later, when he heard that Magistrate Wang wanted to grant amnesty to Sun Dabao, it did not exceed his expectations. This was the norm locally. So while he paid the reasonable burden to the county, he also paid money to the Sun and Feng bandit gangs who came asking for provisions. Should the great Ming government troops ever fight their way back, he would invariably assist with provisions as well. For the Youwang family, this represented no great burden, merely a harmless survival strategy. That Sun Dabao openly ambushed Wang Chuyi at Dalang market and completely turned against the Australians, however, greatly exceeded Youwang's expectations. Youwang understood the Australians' strength. Yangshan was not isolated from news. Merchants traveling from south and north often passed through. He had seen Australian goods and heard of Australian deeds. Though Yangshan was remote and the Australians couldn't bring many troops here, if truly provoked, the combat power of people like Sun Dabao was definitely no match for the Australians. After all, they had defeated General He's army of tens of thousands. He heard that the county's two major bandit leaders, Sun Dabao and Feng Hejiao, had accepted the imperial court's amnesty and become Yangshan's left and right-wing squad leaders. Though the saying went killing and arson lead to amnesty, Sun and Feng had notorious records in Yangshan. That they could openly become government troops made Youwang secretly despise them. Regardless of his feelings, the fire at Dalang market had plunged Yangshan into chaos. The newly arrived Great Song looked unreliable to everyone, and the groups flying the Great Ming banner under Sun and Feng were just a bunch of bandits. Both sides claimed to represent royal law and sent people everywhere to conscript men and grain. Youwang Stockade had received several such groups. Youwang's response was speak nice words, give no money. When messengers came, he sent people to entertain them warmly with good wine and food, but when it came to grain and men, his steward would cry poverty. Not a single feather was plucked. It wasn't that he was stingy with money and grain, but the situation in Yangshan was too confused for anyone to see what would happen next. He was naturally unwilling to choose sides prematurely. At the same time, he instructed his son to hoard gunpowder, forge weapons, repair stockade walls, and prepare for battle, not entirely to guard against the Australians or Sun and Feng, but because Yangshan had become completely lawless. Not only were villains seizing the opportunity to become bandits, but some large households were also settling old scores. Fires burned in every village. Smoke rose from every stockade. Youwang Stockade was now crowded with commoners from the vicinity seeking refuge. Some days ago, he heard that the Australians had sent a new magistrate, and that it was actually a woman. Youwang didn't believe it at first. Since ancient times, how could there be a female magistrate? Though there had been Wu Zetian, she had been an empress before becoming emperor. Later, when confirmed that it really was a woman magistrate, he immediately concluded the Great Song was finished. A few days later, however, shocking news arrived. This female magistrate had personally gone into battle, flattened Dalang market, and captured Sun Dabao's entire family alive. Master Youwang naturally didn't believe this either. The Sun family had been bandits for generations, and successive magistrates had been helpless against them. Now that they had received imperial titles and were at the peak of their strength, How could they be flattened by a woman hiding in the county seat? But the spies he sent to the county seat returned and described vividly the sorry state of Sun Dabao and his gang being displayed before the yamen. This forced father and son to believe. Regardless of whether this great victory was due to the female magistrate personally taking the field or elite Australian troops handling it, Sun Dabao's destruction was fact. Dalang Market was a vital passage to the Yao areas. By taking it, the Australians not only made gold daily, but also grasped the lifeline of the Yanghua Yao people. With this, though the Australians could not yet be said to have turned the tables, they held the upper hand. Feng Hejiao probably wouldn't last much longer. Given his experience, Aoyangzai knew that given his family's status in the county, they would inevitably face the problem of taking sides. Where should his family go? At this critical juncture, Peng Shaoan suddenly visited. He certainly hadn't come for tea. Most likely he came under orders. Aoyangzai couldn't gauge his intention. He wanted to discuss it with his son, but Aoyangda had gone to another estate 2 days prior and was not at home. Peng Shaoan was a magistrate of the great Ming who had surrendered to the Australians and become a consultant. Naturally, he had visited the Aoyang home before. Though the Aoyang father and son had felt disdainful of Peng Shaoan's choices, they never showed it, dealing with him carefully. When levying the reasonable burden, Peng Shaoan had also received certain expressions of goodwill, and a lower figure was set as a result. Both sides maintained some friendship. Why had he suddenly visited at this time? Seeing the master's face cloudy and uncertain with much hesitation, the servant said, "Then this small one will go say the master is not at home." "No, no." Aoyangzai hurriedly stopped him. It was obviously unwise to refuse to see Peng Shaoan now. Judging by this woman's actions since arriving in Yangshan, decisive in killing, cold-blooded, she was far above Magistrate Wang, clearly a forceful official. Now that she had just suppressed Sun Dabao, this was precisely when she was establishing her authority. It would not do to slight her. "Change clothes. Open the main gate. I will welcome him personally," Aoyangzai ordered. Aoyangzai changed into clothes for receiving guests and went out to welcome him. He saw Peng Shaoan waiting under the eaves with a few Kun attendants. He hurriedly straightened his attire, descended the steps with a face full of smiles, bowing and yielding. He welcomed Peng Shaoan into the hall for the ceremonial greetings. After the two finished their bows, they took seats as host and guest, and attendants served tea. While drinking, they exchanged polite words. Aoyangzai first complimented the new magistrate for being brave and resourceful with thunderous force, removing a great scourge of Yangshan, saying the commoners were like parched fields receiving sweet rain. Then he praised Peng Shaoan for assisting in military affairs and saving the world and bringing peace. Though he knew these were flattery, and Peng Shaoan could hardly be said to have assisted anything, Peng still found the words agreeable. He returned a set of flattery about being benevolent and charitable, and benefiting the native place. After the pleasantries concluded, Aoyangzai opened his mouth. "Sir specially came to my humble stockade today. I wonder what advice you bring." Aoyangzai guessed 70 to 80% of his intention. It was nothing more than money and grain. In his heart, he had already resolved to spend 50 shi of grain and 300 taels of silver to send him away. If other matters came up, they would require careful negotiation. "This student has come, firstly on behalf of our magistrate to extend greetings. Mr. Aoyang is a worthy of this county. Now Yangshan faces troubled times, and the commoners are like fish swimming in a cauldron. We hope Mr. Aoyang can step forward and do more for the commoners' welfare." Easy to say, easy to say. Aoyangzai couldn't quite grasp his meaning, so he could only respond vaguely. "My family has lived in Yangshan for generations. Since Yangshan is in difficulty, naturally we should contribute." He assumed this was just a high-sounding pretext for requesting money and grain. "Good," Peng Shaoan said. "In that case I will not beat around the bush. Actually, this student came here under the magistrate's order to borrow troops from the master." "Borrow troops?" Aoyangzai was stunned. "Sir, you must be joking. This student is just a commoner, where would I get soldiers? I am not joking, Peng Shaoan said seriously. If we speak of militia and able-bodied men, which family in Yangshan County can be mentioned in the same breath as the masters? In terms of numbers, the Ouyang family's militia was indeed first in the county. Ouyang Zai himself could not deny this. If he mobilized everyone, he could muster 200 or 300 militia, and his family's militia were the best equipped in the county. Ouyang Zai thought to himself that this was bad, this borrowing troops harbored ill intent. If we speak of militia numbers, my humble estate does indeed possess quite a few men, but they are mostly rural commoners. Guarding the estate and home, they have some blood courage, but if you speak of soldiers, they fall far short. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 457, end of chapter. Chapter 2253. Compromise for the gentry and large households. Land was naturally the most important thing. Land meant wealth and status. But no matter how much land one possessed, without enough tenant farmers and laborers to work it, land could not be transformed into wealth and power. Manpower was not only the source of wealth but also the guarantee of safety, especially in counties like Yangshan, where Han and Yao lived together, and public security was chaotic. The weak serving as meat for the strong was the norm. Neither individuals nor large households could rely on legal protection. They had to depend on armed force to safeguard their own interests. In this way, manpower became the foundation upon which the various large households built their lives. The Ouyang family was no exception. For Ouyang Zai, collecting grain and taxes could still be dealt with through delay and evasion, but these able-bodied men were his family's lifeblood. It was no wonder he had hurriedly declined as soon as he heard the words "borrow troops." However, this was not the main reason for his refusal. In truth, Ouyang Zai still harbored doubts about whether this great song that had appeared from nowhere could gain a foothold in Yangshan. Whether suppressing bandits or pacifying the Yao, Ouyang Zai's opinions aligned with the county's. But as the leader of the gentry and large households, he understood his role as a benchmark. As long as he agreed to borrow troops, other large households would naturally interpret it as his submission to the great song, and many would follow suit and fall toward the Australians. Should the great Ming recover the lost territory in the future, the matter concerned his reputation and his family's future, and he could not decide lightly. Yet to refuse outright proved difficult, because his family had always maintained the reputation of being public-spirited and justice-loving in Yangshan. Given the current situation in the county, if his family did not step forward, it would be hard to justify. Sir also knows the current situation in Yangshan. Although Sun Dabiao has been destroyed, Feng Hejiao and others remain. The bandit trouble is not pacified, and everyone in the county lives in fear. Moreover, though the 8 Rose Yao rebellion has been quelled, it remains a hidden danger. Sir is the leading household of Yangshan. How can you sit and watch such a major matter concerning our native place without acting? It is not that this student sits and watches without acting, but truly the able-bodied men on this student's estate are all simple commoners. Holding spears to protect the village, they have some blood courage, but if required to march into battle, I fear they would be a waste of provisions. Ouyang Zai continued to decline. This student also served as magistrate in Yangshan for a few years. Back then, old brother Ouyang Da led the village braves to engage bandits several times, personally facing arrows and stones. He is truly a defending general of our Yangshan. The village braves under his command likewise disregarded life and death, charging into enemy lines. How are they simple commoners? Peng Shaoan refused to let him dodge, exposing his evasive words directly. Ouyang Zai showed an embarrassed expression. He had forgotten the other party had been county magistrate not long ago. Peng Shaoan said solemnly, "Old Mister." This student was a wandering official with a 3-year term for the Great Ming. For the Senate, I am merely an outside consultant. The stability of Yangshan and the welfare of the commoners, strictly speaking, what do they have to do with me? Coming here to borrow troops is for the peace of Yangshan's common people. I hope Mr. thinks thrice. This faintly implied criticism of Ouyang Zai for caring only about his small family and not the greater good. It made him somewhat embarrassed, and indeed caused the old man to waver. The Ouyang family's public-spiritedness toward Yangshan was not hypocritical. Otherwise, he would not have presided over the renovation of the reading terrace, nor would he have organized village braves to fight for the county repeatedly. In history, during the Ming-Qing transition in Yangshan County, bandit harassments and Yao uprisings rose one after another. The Ouyang family dispatched village braves to participate in battles every time. Ouyang Zai's son, Ouyang De, would die in battle during a defense against bandits attacking the city in the early Qing. Ouyang Zai pondered for a moment and whispered, "It is not that I am unwilling to lend troops, but truly this matter carries great consequences. Master Peng, you and I have been acquainted for many years and trust each other. Though you now serve the Australians, I won't treat you as an outsider. I have heard that Feng Hejiao and others have received titles from the great Ming court. If I openly become their enemy, isn't that attacking government troops?" Seeing him speak his true thoughts, Peng Shaoan knew the matter was manageable. Hu Sun Dabiao and Feng Hejiao are, presumably old Mr. knows better than anyone. That such characters can also become officials is truly mockery of heaven. Seeing Ouyang Zai still hesitating, he whispered again, "This time, the magistrate wants me to borrow troops, not dispatch troops." Ouyang Zai was startled. "What does this mean?" "Magistrate Bai said you, old sir, are the #1 gentry of Yangshan and the young master is a Jurin. Presumably, cooperating with the county would bring many taboos and unavoidable complications. She does not blame you for this." "Many thanks to Magistrate Bai for her understanding," Ouyang Zai said hurriedly. "No need for thanks." Peng Shaoan continued. "Magistrate Bai says we don't want you to dispatch troops in organized formation under the Ouyang family's banner. We only want your family to provide 50 able-bodied men. Weapons and provisions will all be prepared by the county, and we don't require people from the Ouyang family to command them. Would this arrangement be acceptable?" This was speaking plainly. Ouyang Zai felt that declining again would mean refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. He glanced at Peng Shaoan, feeling some doubt. He didn't believe a woman could have devised such an approach. It was probably Peng Shaoan's idea. Yet Peng had achieved nothing in his administration of Yangshan and had suffered a great defeat while assisting Australian magistrate Wang. Conversely, after this female Kun magistrate arrived, she had made only one move and instantly enlivened the entire situation. Ouyang Zai couldn't help but wonder, could there be some expert secretly guiding the county? Regardless, this method was indeed appropriate. Though his family would provide able-bodied men, they would not be commanded by the Ouyang family. If the great Ming government returned, there was room for evasion. If they didn't return, his family would have performed a merit for the Senate. "Please allow me to discuss this matter with my son," Ouyang Zai said. "I will give sir a reply tomorrow." "What?" he agreed, Bai De asked. "Though not exactly the bullseye, it is not far off." Peng Shaoan was quite pleased with himself. Bai De frowned. "You Siren said, old Peng, stop showing off your literary phrases, speak plainly." "Yes, yes," Peng Shaoan said, his good mood undiminished. "Master Ouyang said he wanted to discuss it with his son and reply tomorrow. This is just for caution's sake. The matter is already settled." "So he counts as having agreed," Bai De said. "Exactly," Peng Shaoan nodded. "Speaking of which, it was still your idea, magistrate, that proved effective." In their original plan, they had wanted various large households to dispatch village braves in organized units to assist in fighting, firstly to save money, and secondly because the combat power of village braves largely rested on the foundation of mutual familiarity between superiors and subordinates. But Peng Shaoan had visited several large households, and though every family was very polite and amenable regarding the reasonable burden, when it came to lending village braves, they all hemmed and hawed. After hitting walls, Bai De had Peng Shaoan change course. Request only able-bodied men, not the organized units. What these old moneybags fear is nothing more than that we aren't orthodox, fearing that one day Ming government troops will fight back and others will accuse them of attaching to rebels. Since that's the case, let's set their hearts at ease. In that case, won't we be weaker in position? Yusiren had some doubts. The great Ming has ruled Yangshan for nearly 300 years, and the concept of orthodoxy is deeply rooted. We are newcomers. The large households haven't seen us defeat the Ming army with their own eyes, so their distrust and suspicion is normal, Baida said. If we want them to publicly support us now, they naturally won't be willing. Thus the plan was adjusted. Ask each family to provide able-bodied men without requiring organized units. Actually, this works out well. The village braves they pull out in organized units are commanded by their own people. Their combat power might not be bad, but we can't get our hands into them either, Yusiren said. After they eat rations here with us and get educated for a year or half, they'll become our people. Even for a top gentry like Aoyangzai, once he gives those 50 able-bodied men to us, they won't be his families anymore. So this conscription of village braves became conscription of men. For the large households, this nominal change let them breathe easier, especially since the Aoyangzai family agreed first, setting an example. Soon, Peng Shaoan conscripted 400 able-bodied men from the dozen or so gentry and clan households previously identified as having relatively good reputations. The collection rate of the reasonable burden also rose steadily, quickly reaching over 65%. The Great Song Yangshan County government, which had been short of soldiers and grain and dying, miraculously revived. With men and grain in hand, Baida immediately reorganized the troops. She weeded out some of the old and weak from the conscripted men, selected over 260, mixed them with the 100 Yao men from Yanghua and the original National Army, and finally formed 5 companies. Each company had a rifle squad, while the rest of the soldiers used spears and large sabers. She also dug out all the armor in stock from the county armory, selected more than 10 usable suits of iron armor, and issued cotton and cloth from the warehouse for women to beat and wad into cotton armor. She formed a fully armored squad for each company. Yusiren also organized the weeded-out old and weak into a reserve company for guarding the county seat. Most of the able-bodied men conscripted from the large households and powerful families had served as village braves for many years. Though they hadn't received much formal training, they had experience in battle. Their combat power was quite strong. After reorganizing and equipping, the military might flourish. Baida formally appointed Luo Yiming as mayor of Dalang Market and arranged for 2 full companies to be stationed there. Their task was mainly to defend Dalang Market and monitor the Yanghua Yao area. Should any situation arise in the Yanghua Yao area or adjacent territories, Luo Yiming would have a mobile force at his disposal without waiting for the county seat to allocate troops. It was equivalent to having an additional forward position. The other companies took turns escorting Peng Shaoan out to visit guests and collect the reasonable burden village by village. Companies without visiting duties either guarded the county seat or patrolled various county roads to wipe out scattered bandits. Yusiren coordinated from the center, managing the patrol and clearing work of various companies, ensuring National Army companies patrolled the roads every day, focusing on securing transportation nodes and important market towns. Because military strength was now abundant, apart from the reserve company, he always had 1 to 2 companies on standby in the county seat, ready to deploy at any moment. Next update, Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 458, End of Chapter. Chapter 2254. Living in constant fear, Feng Hejiao couldn't sleep these days. His old nest, Qingyun Market, roiled with panic and unease. News of Sun Dabiao's destruction had been brought here the very next day by a few minions who had lost their souls. At first, Feng Hejiao didn't quite believe it. Sun Dabiao had a full 500 or 600 men there, while the hair thieves had fewer than 200 in total. How had they dared attack Sun Dabiao while abandoning the county seat? However, the minions swore to heaven and earth that everything they said was true, which aroused Feng Hejiao's vigilance. At daybreak, he sent several astute minions to Dalang Market and the county seat to gather news. Each report that returned was worse than the last. Dalang Market had fallen. Spears bearing the heads of Sun Dabiao's subordinates lined the road toward the county, more than 200 in all. 2 large grave mounds had been raised at the intersection of Dalang Market, gloomy and chilling, frightening to behold. Sun Dabiao himself and his main lieutenants had been captured, and were now all being displayed to the public before the county yamen. They all looked as if they had suffered brutal torture, each one beaten beyond recognition. Though Feng Hejiao and Sun Dabiao had secretly nursed some disagreements, and the two sides had nearly clashed recently over spheres of influence for collecting provisions, they were sworn brothers of many years, and he understood the principle of, when the lips die, the teeth feel the cold. Sun Dabiao's sudden destruction was tantamount to a death knell tolling over Feng Hejiao's head. The sunny spring had turned to freezing winter in the blink of an eye. Feng Hejiao's gang, once arrogant and insufferably self-important, now lived in constant fear from top to bottom, sensing doomsday was imminent. Not only did the various heroes who used to arrive in an endless stream to join the partnership no longer appear, but even those who had already joined were finding various excuses to slip away. Some simply left without a word. Feng Hejiao forced himself to be calm. During meetings with his leaders, he even said a few dismissive words about Sun Dabiao to show that Sun was of no significance to him. Behind the scenes, however, he was already in complete chaos. He sent several waves of messengers to Xin Lianen's manor to ask Zhan Zhekun for a plan, especially wanting a straight answer, were the great Ming government troops coming or not? But that answer never came. Instead, news arrived that Sun Dabiao and his men had been beheaded and displayed in the county seat. Really killed. Though Feng Hejiao had long expected Sun Dabiao's end, hearing this news still shocked him. Who else? Not a single one of those caught and taken to the county seat survived. All had their heads chopped off. Jiang Ziaoshan was killed too. The hair thieves even killed his old mother and uncle. The minion who had gone to gather news spoke in panic. Sun Dabiao's son and grandson all had their heads chopped off. This woman is ruthless enough. Feng Hejiao had heard earlier that the new magistrate was a woman. Learning that she had wiped out Sun Dabiao's family as her opening move, he couldn't help but feel a grudging admiration. Were the other family members killed too? No, the minion said. I heard people say that for the captured family members of various leaders, any man who was accused by someone would be punished by law, meaning hanged. Other women and children who had places to go could leave freely. Those with nowhere to go were exiled overseas. Though they said this, the enemies of each family were waiting on the roads. Kill one as soon as one comes out, leaving not even chickens or dogs. Many people now would rather go into exile. Sun Dabiao's wife hanged herself that night. He and his wife never got along. That she was willing to hang herself for him, that makes her a chaste and fierce woman. Feng Hejiao gave a thumbs up. What about his flock of concubines? Did any hang themselves? Not a single one. They all went back to their natal homes. Damn it, what a pity. His 7th concubine was a stunner. Feng Hejiao suddenly had lustful thoughts and slapped his thigh. Why didn't she come seek refuge with me? Perhaps she didn't know the master admired her. The minion hurriedly played along. How about the small ones go fetch her? Feng Hejiao reconsidered. He himself was now in imminent danger. Never mind concubines. If he were killed by the hair thieves, his own wife might not even be willing to hang herself. He felt dispirited. Sun Dabiao had commanded wind and rain for decades only to end up like this. Feng Hejiao naturally felt like the fox mourning the rabbit's death. Moreover, Sun Dabiao's defeat brought more than grief. The wind direction in the county had shifted instantly. The various powerful households who used to associate with him actively now avoided the people he sent. Collecting provisions, which used to go quite smoothly, had become extremely difficult. Many villages simply refused to pay. Even those willing to pay had endless words to stall him, either delaying or giving less. It made him very annoyed. Over time, he actually became somewhat strapped for cash. He also had a large operation now, gathering nearly 500 brothers under his command. Just feeding them cost dozens of shie of rice every day. His main income in the past had been living off the river, specializing in extorting and robbing passing passenger and cargo ships. Since the war started in Guangdong, there had been few passenger and cargo ships on the Lion River. There were quite a few Australian ships, and Bai Xuansheng had agitated him several times to ambush the Australian fleet, even specially acquiring some firearms for him. But he never had the courage. He was also afraid of fighting hard with the Australians and both sides suffering losses, letting Sun Debiao take advantage. After he raised the Great Ming's banner, he had used it to levy grain and pay in the surrounding areas. After Wang Chui failed at Dalang market, Feng Hejiao's prestige had soared. For a time, he levied grain and pay on a large scale under the title of Yangshan right-wing squad leader. For a time, he was infinitely glorious, with gold, silver, money and grain flowing continuously into his Qingyun market. Now he could not only no longer levy grain and pay, but the national army in the county had also strengthened patrols. When teams went out to levy grain, they often encountered patrol teams and lost a few brothers each time. Continuing to bleed like this, he would be finished sooner or later. Feng Hejiao agonized internally. He discussed with Bai Xuansheng several times, and Bai Xuansheng urged him to abandon this place and join forces with Zhan Zhekun at Xin Family Manor. The manor was not only remote but had perilous terrain, making it easy to defend. Master Yang of Guangning has a mountain stockade not far from Xin Family Manor. If we station troops there, we can support each other. He trusted Xin Liaonan. Moreover, this man had limited strength and couldn't possibly harbor thoughts of annexing him. If he were Xin Liaonan, he would probably have to guard against Feng Hejiao swallowing him. But to abandon this, Feng Shui treasure land of Qingyun market where he had made his fortune, Feng Hejiao simply couldn't bring himself to make that decision. In such panicked indecision, Feng Hejiao lived days where eating and sleeping came hard. He had always been very superstitious, and at this moment he clung to superstition even more as spiritual sustenance, burning incense and worshipping gods every day, counting on a miracle to fall from the sky and save him from imminent destruction. But the situation showed no signs of improvement. Fewer and fewer villages were willing to pay money and grain. Conversely, he heard that the large households in the county were not only giving the Australians money and grain, but also able-bodied men. Now the female magistrate had strong soldiers and sturdy horses. Needless to say, raising so many soldiers and horses, she would deal with him sooner or later. Feng Hejiao was at his wit's end, and had to send Bai Xuansheng to Xin Family Manor again to ask Zhan Zhekun for a plan. In his view, this man with the halo of assistant to the viceroy of two Guangs was his last hope. After Bai Xuansheng departed, calculating the journey, he should have returned yesterday. But he did not come up the mountain as scheduled. Feng Hejiao slept anxiously through the night. The next day, he came out of his residence wearing his military officer's uniform and took a few personal guards to inspect his subordinates. Though Qingyun Market had once been a commercial port, since being occupied by Feng Hejiao, it had become a bandit den with no shops or residents. He had originally had no more than 100 men, so there weren't many houses. Since becoming squad leader, the team had expanded rapidly, and many people had no place to live. Many bandits dwelt under thatched sheds. At this moment, sleeping, sitting, gambling, making noise, they were scattered lazily and messily by the river, with absolutely no appearance of a military unit. Even when he walked by, only the minions close to him stood up to greet him. Those farther away simply pretended not to see. He looked for a while, recalling the glory when various heroes came to dock at the pier when he became squad leader, and couldn't help but feel a burst of melancholy. Looking at the military officer's uniform on his body, how proud he had been when he first put it on, and his subordinates had praised him for having official prestige. But at this moment, this gorgeous attire seemed to mock him. He didn't deserve to wear it at all. Feng Hejiao asked again if Bai Xuansheng had returned. After getting a negative answer, he became even more lost. He completely forgot his past disdain and wariness toward Bai Xuansheng and couldn't help but look forward to his return so they could discuss matters. Seeing the sun turn west with Bai Xuansheng still missing, Feng Hejiao returned to his residence in disappointment. He ignored the attentive care of his concubine and maids, walked with heavy steps back to his study, sat down on the grand armchair, then collapsed softly onto the bed, looking up at the old roof, sighing long and short, not saying a word. Just as the sky turned dark, a maid suddenly called from outside the door. "Master!" Feng Hejiao blinked twice, gave a soft but didn't move. The maid had to report through the door, "Master Bai has returned." Hearing this, Feng Hejiao immediately rallied. He suddenly sat up. "Set up a banquet, I want to wash the dust off Master Bai." In an instant, the maid set up a table of wine and food and poured the wine. Feng Hejiao looked at Bai Xuansheng eagerly. His face was dark, travel-worn, obviously having suffered hardships on the road. Bai Xuansheng only gave a hurried bow upon seeing Feng Hejiao, then went impatiently to the banquet table. After sitting down, he dispensed with ceremony, first grabbing a chicken and gnawing on it. In 2 or 3 bites, he stripped a chicken clean, then reached out his greasy hand to drink the wine in his cup in one gulp. "Pour wine," he demanded. Feng Hejiao hurriedly signaled for more wine, saying, "Don't rush, there's plenty of wine and meat." Bai Xuansheng was not polite at all, attacking left and right, devouring wine and meat, gorging himself. Only after making a mess of cups and plates on the table did he rest his hands and pant heavily. Feng Hejiao watched with secret alarm. What exactly had Bai Xuansheng encountered to end up eating like a starving ghost reincarnated? And he was almost 2 full days late compared to the normal journey. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 459, end of chapter. Chapter 2255. Moving was the road difficult. Feng Hejiao waited until the servants had cleared away the leftover food and served tea before asking. Bai Xuansheng had been focused only on eating and drinking. Only now did he recover his wits, gasping. "It was dangerous. I nearly lost my life." That dangerous. Seeing his appearance, Feng Hejiao knew the journey had not been peaceful. "Don't rush, tell me slowly." Bai Xuansheng had eaten and drunk his fill and regained some energy. He then recounted his liaison trip in detail. When he left Qingyun Market, he had still been dressed as a scholar, bringing a dozen attendants without concealing his identity. However, after traveling less than half a day, he encountered a joint patrol team. At first, Bai Xuansheng hadn't been concerned, thinking it was village braves under some local strongman. With his status, he naturally didn't need to worry. A greeting would suffice. Only when he got close did he realize that, although the other party was composed of local troops, a small squad of Australian soldiers was mixed in. At that point, the two sides were only 100 zhang apart. The subordinates Bai Xuansheng had brought were still wearing Feng Hejiao's uniforms. The village braves on the other side rushed up with a clamor to arrest them. Bai Xuansheng on horseback took the lead and ran, managing to avoid being captured alive. However, most of his subordinates were captured, only a few escaped. Whose troops were they to be so bold? Feng Hejiao was startled. Though the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse, the various strongmen in the surrounding area had not yet openly torn their faces with him. Now someone had actually attacked his men directly. I didn't see clearly whose troops they were, but they must be from those few large gentry households around here. Bai Xuansheng shook his head with a bitter smile. Now patrolling the county are not only the National Army, The village braves of various large households have also come out. Notices are posted everywhere. Notices? What notices? Feng Hejiao asked urgently. Here. Bai Xuansheng pulled a ball of crumpled paper from his shirt. I had a subordinate tear it down from the market. Feng Hejiao opened it and saw it was a proclamation issued by the female magistrate. It could be considered a reward notice, because it explicitly offered rewards for him and the main bandit leaders under him, including Bai Xuansheng, Zhan Zhekun, Xin Liaonan, and others. Not a single one was left out, all listed on it. Densely packed, there were fully 30 or 40 names. Looking at the reward amounts, however, made Feng Hejiao's nose crooked with anger. For him, one of the 3 tyrants of Yangshan, this barbarian female magistrate had actually offered a reward of only 3 taels and 5 mace of silver. Not only that, he was ranked second, behind Zhan Zhekun, whose reward was 4 taels. Those following were nothing more than 1 or 2 taels, with the lowest being only 5 mace. Bai Xuansheng was also offered a reward of 3 taels of silver. Master, don't look at the reward amounts, look at the main text. Seeing him gnashing his teeth while staring at the wanted list, Bai Xuansheng hurriedly reminded him. Feng Hejiao hurriedly looked at the main text. It turned out that reward for capture, dead or alive, was only the first article of this proclamation. Several articles followed, all targeting the local large households, requiring them to rectify the Beheading system and patrol day and night, strictly prohibiting colluding with bandits. Not only were the large households themselves strictly forbidden from associating with bandits, but if their clan members, relatives, tenant farmers, or servants did so, once there was evidence of association, the whole family would be prosecuted. Heavy punishment meant beheading, confiscation of property, and exile. Light punishment meant fines and forced labor. The second article addressed the bandit gangs themselves, proclaiming to the ordinary minions that those willing to forsake darkness and turn to the light would be pardoned for past misdeeds. If they could bring information on the whereabouts of bandit leaders or their heads, there would be additional rewards. Feng Hejiao read on, becoming more alarmed as he continued. He didn't care about the reward on his head, but the following articles clearly intended to force the local large households to completely sever relations with him. This was digging up his roots. Since ancient times, the relationship between bandit gangs and large households had always been quite subtle. Especially in remote mountainous areas like Lianyang, the connection between bandits and large households was not as simple as secret collusion. Sometimes they were allies. In the common clan and local settler armed conflicts in the area, large households often hired bandits to increase their combat power, and bandit gangs were happy to act as thugs, thereby obtaining extra income, safe shelters, and channels to communicate with the government. In particular, the large quantities of grain, cloth, and salt needed by bandit gangs relied almost entirely on colluding large households for supply. The articles issued by the Australians were naturally worded severely. The key was that, carrying the momentum of the Battle of Dalang Market, no large household in the county dared ignore their words. Sun De Biao's entire family's heads were hanging neatly in a row. No wonder the first thing Bai Xuansheng had done was show him the proclamation. This was a matter of life and death. He shook his head, held the proclamation over the oil lamp to burn it, then asked, "Did you see Master Zhan?" "I saw him," Bai Xuansheng said. "I didn't dare take the main road with my followers. I could only detour on small paths. Damn it, there were village braves from large households even on the small paths." Every village and stockade had people standing sentry. As soon as they saw strangers approaching, they beat gongs to summon village braves for interrogation. Fortunately, I brought plenty of dry provisions and didn't starve to death. Feng Hejiao had no interest in hearing his adventure story and interrupted. "What did Master Zhan say?" "Master Zhan's meaning is the same as what I said last time. He asks you, old sir, to immediately abandon Qingyun Market, take your men and horses to join forces with him, and then make plans. Xin family manor has precipitous terrain, easy to defend and hard to attack. The hair thieves won't be able to fight their way in for a while. I know that manor of Xin Lianen's. Precipitous it may be, but the manor is palm-sized. We're bringing several hundred brothers plus family members. Where will we live? We can only ask everyone to build sheds and make do. This place, Qingyun Market, has no natural barriers to defend. Bai Xuansheng urged, the hair thieves' navy on the river is strong. They control the entire waterway with ships coming and going at will. If the hair thieves attack by both water and land, we won't be able to resist. Though so far the Australian fleet and patrol boats had only reached the county seat and had not yet gone upstream to the Qingyun Market area, their advance was only a matter of time. Qingyun Market was surrounded by water on 3 sides. Feng Hejiao could entrench himself here entirely by relying on the water. However, the Australian gunboats were 100 times more powerful than his rowing boats. If it truly came to pass as Bai Xuansheng said, with the Australians advancing by both water and land, Qingyun Market would become a death trap. Thinking of this, Feng Hejiao collapsed into the grand armchair, silent for a long time. Bai Xuansheng knew these words had moved him. Secretly admiring Master Zhan's brilliant plan, he spoke according to what Zhan Zhekun had taught him beforehand. I looked at that place, Xin Family Manor. The manor is a bit small, but there's plenty of land and few people on the mountain. We build sheds to make do for a few months first, then slowly build houses. The brothers' dwelling places will come naturally. Feng Hejiao shivered. He remembered. Xin Lianen's manor was very small, with no more than 20 households, either his kinsmen or his trusted aides. Counting fully, there were no more than 20 able-bodied men. Zhan Zhekun and Bai Xuansheng had brought 30-some followers to Yangshan. That meant there were fewer than 100 able-bodied men at Xin Family Manor now. He immediately racked his brain to recall the appearance of Xin Family Manor. He had been there once many years ago, and the impression was already very blurred, but he roughly remembered it was amidst mountains. The manor sat on a flat piece of land at the mountain top. To go up the mountain, one had to pass a rugged mountain road with several dangerous passes along the way. It indeed had the feeling of one man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot force it open. There were dozens of mu of fields and a water source on the mountain top. He had also hoarded a lot of grain and provisions. Taking them all up the mountain, several hundred people could hide there without worrying about food or drink. No matter how powerful the hair thieves were, they couldn't drag cannons up the steep mountain road. Feng Hejiao was moved. As long as he took his men and horses to Xin Family Manor, the place would take the surname Feng. Even if Zhan, Xin, Bai, and others had complaints, they wouldn't dare act rashly. If they really disobeyed, he would just slaughter them all. Xin Lianen had robbed on the Lion River for many years. Presumably, he also had quite a few valuables stashed away. Thinking of this, Feng Hejiao nodded and said solemnly, "It seems this is the only way." He pretended to shake his head painfully and sighed. "What a pity. This Qingyun Market is the capital with which I made my fortune. Now I actually have to leave it to the hair thieves." After saying this, he squeezed out a few tears. Bai Xuansheng consoled him. "Master, do not be sad. A great man can bend and stretch. Now we go up the mountain to weather the storm. When the imperial army counterattacks, won't Master come down the mountain and have this Qingyun Market return to its original owner just the same?" Though it was empty talk, it was very agreeable to Feng Hejiao. He laughed. "Master Bai is indeed a scholar. You know how to speak so well." "Not at all. We all rely on the master's great fortune." Bai Xuansheng said respectfully. "Won't this Yangshan belong to the master sooner or later?" Feng Hejiao put on an act for a while, then immediately ordered the various leaders and steward bandit chiefs in the gang to pack up luggage and items, organize grain, fodder, gold and silver, and prepare for the whole gang to retreat to Xin Family Manor. However, running away was not simple. Feng Hejiao had entrenched himself in Qingyun Market for many years. Just the family members of the gang living locally numbered 200 or 300. Including those who had joined in recent months, there were fully 500 or 600 people, among them many women and children. They had to bring supplies and valuables. Xin Family Manor was fully 70 or 80 li away, mostly mountain roads. His team had both family members and heavy supplies. Walking 20 li a day would be considered good. Even if the journey was smooth, it would take at least 4 or 5 days to arrive. If they encountered an attack halfway, such a team dragging families and belongings would instantly collapse. He thought it over repeatedly, only by risking the water route of the Lion River. If they didn't encounter Australian patrol boats, they could save more than half the journey. Once they entered the mountains, it wouldn't be easy for the Australians to intercept them. Therefore, while ordering boats to be prepared, he sent people to monitor various key points along the river near the county seat. Once they discovered Australian boats heading toward Qingyun Market, they were to immediately light beacon fires to raise the alarm. "If it really doesn't work, we'll sail at night," a subordinate suggested. Sailing at night was extremely unsafe. Neither locals nor Australians sailed at night. Feng Hejiao had lived off the water all year round and was very familiar with the hydrology and geography of the Lion River, so risking night navigation was barely feasible. "Just do it like this," Feng Hejiao said. "Pass the order down. Tell everyone to pack up their bedding and prepare to move house." Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 460, End of Chapter. Chapter 2256. Shaken morale. The order to abandon Qingyun Market and flee was issued quickly. Though Feng Hejiao had established a central army and an old camp following the style of government troops since receiving the title of squad leader, and had selected more than 20 trusted minions as personal guards, while randomly bestowing titles like team officer on his subordinate leaders, in reality, he still operated in the old style of a water bandit. Everything was done by directly dispatching his personal guards, while the leaders below were not trusted. The only force he could truly control was his original group of 100 or so men. When this moving order was passed down, the entire Qingyun Market immediately bustled with chaotic activity, but it was busyness without order. By the afternoon of the next day, more than half the people still had not packed their luggage. His subordinates harbored doubts, not knowing what awaited them at their destination. Many people's homes were in nearby villages. Hearing they had to leave, they were naturally uneasy about abandoning their families. But the hardships of fleeing with families in tow were obvious. Not to mention that whether there would be houses to live in or grain to eat upon arrival remained unknown. Inevitably, people were panic-stricken, crying and shouting. The bandits who had recently defected to join were originally there to take advantage of favorable circumstances. Now that the wind had shifted, they were not optimistic about Feng Hejiao's prospects. Hearing he wanted to abandon Qingyun Market and run made them feel even more panicked. Some minions whose homes were nearby thought to themselves, they were just ordinary minions who had become bandits to make some extra money. Now that Feng Hejiao's wind was no longer favorable, why follow him to abandon home and property and flee? Immediately, people used excuses like going to pick up family members or going back to arrange family affairs to slip away home in 2s and 3s. Feng Hejiao couldn't concern himself with these matters. His family had been entrenched locally for many years and had accumulated enormous wealth. Just packing luggage and valuables kept them incredibly busy. At this moment, the residence was shrouded in an atmosphere of panic. Stewards shouted, directing servants to carry heavy valuables in and out. The spirit screen outside the gate was piled high with boxes and cages. Piles of things were arranged in the courtyard, waiting for porters to load them onto boats. Female dependents and maids were busily packing gold, silver, and valuables in the rooms. Feng Hejiao sat in his study, appearing calm amid the chaos. Occasionally, stewards came to ask if a certain item should be taken or how to dispose of it, and he answered them one by one, like a most astute and capable housewife. Over years of business, The wealth accumulated in the residence was vast. Some items were his beloved possessions, but many objects were either bulky or fragile, inconvenient to transport. He could only painfully part with them, abandoning them in the residence. "Master, this jewelry-inlaid screen," the steward came to ask again. Feng Hejiao knew what he was asking about. This screen had 12 panels in total, very large in size, made of red sandalwood, inlaid with islands, sea fish, and sailing ships crafted from various precious materials. He had robbed it from a merchant ship in his youth. It was said to be a treasure ordered by a foreign noble for use in a palace. Since this item fell into Feng Hejiao's hands, he had loved it too much to put it down and displayed it at home. Strangely enough, since robbing this screen, his business had been smooth sailing, growing ever larger. Feng Hejiao had always regarded it as his lucky object, placing it in the center of the main room of his study. As long as he saw this huge screen that made the room feel congested, he felt that his fortune was still flourishing. Now that he had to run, this huge and very heavy screen was obviously difficult to transport. It would be fine on the boat, but once off the boat and onto mountain roads, not only would transportation be difficult, but bumps and collisions along the way would be unavoidable. Feng Hejiao pondered for a moment, looking at the huge screen for a long time without speaking. The steward tentatively said, "Master, this small one will call people to prepare more reed mats and straw ropes. How about we wrap it carefully and hide it in a cave by the river, seal the outside with loose stones? I guarantee no one will be able to tell." Feng Hejiao thought it over, then stomped his foot. "Find more straw mats for wrapping, grab more porters, and take it." No matter how difficult the current situation was, he couldn't lose this lucky object that brought him fortune. Bandits were often very superstitious and attached great importance to such things. Feng Hejiao was no exception. The steward opened his mouth but dared not say more. He knew how much this item meant to Feng Hejiao and naturally dared not defy the decision of this murderous demon king. He withdrew to call people to find porters and scrounge for materials. After arranging this lucky object, Feng Hejiao let out a breath of turbid air, feeling less irritable and uneasy. The screen was still there. His luck was still there. As long as he could safely reach the mountain stockade, maybe there was still a chance to turn the tables. The Australians surely wouldn't chase into the deep mountains and old forests. When the government troops returned, he would come down the mountain to assist in the battle, and would still have this good family business. Of course, by then he would probably have received the imperial court's title and become a proper gentry master. While Feng Hejiao was immersed in this beautiful dream, someone suddenly burst in, flustered and frantic. "Master!" Feng Hejiao frowned and turned his head. "Why so panicked?" The person who entered was his personal guard leader Chang, who was somewhat related to him by marriage. Though not much good at fighting, he had always been skilled at fawning and liked to slander others behind their backs. Thus he had won the favor of this cousin-uncle, and was regarded as a confidant. He became even more reckless in prying into others' privacy and eavesdropping on scraps of conversation. Because of this, he had harmed many people. Not only did the commoners suffer deeply from him, but quite a few people in the bandit gang had tasted his bitterness as well. Chang let his hands hang down and said, "Just now I was watching outside and saw many family members of the brothers coming. They said they wanted to migrate with the team, but they didn't bring luggage or dry provisions. They came empty-handed and stealthily, found their relatives, pulled them aside to whisper, hiding from others so they wouldn't hear. There's probably a big scheme in this." It turned out that at noon on the second day after the order to pack luggage was given, new chaos appeared in Qingyun market. Family members of the bandit gang entered the town one by one. Wives sought husbands, parents sought sons. Some pulled, some pleaded, some made scenes, some wept. Feng Hejiao's group was originally a mob. Many people were quickly affected by this huge wave, becoming fragmented and chaotic. Thus various rumors spread on invisible wings. "Going home you can live if caught, you'll surely be killed." The barbarian female magistrate is transferring tens of thousands of Li and Miao soldiers from Qingyun prefecture. There'll be soldiers everywhere in the mountain gullies. Can't even eat rice a few times. Officers eat the good stuff, we small soldiers eat the scraps. At home you get spanked by landlords for owing rent. Here you get beaten with military cudgels by leaders for being late to roll call. Poor people get bullied everywhere. Government, government my ass. Qingyun himself is going to be beheaded. Why go die with them officials? The bandits' hearts wavered. The originally sneaky running away turned into open action. Many bold ones had already taken their things and left with their relatives. Hearing his words, Feng Haijiao flew into a rage. This is outrageous. If I don't kill one to warn 100, do they think this place is a playground? Kill, kill, kill. Saying this, he reached out and grabbed his waist saber, intending to go out and see clearly. Just as he reached the door, he encountered Bai Xuansheng. Seeing him angrily taking his sword to go out, Bai Xuansheng pretended surprise. Master, why the anger? These brats who newly joined the dock haven't fought a battle but ate my grain for months for free. Now that we need to move, each one runs like a rabbit, Feng Haijiao said hatefully. I have to let them see what military law is like. Yes, without this we cannot awe the military's heart. Bai Xuansheng hurriedly fawned. He watched Feng Haijiao go out, glanced at Mo Chang following behind and nodded slightly. Carrying a whip and leading a dozen personal guards, Feng Haijiao rushed angrily to the market square. It was piled chaotically with sundries, with bandits and family members shuttling back and forth, a noisy scene of busyness. He looked around and indeed saw quite a few women in the market, old and young, some dragging children, mostly unfamiliar faces, obviously family members of minions who had recently sought refuge. Seeing them pulling and pushing with the minions, weeping and wailing, Feng Haijiao became even more annoyed, feeling these family members were here to ruin his business. Unfamiliar faces, arrest them all. He waved the whip in his hand and shouted the order. The personal guards beside him acted like wolves and tigers, instantly binding more than 10 female family members with ropes, escorting them to Feng Haijiao and shouting, "Kneel." Feng Haijiao raised his horsewhip and scolded, "You bold demon women! With a big battle imminent, you dare infiltrate the camp and confuse the crowd with rumors. Speak, who told you to come?" Those arrested were all rural women. Because they had heard squad leader Feng's team was moving, they had hurriedly come to visit their men at home. Naturally, some advised their men to run, but most women were timid and afraid of trouble, not daring to instigate their men to go home. They had just brought some clothes and dry food to send them off, to avoid freezing and starving on the march, and also to say a few intimate words. If the man had a few taels of silver in pay or a few pieces of looted valuables to bring home, that would be best. Unexpectedly, before saying more than a few words, they were bound and escorted to Feng Haijiao. Who Feng Haijiao was, no one in Yangshan County didn't know. Seeing this evil star looking fierce, the family members were all scared out of their wits. Letting him scold for half a day, finally someone tremblingly responded, "We slaves heard Master Feng's team was moving, feared our men would be short of clothing and food in the team, so came to send clothing and food." "Nonsense! I see you are spies here to bewitch the military heart." Feng Haijiao stomped in fury. "Drag them down, kill them all." The market square instantly went into an uproar. A dozen minions busily came over, knelt together before Feng Haijiao, kowtowed and wailed, saying these were their old mothers and wives coming to send clothes and dry food, not daring to instigate desertion. To show what they said was true, they took out the tattered clothes and black, hard, miscellaneous grain cakes they had brought. "Master," one of the minions said, "if they told the small ones to flee, why would they send clothes and dry food? This small one's home is just 10 li away. If I really wanted to run, I would run empty-handed. Please investigate clearly, Master." Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 461, End of Chapter. Chapter 2257, Unpredictable hearts unexpectedly, this sentence made Feng Hejiao twist his brows and shout sternly, "So you mean you can run whenever you want?" The minion turned pale with fright, kowtowing repeatedly and begging, "This small one dares not, this small one dares not." His wife, though bound, also kowtowed repeatedly and begged. Feng Hejiao sneered and said, "Drag them all down and chop them." The personal guards immediately came to drag people away. The market square filled with crying and shouting, some yelling, "Spare my life," others shouting, "Injustice." The minions standing by felt this punishment was too excessive. Though they were all new brothers, they had stirred the spoon in the same pot for a few months after all. But they all feared Feng Hejiao, this evil star, and no one dared come forward to plead for mercy. They watched as several people were dragged over and the personal guards swung their sabers down, instantly dropping 4 human heads. Fresh blood sprayed from the cavities. The personal guards flicked the blood off their sabers and were about to drag more people. Bai Xuansheng squeezed out from behind, panting, looking as if he had run wildly over and interceded, "Master, Master. Even if they have 1,000 faults, you old sir, have a great capacity, spare their lives." Feng Hejiao said impatiently, "With a big battle imminent, sir knows better than I how desertion in the face of battle should be handled right." Bai Xuansheng bowed deeply, showing 120,000 points of humility. "Master, the team is about to set out. For family members to come send off their husbands, this is human nature. If we behead them, the punishment is unavoidably too heavy. So you're saying I wronged them?" Feng Hejiao glared with his yellow eyes. Bai Xuansheng hurriedly said, "Master speaks too heavily. If they truly intended to escape, this student would absolutely not dare plead for leniency. It's just that right now is the time we need people. Family members sending off men and shaking military morale is indeed true. But considering they are all new brothers and don't understand the rules, teaching them a lesson with military cudgels would be enough. Why kill people?" Seeing the unbearable looks on the faces of the minions in the market square, plus Bai Xuansheng pleading humbly, Feng Hejiao found it inconvenient to flare up again. "Since you plead for them, I will spare their lives." He called the captain of the personal guards. "The death penalty can be waived, but living punishment cannot be spared. These individuals, regardless of gender, each get 80 military cudgels, to warn others against following bad examples." After finishing, he snorted heavily through his nose before carrying his horse whip back to his residence. Seeing the captain of the personal guards fetching military cudgels to bind and beat the group, Bai Xuansheng said, "There are women here. Military cudgels bring bad luck hitting them. Just use some bamboo strips to whip them." The minions knew he was using bad luck as an excuse to lighten the punishment and watched this young master advisor, whom they used to regard as an outsider, leave with grateful eyes. Then everyone dispersed, busy with their own affairs. Each was afraid of becoming the next batch of chickens to be slaughtered. On the market square, more than 10 minions and their mothers, wives, and sisters were bound by personal guards and thrown on the ground. Military cudgels and bamboo strips crackled up and down, filling the field with wails and pleas for mercy. 4 headless corpses lay abandoned to the side, blood staining the mud deeply black. Feng Hejiao's moving operation dragged on for another day. It wasn't until the morning of the 3rd day that the fleet departed successively. He and his men were accustomed to living on the water, the boats were sufficiently prepared, and they were familiar with the channel. Though worried about Australian ambushes and inevitably fearful along the way, the navigation was smooth. Xin Lianan's manor was located in the mountains at the border of Yangshan and the neighboring county. It had historically been a three-nose zone, ungoverned territory. There had originally been Yao villages here, but most were later wiped out by government troops. Many outsider Hakkas moved in to farm the mountains, forming a situation of Han and Yao living together. Xin Lianan's family had been half farming, half bandit for generations. The place where Xin family manor was located was called Thunderstruck Slope. In reality, it was a solitary peak amidst high mountains and precipitous ridges. Surrounded by deep ravines and steep valleys, the peak's top was slightly flat and had a water source. It became a village settlement. To ascend thunder-struck slope, there were only 3 roads. The one Feng Haijiao took was the most convenient. Disembarking at Hubei by the Lion River and going up along Huangdan Gully for 20 li, one could reach the first stockade gate of thunder-struck slope. Feng Haijiao's fleet was safe throughout, and abandoned the boats to go ashore at Hubei. The team advanced up along Huangdan Gully. The terrain of Huangdan Gully was not steep. Both sides of the canyon were densely covered with forests, and a babbling brook ran at the bottom. A sandy gravel path wound along the brook, extending into the depths. The scenery was truly beautiful. However, Feng Haijiao and his group had no mood to appreciate the scenery. Though it was only 20 li from Hubei to thunder-struck slope, the team, including porters and family members, totaled fully 400 or 500 people, carrying many boxes and cages. The boxes of valuables were very heavy. Carrying them along the mountain road consumed far more energy than on flat ground. Fortunately, the mountain terrain here was not yet steep, and the journey not arduous. Walking and resting along the way, from noon departure until dusk, they had traveled less than a third of the journey. The porters and minions were exhausted. Except for the family members of the big leaders who had sedans to ride, the rest of the women and children walked. Fortunately, the journey was not far. Though the team walked sparsely along the way, most reached the campsite before dark. Feng Haijiao sat in a sedan the entire way. Arriving at the campsite, he saw people and horses lying east and west, various boxes of goods thrown all over the ground, some packages broken open. There was no one guarding around the camp. Minions either sprawled on the ground resting or gnawed dry food with cold water. He couldn't help but feel a burst of annoyance, scolding and whipping until he finally drove people up from the ground. He sent sentries to all 4 sides before returning to rest under a thatched shed. Shortly after resting, a leader came to report that the carried grain was running low and was now insufficient. Before departure, didn't everyone get issued 10 days of dry food? Only 6 days have passed. How is it not enough? Dry food was issued for 10 days, but only soldiers got it. Many people are dragging families. The leader looked embarrassed. Also, those more than 100 porters, because they have to carry goods, they couldn't bring many days of dry food. Leaving porters aside, did the families of each household not prepare dry food themselves? Small households are short of grain and couldn't prepare much. The leader said, "In this small one's opinion, should we send some porters back to Hubei tomorrow morning to transport some grain?" There were still several hundred shi of grain on the boats left at Hubei. Because there was no manpower to carry it, it had been left on the boats with guards. Feng Haijiao hesitated. It wasn't that he grudged the grain, but once porters were sent to transport grain, some of these boxes of valuables would have to be left halfway while continuing to move forward. Of course, after arriving at the mountain stockade, he could send people to retrieve them. But the boxes held gold, silver, and valuables. He didn't feel at ease leaving them in this valley. Even sending people to guard wouldn't work. These things were enough to make people turn treacherous. "Tell everyone to endure. Once we get to the manor, there will be wine and meat. Eat openly." Feng Haijiao was anxious to go up the mountain. Firstly, only at the mountain stockade could safety be guaranteed. Secondly, he was also anxious to see Master Zhan and hear his news, especially news of the government troops. For the current Feng Haijiao, Zhan Zhekun's halo as Governor Cheng's advisor had become his lifeline. He knew hiding at Xin family manor was just lingering on his last breath. Once they pacified the 3 Lianyang counties, they would naturally free their hands to deal with him. To survive, to continue being his Yangshan tyrant, only the imperial court could be relied upon. However, the rumors these days had him living in constant fear, because it was widely said that Qingyun had been dismissed and arrested by the court, and probably couldn't keep his life. Once Qingyun was beheaded, Zhan Zhekun would naturally lose his value. Whether the new governor would remember his solitary loyalty was a big question mark. While worrying, someone came to report. Xin family manor has sent people. Feng Hejiao's spirits rose. How many people came? 3 people. Hearing only 3 people had come, Feng Hejiao secretly felt disappointed. He had originally thought Xin Liaonan would send people with wine and meat to reward them, which would at least lessen the fatigue and resentment of his subordinates. Call them in. A mountain villager entered. Feng Hejiao recognized this person. He was Xin Liaonan's trusted aide. This small one Huang Daqiao pays respects to Master Feng. Saying this, he kowtowed on the ground. Rise. Feng Hejiao put on an official air. Though he wanted to speak very much, he forced himself to remain silent for a while before asking, Did you come from Manager Xin? Yes, Master, Huang Daqiao said respectfully. This small one came under my manager's order specifically to welcome Master Feng and also bring a message to Master Feng. Speak. First, Manager Xin asks how many people Master is bringing. He needs a number so he can arrange food and lodging. Feng Hejiao thought to himself that this old fox was astute, probably afraid my large number of people will turn the guest into the host. Thinking of this, he pretended to sigh sadly and said, To be honest, this time Brother Sun was defeated and died, greatly damaging our brother's prestige. Since ancient times, sharing wealth is easy, but sharing hardship is hard. Many brothers who originally came to join have left. I couldn't detain them either. Now only the original old brothers are still following me. Huang Daqiao listened respectfully. Feng Hejiao put on a look of hopeless future and discouragement. The brothers under my hand are still over 100. Plus family members, there are nearly 300. Only, this time I came out of Qingyun market to seek refuge with Manager Xin bringing the whole family's belongings, so I hired more than 200 porters to follow. Once these people arrive at the stockade, give them a full meal and send them home. No need to prepare extra grain. These words were half true and half false. His team had many people. This couldn't be hidden. Even if it was dark now and Huang Daqiao couldn't see clearly, once on the road tomorrow, Xin Liaonan's spies would have ample time to count his numbers. Fortunately, there were indeed many family members in his team. Though not as many as nearly 200, it could at least dispel part of Xin Liaonan's suspicion. He said there were about 100 old brothers under him. This was an old fact Xin Liaonan already knew. There were many boxes in the team and most people were carrying them. This was also fact. Yes, this small one will relay to the manager upon return. Since there is a first, naturally there is a second. What else did Manager Xin say? Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 461, End of Chapter. Chapter 2258. The guest becomes the host. Feng Hejiao smiled. Go back and tell your manager that I have many family members and a lot of luggage boxes here. Even if we wanted to walk fast, we couldn't. We can only walk slowly. It will probably take another 3 days to arrive. Tell him not to rush the preparations. Yes, many thanks to the master for his understanding. Give steward Huang 5 mace of silver. I will be troubling you plenty in the future. I dare not, Huang Daqiao bowed repeatedly. After he left, Feng Hejiao thought to himself, this old fox is indeed worried that I will eat up his property after coming up the mountain. This actually set his heart at ease. Once up the mountain, wouldn't it be just a matter of one word? The highest point of thunder-struck slope was a pile of protruding rocky hills. The bare stones looked particularly conspicuous on this lush green mountaintop flatland. The stone hill was neither high nor large, but it had a stable foundation and a flat top. Thus, unknown in which year, a simple temple had been built here. After an unknown number of years and several rises and falls, when Xin Liaonan brought his tenants and subordinates here 30 years ago to build the mountain stockade, it was already crumbling. Xin Liaonan renovated this nearly collapsed temple, people doing business without capital killed and burned, so they most needed spiritual sustenance. After the temple was completed, this place became not only a place for him and his minions to burn incense and pray, but also a place for him to issue orders, divide gold by the scale, and handle stockade affairs. Under the compassionate gaze of the Buddha statue in the middle of the hall, they plotted murder and robbery and divided gold and silver stained with human blood. The bandits never felt it absurd. Even before and after every business deal, they would come to pray for safety. The furnishings of the hall were very simple. In front of the offering table, 4 sets of tables, chairs, and tea tables were arranged in a figure-8 shape on 2 sides. In the center was an 8 immortals table and 4 grand armchairs. Without the central Buddha statue and offering table, it would be a very common hall of a large household. The most eye-catching feature in this hall was the various precious swords hanging on the left and right walls. Some of these precious swords not only had blades forged from high-quality Suzhou steel, but were also exquisitely decorated with gold and silver mouthguards and shark skin scabbards. There were also crude inferior goods with iron strips sheathed in wooden scabbards. These weapons were all Xin Lianan's spoils of war over the years. Every time he robbed passing merchants on the river, if he encountered scholars carrying zithers, swords, and book boxes, after treating them to board knife noodles or wonton noodles, presumably killing them and throwing them into the river, he would bring their precious swords back and hang them on the wall to appreciate carefully, savoring the last appearance of these people under his blade. Xin Lianan was thin and small. Though an old man in his early 60s, he was still very shrewd and capable. He wore commoners' short brown clothes, unlike many of his kind who pretended to be refined masters. At this moment he sat upright in the grand armchair, eyes slightly closed, looking uninterested in anything. In the other grand armchair sat 2 middle-aged men dressed as scholars. One was Zhan Zhekun, the other Yang Jinghui. Standing respectfully in the middle was none other than Huang Deqiao, who had been sent to contact Feng Hejiao. After listening to his account of meeting Feng Hejiao, Zhan Zhekun asked, "Is the number of people clear?" "Clear. I counted them one by one. There are about 100 men carrying swords and spears. There are also 130 or 40 family members who are not able-bodied men. The others are carrying luggage boxes. The number is quite large, fully over 200 people. This number was almost the same as the intelligence brought back by the spy Zhan Zhekun had sent. He nodded slightly. "You have worked hard. Go to the grain office and draw 2 taels of silver." "Yes, thank you for the reward, master." Huang Deqiao was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to get a reward just for passing a message and counting people. This Master Zhan was indeed more generous than Manager Xin. Thinking so, he still glanced carefully at Xin Lianan, who still had his eyes closed with a face of indifference. Huang Deqiao withdrew. Zhan Zhekun and Yang Jinghui looked at each other. Zhan Zhekun picked up his teacup and smiled slightly. This Feng Hejiao harbors the thought of the guest becoming the host. It's not surprising he has this idea. Yang Jinghui glanced at Xin Lianan. Indeed, they themselves were also the guest becoming the host. Since raising the imperial court's banner in Guangning, Yang Jinghui had once mixed quite successfully. However, with the increase of the national army garrison and the consolidation of local government institutions, his sphere of activity had grown smaller and smaller. With the continuous suppression campaigns of the Fubo army, eventually he had to abandon even his old nest, Yang family manor. Taking all the able-bodied men and assets of the manor, he had gone up to Xie Wendong's Laoshan stockade. Laoshan stockade had originally been seized by Xie Wendong after killing his boss in an internal strife. It was located at the junction of 2 counties with precipitous terrain. Hiding inside could allow one to linger on for a while. However, Zhan Zhekun believed that though this place was remote, it was isolated and helpless. Once the hair thieves caught their breath and concentrated their forces to attack, Laoshan stockade would be surrounded on all sides, a place of certain death. Zhan Zhekun had infiltrated the 3 Lianyang counties for activities, got to know the 3 tyrants of Yangshan in Yangshan, and learned about Xin Lianan's thunder-struck slope. Using opportunities like settling Zhang Tianbo's family, he had visited here several times. He was very satisfied with the terrain. Moreover, he knew the distance from Thunderstruck Slope to Laoshan Stockade was only 20 li, making them exactly able to support each other like horns. Therefore, the thought of seizing Thunderstruck Slope immediately arose in his mind. Zhan Zhekun was a literatus and naturally got along better with Yang Juren, who also had a literati background. Moreover, he had observed the caliber of these three tyrants of Yangshan. No usable talent. Though Sun Debiao had turned Yangshan upside down for a while, he always believed these bandits were just cannon fodder, adequate for disturbing the hair thieves, but incapable of accomplishing great things. Naturally, with Yang Juren's current strength, he couldn't fight his way in directly. He had lost several consecutive battles in Guangning, suffering heavy losses in village braves. Now in Laoshan Stockade, dispatching all able-bodied men from 15 to 60 years old would only amount to 300-odd people. Forcing an attack on a natural barrier would only mean delivering heads. Zhan Zhekun and Yang Jinghui discussed secretly again and again, deciding to take it by cunning. Xin Liaonan was advanced in years and somewhat muddled, plus he was greedy for wealth. He never suspected that this Master Zhan was actually plotting for his manor. Just a few days after Sun Debiao was nitrated, and his whole army annihilated, Zhan Zhekun led more than 10 capable village braves headed by Xie Wendong to infiltrate the stockade under the guise of transporting Sun Debiao's treasure. That night, they quietly killed the guards, opened the stockade gate, and led Yang Jinghui's main force into the stockade. Xin family manor had no more than 20 households and fewer than 50 able-bodied men. It relied entirely on natural barriers for protection. Once Yang Jinghui's main force got up the mountain and killed a few resistors, the manor fell without a fight. Zhan Zhekun had visited here several times and had always been observant. He had long figured out the interpersonal relationships in Xin family manor. After occupying the manor, he immediately purged more than 20 of Xin Liaonan's trusted aides and clan members, using their money and female family members to buy over the remaining tenants and servants. Then, Yang Jinghui transferred a portion of the tenants and village braves from Laoshan Stockade to strengthen Thunderstruck Slope. In this way, not only was Zhan Zhekun's strategy of 2 stockades supporting each other like horns realized, but he also used this to split Xie Wendong's subordinates in half, not only weakening Xie's strength, but also making him completely lose his original foundation in Laoshan Stockade. It could be called achieving several goals with one move. As for Xin Liaonan himself, Yang Jinghui had originally prepared to give him a whole family extermination, cutting grass and removing roots to eliminate future trouble forever. Zhan Zhekun stopped him, saying, "No hurry." Zhan Zhekun's keeping Xin Liaonan's whole family alive was not due to a discovery of conscience or any soft-heartedness. Rather, during his activities in Yangshan, he had learned that Thunderstruck Slope was quite famous in the 3 Lianyang counties. Many bandits and powerful men used this place as a hideout for stashing loot and recuperating when things got dangerous. That was why Sun Debiao and others had hidden Zhang Tianbo's family here, and Zhan Zhekun could use transporting treasure as a pretext to infiltrate the manor. This reputation could be exploited. Zhan Zhekun believed that especially now, when all kinds of riffraff lived in constant fear, it was very likely they would flock here with valuables and family members to seek refuge. As long as this living signboard Xin Liaonan is here, naturally there will be people throwing themselves into the net. Zhan Zhekun smiled, stroking his beard. When that time comes, how to dispose of them will be just a word from Master Yang. Yang Jinghui laughed loudly, and the Xin Liaonan family thus escaped disaster. They were imprisoned separately. Only Xin Liaonan himself, force-fed some drug by Zhan Zhekun, sat like a clay idol or wooden puppet every day, left to their manipulation. "Someone come, Manager Xin is tired. Serve him to go back and rest," Zhan Zhekun ordered. Though the drug made Xin Liaonan practically deaf and mute, Zhan Zhekun was naturally cautious. Though he couldn't help but let him live for now since he was alive, there was some danger. Utmost caution was required. Invite Chief Xie over to discuss matters. After Xin Liaonan left, he ordered again. What for? Why call him? Yang Juren was somewhat puzzled. In his eyes, Xie Wendong was a rough fellow, perhaps a good hand at charging into battle and killing, but he couldn't be put at the table for discussing strategy. That's not right, Zhan Zhekun said seriously. Since League Chief Xie is the chief drill instructor of your village braves, how could he not know about such a big matter? Moreover, in the current situation, we must not let him feel alienated. Xie Wendong was not Master Yang's direct subordinate. Though he had made a great contribution by killing the stockade chief and offering Liaoshan stockade back then, and had put in great effort seizing Thunder-struck Slope this time, within the Yang family group, he was forever an untrustworthy outsider. Using the pretense of separating stockades to break up his men and transfer him to a strange place. These measures, Zhan Zhekun thought, were not inappropriate, but he must be appeased well. This appeasement couldn't just rely on giving him a title of League Chief, plus dividing money and women. He also had to be made to feel like one of our own. Zhan Zhekun had secretly observed this former bandit leader and felt this person was crude in appearance but fine in detail, capable and decisive in handling affairs. Used well, he was an enormous help. If controlled improperly, he was an enormous hidden danger. He was exactly the kind of person described as, if you can't use him, best kill him. It was very normal for Yang Jinghui and others not to trust him. After all, he was a traitor who had killed his boss, and his surname wasn't Yang. Though he tried his best to support Yang Jinghui, he also didn't wish to see a monolithic Yang family army. Xie Wendong was his idle piece and cold chess move. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 462, End of Chapter. Chapter 2259. Xie Wendong was inspecting the stockade when he suddenly heard the summons and dared not delay. He hurried to the temple. He was an ordinary man of medium build, his temperament and appearance no different from a well-off farmer. He didn't carry the bandit look like many of his companions. He was of hunter origin, never schooled, illiterate, but had trained a good physique since childhood. In the bandit den of Liaoshan Stockade, he had started as a small minion and climbed step by step to the position of second manager. Perhaps his ability was too great, or perhaps he was too good at winning people's hearts, arousing the big manager's suspicion. Thus an internal strife in Liaoshan Stockade had inevitably occurred. The originally isolated Xie Wendong brought in Yang Juren as support and killed the big manager. Though he killed the big manager, he still wasn't the boss. Yang Juren became his new master. He was convinced by Yang Juren because Yang Jinghui was a Juren. In a place like Guangning, a Juren master was someone who could sit as an equal with the magistrate, a character no one in the county dared to provoke. Not only did official powers have to show him respect, but even local tyrants dared not offend him. Though convinced, his own situation hadn't improved much. Though Yang Jinghui appeared to value him highly, heavily rewarding him after taking Liaoshan Stockade and appointing him as stockade chief, he knew Yang Juren didn't trust him. This forced Xie Wendong to be cautious, fearing to arouse the Juren master's suspicion. Compared to Yang Juren, he felt the newly arrived advisor Zhan was more approachable. Though advisor Zhan's title was impressively grand, he treated people more amiably and sincerely than Master Yang and looked after him quite a bit. Especially after the Yang clan moved into Liaoshan Stockade en masse, the Yang family's suspicion of him had grown thicker. Zhan had mediated for him many times, preventing conflicts from erupting. This had also saved him from falling into a dangerous situation. Xie Wendong was a smart man. Though a hunter who might not understand the trends of the world, he could still see the situation of a prefecture or county clearly. Regardless of whether the Yang family suspected him, right now they could only overcome this difficulty by working together. They had seized Thunder-struck Slope, and it was Zhan Zhekun who proposed letting him be the stockade chief of Thunder-struck Stockade. Though leaving his old nest and only being able to take half of his old brothers with him, at least he didn't have to walk on thin ice amidst the watchful eyes of the Yang clan members in Laoshan stockade. Thus he was quite grateful to Zhan Zhekun. Greetings to Master. Greetings to Advisor Zhan. Xie Wendong performed the courtesy, then stood with hands down, looking respectful and waiting for instructions. No need for ceremony, please sit down to discuss matters. I dare not, Xie Wendong said, looking terrified. In front of the master, how can there be a seat for this small one? In the past, if Xie Wendong was polite like this, Yang Jinghui would have let it go. In his view, saying please sit was already giving him enough face. After all, he was just a crude man. However, today Yang Jinghui had listened to Zhan Zhekun's words and intended to win him over. So he insisted, "You are the stockade chief of this stockade. The safety of Thunderstruck Stockade depends on you alone. You must not slight yourself. Please sit." Xie Wendong was somewhat surprised but not entirely unexpected. He thanked him for the seat and sat sideways on the lower chair. Yang Jinghui exchanged a few polite words with him, then asked about the defense situation of Thunderstruck Slope. Though Xie Wendong had never been to Thunderstruck Slope before and hadn't been stockade chief for many days, he had already surveyed the place. This was a habit from years of being a bandit, not only to know where the enemy would attack from, but also to know where to flee when in danger. He had walked around Thunderstruck Slope a few times and felt this was truly a good place. Though smaller than Laoshan Stockade, the conditions were several times better, especially the abundant water source on the mountain and large area of flat land, capable of cultivating over 100 mua fields. Other slopes could also grow fruit trees and tea trees. Several hundred people were enough for self-sufficiency. Moreover, the terrain here was much more perilous than Laoshan Stockade. The 3 gaps where one could ascend the mountain could be solidly defended without investing too much manpower to repair walls, compared to Laoshan Stockade, which had required over 10 li of stockade walls to be repaired. Xin Liaonan had built only 3 stockade gates back then. Not long ago when they seized Thunderstruck Slope, if not for Advisor Zhan's plan of coordinating inside and outside, Master Yang's troops couldn't have fought their way in at all. "This is truly a Feng Shui treasure land," Xie Wendong said. "Needless to speak of the precipitousness, this small one surveyed the whole stockade and found there are only 3 roads up the mountain here. The most commonly used and easiest to walk was naturally Huangdan Gully, which Feng Hejiao had taken. The mountain terrain was relatively gentle, but once at the foot of the mountain, it was the Great West Gate. The road from Huangdan Gully came to an abrupt end here. The originally gentle mountain terrain suddenly presented a cliff with a 7 or 8 zhang high mountain bend. The Great West Gate was on the cliff at the bottom of the mountain bend. To enter the gate, one had to wind up along the zigzag stone slab road on the cliff. Not only was the road perilous, but the entire journey was within range of bows, arrows, and fowling pieces on both ends of the mountain bend. Plus the rolling logs and stones from the stockade gate, the difficulty of attacking upward could be imagined. Even if the Great West Gate could be breached, going up along the Great West Gate meant another steep mountain road of about 3 li, controlled by a stone gate halfway. After passing the second stone gate and going further up, one could reach the main gate of Thunderstruck Stockade. This was the proper path for entering and exiting the stockade. The other 2 roads were much more difficult. One was the east-facing gate on the east side of the stockade. This stone gate stood on the mountain ridge. The road wound down along the ridge. Both sides of the ridge were cliffs, and the road only allowed 2 people shoulder to shoulder. The third road was in the north, not far from the east-facing gate. People in the stockade called it the Little North Gate. It was called Little because this gate was rarely used. Xie Wendong had gone to see it on the spot, led by old residents of the stockade. It was a small stone slab path chiseled out on the cliff. Though only less than 1 li of mountain road, much shorter than the Great West Gate and east-facing gate routes, This stone slab mountain road on the cliff was almost vertical. Whether going up or down, one had to use both hands and feet. A slight carelessness carried the risk of falling off the cliff and dying. Even without guards, as long as no one opened the door to wait, one couldn't enter even after climbing up the slope to the front of the door. Therefore, almost no one walked there on ordinary days. No wonder Xin Liaonan hasn't raised a team for so many years, just relying on his few dozen men to defend so steadily. Yang Jinghui said. Without Master Zhan's brilliant plan this time, we really wouldn't have been able to take it down. Though Xin Liaonan was old and muddled, in the end he committed the sin of greed. Zhan Zhekun smiled. If not for greed, how could he have been tricked by us using a few boxes of valuables? It was also League Chief Xie fighting bravely in the lead, cutting through passes and seizing gates. Only then could we occupy such a feng shui treasure land. Yang Jinghui smiled and praised. Xie Wendong hurriedly stood up and crossed his hands. Master speaks too generously. Zhan Zhekun waved his hand to signal him to sit down. We aren't the only ones eyeing this feng shui treasure land. Yang Jinghui naturally understood his meaning. Luring Feng Hejiao up the mountain to swallow his men and wealth, only he and Zhan Zhekun knew about this matter in the manor. Xie Wendong was not in on it. Sure enough, Xie Wendong looked puzzled. Could it be? Could it be the hair thieves want to attack this place? The hair thieves' female magistrate is busy dealing with large households right now and can't attend to us. Zhan Zhekun said leisurely. It's Feng Hejiao. Him. Xie Wendong's brain spun like a windmill. He had heard Zhan Zhekun and others speak somewhat about Feng Hejiao and his ilk. This man counted as their ally in Yangshan, a local tyrant. Given the bad situation in Yangshan right now, Feng Hejiao going up the mountain for refuge to dodge danger should be expected. However, Zhan Zhekun's meaningful words and Yang Juren's faint smile made him realize there was another story here. Could it be? Xie Wendong dared not play dumb nor appear too shrewd, so he followed the thread and said, could it be this Feng Hejiao also wants to occupy this thunder-struck slope? Exactly, Zhan Zhekun said seriously. Once Sun Debiao died, he couldn't hold Qingyun Market. He must change to another place. Where in Yangshan is most suitable for entrenchment? Naturally, it is here. This small one will immediately go arrange. Tell the brothers to prepare more rolling logs and stones and let them eat their fill. Xie Wendong stood up all at once, making a gesture to go out. No need to rush. Zhan Zhekun smiled and waved his hand. Why would we need that? Since he has come, not only will we open the stockade gate to welcome him in, but you will also send some brothers down the mountain to help him carry his luggage and valuables up. Xie Wendong pretended to suddenly realize. So both of you want to catch a turtle in a jar. Well said. Yang Jinghui clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Unexpectedly, you, a crude fellow, can also use a few idioms. Master laughs at me. Xie Wendong smiled apologetically. League Chief Xie said it well. Feng Hejiao doesn't know the situation on the mountain yet. He's harboring the thought of the dove occupying the magpie's nest. Zhan Zhekun stroked his beard. He also wants to swallow Xin Liaonan's property. Let's use this as bait to catch a turtle in a jar. Truly a clever plan. Zhan Zhekun was quite pleased with himself. This strategy had been decided since Bai Xuansheng came to find him. In recent days, Feng Hejiao had levied grain and pay in Yangshan, rapidly expanding his strength, yet had never shown any intention of dealing with the hair thieves. He only cared about getting rich and grabbing territory, never sending troops to attack them. After the burning of Dalang Market, the situation in the county had once been excellent. Zhan Zhekun had run around making efforts, sending people to Qingyun Market several times to persuade Feng Hejiao to send troops and attack the county seat together with Sun Debiao. However, Feng Hejiao had always dealt with matters perfunctorily, only sending a small team to loot around the county seat. As soon as the hair thieves left the city, he would retreat 90 li. Sun Debiao had been so angry he stomped his feet. Zhan Zhekun knew Feng Hejiao was a slick scoundrel. Urging him more was useless, and annoying him might make him turn hostile, so he could only swallow his anger. This time he had used a small trick to hook this local stick into throwing himself into the net. Feng Hejiao had been a bandit for many years. His family holdings must be substantial. Swallowing his men and money, Yang Juran's strength could rise a level, and naturally the color of the Yang family army would also fade a few degrees. He looked at Xie Wendong, who was putting on a look of listening respectfully, and whispered, "The day after tomorrow at noon, Feng Hejiao should be able to reach the mountain. Go make arrangements." Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 463, End of Chapter. Chapter 2260. Catching a turtle in a jar. Xie Wendong bowed his head as he received the instructions. With each point explained, he felt a growing sense of alarm. This advisor Zhan was truly insidious. "Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand completely. I'll make the arrangements immediately." Feng Hejiao led his main force through the winding paths of Huangdan Gully, stumbling forward with difficulty. Food supplies ran short, forcing them to halt for a day while porters returned to Hubei to fetch additional provisions. By the time they reached the Great West Gate, they arrived a full day later than Zhan Zhekun had predicted. Men and horses alike were utterly exhausted. At the foot of the mountain, more than a dozen water vats stood waiting, properly filled with herbal tea. "Greetings, master." Huang Daqiao, who had been sent to welcome them, wore a broad smile. "Manager Xin dispatched me to receive you. Please rest here a moment with your brothers before ascending. There's no rush." He waved his hand, and servants brought forth a table laden with cold dishes, 8 bowls and 8 plates of meat. A small token from Manager Xin. "Please enjoy some refreshments, master, you and your distinguished company." Feng Hejiao had spent several days in his sedan chair, eating and sleeping rough. His body ached and his mouth was tasteless. Seeing such attentiveness from Xin Liaonan, he felt no suspicion, only satisfaction. The old fellow clearly knew his place. The servants returned with several more trays, these bearing 200 taels of gleaming silver. A greeting gift from Master Zhan for the brothers. Witnessing such deference from both Xin and Zhan, Feng Hejiao concluded they must fear him, hence their desperate fawning. He smiled with smug satisfaction. "Too kind. Go tell them I'm resting here briefly and will come up to pay my respects shortly." "Yes, master." Huang Daqiao was about to withdraw when Feng Hejiao suddenly stopped him. "How has Manager Xin been lately?" Huang Daqiao paused. "Thanks to your blessing, Master Feng, Manager Xin remains hale, though his legs give him some trouble." This was Xin Liaonan's old injury, the very reason he had retired from the trade years ago. "No headaches or fevers." Huang Daqiao smiled apologetically. "Master Feng loves his jokes. The weather's been fine, neither cold nor hot. Why would there suddenly be headaches or fevers?" Feng Hejiao didn't smile. His yellow eyes fixed on Huang Daqiao with an unblinking stare. Only after a long moment did he suddenly break into a grin. "Just concerned about my old partner, that's all. Your kindness is appreciated." Huang Daqiao bowed again and slowly withdrew. The probe had revealed nothing suspicious. Soon the main force arrived in waves. Parched soldiers cheered at the sight of clear water and surged forward to drink, but his personal guards drove them back with whips. "Damn you all, rushing to be reborn," he cursed, then summoned his physician to test each vat for poison with silver needles. The tests came back clean. Only then did he allow his men to drink. Still not entirely at ease, he had the physician examine each dish and cup of wine at the banquet table. Finding no obstruction, he finally sat down to eat and drink. After the meal, he turned his attention to the ascent. Though he had concluded that Xin and Zhan harbored no plots, years as a bandit had made him cautious. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance demanded preparation. He gathered his trusted subordinates. "We're going up now," Feng Hejiao told his leaders. "Keep your eyes sharp. Old man Xin may be aged, but he's no fool. With so many of us ascending, he'll naturally be wary. Frankly, all this mutual suspicion is tiresome. Better to simply merge into one family and be done with it." The leaders cheered. Feng Hejiao signaled them to quiet down. Xin Liaonan ran his operation for decades, targeting only wealthy officials and major merchants. The manor must hold considerable treasures. At this, greed flickered in his leader's eyes. Feng Hejiao continued, "But old man Xin is no mediocrity. That he's willing to let us up the mountain suggests he has preparations of his own. You saw the terrain, thunder-struck slope is treacherous. We cannot act rashly. Follow my instructions precisely." He then issued orders to each subordinate. Having walked this mountain road before, he knew the key terrain depended on 3 gates starting from the Great West Gate. He dispatched 3 capable men, each leading 20 soldiers, to hold position after passing each stockade gate. Men from Xin family manor guard each gate, not many. Simply stay put and watch them. If asked, say you're looking after the rear teams transporting wealth. As long as they don't drive you out, don't fight them. We must not alert the mountain. These were his most loyal troops. Controlling the gates meant controlling the road up and down. He could advance or retreat at will, an invincible position. If Xin Laonan proved cooperative, excellent. If treachery emerged, he could withdraw his men and escape. This left him with fewer than 50 of his core troops. But Xin Laonan had at most 20 or 30 able-bodied men, and though Zhan Zhekun commanded 30-odd, he was an outsider with no reason to risk himself for a powerless old man. After all, with Sun Debiao finished, Feng Hejiao was now the dominant force in the 3 Yangshan counties. Advisor Zhan still needed him to fight the tapings. If they refused a toast, they would drink the forfeit instead. Defeating them would be simple enough. He held absolute military superiority. He calculated again and again. This was a certain victory. After dispatching his subordinates, Feng Hejiao ate and drank some more. Near noon, he spotted Bai Xuansheng riding a nag, lazily catching up from behind. Though his suspicions had faded, he still considered Bai Xuansheng an outsider and had assigned him to escort property at the rear. It was exhausting, responsible work. If the young man performed well, perhaps he was worth promoting. He didn't greet Bai Xuansheng directly, instead summoning a soldier. "Tell Advisor Bai that his work escorting the luggage is appreciated. The moving brothers and everyone's families are tired as well. Have them rest at the foot of the mountain for 2 hours before ascending." Next, he called Mo Chang. "Take 100 of the new recruits and follow behind the main group. If anything goes wrong ahead, bring them up immediately as reinforcements." "Yes, master." "Move out." In the temple hall, reports of Feng Hejiao's movements arrived continuously. Zhan Zhekun felt slightly nervous, yet Yang Juren chatted and laughed as though nothing were amiss. He couldn't help but admire the man, truly worthy of being someone who could command influence in Guangning. Steeling himself, Zhan Zhekun forced composure onto his features, unwilling to appear lesser. Master Feng has passed the 2nd stockade gate." "Did he leave men behind?" "He did. The distance was too great to count precisely, perhaps 20 or 30. "How many remain with him now?" "I counted 50 or 60. "Those are likely all his core troops," Yang Jinghui observed. "Are there follow-up forces?" "About 100 still climbing but not yet past the 2nd gate. This Feng Hejiao is a cunning old fox indeed." Yang Jinghui chuckled. "One must give him credit, his arrangements are quite tight. If he weren't cunning, would he have swallowed my fragrant bait?" Zhan Zhekun felt his confidence growing. Feng Hejiao led his men up the mountain full of ambition. They passed each checkpoint without obstruction. The first stockade gate had 20 guards, the second had only 2 old watchmen. No one objected when he left his men behind. The main gate lay just ahead. Once through, thunder-struck slope would have no defensible positions. Xin family manor would be his. His pride swelled. Several tenants approached respectfully to welcome him. "Where is Manager Xin?" "The manager awaits before the temple, ready to wash the dust from your journey." The tenant smiled ingratiatingly. Feng Hejiao nodded. Reaching the summit, he surveyed the open terrain. 7 or 8 tenants guarded the main gate while a dozen worked in the paddy fields. Birds in the mountain forest remained undisturbed. Clearly no large forces lay hidden. His heart settled further. Arriving at the temple, he found Zhan Zhekun waiting at the entrance with a welcoming smile, attended by only 3 or 4 servants. Suspicion flickered within him, but he returned the greeting. "Where is Manager Xin?" An old injury has flared up. He's having difficulty moving, so he awaits you in the hall. Zhan Zhekun smiled. Feng Hejiao felt a vague unease, but with 30 or 40 of his most trusted men surrounding him, even an ambush inside could be fought through. He spoke carelessly. "Then let us go inside." He signaled his subordinates and followed Zhan Zhekun in. His men crowded after him. The temple was not large, and dozens of people packed the courtyard immediately. The main hall's doors stood open. Xin Liaonan sat before the Buddha statue. Though difficult to see clearly, his complexion appeared healthy. Only a few attendants occupied the hall. Feng Hejiao's heart settled completely. Smiling, he strode forward, calling out, "Manager Xin." It's been too long before he could finish. A gust of wind erupted behind him, followed by a thunderous crash. Dust flew. Feng Hejiao whirled around, then felt heat splash across his face, like hot water but with a distinctive stickiness that told him instantly. This was human blood. He went pale with terror. Looking back, he saw that the 4 attendants who had followed him into the hall lay dead on the ground. The main gate had slammed shut, and several soldiers were ramming the crossbar into place. Outside came the wild shouts of his men and the desperate pounding of fists against doors. Feng Hejiao reached for his sword, but several spears leveled at him froze his hand. He forced himself to remain calm. Surname Xin, what is the meaning of this? Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 464, End of chapter. Chapter 2261, Fratricide. He cannot hear you, nor can he speak. Zhan Zhekun clasped his hands behind his back, his tone leisurely. Don't waste your breath. Realization struck Feng Hejiao like lightning. It's you. Zhan Zhekun nodded, seemingly indifferent to the thunderous pounding outside. When Xin Liaonan had renovated this temple, he designed it as a last refuge. The walls were thick and solid, the doors and windows fashioned from hardwood sheathed in iron, reinforced with heavy bolts and crossbars. No matter how many men raged outside, flesh and blood armed with mere swords and spears could never break through. Zhan Zhekun, I advise you to be sensible. I brought several hundred brothers up this mountain. Zhan Zhekun couldn't be bothered to argue. He turned to an attendant. Has the smoke been released? Yes, master. League Chief Zai has already sent confirmation. Take him down, tie him securely. Attendant seized Feng Hejiao and bound him tightly. At first he remained unafraid. After all, 30 or 40 of his brothers waited outside the temple, and his men still controlled the 3 stockade gates. The fight wasn't over yet. But soon, the sounds of battle erupted from all directions. Shouts, screams, pleas for mercy, and the clash of steel rose and fell in waves. The fighting surged several times before gradually subsiding. Feng Hejiao's expression shifted between hope and despair. As the noise faded, someone slipped inside to whisper in Zhan Zhekun's ear. The treacherous advisor's brow smoothed instantly. Feng Hejiao's heart sank. Finished, he thought, and slumped in defeat. Zhan Zhekun ordered the temple doors opened. A scene of carnage greeted him. Blood and mangled flesh stretched from the entrance to beyond the temple walls. 30 or 40 corpses lay scattered in disarray, while more than 10 captives knelt off to one side, utterly broken. The stench of the battlefield filled the air. Zhan Zhekun smiled faintly, watching Xie Wendong direct the cleanup. How heavy are our casualties? Only 3 dead, 7 or 8 wounded. Xie Wendong bowed. The advisor's plan was truly brilliant. In truth, the brilliant plan was nothing extraordinary. The secret lay in the herbal tea at the mountain's base. Though it contained no harsh drugs like rhubarb or croton, the cooling herbs had been doubled. After a long, sweaty trek, drinking ice-cold tea wreaked havoc on the men's stomachs. Some couldn't even make it to the summit before desperately seeking relief. Most managed to hold on, but the cramping in their guts robbed them of their fighting strength, especially when Xie Wendong's force outnumbered them more than 2 to 1. Swarming from behind the temple, they overwhelmed Feng Hejiao's debilitated soldiers in moments. What about the stockade gates? The main gate has been taken, all eliminated, Xie Wendong said. The soldiers below still don't know what's happened. Have Feng Hejiao's command arrow and seal been secured? Both obtained. Good. Send someone immediately with his command arrow to the main gate. I'll be there shortly. Understood. Mo Chang's 100 soldiers had rested for 2 hours before slowly ascending. By the time they passed the second stockade gate, every one of them was doubled over with stomach cramps, groaning with complaint. Mo Chang used this as an excuse to halt at the second gate. When he spotted smoke rising from the summit, he knew the operation had succeeded. He had secretly defected to Bai Xuansheng's side long ago. Following the prearranged plan, he urged his men forward. At the main gate, troops awaited inside. The moment they entered, they were surrounded. These soldiers had mostly joined Feng Hejiao recently and owed him little loyalty. Racked with stomach pains and swayed by Mo Chang's persuasion, they laid down their weapons and surrendered. The cramping proved unbearable for some, resulting in an unavoidable mess that filled the air with a foul stench. Fortunately, the stockade had prepared warming medicinal soup. Once the surrendered men drank it, their symptoms gradually subsided. Though their stomachs had settled, they now sat unarmed on the ground, facing drawn swords and spears, surrounded by corpses and severed heads. The soldiers were terrified, fearing for their lives. Then Zhan Zhekan ordered trays of silver brought forth. The soldiers' eyes lit up instantly. "Brothers," he surveyed the men seated on the ground. Feng Hejiao received amnesty and owed a debt of gratitude higher than heaven and deeper than earth. Rather than repaying the emperor's grace and benefiting the common people, he acted perversely, colluded with rebels, and brought disaster upon his homeland. The viceroy of 2 Guangs, Lord Chang, has ordered his execution. His head will be displayed throughout the 3 Lianyang counties as a warning to others. This murderous official pronouncement chilled the soldiers, who feared being labeled as rebel partisans themselves. However, Lord Chang is merciful. Only the ringleaders will be punished. Those who were coerced and show repentance will be spared. Not only spared, they may continue to serve the imperial court. He clapped his hands. Servants brought forth trays heaped with gleaming silver. Those willing to serve the imperial court will not only have their death sentences waived but will receive generous rewards. Zhan Zhekan scanned the crowd. Who will help eliminate the remnants of Feng Hejiao's forces? Mo Chang was first to his feet. I will. He knew this was his chance to prove his loyalty. Fighting former brothers was regrettable, but the promised silver in one of Feng Hejiao's concubines made it worthwhile. Besides, they would be fighting with superior numbers from higher ground, practically no risk at all. Excellent. Brother Mo forsakes darkness for light, most refreshing. Zhan Zhekan waved his hand. Bring wine, and reward him 50 taels of silver. A gleaming silver ingot and a cup of wine were brought to Mo Chang. He knew the next move depended on how well he played his part. He drained the wine in one gulp, picked up his sword, and turned to address the soldiers. Who's willing to come with me and deal with those bastards? Feng Hejiao had expanded his forces rapidly, but his poor management had created deep rifts between new and old recruits. Provoked by Zhan Zhekan's words and stimulated by the promise of generous rewards, the soldiers' eyes reddened with greed. They rose as one, declaring their willingness to fight. Led by Xie Wendong and Mo Chang, over 100 men charged down the mountain. The second gate and the Great West Gate were both one-way fortifications, designed only to repel attackers from below. They offered no defense against enemies descending from above. Mo Chang led friendly forces, bearing Feng Hejiao's command arrow. The defenders were caught completely off guard. The second gate fell instantly. The new brothers had long harbored resentment toward the old brothers. Once blood was drawn, they needed no urging, charging down the mountain road with murderous fury. Feng Hejiao's men at the Great West Gate were slaughtered without mercy. Xie Wendong's group rushed down the mountain to encounter the family members, property, and porters led by Bai Xuansheng. By now, the soldiers' bloodlust was fully unleashed. They charged in, slaughtering and assaulting without restraint. Even Xie Wendong couldn't stop them. In the chaos, Bai Xuansheng nearly lost his life. Fortunately, Zhan Zhekan had anticipated this and followed with reinforcements, managing to restore order. But by then, the area outside the Great West Gate had become a field of horror. Though casualties were heavy, most of the dead were Feng Hejiao's men. The porters who perished were dispensable. Feng Hejiao's accumulated wealth and his unit's families were all captured. Combined with the absorbed troops and the boats and grain seized at Hubei, Yang Juran had made a handsome profit. Orders were issued in rapid succession. Behead Feng Hejiao and his main leaders, alive or dead. Preserve the heads in lime. Execute all captured Feng soldiers in the temple and stockade gates. Surrendered soldiers and porters may choose to stay or leave. Those departing will receive 10 days' grain rations. Captured family members without masters are to be distributed among the brothers. Every man in the stockade, regardless of rank or seniority, receives 4 taels of silver. Reward Mo Chang 100 taels, Xie Wendong 300. Zhan Zhekun managed the aftermath with efficient precision. When everything was in order, he summoned Bai Xuansheng. I have a difficult task for you. What kind of task? Bai Xuansheng asked eagerly. He had earned great merit this time. Yang Juran and Zhan Zhekun had praised him highly, rewarding him with a substantial sum of silver and 2 of Feng Hejiao's concubines. His spirits soared, his head filled with fantasies of serving the imperial court and saving the 3 Lianyang counties. Zhan Zhekun was clearly taking advantage of his enthusiasm. Make a trip to Yangshan County seat. Even in his excitement, Bai Xuansheng felt as though a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head. Yangshan County seat was under taping control. He had been Feng Hejiao's advisor. Going there would be walking into a trap. Moreover, the new female magistrate of Yangshan County was notoriously ruthless. Since taking office, she had executed hundreds of bandits and their families. Recalling the rumors of how Sun Debiao's gang had been tortured to death after capture, Bai Xuansheng felt cold terror crawling up from his feet. His body began to tremble. Could Advisor Zhan be planning to eliminate him too? Was he preparing to move against Yang Juran? Don't be afraid. Zhan Zhekun noted his fear with some disappointment and softened his tone. Though you were Feng Hejiao's advisor, his men have been largely eliminated. Few of Sun Debiao's surviving people would recognize you. With a false name and altered appearance, you won't be discovered. Bai Xuansheng rallied slightly. The master is right. What would you have me do in Yangshan? Deliver a gift. A gift? Bai Xuansheng was bewildered. To whom? To the female magistrate in the county, of course. Bai Xuansheng's jaw dropped. Nearly a full minute passed before he could stammer out. Which magistrate do you mean? The Taping's Li barbarian female magistrate of Yangshan County, naturally. Zhan Zhekun spoke as though discussing the weather. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 465, End of Chapter. Chapter 22:62. Giving gifts. A row of wooden boxes stood in the courtyard before the main hall, 31 in total. Several retained county officials and local commoners examined them one by one. Occasionally a dispute arose, but they always reached quick agreement, and the clerk behind them marked a tick in the ledger. The air carried a mingled odor of lime and decay, yet no one present seemed to notice. After about half an hour, the retained clerk hurried up to the main hall and presented the ledger. Magistrate, the inspection is complete. Seated in the hall was the director of Yangshan County, Bai De. Several county cadres joined her in observing the boxes below. Bai De picked up the ledger and scanned the unchecked marks. 31 heads. After identification by relevant local personnel, every single one matched, names and faces aligned perfectly. She let out a slight breath. So Feng Hejiao is finished. Indeed. Peng Shaoan beamed and rose to bow. Congratulations, magistrate. Though the surrounding cadres found his fawning distasteful, his words were welcome. Since arriving in Yangshan, the bandit problem had consumed their every thought. They had heard of the 3 tyrants of Yangshan until their ears grew calluses. Now that all 3 groups had been eliminated, everyone felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. At last, Yangshan sees the sun after the rain. Luo Yiming's brow relaxed. Naturally, the Yao problem remained, but since Sun Debiao's suppression, the Yonghua Yao people had largely calmed. Senator Huang's military operations in Lianzhou and other areas had also contained the spread of the Eight Rose Yao rebellion. Though sporadic Yao disturbances still occurred, like small bands of bandits causing trouble, they no longer posed a significant threat to social order. With Feng Hejiao now beheaded, the last great scourge of Yangshan had been removed. The Lion River's Yangshan section was fully operational again, significant not only for the county, but for restoring the trade route leading outside the province. Once public security was restored, merchants could pass freely through Guangdong. For a poverty-stricken place like Yangshan, the economic stimulus from merchant transit was crucial. Chief Huang had specifically instructed them to focus on the purchase, processing, and export of local products and forestry goods. Most of these still required merchant transportation and sales beyond the cooperative system. They had long agonized over how to thoroughly eliminate this final scourge. When Feng Hejiao suddenly abandoned Qingyun Market, the county lost track of him entirely. Only days later did word arrive that he had retreated to Thunderstruck Slope. Anyone familiar with the county knew what Thunderstruck Slope meant. Once Feng Hejiao was entrenched there, dislodging him would require heavy troops and artillery. Now that Xin Liaonan had disposed of Feng Hejiao through internal conflict, not only killing him, but presenting the heads of his chief lieutenants, it was both a great achievement for Yangshan and a timely relief for the Senate's overstretched administration. This will smooth our governance considerably, Yusiren said. The pressure on public security has dropped dramatically. Currently, the National Army and militia supported by the county numbered over 1,000. Though this had restored order, the financial burden of maintaining such a large force was substantial. Much of the current deficit was covered by reasonable burden levies on local wealthy households. Prolonged reliance on this would strain even their cooperation. Baida remained silent during their discussion. After pondering a moment, she ordered, "Display all the heads at the city gate." She then picked up the letter and gift list that had accompanied the heads and handed them to Peng Shaoan. "Mr. Peng, I don't know many characters. This letter is full of literary phrases I can't understand. Please explain it to me." Peng Shaoan took the documents. The letter was actually quite plain, written entirely in colloquial vernacular. It came in Xin Liaonan's name. The first half confessed to being momentarily confused, presumptuously resisting the heavenly army and harboring bandits. The second half declared his repentance and willingness to submit to the great song. He had seized the opportunity of Feng Hejiao seeking refuge to annihilate him, presenting the heads as proof of sincerity. The wording was humble, radiating a desperate desire to survive. The letter was accompanied not only by 31 heads but also substantial gifts: 100 chi of grain, 1,000 taels of silver, 2 boxes of assorted jewelry and curios, 20 bolts of silk, 100 bolts of cotton cloth, a considerable offering. Peng Shaoan read and explained, taking some time to finish. He laughed. "This Xin Liaonan is certainly tactful. He sent us a generous gift." "He sent heads and gifts." "What does he want?" "He doesn't say explicitly, only claims it's to demonstrate sincerity." Peng Shaoan reviewed the letter again. "He doesn't mention amnesty." "No," Peng Shaoan shook his head. "Director, Xin Liaonan isn't a bandit, just a local wealthy household, a law-abiding subject technically. What amnesty would he need?" "Is there a law-abiding subject like him?" Yusiren scoffed. "Xin Liaonan may have washed his hands years ago, but he was once a notorious bandit on the Shui River who robbed and killed countless times. Now he's absorbed Feng Hejiao's men and wealth and sits entrenched in that fortress. He'll inevitably become a threat." Baida felt deeply conflicted. Her instinct was to eliminate local powers like Xin Liaonan who acted as petty tyrants. Yet he had actively submitted and personally delivered the heads of Feng Hejiao and his lieutenants, removing a major obstacle for Yangshan. Setting aside the legendary difficulty of assaulting Thunderstruck Slope, acting against him now would earn her a reputation for ingratitude among local wealthy households. Compared to the three tyrants, Xin Lianan's crimes remained hidden. He had mostly victimized passing merchants, generating little local outrage. Though they had won successive victories in Yangshan, she knew the improved security owed much to the cooperation of local wealthy households. Following Chief Huang's directive to stabilize Yangshan as quickly as possible, she had no choice but to continue working with them, however distasteful. It was a pity Feng Hejiao hadn't been eliminated by her own hand. Otherwise, she could have carried out the same ruthless purge as at Dalang Market, striking fear into both wealthy households and Yao people. Having made up her mind, she asked, "Who delivered these things?" "Aoyang's I sent a steward," Peng Shaoan replied. "The messenger delivering the letter didn't dare come see you personally." "Oh, why not?" Bai De asked curiously. "Doesn't the saying go, warring nations don't kill envoys? I'm not some man-eating monster. Why wouldn't he dare see me?" The cadres laughed. Luo Yiming chuckled. "Ever since we took Dalang Market and executed Sun Dabiao's gang, people in the county have practically described you as a monster with blue face and fangs. Some outside the city describe you as a female goblin captured by the chiefs from the Li Mountains of Hainan Island, one who needs human blood to survive. Magistrate Bai can stop children from crying at night just by invoking her name." The county cadres, infected by the relaxed atmosphere, competed to share legends about Bai De. The mood in the hall grew lively. Only Peng Shaoan smiled without speaking. He still wasn't accustomed to this lack of hierarchy, even with a Li barbarian woman as superior. "So this is what I've become," Bai De said, smiling yet seeming to sigh. "Perhaps it's fitting. I was originally called a Jinmu. Do you know what that is? It's a monster from my homeland." Siren, aware of some of Bai De's history and knowing that the false accusation of being a Jinmu was a sore point, quickly offered comfort. "That's just local ignorance, people who have never seen a woman in office talking nonsense. Since ancient times, harsh laws are needed in chaotic times. Criticism is inevitable. Don't take it to heart." "Not at all. I'm actually pleased. The common people of Yangshan fear me, and the wealthy households and bandits fear me even more. That's exactly as it should be. They must fear first before we can do our work effectively." She turned to Peng Shaoan. "Please visit the Aoyang family and invite that messenger for a conversation this evening." After Peng Shaoan departed, Siren asked, "Magistrate, what's your thinking on this matter?" "Here's my assessment." Bai De laid out her reasoning. "Xin Lianan is undeniably a threat, but we lack the strength to deal with him now. Requesting the Fubo army's assistance for suppression isn't feasible in the short term, and taking Thunderstruck Slope by ourselves is impossible. So my view is to temporarily accept his submission. His sincerity may be questionable, but at least it buys Yangshan a period of calm. First, we lull him into complacency. Second, we build our strength. Time is on our side. The longer this drags on, the fewer options he has. But that location is extremely defensible and he's absorbed Feng Hejiao's men, money, and grain. He can attack or defend at will. Leaving them unaddressed is always a threat to the county." Someone raised an objection. "True, they're a threat, but I know Thunderstruck Slope." Siren wasn't local, but he had studied military geography extensively and familiarized himself with Yangshan's terrain since arriving. "It's remote, surrounded by mountains with no key trade routes. It's insignificant to the overall administration. Furthermore, while the terrain makes it hard for us to attack, it's equally difficult for them to descend. A single squad of National Army at Hubei can effectively monitor their movements. Thunderstruck Slope has paddy fields and could be self-sufficient, but after absorbing Feng's forces, the population has multiplied. Their own crops won't sustain them, they'll need external supplies. We can use that leverage to strangle them. My suggestion, accept Xin Lianan's submission but keep a firm grip on his throat. Hubei is the perfect choke point." Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 466, End of Chapter. Chapter 2263. Gui River Bridge. A round of applause, a new custom since the Australians arrived, greeted Xie Aaron as he cut the red silk ribbon, another novelty they had introduced. The ceremony announced the reopening of the Gui River floating bridge, which had been closed for many days. Though just a pontoon bridge, it held great symbolic significance for the people of Wuzhou. After a period of warfare, life was finally returning to normal. The bridge repair had proceeded with remarkable speed. The local gentry and commoners had expected it would take at least a year or half. Instead, the Rehabilitation Bureau made it their first priority after raising funds and grain. They recruited refugees to assist, and the Australian Navy stationed here also lent their hands. Xie Wendong mobilized the townspeople to locate surviving pontoon boats and asked the locally stationed sailors to salvage several sunken vessels, repairing them one by one. When they couldn't find enough, they scavenged suitable boats from captured official vessels and civilian craft abandoned by their owners. Eventually, they gathered 56 pontoon boats for the bridge. Local blacksmiths forged replacement chain links, and workers rehammered and connected salvaged iron chains on the spot, sitting in boats fitted with portable furnaces and anvils. After weeks of intensive labor, the floating bridge was finally completed and opened at the end of May 1635. The following day, Xie Wendong held this grand opening ceremony. As he set down the scissors, firecrackers exploded in celebration. A crowd of Rehabilitation Bureau members and local notables stepped forward to offer congratulations. The common folk beamed with joy. Many rushed to grab pieces of the cut ribbon as it fell. Supposedly it would bring good luck or cure ailments. Xie Wendong was content to let this superstition continue and made no move to stop it. Youwang stood among the spectators. Ever since he had spotted Master Kaio emerging from the Rehabilitation Bureau at the city god temple, he had grown extremely cautious. Master Kaio had spoken with him directly and knew his identity. If recognized, his cover would be blown instantly. Fortunately, Master Kaio rarely ventured out these days, leaving only for discussions at the Rehabilitation Bureau and the Rice Grain Guild. As long as Youwang stayed alert, he could avoid him. Even so, fear gnawed at him. He was now not only a fugitive former advisor but also entangled in Gu Zunli's conspiracy. If captured, the consequences would be unthinkable. Youwang was past 50, seasoned by experience. His ability to read people had become almost instinctive. Upon meeting Gu Zunli, he had recognized him immediately as treacherous and cunning, definitely not a good person. Whatever Lingao gentry he claimed to be was mostly self-aggrandizement. 9 times out of 10, he was some kind of local strongman. Ordinarily, Youwang would have disdained cooperation with such types, but Gu Zunli's deep-seated hatred for the tapings was genuine. Since Youwang refused to flee with his tail between his legs and wanted to strike back at the Australians, this man was heaven-sent help. At the very least, he needn't worry about Gu Zunli betraying him. Using his debt collection trips as cover, he had met secretly with Gu Zunli several times at the Dragon Mother Temple outside the city. There he listened to Gu Zunli's plans for great deeds. At first, Youwang dismissed them as fantasy, especially the notion of capturing the taping chief alive. The idea struck him as utterly impractical. But then Gu Zunli mentioned the historical precedent of Hu Dagu. Youwang was immediately intrigued. During his idle hours in the governor's staff, Youwang had read about Hu Dagu's surprise attack on Wuzhou in the 7th year of the Tianqian era, when the bandit killed and captured multiple officials. Of course, Hu Dagu had been a great Yao bandit, and it had taken the imperial court considerable effort, mobilizing troops and dispatching the famous official Han Yang to suppress him. Compared to that, Gu Zunli was merely a bandit leader. Yet Youwang reflected that Hu Dagu had started as an ordinary Yao tribesman at the beginning of his uprising, not necessarily superior to Gu Zunli. Throughout history, heroes often rose from humble origins. Dismissing someone based on background was shallow thinking. If he could actually capture or kill a true Australian, it would be an enormous morale boost for the imperial court and government forces, who had suffered defeat after defeat at the taping's hands. He himself would achieve unprecedented merit. Though aged, Yehaoran's ambition for accomplishment had not died. With the imperial court in peril and the two Guangs on the verge of falling to the tapings, he refused to simply flee. He agreed to cooperate with Gu Er. Though they had partnered up, Gu Zunli himself had no concrete plan for capturing a true Australian. His only idea was to emulate Hu Dagu's feat. The problem was that neither Yehaoran nor Gu Zunli knew how Hu Dagu had actually fought his way into Wuzhou. Presumably it involved a surprise attack with light forces and coordination between inside and outside agents. After discussion, they settled on a plan. Yehaoran would organize support inside the city while Gu Zunli prepared outside. When the time was ripe, they would coordinate their attack, seize Wuzhou in one stroke, and capture or kill Xie Wendong. With this purpose in mind, Yehaoran roamed Wuzhou daily during his free time. While seeking like-minded individuals, he studied the Australians for weaknesses, waiting for the right opportunity. But that opportunity never came. Especially after the main force of the Wuzhou National Army arrived, garrison troops in the city increased dramatically, with soldiers guarding every key position. A Fubo army company armed to the teeth was also stationed in the city. No matter how he assessed the situation, it seemed hopeless. No chance for a surprise attack materialized, but news arrived that Teng County and other subordinate counties of Wuzhou Prefecture had fallen one after another. His already faint hope of a government counterattack from Guangxi was completely extinguished. Fortunately, subsequent reports of bandit uprisings and Yao riots throughout Guangdong rekindled some hope. From street gossip and boatmen traversing the Zhejiang River, he learned the disturbances had spread widely, plunging all of northern Guangdong into chaos. The Australians were short-handed and recruiting soldiers everywhere. Soon enough, he heard local yamen runners in the tea house mention that the Australians were enlisting new soldiers from government troop captives at Sanhui Parade Ground, forming some kind of national army, supposedly meant to fight the Yao. If the Australians lacked troops, even a key town like Wuzhou probably couldn't maintain a large garrison. Perhaps they would even need to withdraw forces for suppression operations and river patrols. If so, there might be an opening, but this excitement didn't last. Yehaoran soon realized he was alone in Wuzhou City. To coordinate an inside-outside attack, a scholar past 50 couldn't accomplish much alone. He needed helpers. But where to find them? Sanhui Parade Ground was the largest captive camp for tapings in the Wuzhou area. Prisoners captured from various locations were sent there for centralized detention and screening, as many as 1,000 people. Yehaoran had designs on them. With enough silver, it shouldn't be difficult to infiltrate and incite a revolt. The camp's security wasn't particularly tight. Usually only the security team, the former militia corps, stood guard, though outsiders were forbidden to enter. This presented a problem. He was no martial arts hero who could scale walls and fly over rooftops. Swimming and climbing into the camp was out of the question. Besides, he didn't have the silver anyway. Then he remembered Chang Qingyun. As a captive himself, Chang should be in the camp at Sanhui. With his assistance, infiltrating the camp would be half accomplished. He recalled seeing Chang Qingyun working as a bookkeeper at the construction site near the Gui River floating bridge during one of his trips to meet Second Master Gu at the Dragon Mother Temple. Why not seek him out? Since Chang hadn't exposed him last time, his conscience apparently wasn't entirely dead. Perhaps he could be persuaded to help. But when Yehaoran arrived, he didn't find Chang Qingyun. Instead, he stumbled upon the Australian prefect's ribbon-cutting ceremony. Spotting Master Kaio among the attendees, he dared not move about freely, merely blending into the crowd and pretending to watch the festivities. Watching that pretty boy taping prefect play acting at cutting the ribbon with a circle of local notables around him, merchants were one thing, but several local gentry were also present, bowing and scraping before this true Australian with sycophantic smiles, made Yehaoran's blood boil. He unconsciously muttered jumping clowns, and unwilling to watch further, squeezed toward the edge of the crowd. He would check the nearby city wall repair site to see if Chang Qingyun was there. Work at the floating bridge site had concluded, but he knew the Australians drove captive labor crews out daily for various tasks, repairing city walls, clearing rubble, salvaging sunken ships, loading and unloading supplies. Chang Qingyun likely continued as a bookkeeper at another site. As long as Chang came outside, there would be a chance to meet him. Dayun Gate, not far from the Gui River floating bridge, had been a heavily contested position and suffered the worst damage. Nearby markets and wharves had been devastated, with sunken ships and ruins not yet cleared. As a bookkeeper, Chang Qingyun was very likely working at a construction site in this area. With this purpose, Yehaoran wandered outside Dayun Gate. Dressed as an accountant and carrying a ledger, no one gave him a second glance. He walked the length of the Gui River outside Dayun Gate, pausing wherever laborers worked to scan the faces. But Chang Qingyun was nowhere to be found. Disappointment crept over him. Where had he gone? He had heard that returning transport fleets periodically shipped captives from Sanhui Parade Ground away, supposedly to Guangzhou. Could Chang Qingyun have been transferred? While he stood hesitating, a voice called out, "Sir, take a boat." "Sir, need a ferry." It was a ferryman soliciting customers along the river. Though a floating bridge existed, it was some distance away. Those unwilling to detour often paid a few coppers to cross. Yehaoran waved dismissively. "I'm not crossing." "Sir, better cross the river," the man persisted. Yehaoran's expression soured. He was about to sharply rebuke the short, dark, thin boatman before him when he suddenly froze. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 467, End of Chapter. Chapter 2264. Reunion on the river beneath the bamboo hat. The dull-faced boatman could only be Jiang Xiu. Yehaoran was stunned. He had never expected to encounter Jiang Xiu here. He hadn't seen the man since a few days before Wuzhu fell. He had assumed that if Jiang Xiu hadn't deserted like so many common soldiers, he must have died in battle. He never imagined Jiang Xiu would still be in Wuzhu. Looking at him now, it was impossible to tell whether he was genuinely making a living as a ferryman or had deliberately disguised himself to wait here. Either way, Yehaoran had already committed himself to fighting the Australians to the end. Jiang Xiu was a renegade from the Australians. He would never side with them again. Speaking with him couldn't hurt. He steadied himself. "Very well, I'll take your boat." Jiang Xiu led him to the pier, where many small boats were moored, all doing ferry business. Jiang Xiu untied the rope, steadied the craft, and helped Yehaoran aboard before jumping in himself and rowing away from shore. At first, neither spoke. Only when the boat reached the middle of the river did Jiang Xiu slow his oars and whisper, "Advisor Yi, it's good to see you. Just scraping by with my life." Yehaoran sighed heavily. "And you, brother Jiang, reborn into a second life. I picked my life back up from the edge of death." Jiang Xiu explained what had happened. When Qingyun fled, he had originally brought Jiang Xiu along. But shortly after slipping through the encirclement, the Australians discovered them. Jiang Xiu led the house guards in a rearguard action. After a chaotic battle in the darkness, though the main group escaped, the guards around him were nearly all killed or wounded. During the flight, Jiang Xiu fell off a cliff and lost consciousness. The fall knocked him out cold and split his head, but it saved him from the Fubo army's search. He hid in the mountains for a day. When he saw the Fubo army had withdrawn, he fled on foot toward Teng County. Along the way, he was caught by bandits who had set up an ambush specifically to intercept stragglers. These were none other than Gu, that is, Hu Lanyan's gang. Normally, rooted soldiers like Jiang Xiu who fell into bandit hands had their armor, weapons, and valuables stripped before being stabbed and dumped by the roadside. But this time, Gu discovered he carried an Australian musket and mistook him for a taping spy. Sensing a prize worth keeping, he spared his life. Upon interrogation, Gu learned he was Qingyun's personal officer, commanding the new army, a unit Gu Zunli knew of. On the spot, he broke into smiles, personally untied the ropes with apologies for the offense, and invited him to join the gang in resisting the tapings. Thus Jiang Xiu joined Gu Er's bandits. He had no idea that this middle-aged man calling himself Zunli was the same heinous reactionary Gu Er he had heard mentioned during his time with the Fubo army, but knowing or not knowing made little difference to Jiang Xiu now. He didn't care about living. As long as he could kill a true Australian, that was enough. He agreed to join without hesitation. "How did you know I was here?" Yehaoran asked. "To be honest, I've been here for several days," Jiang Xiu explained. "Big Brother Zun knows we have history together. He specifically asked me to make contact and discuss our plans." At the words "discuss our plans," Yehaoran couldn't help but sigh deeply. "Alas, I have the heart to slay these rebels but lack the power to reverse the heavens. These past days I've been surveying Wuzhou inside and out, looking for weaknesses in the taping defenses, but they're watertight. Today I came hoping to find someone like-minded, but he's nowhere to be found." Jiang Xiu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he said, "Advisor Yi, didn't you once teach me? Knowing it cannot be done, yet doing it anyway, that is the true mark of a hero. We lost the battle, but we're still alive. As long as we're alive, there's always a chance." Yehaoran was moved by his stubborn spirit. He nodded. "Well said, we shall do this knowing it cannot be done, yet doing it anyway." He told Jiang Xiu about his search for Chang Qingyun. "I know the person you mean." Jiang Xiu nodded and roughly described Chang Qingyun's appearance and habitual gestures. "Exactly him. You've seen him. I've been ferrying here for several days now. I've seen everyone who works in the Dayun Gate area, quite a few familiar faces actually." Jiang Xiu smiled. "Fortunately, most of them don't recognize me." He had found the ferry boat abandoned in a deserted river cove, its boatman either dead or fled. Though he was from Henan, years of wandering had taught him water skills. He knew his way around boats and oars. So he used the ferry business outside Dayun Gate as cover while watching for a chance to contact Yehaoran. He hadn't managed to find Yehaoran these past days, but he had spotted plenty of familiar faces. He kept a low profile, and his time in Wuzhou had been brief. Very few civil or military officials would recognize him. But in his days leading patrol and sentry duty, he had observed many people. "They've all surrendered to the tapings now, crossed over to the winning side. It doesn't matter if we recognize them. What's dangerous is if they recognize us. But there are also quite a few who haven't crossed over," Jiang Xiu added, "scattered throughout the city." Yehaoran perked up, momentarily forgetting about Chang Qingyun. "Do you know who they are? When you have time, try to make discreet inquiries. Don't be too hasty, advisor." "I don't know many characters. I couldn't write their names legibly for you. In a moment I'll tell you one by one. As for advisor Chang you asked about, he's now working as a paperwork clerk at the Sanhui parade ground." "Is that true? I asked him myself yesterday." Jiang Xiu smiled. "When he first came over from Sanhui, he was escorted by soldiers along with the labor crews. When work ended, he was marched back in formation. But a few days ago I saw him crossing the river alone, so I struck up a conversation. Turns out he's now a clerk in the captive camp. Though still technically semi-captive, he's no longer under escort. He can come and go freely as long as he returns to the camp for roll call each evening." "Then why doesn't he run?" "He has neither travel money nor anywhere to go." "Where would he run?" Jiang Xiu said. "Besides, he has no Australian travel pass. He can't take boats or use the main roads, only remote trails. With bandits and Yao disturbances everywhere, traveling alone like that would be suicide." Yehaoran considered this and agreed. That Chang Qingyun worked as a clerk in the captive camp and could move freely was excellent news. Since he could move about, many things became much easier. He might not even need to risk infiltrating the camp himself. "With his help, our great undertaking is half accomplished." "True enough, advisor, but will Master Chang be willing to join us?" Jiang Xiu looked worried. "When he took my ferry, I sounded him out. He doesn't seem to hate the Australians, and this man values his own skin above all else. Leave the matter of persuading Chang Qingyun to me." Yehaoran seemed quite confident. "I'd say there's a 60 or 70% chance of success." "But since he works in the parade ground, how do we get in to see him?" Jiang Xiu couldn't think of a way either. He could only suggest playing it by ear. He has to come out every few days for camp business. I'll find an excuse to arrange a meeting then. Good, Yehaoren nodded. But whatever you do, don't mention that I arranged it. Though he didn't expose me last time, he may not want to get involved in this. If you tip him off and he gets suspicious, it could ruin everything. Jiang Xiu nodded. He rowed the boat to an isolated spot on the shore and recounted the names of officials and generals he had seen who weren't imprisoned in the captive camp. About a dozen in all. Some Jiang Xiu didn't know by name, but he could describe their former positions or surnames. Combined with specific characteristics, Yehaoren could roughly identify them. There are also some who just look familiar, but I don't know their situations, Jiang Xiu said. Some are dressed as common folk, some wear the armbands issued by the tapings, probably working for them. By the way, a few days ago I also spotted Zhang Yang, one of Song Ming's personal soldiers. I don't know what he's doing now. General Song is still alive. Yehaoren was shocked. He had met retreating soldiers who claimed Song Ming had drowned when the tapings shelled the floating bridge while he was crossing. He fell in the water after crossing the river but was rescued by his personal soldiers. Life or death unknown. Jiang Xiu carefully omitted that he himself had fished Song Ming from the water. General Song is a good man. If he's alive, he'd be a tremendous asset. Yehaoren grew excited. Song Ming was different from himself and Jiang Xiu. He was a commander who had led troops. That meant, assuming he was alive and hadn't been captured, he would have at least 7 or 8 house guards with him, all combat-capable elite soldiers. Initially, Yehaoren had been full of ambition to accomplish something extraordinary in Wuzhou, yet found himself groping in the dark with nowhere to start. But meeting Jiang Xiu today changed everything. This half-disciple, half-subordinate had not only survived but brought news he never knew. Throughout Wuzhou, many of their kind remained in hiding. Suddenly he felt a surge of confidence. Regardless of Governor Xing's fate, he, Yehaoren, would make his mark in Wuzhou. At dusk, Yehaoren returned to Luo Yangming's Yuxin rice shop. The storefront was deserted, the shop boards not even fully taken down. Chun dozed at the counter. Apart from him, not a soul was visible. With the war in the 2 Guangs still raging, grain supplies from Guangxi had been effectively cut off. Yuxin and other shops that transshipped grain from upstream to Guangdong had no business to conduct. Their only work now was distributing grain shipped from Sanshui to the Senate's occupied territories, maintaining the normal grain supply. This business operated according to the planning court's grain quotas, merely using existing distribution channels. Monthly business volume and profit were roughly fixed, requiring little thought. So Luo Yangming spent most of his time not at the rice shop, but handling affairs at the Rehabilitation Bureau. The noise of Yehaoren entering woke Chun, who hurried to greet him. "Sir, you're back." He took the bundle and umbrella from his shoulder. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 468, End of Chapter. Chapter 2265. Niece visits Yehaoren handed over the bundle and umbrella to Chun. Is the master at home? He went to the Rehabilitation Bureau. Chun arranged the items properly, then went to the back to fetch water for washing. Did you have any luck collecting debts today, sir? Everything's in chaos. The shopkeepers have scattered who knows where. Though Yehaoren used debt collection as his excuse for roaming, he did make a few legitimate visits to avoid arousing suspicion. Fortunately, the markets have recovered somewhat. I did manage to collect a little silver. Collecting accounts is always good. Chun poured the washing water. Go rest in the back, sir. Business at the counter is dead quiet. We might go all day without seeing a customer. Though the rice shop didn't do retail, in peaceful times various rice shops and peddlers would come for small wholesale purchases, keeping a steady flow of visitors at the front. Now there were hardly any. Yet Luo Yangming paid no attention to his own business, spending his days coming and going from the Rehabilitation Bureau, handling miscellaneous duties. Even his wife Tao found it baffling, let alone Yehaoren. Could the shopkeeper be abandoning the rice trade to curry favor with the tapings and become a fake Australian himself? Yehaoran returned to the accounting room, placed the collected silver in the money box, then opened the ledger to balance and record the day's collections, just a few strokes of the brush. Business was so slow there was hardly anything to calculate. In the past, he would spend his free time playing Xianqi with Li Wensheng or the accountants from neighboring shops, or pass the hours with a game of Ma Dio. But today, he had no interest in such diversions. The excitement from reuniting with Jiang Xiu hadn't yet faded. He knew from Jiang Xiu's account that quite a few officials and soldiers were scattered throughout Wuzhou, many of whom had infiltrated taping government offices. If these people could be gathered, they would form a force not to be underestimated, one that could be put to great use. How to gather them? Originally, he had intended merely to win over Chang Qingyun and use him to develop a network inside the captive camp. But now, his ambitions had grown. People in the camp were useful, but Sanyui required crossing the Gui River and passing through Dayun Gate. To coordinate an inside-outside attack, having people outside the city alone wouldn't suffice. He needed operatives inside as well. He turned the problem over in his mind, considering how to approach Chang Qingyun and what means might move those scattered officials and soldiers to join the cause. Suddenly he heard Ah Chun calling from outside. "Mr. Hao, Mr. Hao." Yehaoran responded quickly and stepped out. Ah Chun stood at the entrance to the small courtyard looking in. Seeing him emerge, he hurried over. "Mr. Hao, someone's here to see you." "Oh, who is it?" Yehaoran was puzzled. He had no relatives or old friends locally, and very few of Qingwenken's staff knew him. "A woman," Ah Chun gestured, "says she's a relative of yours." "Relative?" Yehaoran froze for a moment before recalling Jiang Qiuchen. Since she had arranged his introduction to Yuxin, they hadn't met. Yehaoran prided himself on being an upright gentleman. Jiang Qiuchen was a newly widowed woman. Even with the title of cousin-uncle, it was improper for them to meet frequently, so he had never sought her out. Why had she suddenly come to the shop to find him? Suspicion stirred in his heart, but he dared not show it. "I'll go out right away." The visitor was indeed Jiang Qiuchen. She wore a plain blue cloth skirt and jacket, foregoing all makeup and ornaments. Only a wooden hairpin and a white flower adorned her hair bun. A bamboo basket sat beside her. Seeing him come out, she rose and curtsied deeply. "Cousin-uncle." Yehaoran hastily returned the courtesy. "Why has niece come out alone? It's chaotic and dangerous outside." He gestured welcomingly. "Please come sit inside." "Thank you for your concern, cousin-uncle. The streets are fairly peaceful now." The rice shop had a reception room for entertaining customers. Ordinarily, female guests weren't received there, but with business dead, borrowing it temporarily was acceptable. Ah Chun served tea and withdrew. Yehaoran felt slightly awkward. Looking at his cousin-niece, he noted that though her complexion was pale, her spirits seemed fair. Niece came to the shop today hoping to see the madam. The madam she mentioned was naturally Luo Yangming's wife, Ding Atao. Yehaoran had heard that she and Ding Atao had known each other before her marriage, and it was through this connection that she had recommended Yehaoran here. But Ding Atao had gone out today with Wen Yun, accompanied by the old shopkeeper Li Wensheng, to offer incense. The madam went to offer incense. Ah Chun mentioned that, "Since only cousin-uncle is here, I'll have to entrust these things to you." She pointed to the basket on the table. "Some needlework she asked me to do. It's finished now. Please ask her not to think poorly of it." Of course, of course." Jiang Qiuchen hesitated, seeming to have something to say but unable to find the words. Finally, she spoke softly. "There's a matter I'd like to ask cousin-uncle's advice on." Hearing she wanted his counsel, Yehaoran relaxed. "We're family, no need for such formality, just ask." "Cousin-uncle served in Viceroy Xing's yamen. Do you know much about the Australians?" Her voice dropped very low. She knew his origins and understood this identity had to be kept secret. Yehaoran's heart skipped. What was she getting at? But reflecting that they had shared adversity, Qiuchen must have a reason for asking and surely meant no harm. He lowered his voice as well. "I know a thing or two. What does niece wish to ask?" The matter is this. Jiang Qiuchun's maiden family operated a silk shop in Wuzhou. Though not a major business, it was a century-old establishment with connections to the Yamen. This time, retained personnel in the Yamen had sent word that the newly arrived Australian prefect Master Xie was looking to hire a companion woman. Apparently, Master Xie has taken a fancy to a woman surnamed Kai, whom he keeps in his Yamen. Since she has no one to look after her, he wants to find a woman of good family who is also educated and sensible to serve as her companion and attendant. Qiuchun explained. My maiden family brother heard about it and wanted to recommend me for the position. Her husband had passed away. She was alone with a son, with no income. In these times of military chaos, she couldn't return to her husband's family in Teng County. Though she had her maiden family in Wuzhou, she was a married daughter after all. Living under their roof carried an inevitable awkwardness. She wanted to take this job. However, this meant serving alongside Australians. Neither Qiuchun nor her family knew much about them. Though the retained Yamen personnel spoke favorably of the Australians, she somewhat distrusted the words of servants. After much deliberation, she remembered Yehaoran. Since he had fought against the Australians, he would naturally understand them well. Asking him should be more reliable. So that was it, Yehaoran thought. This was respectable work that could provide for mother and son. From his conversations with Jiang Xiu, he had learned that the Australians were generally decent in their private conduct and proper in their behavior. Working this job shouldn't pose any risk to Qiuchun. Suddenly his attention sharpened. Surnamed Kai, something stirred in his memory. He asked urgently, "Is this woman's name Kai Lan?" "Indeed." Qiuchun looked puzzled. "Does cousin-uncle know her?" "I wouldn't say I know her," Yehaoran replied, "but I've met her husband a few times." Kai Lan was the wife of Xing Chenghuan, who had served as correspondence advisor to Wuzhou prefect Hu Duhua. Through official business, they had crossed paths. Once, at a banquet hosted by the viceroy's office, they had sat beside each other. During casual conversation after wine, Xing Chenghuan mentioned he had a fiancée named Kai Lan, already brought to Wuzhou in preparation for their wedding. "If I had known Wuzhou would suffer this catastrophe, I would never have brought her here, no matter what." With that, the already flushed Xing Chenghuan had sighed heavily. The encounter left a deep impression on Yehaoran. Because of the war, Xing Chenghuan never formally married Kai Lan nor consummated their union. He reportedly held back, for fear of burdening her future. At the time, Yehaoran was moved, seeing him as an upright gentleman. When he later heard that Xing Chenghuan had martyred himself when Wuzhou fell, Yehaoran's respect only deepened. And now, the fiancée he had left behind was willing to become a Taping's concubine. The thought made Yehaoran's expression flicker. But then he reconsidered. If Qiuchun could gain access to this shameless, lowly woman's side, it would be like placing eyes and ears in the Taping leader's own chambers. With this in mind, Yehaoran calmed himself and smiled. "Based on what I know, the Australians are generally decent people, definitely not fierce or cruel. Now that you're a widow with a child and struggling to make ends meet, this job should be perfectly safe." Jiang Qiuchun visibly relaxed. Clearly, she truly wanted this work. "With cousin-uncle's assurance, I feel much easier about it." "Think nothing of it. With niece serving the Australians in the future, perhaps cousin-uncle will have to rely on you one day." Yehaoran laughed. Then lowering his voice, "Only my situation must not be mentioned to outsiders." "Niece understands," Qiuchun nodded. "There's one more matter I'd trouble cousin-uncle with, though I hesitate to ask." "Oh, what is it? We're family." "It's about Liheng." Qi Liheng was her son, 6 years old this year. He's reached the age to begin his education. As the son of a scholar, such matters would normally have been the father's responsibility. But this child had no father. Though there were a few private schools and community schools in the city, she couldn't afford tuition now. Frankly, she wasn't comfortable sending a fatherless child to such places where all sorts of people mixed. "I know sir must be a man of excellent learning and upright character. Might I trouble you to begin Liheng's education and explain the text to him?" Fearing he might find it bothersome, she quickly added, "I'll pay the tuition once I receive my wages." Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 469, End of Chapter. Chapter 2266, Chang Qingyun and Chang Pu Yehaoran waved generously. What difficulty is there in that? Business is quiet at the shop anyway. Teaching Leheng to read is a small matter, won't take much effort. As for tuition, say no more. Life isn't easy for you and your son. The years ahead are long, better to save a few more coppers for finding Leheng a wife someday. If your late husband knows in the underworld, he'll surely be grateful. Qiuchun's eyes grew moist. Sir, you're truly the benefactor of our mother and son. Please, please, none of that. Yehaoran feared she might cause a scene that would attract Ah Chun's attention. He waved his hand hurriedly. I'll just need to clear it with shopkeeper Luo first. Ah Tao is a close friend from my maiden days. She'll certainly help with this. Jiang Qiuchun spoke with confidence. They quickly agreed on a day to begin lessons. The study sessions would take place at the Yuxin rice shop. Each morning, a servant from the Jiang household would bring the child over, then pick him up again at noon. After seeing Jiang Qiuchun off, Yehaoran could barely contain his excitement. Heaven is truly helping me. What a remarkable day, encountering Jiang Xiu when I went out, then having this fall into my lap upon returning. The great cause has hope. A few days later, Qiuchun sent the child for his lessons as planned. Yehaoran reported the arrangement to Luo Yangming, who merely laughed. Clearly, his mind was elsewhere. The shop's affairs were entirely entrusted to the old shopkeeper Li Wensheng. Since the boy was young and times were unsettled, lessons ended before noon each day. The Jiang household sent a servant to collect him, leaving Yehaoran with nothing to do most afternoons. Every now and then, Qiuchun would visit personally, bringing soup or dim sum. Yehaoran felt that with Qiuchun still in mourning, such frequent interactions might invite gossip. He ought to remind her to maintain propriety. But considering this was necessary for the great cause, and given his teacher-student relationship with her son, he let the matter rest. He waited quietly for news from Jiang Xiu. Chang Qingyun returned to his quarters at Sanhui, his mind churning in turmoil. Today he had encountered Jiang Xiu by the Gui River floating bridge. He knew Jiang Xiu, a squad officer among the house guards trained by Viceroy Chang. After the Battle of Bang Mountain, his whereabouts had been unknown. Chang Qingyun had never had dealings with such low-level military officers and rather looked down on them. Had he not heard that the man was a surrendered Australian and felt some curiosity about that, he probably wouldn't even remember his name. In fact, by now he had nearly forgotten what Jiang Xiu looked like. But Jiang Xiu hadn't forgotten him. He had stopped Chang Qingyun just as he was about to step onto the floating bridge, expressing a desire to talk. Chang Qingyun had no wish to talk. Though he was a captive now, his life remained comfortable. Though the Tapings despised Ming scholars, they still needed people who could read and write. Chang Qingyun could write and calculate, which earned him excellent treatment in the captive camp. Even the fake Australian officers guarding the prisoners addressed him as Mr. Chang. He rarely went out for labor, and when he did, it was always clerical work, no physical exertion required. Chang Qingyun estimated the Australians would eventually use the same old methods. Once the situation stabilized, they would let everyone pay ransom, or those without money could accumulate points to earn their freedom. Either way, he would escape safely. This stint as an advisor could be considered a close call that ended well. Once he returned to his hometown, he would never venture out as an advisor again. The Australians had left too deep a psychological shadow, but Jiang Xiu's next words made his blood run cold. Since Sir is unwilling to speak with me, perhaps I should send word that you are actually Master Chang himself. Though the great fire during Wuzhu's fall hadn't consumed the entire city, plenty of families had been ruined and lives lost. The common people hated Qingyun and his associates to the bone, especially Chang Pu, who had proposed the burning of Wuzhu. His name was reviled by thousands, cursed by tens of thousands. At the mention of Master Chang under Qingyun, people gnashed their teeth. wishing they could eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. Very unfortunately, the Chang Pu who devised that plan was surnamed Chang, and Chang Qingyun was also surnamed Chang. Moreover, both had served under Qingyun. After his capture, Chang Qingyun had expended enormous effort distancing himself from Chang Pu. It was fortunate the Australians weren't in the habit of borrowing heads to make examples, otherwise, those two coincidences alone would have gotten him killed 17 or 18 times over. What nonsense! The one who proposed that vicious plan was Chang Pu, the former magistrate of Enping. What does it have to do with me? Anyone in Viceroy Chang's staff would know that. Chang Qingyun's voice rose with indignation. Chang Pu had disappeared before the city fell. Whether he had escaped with Qingyun or died in the chaos was unknown. If this caused a commotion, Chang Qingyun wouldn't be able to clear his name no matter how many mouths he had. Heh, even if you aren't him, wasn't this Chang Pu recommended to Qingyun by you? Jiang Xu sneered. He was originally a disgraced official. After losing his county seat, he was already awaiting punishment, merely fleeing with the main army. But you recommended him to Qingyun. That's surely true, isn't it? Easy enough to verify. The words struck like thunder. If anyone investigated seriously, he really couldn't wiggle out of it. He had indeed known about Chang Pu's plan to burn Wuzhou. Not only had he failed to dissuade it, he had actually considered the plan viable and recommended Chang Pu to Qingyun. What? What do you want? Chang Qingyun's voice trembled. Nothing much. Jiang Xu regarded the panic-stricken Chang Qingyun with contempt. An old acquaintance would like to arrange a meeting. Chang Qingyun couldn't recall clearly how he had crossed the floating bridge and returned to the captive camp. In a daze, he stumbled back to his quarters with uneven steps. The Sanyue captive camp was enormous. It had originally been the parade ground for government troops. Wuzhou was a key military town with substantial troop garrisons, so there were plenty of barracks, enough to accommodate a vast number of prisoners. Not only were officials and soldiers captured in the Wuzhou campaign detained here, but personnel seized during Guangxi operations and clearing actions around Wuzhou were also sent here for screening and detention. At its peak, the camp held 6,000 or 7,000 people. Some were released after screening, others shipped to Guangzhou for allocation. The camp had also sheltered some refugees, though most had since been repatriated. Currently, about 4,000 captives remained, put to work as laborers. As a clerk, Chang Qingyun occupied a small room of his own, serving as both bedroom and office. He stumbled inside, closed the door, and collapsed onto the worn bed. The old acquaintance Jiang Xu mentioned was undoubtedly someone from Qingyun's former staff. He could roughly guess the purpose of this meeting, almost certainly to do great things. Doing great things in Australian-ruled Wuzhou would naturally cost him his head. When Chang Qingyun had been riding high, he too had harbored feelings of why spare my life for fame and merit, burning with fierce ambition. But since the disastrous defeat at Chiang Mai, his failure to commit suicide amid the chaos, and his ultimate capture and ignominious survival, half his passionate blood had drained away. When Qingyun had decided on the fire plan and prepared to abandon the city, Chang Qingyun had requested to stay behind to coordinate inside and outside, steeling himself to die for the city. It would wash away the shame of being captured by the Australians before and repay Qingyun's grace in selecting him. But when the fire actually blazed, Chang Qingyun regretted it, just as he had regretted following the Imperial Army overseas to fight the Tapings all those years ago. He had no complaints about his current captive life. Endure a year or so, and the Australians would naturally release him. Better to report this. The thought surfaced unbidden from the depths of his mind. But remembering Jiang Xu's words, Chang Qingyun slumped again. Everyone in Qingyun's staff knew about his connection to Chang Pu, at least a dozen people in this very camp. If Jiang Xu were captured and insisted that Chang Qingyun had proposed the burning of Wuzhou, how could he defend himself? Even if the Australians believed the plan was Chang Pu's idea, it was Chang Qingyun who had recommended the man to Qingyun, making the burning possible. Even by Ming standards, he would be considered reckless and devoid of conscience. If the Australians cut him in half, no one would think him wronged. Qingyun's hands and feet went ice cold. Sweat beaded on his back. He didn't stir until the dinner bell rang outside, forcing himself upright and mustering the spirit to go eat. The captive camp served 2 meals daily. Those who went out for physical labor received an additional meal from their work site. These meals were nothing special: standard grassland dry ration paste, rice porridge, and sweet potatoes, accompanied by military-issue pickled vegetables. Fresh vegetables were all procured locally and simply washed and tossed into the porridge or paste rather than cooked. Taste was beside the point. One could at least eat until full. Qingyun fetched a basin of paste and returned to his room, eating mechanically while thinking through his options. Suddenly, someone called from outside. Qingyun, Qingyun. Qingyun froze. Everyone in the captive camp usually called him sir, even the fake Australians. Why was someone suddenly calling him by name? A flash of indignation rose within him as he got up to answer. Looking out, he saw an unfamiliar fake Australian cadre. Not daring to be rude, he bowed. "I am Qingyun. What orders does the superior officer have?" "You." The newcomer looked him up and down. "Clean yourself up and come with me immediately." Qingyun shivered. Could someone have reported his conversation with Jiang Xu this afternoon? Or had Jiang Xu already informed the Australians that he was the instigator of Wuzhu's burning? "What exactly is this about?" He gathered his courage and asked carefully. "You'll find out when you get there. Why all the hesitation?" The newcomer was clearly impatient. "It's getting dark. If we don't go now, we'll miss the city gate." Despite his apprehension, Qingyun had no choice but to follow. They left the captive camp, crossed the floating bridge, and entered through Dayun Gate. The group walked some distance along the street before arriving at a pitch-dark government compound. Though dusk had fallen, Qingyun still recognized the place. This was the 3 headquarters of Wuzhu City, where Xie had once been stationed. As a member of the governor's staff, Qingyun had lived here himself. He knew it as well as his own home. Strange. Why bring him to the 3 headquarters? He knew that since the Australians entered the city, this place had become a barracks, housing numerous troops. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 470, end of chapter. Chapter 2267. Matters of elegance doubts aside, Australian orders couldn't be disobeyed. Under the escort's urging, Qingyun steeled himself and walked in. The 3 headquarters now served as the headquarters and barracks of the Wuzhu National Army. Inside the main gate, numerous National Army soldiers moved about. The naturalized citizen escorting him led him through a service alley, proceeding deep into the compound. After passing through 5 or 6 courtyards, they turned a corner and emerged from a side door. Qingyun recognized it at once. This was where Xie used to rest. 3 elegant rooms with garden stones and vegetation dotting the front and back courtyards. The front courtyard also featured a small pond stocked with goldfish and lotus flowers. Secluded and refined, it was a fine retreat. At the entrance to the service alley stood a wooden sentry box with guards on duty. The cadre escorting him presented documents before they were allowed into the courtyard. Such a place wouldn't be ordinary soldiers' quarters. Could this be the residence of an Australian leader? Cold sweat broke out on Qingyun's back again. He understood the Australians all too well. They held scholars like him in no regard, let alone a mere jurin. They certainly wouldn't summon him here for recruitment. Could his encounter with Jiang Xu have been exposed? On second thought, that seemed unlikely. Neither Jiang Xu nor he had done anything concrete. They hadn't even exchanged forbidden words. Even if the Australians were omniscient, they couldn't conjure suspicions from thin air about events that hadn't occurred. Besides, given his status, whether they handed him over for interrogation or simply executed him was merely a matter of a single order. An Australian leader wouldn't personally interrogate him. While he trembled with fear, a fake Australian wearing the characteristic cadre clothes of the Australians emerged from inside. The man approached and asked, "You are Mr. Chang Qingyun." The newcomer was dignified in appearance and neatly dressed, clearly no ordinary fake Australian. Addressing a prisoner as Mr. was extremely courteous. Chang Qingyun hastily bowed low. "I dare not presume such honor. I am Chang Qingyun." "There's a matter we need you for," the fake Australian said, nodding to the escort, who immediately withdrew. "What? What service might I provide? Come inside and we'll talk." Chang Qingyun was led into the building. He had been here before. The central room had served as Xie Wendong's reception hall. The side rooms were a study and a bedroom. Originally, the furnishings had been quite refined due to the governor's presence. Now the arrangement was not only clean and orderly, but even more elegant than before. Chang Qingyun clicked his tongue silently. The Australians were known for their simplicity. Unexpectedly, there was one with such luxurious tastes. "I'm Zhao Fengshan, secretary of the Wuzhou City office." The fake Australian who had brought him in introduced himself. "Please have a seat." Chang Qingyun perched himself on the edge of a chair. "We've called you here to ask a favor," Zhao Fengshan began. "Frankly, we shouldn't be troubling you, but we have no scholars among us, and we couldn't find a more suitable candidate locally in Wuzhou." This left Chang Qingyun bewildered. He rose and said, "Whatever the superior officer requires, I'm at your service. I hear you're quite accomplished, not only of Juran origin but also superb in both poetry and painting." Chang Qingyun's face reddened. "I wouldn't dare claim such praise. Just amateur dabbling with brush and ink, nothing worth displaying." "No need for modesty." A trace of disdain flickered across Zhao Fengshan's face, but his words remained gracious. "I was once a subject of the great Ming myself. I know your Juran degree didn't come easily." He continued, "We have a task for you, not difficult. Complete it well, and once the situation stabilizes, you'll be among the first released. We'll also provide travel expenses. I'm familiar with the Senate's preferential treatment policies." Chang Qingyun felt his footing growing steadier. This was almost certainly something involving writing or painting. "What sort of task is it?" "Please look, sir." Zhao Fengshan led him to the rear hall. A large painting table faced the back courtyard, arrayed with various painting tools, paper, and silk, many of top quality. Numerous books and painting scrolls filled the painting vat. Zhao Fengshan selected a scroll of painting silk from the table and unrolled it, pressing the ends flat with paperweights. It was a blue-green landscape. Though Chang Qingyun wasn't considered a master painter, to him it was merely a pastime. He could immediately see the painting's quality was poor. The composition clearly imitated some famous master, yet the brushwork was weak and the intent muddled. Despite using top-quality silk and pigments, the result was frankly painful to look at. "What does sir think of this painting?" Zhao Fengshan asked. Chang Qingyun was instantly on guard. Given all the trouble of bringing him here to the 3 headquarters with such exquisite painting supplies, this painting was almost certainly from the hand of some high-taping official. Since ancient times, officials and wealthy merchants had loved pretending to cultivation. Chang Qingyun had seen plenty of such cases. Presumably the tapings were no different. He considered his words carefully. "This painting is obviously from a novice hand, yet it shows considerable natural talent. Given time, the artist could become a great master." Zhao Fengshan laughed. "Scholars certainly know how to talk. Just say it's badly painted and be done with it. Why claim it will become a great master?" "Yes, yes." Chang Qingyun agreed repeatedly, thinking, "You can say that, I cannot." "To be honest, this painting is by our chief," Zhao Fengshan said. "His skills, well, you've seen them." Of course," Chang Qingyun said automatically. "Of course what? Though the painting can't be called good, it has a heroic spirit." Zhao Fengshan glanced at him. He made no comment, but disdain practically dripped from his expression. "As you said, he's a novice. Even with diligent practice, he couldn't paint well in a short time. Besides, his official duties keep him too busy." Chang Qingyun had initially assumed the true Australian wanted him to teach painting or something similar, but Zhao Fengshan's next words suggested otherwise. "So we'd like you to ghostwrite." So that was it, ghostwriting. Chang Qingyun thought. This was far easier than teaching a true Australian to paint. If word spread, it wouldn't count as clinging to the powerful or fawning. His reputation would be safe. That's simple enough, Chang Qingyun said. What subject and size should the painting be? If I know, I can begin planning. No rush, Zhao Fengshan said. This isn't just painting whatever you like. He retrieved another scroll from the painting vat and spread it on the table. Chang Qingyun examined it. A freehand orchid, 3 or 5 strokes of extremely spare outline, painted reasonably well, though the brushwork was delicate, suggesting a woman's hand. There was no inscription. The painting you produce should echo this one in spirit. Now Chang Qingyun understood. No wonder they had summoned him for ghostwriting. Given the taping's uncouth ways, painting was one thing, but understanding painting intent would be quite beyond them. I see, he nodded. This isn't difficult, but how should it echo? There must be a theme. Zhao Fengshan pondered for a moment. Just paint as long as it's positive and uplifting. Yes. Chang Qingyun noted his hesitation and restraint. Combined with the 2 paintings, he understood more than half the situation. This was about a woman. Given the furnishings and layout here, along with those exquisite painting supplies, Chang Qingyun guessed this was almost certainly where the Australian prefect Xie Wendong kept his mistress in a golden house. Only he would have the status and means for such an arrangement. So this true Australian had refined tastes after all. Chang Qingyun mused. Not all tapings, it seemed, were crude types who knew only carnal pleasures. Whatever painting tools you need, make a list and I'll have them prepared. Can you paint at Sanhui? Yes, quite convenient, Chang Qingyun nodded eagerly. I'll just need a painting table. Easily arranged. I'll have one sent over, Zhao Fengshan said. Just focus on your painting. If there are more paintings requiring your response in the future, they'll be delivered to you. Take this one with you for now. How long to complete it? If the materials are ready, 1 day should suffice. Good. I'll send someone the afternoon of the day after tomorrow to collect it. Don't damage this painting. The chief values it greatly. I understand. I'll inform the camp administrator not to assign you any work for the next few days. Just concentrate on your painting. Chang Qingyun returned to Sanhui, his mind even more unsettled. He hadn't resolved the matter with Jiang Xiu, and now this business with the Australians. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, he couldn't tell. He didn't know much about Xie Wendong, but from what he'd heard around the city, the man seemed a reasonable Australian official. Under his rule, the markets were peaceful and the people content. Whose daughter of great family was Senator Xie hiding away? She must be both talented and beautiful, otherwise Senator Xie wouldn't be so infatuated. The next day, a painting table and supplies did arrive from the city. The camp steward was quite polite. Just focus on your painting, Mr. Chang. Leave other matters to others. The preferential treatment didn't stop there. Clerks like him normally received only 2 meals a day. Only those doing physical labor outside got 3. Yet today he not only received lunch, but it was delivered specially. An actual boxed meal of the sort only fake Australians ate, with meat and vegetables and a bowl of soup. It allowed Chang Qingyun, whose stomach had soured from days of relief ration paste, to feast properly. Wine and food satisfied, he picked at his teeth while thinking. Being useful to the Australians was excellent. But Jiang Xiu's situation also required handling. That reckless fellow, if things went wrong, he really might run to report him. After all, he had once led troops to defend Bang Mountain, that desperate position. Chang Qingyun knew the Australian rules. They were most particular about rule of law. If Jiang Xiu truly made a scene, even if he served Xie Wendong, the man would have no ability to protect him, especially since he was a second-time captive. With this in mind, he reached a decision. Go meet the old acquaintance Jiang Xiu mentioned. See who it was and what they wanted. Then decide. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 471, End of Chapter. Chapter 2268, Fishing by the River. So it's you, Chang Qingyun said as soon as he saw Youwang. I should have guessed. Youwang set down the bundle containing his ledger and umbrella. Because of Jiang Xiu. Exactly. That dull, simple-minded fellow, he only ever took orders from you. Who else would he be running errands for? Yehaoren smiled, selected a stone by the river and sat down. He picked up a fishing rod. Here, I borrowed this from a fisherman over there. I hear there are good fish in this river. Chang Qingyun had no desire to fish, but knowing Yehaoren was doing this to maintain appearances, he reluctantly accepted the rod. You certainly have refined tastes. Yehaoren picked up his own rod. Without even baiting the hook, he cast it into the river bend. So what if he's simple? He has a pure heart. This city of Wuzhou is full of clever people, but how many of them climbed Bang Mountain to fight to the death? Our dynasty lacks for nothing except clever, calculating people. He paused. Aren't we both fools too, trapped here in Wuzhou? Enough with the flattery. Chang Qingyun threaded an earthworm onto his hook and let the line drop into the water. You went to all this trouble to find me. What do you want? I hear you're in the Australian captive camp. That's right. Entering the palace a second time, as they say, an Australian captive for the second time. Yehaoren studied his attire. Captive life seems to suit you well enough. Can't compare to serving in Governor Cheng's staff naturally, just dragging out an ignoble existence. Chang Qingyun sighed and gazed at the river. I've been tossed about enough. Followed the army into Qingyun, complete disaster. Captured alive by the tapings, endured every humiliation, survived by sheer stubbornness, and finally made it back to the world of the living. Who would have expected to end up doing the same thing again? He paused. If I can ransom myself this time, I'm going home to live out my days in seclusion. Yehaoren watched the ripples on the water. This was a river bend where the current ran slow, and fish stirred the surface frequently, without looking at him. A true man stands between heaven and earth, seeking not merit or glory, but to carry no shame in his heart. You were selected from obscurity by Governor Chang, a man who showed you great favor, not to mention you're a dignified Juran of filial and honest character. The Lord's grace runs deep and heavy. Don't you blush to speak such words. Chang Qingyun snorted. Old ye, don't try that goading trick on me. My heart died long ago. We both know the truth. Whether the Australians can take all under heaven remains to be seen, but seizing the two Guangs is as easy as turning their hand. Compared to the Jianu, they're 100 times better. When we served in Governor Cheng's staff, at least he still had tens of thousands of soldiers under his command and Guangxi at his back. Fighting wasn't entirely hopeless. But now I hear more than half of Guangxi's prefectures and counties have fallen, and Governor Cheng's whereabouts are unknown. What can two poor scholars do to serve the imperial court? Yehaoren smiled. Master Chang, I won't preach grand principles. Do you really expect to earn your freedom by doing labor here, waiting for the tapings to let you go? If they don't release me, what's the point of keeping me? Chang Qingyun retorted. I'm nearly 50, can't carry, can't lift, don't farm, don't know any trade. Useless except for knowing a few characters. And with my Juran background, they don't trust me enough to appoint me as an official. Do you think the tapings have so much grain they want to feed a useless rice weevil like me? What if they want to borrow your head? Yehaoren said softly. He suddenly jerked his fishing rod up and cursed. Empty. Looks like I need bait after all. Chang Qingyun understood Yehaoren's meaning perfectly. Once the burning city plan became known to the Australians, his head might very well become a prop for winning popular support. What kind of figure am I that the Australians would want my head? He affected nonchalance. Besides, whatever faults the Australians may have, they have one virtue. They don't frame innocent people. If they can't catch Chang Pu, they won't insist that I'm him. There you're wrong. Yehaoren had tried righteousness first. Seeing Chang Qingyun unmoved, he resorted to coercion. This bucket of dirty water had to be poured over him to ensure his commitment. Even if he couldn't be of great use, at least he wouldn't cause harm. Master Chang, how can we call the burning of Wuzhou a frame-up? Yehaoren still didn't look at him. Setting aside that Chang Pu was recommended by you in the first place, when he proposed the plan, you were there offering detailed advice. You even wrote a memorial to Governor Xing with your own hand, or have you forgotten? Sweat dripped from Chang Qingyun's forehead. Not only had he written a memorial supporting the burning Wuzhou plan, he had also raised numerous suggestions. If that memorial fell into Australian hands, they wouldn't even need to hold a trial. Throwing him on the street would get him beaten to death by local commoners. Yet that memorial had been sent directly to Xie Wendong's desk. Before fleeing, the governor had burned many documents. Yehaoran couldn't be counted among Xie Wendong's closest confidants. He shouldn't have seen it, let alone obtained it. Utter nonsense, Chang Qingyun said urgently. I submitted many memorials to Governor Xie. When was there ever one like that? You want to frame me, but I won't just sit and wait to die. If it comes to it, the fish dies and the net breaks. Yehaoran suddenly smiled. Brother Chang, if you want the fish to die and the net to break, so be it. Jiang Xiu and I both crawled out of piles of corpses. His family was killed by the tapings. My relatives died under Jianu hooves. We're both alone in the world, no home, no property. Our lives can end whenever. If we cared about our skins, why would we stay in Wuzhou? Why would we go to such lengths to find you? Chang Qingyun's face went pale. Though Yehaoran's expression was calm, there was something of the desperado about him. Yehaoran continued, Don't assume your memorial was offered to the fire god. I've read it most attentively. The literary style is truly impressive, makes one want to recite it aloud. He began quoting the memorial from the beginning. In truth, Chang Qingyun himself didn't remember the exact wording very well. But when Yehaoran read the first few sentences, the entire document suddenly surfaced in his mind, clear as if he had just written it himself. Inexplicable terror gripped him. Had my memorial actually fallen into Yehaoran's hands? Neither Yehaoran nor Jiang Xiu had been captured. It was entirely possible they had obtained documents Xie Wendong abandoned amid the chaos of Wuzhou's fall. The thought made him tremble. Stop, don't read any more, Yehaoran broke off. Fish hooked. He lifted his rod, hoisting up a large crucian carp. Chang Qingyun watched him remove the fish and drop it into the creel, then bowed his head in defeat. What do you want? In fact, Yehaoran didn't have the memorial. But he had studied it carefully several times back then and could remember the opening portion. From a strategic standpoint, he had actually considered it a clever plan, merely too harmful to civilians, inevitably inhumane. Relax, I don't need you to take any risks. I want to move about in the Sanhui captive camp. I'll need you to arrange that. Chang Qingyun couldn't refuse. He had no choice but to join the gang. Yehaoran made it clear. He and Jiang Xiu had nothing to lose, unlike Master Juren Chang Qingyun with his home and property. The barefoot don't fear those who wear shoes. Moreover, he held evidence enough to end Chang Qingyun's life. All of this ensured Chang Qingyun dared not resist. Watching Chang Qingyun's defeated figure retreat, Jiang Xiu emerged from hiding. Is Master Chang reliable? Of course not, Yehaoran said. But he has property and family. He values his life dearly. Holding his weakness, he'll naturally do as I say. Just don't ask him to take serious risks. This man lacks backbone. If his life were threatened, he might very well betray us. Jiang Xiu nodded silently. Sir, what do we do next? How are things on Song Ming's end? I've met with Zhang Yang. He says General Song, after being fished from the river, was taken by his personal soldiers to a ruined temple in the mountains outside the city. He survived. He still has several dozen brothers, some of his own soldiers, and also part of the new army house guards I once commanded. Survived means acting as bandits. Song Ming's subordinates are his own personal soldiers and house guards. Their combat strength and cohesion far surpass ordinary bandits. Song Ming isn't a man who'd willingly sink into banditry either. They've been operating carefully, only approaching wealthy households far away, asking them to assist with provisions, modest amounts. If refused, their combat power is enough to cut through 100 village braves without trouble. So they've been fairly successful. What's his attitude toward us? Is he willing to meet? He was cold at first, barely willing to accept your letter to General Song, but later he sought me out himself, saying General Song hasn't forgotten the grace of you and me saving his life. He's willing to meet. General Song is truly a man of loyalty and righteousness. Yehaoran nodded approvingly. With him, our great undertaking is half accomplished. Though Second Master Gu also commanded about 100 men, Yehaoran held the combat capability of such bandits in low regard. When the critical moment came, he would need imperial court soldiers like Song Ming. Zhang Yang has arranged a meeting tomorrow at the Dragon Mother Temple outside Dayun Gate. He says General Song will be there himself. No hesitation at all. That showed Song Ming wasn't depressed like Chang Qingyun but still plotting something. With such loyal officials and righteous warriors present, no matter how rampant the tapings were, they would surely meet their day of defeat. The thought filled Yehaoran with unconscious excitement. His plan had seemed somewhat fanciful, but now it actually had the possibility of realization. Could this be the will of heaven? He immediately reminded himself not to grow impatient. He was in enemy territory. The tapings were known for their tight patrols and investigations. The slightest carelessness would not only cost him his life but implicate many loyal officials and righteous warriors. Especially Jiang Xiu, who had been running about these past days. The risks he was taking were obvious. Stay with the fairy business for now. Don't go running around to avoid attracting attention. If you meet acquaintances, don't acknowledge them for the time being. Wait until I've met with these old comrades one by one, then we'll make plans. Yehaoran instructed. If something urgent comes up, just hide. I'll go to the Dragon Mother Temple on every 15th. If you're free, meet me there. Don't act impulsively when things happen. Keep yourself alive and useful. Only then can we accomplish great things. Sir, rest assured, I still intend to keep this life long enough to kill a few true Australians. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 472, End of Chapter. Chapter 22, 69. Visit from Dachang Rice Shop the next day. Yehaoran met Song Ming at the Dragon Mother Temple. The young general no longer possessed the spirited, heroic bearing of a few months ago. He appeared aged and haggard, standing beneath the temple steps indistinguishable from the countless souls who came to offer incense and seek solace in troubled times. Song Ming and Yehaoran shared a bond forged in life and death on Bang Mountain. When they met, they dispensed with pleasantries. Yehaoran went straight to the point, laying out his plan. This matter is of great consequence and the risks are extreme. If the general is unwilling to participate, I won't press the issue. Song Ming waved his hand and whispered, Sir, why speak such words? We eat the Lord's grain, we strive to kill his enemies. Dying in battle, wrapped in horsehide, that is our proper end. Yehaoran's heart warmed. Turmoil truly reveals loyal subjects. The ancients did not deceive. Song Ming explained that he and his remaining men, a few dozen in all, were hiding in a ruined temple in a mountain hollow at the eastern foot of White Cloud Mountain, less than 10 li from Wuzhou. 47 soldiers under his command. Not many, but all elite combat troops, both his personal soldiers and the new army house guards that Jiang Xiu had once commanded, gathered together after the rout. Their weapons and armor were complete, and they possessed some firearms as well. In those times, possessing nearly 50 fully armored and equipped personal soldiers and house guards represented serious combat power, enough to charge enemy formations and seize victory. Though close to Wuzhou, it's a secluded mountain spot. We've been lying low here and it's been quiet enough. What about provisions? I heard from Zhang Yang that you've been relying entirely on wealthy households to assist. That's not sustainable long-term. Since ancient times, an army without provisions is unstable. Though Song Ming had few subordinates, their monthly needs were not insignificant. Depending solely on nearby wealthy households, over time they would inevitably become a burden, and wealthy people would do anything to rid themselves of burdens. That's exactly what worries me. Song Ming nodded. As the old saying goes, rabbits don't graze near their own burrow. Every Jianghu man knows this. So I don't dare demand too much from the surrounding area to avoid provoking trouble. We can only send men far afield to forage. Foraging was robbery. Among the various armies in the late Ming, this was considered normal, nothing unusual. Yehaoran wasn't surprised, though he remained concerned. You have few men and you have to travel far to forage. A big haul is fine, but a small one won't even cover the road rations. If you lose any brothers in the process, that's a serious loss. You're right, sir, but for now it's all we can do, Song Ming sighed. If only we had some merit to our name, things wouldn't be so difficult. In truth, he had long considered gathering his remnants and retreating to Hunan, but the officialdom of the two Guangs had collapsed. Xie Wendong and the other high officials had vanished. Retreating to Hunan, he would have nowhere to settle. He might even be expelled or eliminated by local militia. This was also the main reason Song Ming was willing to follow Yehaoran into danger. Yehaoran understood implicitly. They agreed on methods of contact, then parted ways. Yehaoran was different from bureaucrats. He wouldn't deliberate endlessly without reaching a decision, nor look backward and forward in indecision. If he had been that sort, he would have died on the flight from Liaodong years ago. Leaving the Dragon Mother Temple, he went directly into the city to gather the latest news about the tapings. The tapings had erected a newspaper reading board in front of the Wuzhou municipal government, posting the Lingao Times, Yangcheng Express, and a local paper called Wuzhou Highlights. Except for Wuzhou Highlights, the other two arrived only every few days, so the newspapers weren't updated daily, but rather once every 7 days. Yehaoran visited the board regularly, with no purpose except to track taping movements. For a man trapped in Wuzhou, these 3 newspapers were his only current news source. From the 18 provinces under heaven to all of Guangdong and even Wuzhou itself, everything was covered, extremely convenient. He couldn't quite understand why the tapings distributed these things to commoners and the masses. These people weren't officials or merchants. Most would never travel farther than their county or prefecture seat in their entire lives. Even if literate and informed about the imperial court and distant places, what use was it? Regardless of Australian intentions, Yehaoran had to admit that taping news was both accurate and fast. Compared to the Ming's official news sources like residence reports and pond reports, it was practically instantaneous, and the comprehensive news in the papers gave him a rare perspective for grasping the overall situation. As matters stood, though the tapings had occupied Guangdong and eyed Guangxi covetously, their hold was unstable, with alarms sounding everywhere. The situation remained unsettled. Judging from the endless convoys of boats traveling the Zhejiang and Guijiang rivers, the tapings were using waterways to shuttle troops about for suppression operations, apparently running themselves ragged. Right now, taping military strength in Wuzhou was stretched thin. An excellent opportunity to strike. He studied the news of riots everywhere with leisurely satisfaction, secretly rejoicing. Suddenly, a voice spoke beside his ear. "Mr. Yi." The voice was very familiar. Startled, Yehaoran turned. It was indeed Ah Chun. He relaxed. "Why aren't you at the shop? The madam sent me on an errand." Ah Chun said. "Mr. How, didn't you go out to collect debts? What brings you to the city?" Yehaoran had claimed he was going to a certain town to collect accounts. Lately he went out for debt collection almost daily. No one minded. After all, there was no work at the shop. Each trip might at least bring back some payment, which was always good for business. Couldn't collect the accounts. It was still early, so I came back into the city to walk around and relax. Yehaoran replied calmly. The advisor certainly has leisure. In these chaotic times, the madam told us to stay off the streets unless necessary. When you go outside the city to collect debts, be careful too. I hear floating corpses have been drifting down the river these past days, all said to be robbery victims killed by bandits. I'm aware, Yehaoran smiled. What errand did the madam send you on? What else? Just asking the master to hurry home. Ah Chun's face showed indifference. The master is never home. Nobody's managing the shop. Look, finally a traveling merchant shows up wanting to do business, but the shopkeeper's gone out again. Only the madam and concubine Wen are home. Luo Yangming essentially left at dawn and returned after dark. Not only Li Wensheng but even Ding Atao was full of complaints about him. Yehaoran didn't comment. In that case, go deliver your message. I'll head back first to receive the guest. Good, please go quickly, advisor. The madam must be anxious. Yehaoran couldn't spare time to read newspapers any longer. he hurried back to the shop. At the door he found Wen-yun looking around anxiously. Seeing him return, she patted her chest in relief. Thank heaven and earth, finally a man is back, not a single man at home, and then a guest shows up. Yehaoren smiled. Doesn't Ah-chun count as a man? What kind of man is Ah-chun? He's even a few years younger than me. Wen-yun's face showed disdain. If the madam hadn't forbidden me to go out, I'd rather have gone to find the master myself. Where's the guest? Let me chat with him for a moment. Yehaoren set down his umbrella and ledger. In the reception room behind the accounting room. Wen-yun said. He's been sitting there all alone and parched. The madam won't let me attend to him, only allowed a cup of tea to be sent. We can't just leave him sitting there like that, so I asked old Mama Kong from the kitchen to wait on him outside. Go tell the madam that I'll entertain him for a while. The master will return shortly. That's a relief. Wen-yun patted her chest. Otherwise the madam would scold me again. Yehaoren wondered. The master's not home. Why would the madam scold you? Wen-yun said, the madam says I'm useless, can't keep the master's heart. Yehaoren smiled. You're being blamed unfairly. The master goes out on serious business, not for romance. Wrongly blamed and still scolded. Wen-yun pouted and went inside. Yehaoren entered the reception room, called a reception room. It was really just a small wing room used for receiving customers, furnished simply. A middle-aged man sat upright in one of the officials' hat chairs. Judging from his exquisite yet understated attire, he was a successful businessman. Yehaoren didn't dare neglect him and cupped his hands in greeting. Sir. The visitor had been waiting in the reception room for quite some time. Not only had he failed to see Luo Yangming, but no one had even come out to greet him properly. Yet his responsibilities prevented him from simply leaving in a huff. He had grown rather irritable. Suddenly seeing a middle-aged scholar emerge to greet him, he rose to return the courtesy. Please, the honor is mine. My humble surname is Zhu, given name Faiyuan. I'm a representative of Dachang Rice Shop. Oh, the Dachang Rice Shop of Guangzhou, Yehaoren said. Zhu Faiyuan blinked. Sir knows our establishment. Yehaoren silently cursed his own talkativeness. Wasn't this admitting he had been in Guangzhou? He hastily covered. Your distinguished shop's reputation precedes it. I've heard of it. Oh, fearing further questions, Yehaoren quickly introduced himself. My humble surname is Hao, given name Ran. I'm the accountant here. The master and the shopkeeper are both out at the moment. Someone has been sent to notify them. Would Master Zhu be so kind as to wait a little longer? Of course. Zhu Faiyuan drew a handkerchief from his sleeve and wiped the sweat from his brow. I came specifically to see Master Luo. Waiting a bit longer is no trouble. This piqued Yehaoren's interest. From conversations with Li Wensheng and others, he had some idea of Luo Yangming's background. He wasn't a major Wuzhu merchant, just a mid-sized operator handling local rice and grain business. Wuzhu's rice shops typically purchased from Guangxi and sold to Guangdong, but Yuxin's Guangdong operations extended only as far as Sanshui at most. Neither Li Wensheng nor Ding Atao had ever mentioned any dealings with Guangzhou rice merchants. Moreover, Dachang was renowned in Guangzhou. Though Yehaoren didn't know if they had taping capital behind them, it was no secret in Guangzhou that Dachang was deeply entangled with the tapings. A representative from a Guangzhou rice shop with taping connections, traveling specifically to Wuzhu to see Luo Yangming, a man he'd never had business dealings with before. What exactly was the purpose? Intending to fish for information, he played the attentive host. Seeing sweat beading continuously on his guest's forehead, he ordered old Mama Kong to bring herbal tea and specially sent out melons and fruit to help cool him down. Then he engaged him in casual conversation about Wuzhu's local customs and conditions. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 473, End of Chapter. Chapter 2270. Unstable without grain. No matter how Yehaoren tried to fish for information, Zhu Faiyuan steadfastly refused to reveal his purpose in coming here. Instead, he rambled on about the various enlightened policies the hair thieves had implemented after conquering Guangzhou, all of which sounded dull and meaningless to Yi Haoran. Yet the man's evasiveness only deepened Yi Haoran's suspicions. In the midst of military chaos, with disturbances along the West River banks erupting constantly, neither land nor water routes were safe. Commerce had ground to a halt, and the roads were treacherous. What businessman would travel all the way from Guangzhou under such conditions? Before Yi Haoran could probe further, Chun and Luo Yangming returned together. He noticed that Luo Yangming showed no surprise at Zhu Feiyuan's visit. Though it was clearly their first meeting, both men carried themselves with the easy familiarity of old acquaintances. This was truly strange. Yi Haoran's curiosity deepened, but the master wished to discuss business with his guest, and as a mere accountant, he had no reason to participate unless summoned. Reluctantly, he returned to the account room. Something is wrong here. Yi Haoran sat in the account room with eyes closed, turning the matter over in his mind. A businessman with deep connections to the hair thieves, traveling from Guangzhou to Wuzhou in times like these, surely had an ulterior motive. This could not possibly be a simple business trip. As he was pondering how to gather more information, Chun came in. The master sent me to ask, how much silver and grain do we have in inventory? Yi Haoran was stunned. They're actually conducting business. Fortunately, trade had been slow lately and the accounts were simple enough that he knew the figures by heart. Cash on hand, 371 taels, 3 mace, 9 candarines, 4 cash. Total grain inventory across all categories, 236 shi, 7 du, 1 sheng, 3 he. Debts owed to and by us not included. Your figures are indeed small, Zhu Feiyuan remarked upon hearing the numbers. To be honest, having even this much left in Wuzhou City now counts as being a large household, Luo Yangming sighed. Qingyun spent a month in Wuzhou, and the merchants here were tormented badly. More than a few couldn't recover and had to close their doors. Chief told me about this situation. I came to investigate the exact grain reserves in Wuzhou, Zhu Feiyuan said. The chief instructed me that this cannot be done through official channels, it must be investigated quietly. I can handle that, but I'll need a pretext. Merchants are all quite shrewd. No one is willing to show their cards right now. Luo Yangming smiled bitterly. Not that anyone can blame them. We businessmen, even when drowning in debt, still have to act like lords when we step outside. After this disaster, many shops are operating at a loss, barely holding on. Revealing one's bottom line meant becoming vulnerable to exploitation. In such turbulent times, some shops would inevitably survive, or even thrive, by swallowing their competitors. No one wanted to be the one swallowed. Zhu Feiyuan had risen from shop assistant origins and understood this principle well. He nodded. The chief suggested we might offer some fragrant bait. The bait will have to be substantial and enticing enough to work, Luo Yangming replied. This matter will be handled by you. It will also benefit your future standing. Zhu Feiyuan had indeed come not to conduct business, but on a mission. This mission concerned the grain supply security of Wuzhou, and by extension, the entire two Guangs region. That was why the commercial department had sent a special envoy to contact Luo Yangming. Once war erupted in two Guangs, the grain problem became the planning court's paramount concern. Guangdong could not sustain itself on local grain production and relied on imports from Guangxi. War had severed that supply line. Trade could pause, but people could not stop eating. This was precisely why, despite fires burning everywhere and uprisings erupting constantly, the Senate had committed to taking Guangxi even when troops and cadres were stretched thin. At the very least, they needed to secure the mobile administrative zones of Guangxi. Without grain from these areas, Guangdong's 8 million people would not only fail to become a productive force, they would become a crushing burden. Although Zhu Guangxing's battalion was busy suppressing bandits around Wuzhou, preparations for the march into Guangxi had not paused for a moment. But this created a second problem. Wuzhou's stored grain had been nearly depleted. The army advancing into Guangxi needed supplies immediately. According to reports from Wuzhou Prefecture and neighboring counties, Grain reserves in various districts had fallen to critical levels. Administrators had resorted to price controls and rationing to maintain supply. This in turn spawned black markets and caused widespread unrest. Because Wuzhou had once been the distribution hub for grain trade between the two Guangs, its storage conditions were slightly better than elsewhere. But according to Xie Wendong's reports, the situation in Wuzhou was equally dire. The city not only had a large population but also bore responsibility for procuring grain on site for frontline captives and portions of the National Army and Fubo Army. Consumption was outpacing other counties. Once people's hearts grew restless, the remnants of the usurper Ming, who were fomenting chaos everywhere, would inevitably exploit the situation. If handled poorly, a small spark could ignite a prairie fire. After discussions between the planning court and commercial department, they decided that maintaining public confidence required transferring grain into the western Guangdong region to guarantee both military and civilian supplies. The designated transfer point was Wuzhou. As a commercial hub in western Guangdong, Wuzhou possessed a natural mercantile network radiating throughout the region. The planning court only needed to transport grain to Wuzhou, then distribute it through existing commercial channels, thereby alleviating the current supply crisis. This decision had not come easily. It would exacerbate the already tense grain situation and trigger a cascade of problems: soaring prices, strained transport capacity, and increased dependence on imported grain. Though the continental strategy was proceeding smoothly, land, population, natural resources, and markets could not instantly transform into usable wealth. Yet the costs the Senate had to bear continued mounting. Right now, our accounts receivable keep climbing. Our income statements look unbelievably good, but our cash flow is starting to have problems, Cheng Dong had said at a secret meeting of the Planning Court and Ministry of Finance. Even so, they had no choice but to forge ahead, collecting grain from multiple sources to put on the market. The purpose was simple: keeping social order stable. This task could not be entrusted to Xie Wendong. He had no commercial channels at his disposal and knew nothing about the grain trade. Official operations would only be exploited by merchants. So the grain transfer was assigned to Luo Yangming, one of their own. According to the planning court's plan, Luo Yangming would step forward to organize merchants of the Wuzhou Rice and Grain Guild to pool resources and purchase grain in batches, then distribute it to various counties. The grain source would be provided by Dachang Rice Shop. This work is critically important, Zhu Feiyuan said solemnly. This rice is all imported from Nanyang. Although the landed cost is much lower than in Guangdong, transporting it thousands of li to Wuzhou still incurs significant expenses. We must minimize waste and embezzlement at every step. That's exactly why we're having them buy it, Luo Yangming said. When people spend their own money to stock goods, they're doing business. Everyone will be careful. If we simply distributed relief, it would be a disaster. People would gorge themselves sick before lifting a finger. He asked, when can the first shipment arrive? How much? What's the price? The first batch is 10,000 shi, Zhu Feiyuan said. It should arrive around July 1st. The price hasn't been set yet. We need to reference prices in various locations first. What's the current grain price in Wuzhou? Luo Yangming frowned. Although there's a price freeze in effect, prices have still crept upward. Before Qingyun arrived in Wuzhou, local coarse rice cost no more than 1 tael per shi, 1 tael 4 or 5 mace at most. Once the fighting started, it shot up past 2 taels in one breath. Now retail coarse rice has reached 2 taels 8 mace per shi. At this price, common people simply can't afford to eat rice anymore. Public resentment must be running high. How could it not be? But we've implemented rationing. Anyone with local household registration receives a monthly allotment at 1 mace 5 candarines per due. Otherwise, there really would be famine. Luo Yangming continued, commerce has stalled in Wuzhou now and all trades are depressed. Chief Xie wants to revive industry and commerce, so he's been summoning us to discuss countermeasures. But with fighting everywhere, simply no one dares come here to do business. Unemployed people are numerous, surviving on relief. I noticed there are no beggars on the streets. They've all been taken in and locked up at Sanhui. They get a bowl of thin porridge to keep them from starving and are put to simple work. What's the market price situation? Our rice guild has reached a consensus. We're not releasing goods on the big market right now. For temporary small market releases, it's 2 taels 4 mace 5 canarines per she of coarse rice. So small market merchants are making a gross profit of only 3 mace 5 canarines. Correct. Fortunately, prices are higher downstream. I've heard black market prices have reached 3 taels 4 mace, which is far too high. Common people are cursing the Senate's mothers, Luo Yangming sighed. But honestly, selling coarse rice at our wholesale price means we lose money on every she sold. So we sell at most a few she daily before closing up, just to comply with the municipal government's orders. What about Chief Xie? He pretends not to know. Luo Yangming shook his head. Honestly, what can he do? Even a clever wife cannot cook without rice. All he can do is target gentry and large households, asking them to pay the reasonable burden. You know how these gentry are, every one of them is an iron rooster, plucking not a single feather. But the feudal army's reputation precedes it, so these large households are willing to contribute something at least. It fills some gaps. Zhu Feiyuan nodded without speaking. The situation Luo Yangming described matched the briefing materials he had read before coming. No wonder the chief had stressed the urgency of this special supply. Since that's the case, what do you think the price should be for this bulk market release? Zhu Feiyuan asked. Luo Yangming thought for a moment. 1 tael 2 mace per she of coarse rice. To push prices down and get the grain distributed, we need to leave merchants room for profit. A thought suddenly struck him. Can this supply be maintained continuously? It can, Zhu Feiyuan said with certainty. You know how the Senate operates. Once they commit to something, they see it through. They never abandon things halfway. Then I'm reassured. Luo Yangming felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Since ancient times, people have been unstable without grain. If problems arise with the grain supply again, whether we can hold on to Wuzhu is anyone's guess. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 474, End of Chapter. Chapter 2271. Rough plan formed as a member of the Aftermath Bureau, Luo Yangming understood the current situation in Wuzhu better than anyone. The grain shortage was secondary. The real problem was the interruption of trade, and until Guangxi was taken, this deadlock would persist. Wuzhu's prosperity had always depended entirely on trade. Without it, many city residents had fallen into unemployment. To stabilize the situation, Xie Aaron had forbidden shops from closing or laying off workers, even forcing them to open for business daily under the guise of maintaining market appearances. Luo Yangming understood the senator's predicament. This was about maintaining stability. But it was a fragile stability, sustained only by constant transfusions from the Senate and the Aftermath Bureau. The merchants had already been tormented once by Qingyun. After Xie Aaron entered the city, the Aftermath measures had consumed substantial money in grain. Combined with soaring prices, both inside and outside Wuzhu's walls, the common people, apart from the homeless surviving on relief, were all nursing grievances. Luo Yangming saw it clearly, and it filled him with anxiety. Yet the Senate in Wuzhu, for all its skills and clever strategies, could not solve this fundamental problem. For now, all they could do was hold things together and wait for the situation to improve. The two men discussed the remaining details before Zhu Feiyuan took his leave. Will you be returning to Sanshui right away, or? I'll need to stay in Wuzhu for a few more days, Zhu Feiyuan said. I'm lodging at Maoyuan Inn in the west of the city. Luo Yangming understood that Zhu Feiyuan almost certainly had other assignments. It would be inappropriate to ask further, so he simply saw the man out. In the account room, Yehaoran was going through the ledgers, but his mind was occupied with the visitor from Dachang rice shop. Setting aside the hair thief connections of the rice shop, since it was a rice shop, its business was naturally grain. This boss Zhu's visit was probably related to that. Speaking of grain, Yehaoran knew that Wuzhu was currently short on supplies, and public sentiment in the markets was volatile. Zhu Feiyuan's arrival was most likely connected to this crisis. Could it be that the hair thieves had made major progress on the Guangxi front? Yehaoran's heart suddenly lurched. Qingyun was in desperate straits. Even if he could immediately recover Wuzhu, the imperial court would probably never forgive him for losing the territory. Could it be that Viceroy Xing had surrendered in desperation? Upon reflection, it was not impossible. Yehaoran had studied the records of military geography thoroughly, and knew well that Wuzhu was not only the gateway to Guangdong, but also one of Guangxi's vital strategic points. Communication between the Zhejiang Basin and the interior depended primarily on the water transport route through Wuzhu, Lijiang, Link Canal, and on to Hunan. After the Fubo army occupied Wuzhu, they had effectively severed the main artery connecting interior Ming forces with Guangxi Ming forces. Although a few alternative routes from the interior to Guangxi existed, none could match this water route for convenience and economy. If the Guangxi Ming forces could not recover Wuzhu, even an army of 100,000 would be trapped in Guangxi, unable to move. With both his personal future and Guangxi's prospects looking hopeless, if Qingyun was unwilling to take his own life in martyrdom, surrender was the only path left. Yehaoran's heart clenched. If that were true, the two Guangs would be beyond salvation. Yet he was powerless to affect Qingyun's movements or the overall situation. A wave of intense frustration washed over him. Even if he possessed divine strategies and brilliant calculations, even if he could kill one true Australian, what help would that be to the larger cause? At this thought, irritation rose unbidden within him. Then a sudden idea struck. He had long heard Chang Qingyun say that the status of true Australians was incomparably noble, even more exalted than the Qingyun princes of Daming. After all, the princes could not interfere in politics, while Australian true senators wielded real administrative and deliberative power. If he could capture a true Australian alive in Wuzhu and take him to Guangxi, the hair thieves would surely hesitate, like a marksman afraid to shoot a rat sitting on a precious vase. Whether the imperial court chose to fight or negotiate, they would at least have a bargaining chip in hand. Capturing a true Australian alive, anyone else would think this pure fantasy. Though Xie Aaron did not live in complete seclusion, his guards were tight. Ever since Kai Lan's assassination attempt, he knew he was not universally beloved. Not only had he drastically reduced his outings, but each excursion was now accompanied by multiple guards. Yet Yehaoran felt there was an opportunity. He had already established a connection to Kai Lan through Jiang Qiuchun. Although Jiang Qiuchun knew nothing of his intentions, and he himself was uncertain of Kai Lan's current mindset, this connection gave him eyes and ears that could reach directly to Xie Aaron's side. To proceed, however, he would need to bring Qiuchun into the scheme. He could not approach Kai Lan himself, nor could he divine her thoughts from a distance. At this realization, he felt a moment's hesitation. After all, this was an extremely dangerous endeavor. Regardless of success or failure, the Australians would inevitably investigate afterward. He, Jiang Xuo, and the others could simply flee, but Qiuchun could not escape. She would almost certainly lose her life. He pondered the matter repeatedly before finally raising his head. Never mind. Though Qiuchun's situation was pitiable, her husband was dead and she had already provided heirs for his family. She was a woman who had lost her chastity. Now, given the chance to demonstrate loyalty to the imperial court, she would not lack for posthumous honors and commendation. This glory after death would be sufficient compensation. With this thought, Yehaoran felt immediately at ease. Jiang Qiuchun was, in fact, an ideal candidate. She was educated, a woman who understood reason and knew shame. Whether it was her near violation or her husband's death, both tragedies stemmed from the hair thieves' siege of the city, and her composure in expecting the retreating soldiers back then showed she was calm and collected, not timid or easily frightened. Not to mention he had saved her life. And yes, Chang Qingyun had saved her as well. If he could appeal to her with great righteousness to avenge both national hatred and family grudge, she could surely be persuaded. Old friend, I'll have to trouble you today. Yehaoran was dressed as an accountant making rounds to collect debts in the countryside, as usual. Chang Qingyun smiled bitterly. Still, old friend, I'm practically becoming an old ghost. Seeing Yehaoran's grizzled beard and self-righteous air, he couldn't help cursing inwardly. How had he gotten mixed up with such a madman? Not content to seek death himself, the man insisted on dragging someone else along for the ride. Old friend, that's an ungrateful way to speak. Yehaoran was unfazed. Back in the city, if I hadn't pulled you from death's door, you would have died at the hands of the wolf troops long ago. How could you still be here living peacefully as a clerk? Fine, fine, it's all my fault. Chang Qingyun smiled bitterly again. The Sanhui was a parade ground in the past. Now it's an Australian captive camp. Besides people and houses, what's there to see? Sanhui is the key lock outside Wuzhou City. Naturally, I want to take a good look. Yehaoran said, you just lead the way. After Yehaoran had brought Chang Qingyun under his control, his first demand was to be guided to the Sanhui parade ground. In Yehaoran's view, the Sanhui captive camp was the Australians' greatest vulnerability. A place where several thousand people were gathered, only a few li from Wuzhou. If a riot broke out, it could immediately threaten Wuzhou and endanger the Zhejiang waterway. The Australians presumably recognized this themselves, which was why their first priority after entering the city had been repairing the floating bridge. In case of emergency, they could quickly dispatch troops to restore order. I can take you in, but you must follow my instructions. Don't speak out of turn or act rashly. It would arouse suspicion. Chang Qingyun said helplessly. On the Sanhui side, the Australians have a National Army company on guard duty. That's not much concern. They only manage the perimeter and ignore internal matters entirely. But inside the camp, there's also a detective team. That lot are mostly veteran scoundrels from the old Yamen with sharp eyes and black hearts. If they catch a whiff of something wrong, they'll sell you out in a heartbeat. I understand, Yehaoran nodded. It's just that your identity is awkward. No matter, I'll go in using my real identity as a rice shop accountant. Many people in Wuzhou City know me. Making up an identity would be more likely to arouse suspicion. What reason will you give for entering? How about visiting to reminisce about old times with you? Absolutely not. That won't work. Chang Qingyun waved his hands frantically. His eyes rolled as a thought struck him. Old Yi, didn't your employer supply military provisions for the government troops in Wuzhou back then? Every local grain merchant did, Yehaoran said. He had heard Li Wensheng and the madam discuss this many times. The Luo family and other grain merchants in the city had all suffered heavy losses and bore deep hatred for Xie Wendong and his government. Then you should know who specifically handled those transactions, right? Yehaoran naturally knew. Ding Atao had cursed that man's name, wishing him a bad death thousands of times. I know who it was, but although his fate is unknown, as one of Governor Xing's trusted aides, he probably fled long ago. That's just it. Since you're an accountant, just say you heard this person was captured by the Australians and you've come specifically to collect a debt he owes. Yehaoran paused, then clapped his hands and laughed. Old friend, you do have a certain devilish cleverness. Please, please, Chang Qingyun sneered. When you're nearly a ghost, you have to be somewhat clever. He added, getting you in is easy enough. Just adapt to circumstances once inside and absolutely don't ruin things. He asked again, do you have gifts prepared for greasing palms? Gifts? I heard the Australians don't practice that sort of thing. The Australians don't, but the stewards and petty officials holding power inside are all local Yamen scoundrels. I'm taking you in on the sly. If we don't offer some bribes, they'll definitely make trouble. Old friend thinks of everything. I did bring some silver. I'll let you know when it's needed. Just follow the usual customs. Having settled the details, the two crossed the floating bridge and headed toward the Sanhui parade ground. Sanhui was originally a sandbar deposited by the Gui River. After Wuzhou became the seat of the viceroy of two Guangs, the need to pacify the Yao required a large standing garrison. A parade ground was established at Sanhui, convenient for reviewing and training the troops and serving as the main camp for the local garrison. Thousands of soldiers were stationed there year-round. The site thus contained not only a martial arts hall, a grand review platform, and a parade ground, but also numerous barracks and living facilities. After the Australians occupied Wuzhou, this location became the primary captive camp for the Guangxi front. Prisoners transported from various locations were gathered here for detention and transit. Given the limited resources at Xie Wendong's disposal, he naturally could not manage the captive camp with any thoroughness or attention to detail. He could only rely on surrendered personnel to self-manage, maintaining order, distributing rations, organizing labor, and so forth, all under the supervision of former clerks experienced in prefectural and county administration. Internal security was handled by retained personnel, primarily former fast-class and strong-class yamen runners. Next update, Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 475, End of Chapter. Chapter 2272. Captive Camp. Yehaoran followed Chang Qingyun to the Sanhui Parade Ground, where he observed Australian barbed wire fences erected around the perimeter in multiple layers. Several wooden watchtowers had also been constructed, with lanterns suspended from them and armed sentries keeping watch on top. Yehaoran sighed quietly to himself. Guard towers and abatis stood at the entrance, but the inspection was not rigorous. Chang Qingyun had a waist pass for entry and exit, flashing it at the sentry while explaining, "This is an accountant friend of mine from the city, come to collect a debt in the camp," was enough. The sentry didn't even interrogate them, just nodded and let them through. Lacks defenses. Yehaoran thought to himself, there may be an opportunity here. Entering the camp was like entering a small town. The original barracks had been allocated as dormitories for the captives. Even on the parade ground itself, longhouses had been erected using timber and straw to shelter prisoners. These structures were built from salvaged materials collected during the post-battle cleanup of Wuzhou's ruins, crude, but with substantial capacity. The longhouses and barracks were divided into groups of varying sizes, separated by bamboo fences taller than a man, their tops sharpened and hardened by fire. Each group had its own gate and watchtower, connected by small paths. The whole layout was arranged in orderly fashion. From the entrance ran a straight main road paved with river sand. On both sides stood bamboo fence walls and group gates. A signboard hung at each gate, displaying the group number and the count of those housed within in large characters. Guard posts stood by each gate, with several able-bodied men sitting or standing about, all wearing the old government troop uniforms. Only the ink characters on the front and back patches had been changed from brave to security. These men carried iron rulers or wore waist knives. Spears and shields rested in the guard posts. But looking at their demeanor, they were thoroughly lax. Some loitered about chatting, others played leaf cards, and a few napped with heads on the table. The gates to the various groups all stood wide open, with people coming and going freely, no one bothering to interrogate them. A few of the guards recognized Yehaoran and called out greetings as he walked past. Yehaoran felt secretly pleased. He noticed that few people occupied the various group compounds and fewer still walked the roads. Those who were present hurried along with purpose. "Where has everyone gone?" he asked. "It's daytime. They've all gone out to work," Chang Qingyun explained. "The Australians don't let people eat for free." "Working on what?" "You've seen it yourself, haven't you? Repairing the city walls, clearing the ruins, all done by us. Now they're also having people cut wood, dig ditches, load and unload cargo." "Wait, load and unload what?" Yehaoran suddenly interrupted. "Cargo," Chang Qingyun said impatiently. "What's strange about that? What kind of cargo?" "Australian cargo, of course." Chang Qingyun explained that boat convoys had been arriving in Wuzhou daily, bringing large quantities of goods now stored in the three headquarters. Old friend, what do you think the Australians are shipping so many goods to Wuzhou for? Isn't it obvious? For use in frontline combat. But inside Wuzhou City, though the hair thieves have increased their garrison, it's only by a few hundred men. Would a few hundred people really require such massive shipments? Qingyun hadn't considered this. After a moment's thought, he said, probably for the attack on Guangxi. Youwang nodded. With commerce in Wuzhou at a standstill, the Australians' sudden influx of goods could only mean they were stockpiling for war. It seemed Governor Xing's luck was indeed more ill than good. As they walked on, a crossroads appeared ahead. The camp was laid out with two main roads running perpendicular, one north-south, one east-west. Although this was clearly a captive camp, a dozen or so stalls clustered around the intersection, selling snacks, tea and wine, offering letter writing and fortune-telling services. At a glance, it resembled a rural market town. People are actually doing business here. Youwang was genuinely astonished this time. He had long heard that the Australians excelled at commerce, but he had never expected they would take it this far. Aren't the Australians famous for their business sense? Qingyun was not surprised. These stalls are all licensed by the Australians. The goods sold are also provided by them. But these are all captives. Where would they get money? When you go out to work, the Australians give you score points, Qingyun said. Having been through this system twice now, he was quite familiar with the Australian methods. Then they give you a kind of ticket that works like money inside the camp. He pulled a small paper slip about an inch in size from his pocket. Youwang took it and examined it. It was a white paper strip with token coupon printed in Song typeface at the top, and 1 fen written in regular script below. A sesame cake at that stall over there costs 3 fen, Qingyun said. 2 fen will buy you a bowl of vegetarian rice noodles. The camp provides meals, but they don't guarantee you'll be full, and the food isn't particularly good. Those who work hard get hungry fast. Having these tokens lets them buy a little extra food to supplement their diet. If they accumulate enough, calling on a woman for certain services isn't difficult either. There are even prostitutes here. By now, Youwang's jaw nearly hit the ground. Not openly, of course, Qingyun said. It's done through back channels, but the Australians know about it and don't interfere. Youwang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In his view, becoming a captive meant being put to hard labor was only natural. At the very least, having a bowl of rice to eat meant not starving to death. He had never imagined that this place would offer not just food and drink, but even prostitutes. How could this still be called a captive camp? No wonder several thousand people in this camp could actually remain peaceful. The hair thieves feign mercy and false benevolence. That's not quite right, Qingyun shook his head. The Australians aren't falsely benevolent, they're shrewdly calculating. Driving people with whips, everyone makes a game of slowing down. How many overseers would you need to make people work hard? Now, with this point system and rewards, if you want to eat better and enjoy more, you'll naturally put in the effort. They use fewer overseers and they don't breed resentment among the workers. Isn't that brilliant? Old friend, it seems you've taken quite well to being a prisoner of the hair thieves. Youwang's words carried a note of sarcasm. Qingyun realized he'd spoken out of turn and coughed dryly. Just a bit of observation, nothing more. Passing the market at the crossroads, Qingyun led him through the gate of one of the compounds. Inside stood 5 longhouses and several smaller independent huts. Though a close look revealed they were all built from extremely simple salvaged materials combined with bamboo poles and thatch, the overall appearance was still orderly. There were slightly more people here than in the previous areas, and the population included elderly, women, and children, completely different from the groups of mainly young adult males they had seen before. Once Qingyun entered, several people greeted him. He returned their greetings as they walked. Youwang noticed that the buildings here seemed somewhat better than those in the groups he had seen earlier. You're right to notice. The people detained here are all captured officials and their dependents from various locations. The Australians value them more highly, rarely make them work, and provide slightly better housing. Which building do you live in, old friend? Just here. Chang Qingyun pointed to an independent small hut on the side. "Since you're here, please come in and sit." The building where Chang Qingyun lived was divided into eastern and western rooms. He occupied the western room. The door was woven bamboo strips. The walls were reed mats. Pushing the door open revealed a mud floor with only a bamboo couch, a desk, and an old chair. It could be called crude in the extreme, though everything inside was thoroughly swept clean. Whether it was the old blanket on the bamboo couch, the 4 treasures of the study on the desk, or the conical hat and straw raincoat hanging on the wall, everything was arranged neatly. What struck Yehaoran as strangest was the enormous painting table placed in the middle of the room, upon which sat various exquisite painting tools and papers. "I never expected your place to be so tidy." Yehaoran could never have imagined that the inside of this Australian prison camp would look like this. Though he had never personally served time in a major prison, he had been an advisor for many years and had seen much. He had witnessed various prison cells, and not one of them was anything but dark, damp, and unbearably filthy. He had never expected to encounter such a clean and orderly cell. "I had no idea you were a man who loved cleanliness and knew how to keep things in order," Yehaoran offered praise, "and with such refined interests as well." He, Chang Qingyun smiled bitterly and gestured for him to sit. "That I love cleanliness is true, knowing how to tidy up, hardly. In the past I had young servants attending me. Now, although Chang Qing is also in the camp, he cannot serve me at all times. The Australians are most particular about hygiene. If they find any non-compliance, you'll inevitably have your pants stripped off at the crossroads and get whipped in public. I can't afford to lose face like that, so I have no choice but to do it myself." Yehaoran nodded. He was very interested in the painting table in Chang Qingyun's little hut. He walked around it once, observing several painting scrolls on the table and an unfinished flower and bird painting spread flat on the surface. Yehaoran knew that Chang Qingyun was skilled in calligraphy and painting. Back in the governor's shogunate, quite a few people had exchanged poems and paintings with him. But now he was confined in a prison. Even if the Australians treated him well, they surely wouldn't go out of their way to supply him with pigments and painting paper. "Old friend, you found quite the refined pursuit even in suffering." Yehaoran laughed and picked up a painting scroll from the side, preparing to unroll it. "Careful, careful." Seeing him about to open the scroll, Chang Qingyun hurriedly stood and stopped him. "What's wrong?" Yehaoran was baffled. "You must be careful with those." Chang Qingyun took the scroll from his hands and cautiously spread it open on the painting table. "The hair thieves value these paintings extremely highly. If they get damaged, it could cost me my life." Yehaoran felt a chill run through him. Chang Qingyun's words made it obvious that this painting belonged to some hair thief. Otherwise, he would never be so careful. And this painting table and these painting tools were most likely connected to these paintings as well. He examined it closely. It was a small freehand flower and bird painting of orchids. To be honest, even with Yehaoran's discerning eye, the level of this painting was not particularly high. It couldn't be Chang Qingyun's work. Moreover, the brushstrokes were delicate and soft, more like a woman's handiwork. Since there was neither inscription nor signature on the painting, nor any poetry, he couldn't determine whose work it was. "This is..." Yehaoran looked at Chang Qingyun with an inquiring gaze. "I don't know who painted it." Chang Qingyun shook his head. He then recounted his encounter from a few days ago. "I just returned these yesterday and they sent new ones again. When I looked, they were all orchids, rather puzzling." He unrolled several other scrolls as he spoke. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 476, End of Chapter. Chapter 2273. 100 Aspects in Camp. The several scrolls he opened were all orchids, each in a different posture, each with its own distinct form. Yehaoran examined them with secret surprise. Though his knowledge of calligraphy and painting was quite shallow, he possessed basic literati cultivation. Looking at these orchids, every one conveyed an air of melancholy and desolation. Since ancient times, the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting had all been voices of the heart. Whoever painted these clearly had low spirits. The orchids painted by this person, without exception, carry the bleak artistic conception of fishing alone in cold river snow, truly lamentable. This should not be the work of a true Australian senator. Of course not. Chang Qingyun had only the one chair in the room, so he sat on the bamboo-board bed, hugging his knees. At first I also thought they might have been painted by some senator, but right now they're riding high on success. How could any of them possess such a melancholy state of mind? It makes no sense. Besides, this is clearly a woman's work, Yehaoran said. You noticed that too? Chang Qingyun stared blankly. I had no idea you were skilled in such matters. Hardly. These brushstrokes are slender and soft, definitely not a man's hand, and the hair thieves in Wuzhou have no women among them. Yehaoran had originally come to probe the reality of the captive camp, but now these few paintings had hooked his curiosity. Obviously, the hair thieves valued these paintings highly, which meant they valued the woman who painted them. Who exactly was she? The Australian wants painting and poetry in harmony. To be honest, I don't know where to begin. Her painting sentiment is too desolate and lonely. The orchids she paints are either rootless and soilless, or growing in sludge and muddy water. If I follow her artistic intent, my response should also be a scene of bleakness and sorrow. Chang Qingyun was rambling about his creative challenges. Suddenly Yehaoran slapped the table and shouted, I know whose paintings these are. Chang Qingyun gaped, not understanding his excitement. Whose? These are Kai Lan's paintings, he exclaimed. I'm absolutely certain everything matches. Who is Kai Lan? Chang Qingyun was confused. Xing Chenghuan's fiancé. Xing Chenghuan. Chang Qingyun searched his memory, then suddenly remembered. Could that be Master Hu, the advisor to the Wuzhou prefect? That's him. Yehaoran nodded emphatically. When Wuzhou fell, he committed suicide in martyrdom for the city. So that's how it is. Chang Qingyun suddenly understood. No wonder her painting realm is so dejected, and why she paints orchids in particular. I heard some days ago that a woman attempted to assassinate a true Australian senator at Dragon Mother Temple. At the time, I suspected it was her. I heard she failed and was captured. I originally assumed she had martyred herself for her husband while trying to stop the thieves. I never expected she would end up following the true Australian senator. Yehaoran had suspected as much the moment he saw this painting and heard Chang Qingyun's description. During the chaos of war, the only woman in Wuzhou for whom a true Australian would expend such effort to please, specifically by seeking out Qingyun as a companion, could only be Kai Lan. This hair thief Xie certainly has refined interests. Yehaoran thought with disdain. She was alone here. Being able to attempt an assassination on a true Australian was already no small feat. Now that she's submitted to the Australians, she's merely compromising to survive. Starving to death is a small matter. Losing one's chastity is a great matter. She has no children below to continue her husband's line, no parents-in-law above to care for. What survival is she seeking? She's simply greedy for life and afraid of death, dragging out a wretched existence. It's remarkable that Master Xing treated her with such a pure and sincere heart. When the crisis came, she refused to die in martyrdom for him and instead committed such a shameful act. Yehaoran's curse came out like venting. Chang Qingyun's face reddened. He vaguely sensed that Yehaoran was pointing at the mulberry while cursing the locust, insulting Kai Lan while really aiming at him. But he dared not argue and could only swallow his anger. Yehaoran cursed for a few sentences before suddenly realizing he had lost his composure. What place was this? If anyone overheard and reported him, he and Chang Qingyun dying would be one thing, but wouldn't their great anti-hair cause be ruined? He immediately said, "Forgive me, I lost myself. Brother Chang, please pardon my outburst." Think nothing of it. Chang Qingyun smiled bitterly, his face full of helplessness. Now that he had calmed down, Yehaoran saw this as an opportunity. Judging from her paintings, though Kai Lan had submitted to the thieves, her heart was unwilling. The artistic intent was suffused with pain and shame. If he could find a chance to reason with her, move her emotionally, and then appeal to her with great righteousness, she could be of tremendous use to him, far more than Jiang Qiuchen could ever be. At this thought, he felt a secret thrill of excitement, but he had no intention of revealing his plans to Chang Qingyun. He sensed that this Juren master's will was highly unstable. Though he had reluctantly joined the great cause, he remained unwilling. If Yehaoren spoke too openly and frightened him, it could easily ruin everything. With this in mind, he had already formulated a countermeasure. In my view, rather than saying you're painting this for Kai Lan to see, it would be more accurate to say you're painting it for the Australian to look at. Yehaoren had made up his mind. Look at Kai Lan's paintings. The orchids are either rootless or growing in sludge and muddy water. What does this mean? Rootless orchids, in the past, Zheng Youwang mostly painted them this way, to show noble purity, an unwillingness to be tainted by barbarian soil. But painting orchids in sludge and muddy water as well. Aren't those two artistic intentions contradictory? Chang Qingyun found it somewhat incomprehensible. That's precisely the pain in her heart, Yehaoren sighed with emotion. At first she sought to die for her husband and actively went to assassinate the Australian, because Han Chinese and thieves cannot coexist. After she was captured and submitted to the thieves, she lost her chastity, though her heart remains unwilling. I see, Chang Qingyun nodded. But for me to respond? In my view, it's quite simple for Brother Chang to respond. This Australian most likely harbors designs on Kai Lan and wants to coax her into happiness. If you blindly cater to Kai Lan's sensibilities and paint nothing but bleak and desolate scenes of cold suburbs and lean islands, firstly, the Australian won't enjoy looking at them. Secondly, if your paintings stir up infinite sorrow in Kai Lan and she seeks to end her own life, wouldn't you become a great sinner? Chang Qingyun trembled, realizing he had been utterly confused. He had been thinking only about how to craft a response, never considering this crucial point. If Kai Lan actually took her own life, the first person the true Australian would punish would certainly be him. Master Yi truly has far-sighted vision. However, if I make the paintings festive and rich, I fear they won't match the sentiment either. Kai Lan is, after all, a modest young lady from a scholarly family, and she has suffered the pain of losing her husband. If you paint roosters and peonies, it would be deeply inappropriate. Yehaoren pondered for a moment. Brother, can you paint landscapes as well as flowers and birds? Naturally I can. Then that's the answer. Brother Chang might as well paint a few spring outing scenes or treading snow to seek plum blossoms and such. Let the artistic conception be leisurely and comfortable. The Australian won't detect anything amiss, and Kai Lan won't overthink when she sees them. Excellent. Chang Qingyun felt somewhat excited. He had nearly forgotten why this old man had come to the captive camp in the first place. He was just about to speak when a burst of commotion sounded from outside, men's curses, women's wailing and crying, and people trying to mediate. What's happening? Yehaoren started and asked. Chang Qingyun gestured for him to be quiet, walked to the bedside, and quietly pushed aside the grass curtain over the window to look out. After a moment he turned back. It's nothing, just some domestic trouble in another family. He sighed as he spoke. What exactly is it? Yehaoren's curiosity was aroused. He whispered the question. It's shameful to speak of. Chang Qingyun sighed again. I just told you, the people living here are all officials and their dependents sent from various places. So, the Australians treat them fairly well and allow families to live together. They're usually assigned light tasks too. But though the work is light, you also know what these official households are like. Those who pass examinations for rank are mostly middle-aged or older. Young, able-bodied men among them are 1 in 100. Most can't even distinguish the 5 grains or do basic physical labor. Even light tasks are done clumsily. Completing their quota is considered good. Exceeding it is out of the question. When they were in their official posts, they had clerks and servants to support them. Now locked in this camp, all the servants are gone and everything must be done by hand. They still have elderly parents, wives, and children to feed. The Australian rations alone are hardly enough. Though they won't starve to death, a life lacking food and clothing is truly hard to bear. As time passed and they could no longer endure the hardship, they ordered their wives and concubines to sell smiles in the camp, earning a bit of extra food and clothing. He shook his head with bitter resignation. At first, these men mostly felt ashamed and only sent maidservants and concubines to sell smiles. Gradually, some began pushing their own daughters into the fiery pit. Lamentable fathers, brothers, and husbands spend their days enjoying the proceeds, utterly shameless, often even haggling over the payment and causing scenes. Just now was one of those quarrels. Yehaoran was not surprised by this sort of thing. He had witnessed far more suffering in the world than Chang Qingyun. In desperate circumstances, people would abandon whatever reputation and integrity they once held. I see. He asked, don't the Australians intervene? The Australians don't concern themselves with matters of reputation and integrity. In fact, one might say they wish there were no such words as reputation and integrity under heaven. Looking at Chang Qingyun's expression, he obviously had quite some criticism of the hair thieves on this point. To them, this sort of thing is a fine outcome. It damages scholars' dignity and soils damning officials and gentry. They probably couldn't ask for anything better. The stewards running this place were never good folk to begin with. Now with the Australians indulging them, they've become even more lawless. As long as taxes and fees are paid on time, they'll turn a blind eye to anything. Originally, this flesh trade catered only to the captive camp guards. Later, word spread and even fake Australian soldiers stationed nearby came to indulge themselves. Business has only grown more flourishing, Chang Qingyun sneered. The commotion outside gradually subsided. Suddenly, the door of the room next door was flung open and someone rushed inside. Immediately afterward, the door was kicked open again and a voice shouted, "You adulterous slave woman! Master Liu summons you to accompany him for wine and you dare put on airs. Still think yourself some golden and precious eldest miss." 4 crisp slapping sounds followed, along with cries of pain and the sound of someone falling to the ground. Then came a man's curse. "Get up and kneel. See if I don't whip you raw, you hoof. Don't refuse the face you're given." The crack of a leather whip sounded, mixed with a woman's agonized screams. The whipping continued for a dozen strokes. Suddenly, a door opened again and another woman's voice entered. "Brother, don't beat her too badly. If her skin and flesh are all torn up, how will she keep master company tonight?" Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 477, End of Chapter. Chapter 2274. Camp Manager Liu Youwang Yehaoran couldn't help but be astounded. Chang Qingyun quietly shook his head and pressed his voice to barely above a whisper. "That's the Sun family. The old master was originally a 9th grade registrar in the county. When the Australians came, he hanged himself. All that's left is a distant nephew, a concubine, and a daughter raised by the legal wife. The Australians originally wanted to send them back to their hometown, but this nephew saw the military chaos and figured traveling with several female dependents would be unsafe, so he voluntarily stayed here, a reasonable enough decision. But as time passed, wolfish thoughts began to grow in his dog's heart. It turned out this nephew had been living in extreme poverty in the captive camp. Seeing other families' female dependents selling their smiles and living rather well, he got ideas. So he took possession of his uncle's concubine and forced her into prostitution. A few days ago, the camp manager here took a fancy to the Sun family's daughter. The girl is called Qingyun, truly born with proper features and knowing both books and propriety. Alas, there's no justice in heaven. Reduced to captivity wasn't enough. Now she's caught the eye of the camp manager. That wretch is eager to climb the ladder, and these past few days he's been forcing her bitterly. Such a thing. Yehaoran was angry now. Seeing Chang Qingyun's panicked expression, he realized he had lost his composure again and quickly lowered his voice. Allowing prostitution is one thing, but this is forcing a decent woman into the trade. Forcing a decent woman into prostitution, so what? Chang Qingyun whispered desolately. We are the fish on the chopping block. He glanced at the door, his voice dropping to barely a mosquito's hum. "You come in here and see everything calm and orderly. But underneath, where the sun doesn't reach, crimes against heaven and reason are many. But I thought the Australians managed everything most methodically." "That's true, but only in Lingao," Qingyun said. "This is Wuzhu. The only Australian among the camp stewards is the camp manager. The rest are all local Yamen parasites, every one of them expert at squeezing money, making trouble, fawning on superiors and bullying inferiors. You've worked in Yamen shogunates for years, you should know their methods." The two men fell silent, listening to the long and short sobs coming from next door. Yehaoren felt compassion stir in his heart and whispered, "Who is the camp manager here?" "A naturalized Australian from Qingyun, name's Youwang," Qingyun said. "I've seen him coming and going in National Army uniform, probably a military officer." Youwang. Yehaoren felt the name was somehow familiar, as if he'd heard it somewhere before. He thought for a long while but truly couldn't remember. Just then a voice called from outside, "Master, master." Yehaoren froze, somewhat nervous. Qingyun gestured for him to stay calm. "That's my servant, Chang." He added, "He doesn't know you." Yehaoren remembered the most useful young servant beside Qingyun was named Chang Wei. Qingyun got up and went out. He returned shortly, his face somewhat anxious. "Chang says Camp Manager Liu wants to see me. I don't know what it's about. You should leave quickly. If someone asks questions, it'll be hard to fob them off." Yehaoren felt the tension too. If the camp manager here interrogated him, he feared it wouldn't be easy to bluff his way through. He nodded immediately. "I'll head back now." Yehaoren emerged from the captive camp and returned to the shop, his mind churning. The trip had been highly profitable. First, he had learned that camp management was not strict, entry and exit were quite casual. Second, the camp steward was a man who loved his cups and his women, a weakness to exploit. Third, there was real discontent simmering within the captive camp. For now, he still wasn't sure how these 3 points could be used to his advantage. But they were all soft spots in the Australian position. The Australians' military strength had fully secured Wuzhu, and the battalion that had been stationed near the city had now marched to the front. From casual conversations with Iron Head and reading Australian newspapers, he knew the Australians were continuously transferring troops to the upper reaches of the West River, preparing to launch their campaign against Guangs. Wuzhu Prefecture City was no longer a frontline position. Relatively speaking, the garrison would inevitably be thinned. Although a Fubo army company still remained stationed in Wuzhu, once the front demanded reinforcements, that company would surely be pulled away to fill the gap. When that happens, Yehaoren thought, that will be our chance. Qingyun was summoned to Youwang's residence. As camp manager, the man had taken over the flower hall renovated from what had once been the reviewing master's supply quarters at the old parade ground. This camp manager master, whom everyone in the camp feared, though he was a naturalized Australian, was actually just over 20 years old. His original name was Ergu, meaning 2-dog. He had lost both parents at age 10 and with nowhere to go, survived by begging and petty theft in Lingao. When the Australians arrived, his luck unexpectedly turned. Though only 15, not yet an adult, he had been pressed into service as a laborer during the attack on Bapu. When the troops fled, his small size and weak body made him an easy capture. Afterward, he remained at Nanhai Farm throughout. When Huang Kao was raising chickens at the farm, he selected several people as apprentices, and Liu Ergu was among them. The name Liu Youwang had been given to him by Huang Kao, thinking that as a naturalized citizen, Liu Ergu would no longer need to live like a dog but could obtain a new life full of hope. Hence the name Youwang, meaning has hope. Liu Youwang was clever and quick-witted, but loved playing petty tricks, disliked reading, and was steeped in the air of the marketplace. As he grew older, he added a fault of lust. At 15 and 16, he was molesting female workers and making advances on village women, causing storms at the farm and earning himself several beatings. He became universally despised. Eventually, unable to stay any longer, Huang Kao wrote him a recommendation letter and got him into the Fubo army as a soldier. The hope was that military service might temper him, but Liu Yaowang's old habits never changed. During his several years as a soldier, most of his monthly pay went to yellow tickets, and his rank never rose. After the two Guangs campaign began, veteran soldiers like Liu Yaowang would normally have been promoted to officer rank. But his bad reputation preceded him. The General Staff Political Department struck his name directly from the promotion list and transferred him to the National Army as an officer instead. Through one twist after another, he ended up in this camp manager position. Anyone else taking this assignment would have felt resentful. After all, being camp manager in the rear offered no opportunity to build merit or advance a career. But Liu Yaowang took to it like a fish to water. The captive camp guards and stewards were mostly former local Wuzhu clerks, and back when he had wandered as a beggar, he had become quite familiar with such yamen types. The clerks were also eager to curry favor with him, and Liu Yaowang threw himself into the role with tireless enthusiasm. The camp manager position seemed humble and its affairs complex, but the benefits within were numerous. Token coupons, grain, and cloth issued to captives, all could be manipulated for skimming. In his military years, the highest rank he had reached was sergeant. His surroundings had been filled with comrades, and officers held absolute authority. Even if he had wanted to play tricks, he couldn't have. Now in the captive camp, he held the position of under-chief Xie alone, above all the captive camp multitudes. Large and small affairs, life and death, nearly everything was decided by his word alone. Such absolute power, combined with the flattery of yamen scoundrels, quickly rendered years of military discipline ineffective. At first, he only held back some grain and cloth. Then he began accepting bribes. Captured officials mostly carried valuables and couldn't endure the suffering of hard labor, so they bribed him for exemptions. Once this door opened, his appetite grew. Thinking that he had followed the dragon from the earliest days, naturalized citizens who had joined years after him had all become regional high officials and officers, while he had only managed to become a national army officer. He felt resentment. With that resentment, he felt little psychological pressure about engaging in various illegal dealings. The captive camp was heaven high and emperor far away. He simply closed the door and became emperor. Yehaoran's visit to the captive camp had been merely a passing glance, but Chang Qingyun was thoroughly familiar with the situation. Though he received preferential treatment in the camp, he dared not fail to curry favor with this current manager through every means possible. He straightened his clothes. Student Chang Qingyun has come specially to pay respects. Oh, it's old Chang, please come in quickly. Liu Yaowang's voice came from within. Many thanks, officer. Chang Qingyun dared not be careless and walked inside carefully. Liu Yaowang lay sprawled on a Xiangfei couch. He was not wearing his National Army uniform or the cadre suit, but had imitated the local rich men's leisure attire, a Taoist robe, yet worn with his chest exposed and feet bare. Combined with his short hair, it created a bizarre impression. On the high table beside the couch, cups and plates lay in disarray. The wine dishes were mostly consumed, and 5 or 6 empty tin pots had been tossed on the ground. The air reeked of wine. Chang Qingyun had long ceased to be surprised by Liu Yaowang's daytime drinking, but there was also a faint scent of rouge and powder in the air. A woman had probably been keeping him company until just recently. Camp manager Liu, old Chang, sit down. Liu Yaowang had no airs about him, waving his hand. Sit, sit. Yes, yes. Chang Qingyun felt his heart grow apprehensive. He served as a clerk in the camp, but his opportunities to see Liu Yaowang were actually quite few. If not for this sudden painting assignment, he would hardly have seen the man at all. Though he rarely encountered Liu Yaowang, he understood men of this type quite well. Rising from poverty and obscurity, meeting the wind and clouds, grasping power, such men's hearts were both insecure and violent, quite twisted. The slightest carelessness could inexplicably offend the dragon's scales. During his months in the camp, he had learned of quite a few captives who had inadvertently angered the man, some beaten half to death, others who had simply died of sudden illness. Thus he maintained the utmost respect and caution. "Old Chang," Youwang said. Though he had drunk quite a bit, his speech was still clear. "I've invited you here because I want to ask you for a favor." "What are you saying, Camp Manager Master?" Qingyun hurried to reply. "You need only send someone to give the order. This is a big matter, how can I be so casual about it?" Youwang shook his head repeatedly. "You're a scholar, you must have learning. I wouldn't dare presume. Don't be modest. I heard you're even a Jurin master, truly impressive." Youwang gave a thumbs up. "Our county only produced a handful of Jurin masters in decades." Qingyun felt somewhat embarrassed and could only continue being polite. "Since you're a Jurin master, you could be considered an equal of the neighbor registrar's son's family." Qingyun was stunned, unsure what the man meant by this. He had to say, "This student never knew registrar's son. I don't know what examination rank he achieved, presumably at least a Jurin as well." Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 478, end of chapter. Chapter 2275. Looking for a breach. Having resolved to pursue the Kai Lan route, Yehaoran devoted his efforts to Qi Liheng. This child was also the seed of learning, young but remarkably intelligent. In just half a month, he had memorized the 100 family surnames fluently and started on the 1,000-character classic, already recognizing 200 or 300 characters. Though Qingyun still bore the pain of losing her husband, seeing her son so intelligent and eager to learn brought her some measure of comfort. Her respect for Yehaoran deepened accordingly. Noticing that the food at the shop was ordinary, every few days she would prepare 1 or 2 side dishes herself and have her brother from her maiden home deliver them as offerings for Master Yi. Sometimes, when no one from her maiden family was available, she came herself. Seeing that Yehaoran's clothes were ragged, she altered some of her late husband's old garments and gave them to him. Under normal circumstances, Qingyun's behavior would have been considered rather improper. But her family had been merchant folk who never paid much attention to such things. Moreover, after great upheavals, social customs often loosened. Various relaxations of ethical codes emerged constantly. Compared to those, Qingyun's actions were hardly out of line. Yehaoran took the opportunity to inquire about Kai Lan's situation. Qingyun suspected nothing and recounted her entire experience as an accompanying woman in thorough detail. Since Kai Lan had been released from prison and temporarily detained in the Earth God Temple, her sharpness had gradually faded. She was originally just a modest young lady from a humble family, raised without hardship or much experience of the world. After her family's decline, she had traveled thousands of li to seek refuge with her fiancé, only to arrive just as Wuzhu fell and her fiancé took his own life. With no way forward, she had conceived the thought of assassinating the hair thief leader, then dying in martyrdom for her husband. The strike she had delivered with all her strength before Dragon Mother Temple had exhausted every last bit of her sharpness. When she then suffered a brutal beating in the prison, it shattered the spirit of a woman accustomed to being spoiled. Truly, as they say, she could neither live nor die. By the time Xie Aaron released her for preferential treatment, though her heart still regarded him as her husband's killer, she had unconsciously added a few threads of gratitude. Detained in the Earth God Temple for several days, she not only had her injuries treated but was allowed to bathe and change clothes, with good food supplied daily. At first, Kai Lan still feared this hair thief Xie plotted misconduct. She refused to wear the fine clothes he sent, wearing only her own old garments. At night, she dared not undress to sleep, and she secretly sharpened a hairpin, hiding it on her person, prepared to use it for suicide if the hair thief tried to force himself upon her. But Kai Lan waited bitterly for many days, and the hair thief seemed to have forgotten her entirely, never showing his face. Thus the resolve she had gathered with such difficulty leaked away again. As the days passed and her will eroded, she no longer held the determination to die. When Xie Aaron heard that her spirit had dissipated and that she had stopped insisting on wearing her old clothes and torn garments, he knew the process was 5 or 6 parts complete. So he had her moved from the yamen to the 3 headquarters, where not only were there more buildings, but the environment was far better than the prefectural yamen. She now lives alone in a small courtyard there. Her daily needs are all provided for, and there are servant girls and women to attend her. It's just that her days pass drearily. All she can do is amuse herself with calligraphy and painting. When I go in to keep her company, she seems quite happy, but she sighs from time to time, Zhang Qiuchun said. Yehaoran listened carefully, then asked, "In your opinion, is this Kai Lan finding favor with the Australian?" Qiuchun started in surprise. This Master Yi had always presented the face of a modest gentleman and had never asked about such domestic gossip. That he would suddenly come out with such a question. Yehaoran also realized his inquiry was somewhat abrupt, but it was something he had to know. His mind raced and he suddenly remembered. Chang Qingyun was also among Zhang Qiuchun's benefactors. He could make good use of this point. Feigning deep distress, he sighed. "Ah, this is not something I should be asking about. This Miss Kai is also a woman of bitter fate. It's just that there is a difficult matter at hand and I must seek her help to accomplish it." Seeing her benefactor speak with such a solemn face, Qiuchun believed him 7 or 8 parts. She hurriedly asked, "What difficult matter does Sir mean?" "A former colleague of mine from Governor Xing's shogunate, Master Chang Qingyun." "What? Master Chang's whereabouts are known?" Qiuchun was excited. Chang Qingyun had done her a great kindness. Back then, if he had not stood forward, Qiuchun would have been violated right there in the street. In an era when a woman's reputation and chastity were considered greater than life itself, Chang Qingyun's grace was even greater than Yehaoran's. Though she was but a frail woman, she was someone who dared to act and who cherished kindness and righteousness. She would absolutely not ignore a benefactor in trouble. "Yes." Yehaoran nodded with affected gravity. "Master Chang failed to break through the siege. He was captured by the hair thieves and is now imprisoned at the Sanhui parade ground." He paused deliberately and sighed. "What's happened?" Zhang Qiuchun pressed. "Has Master Chang met with some misfortune? He is a Juren master and was also Governor Xing's advisor and friend. The hair thieves hate scholars most of all. A Juren in that camp, what good could possibly come to him?" Yehaoran said heavily. "He suffers every abuse, barely dragging out a feeble existence." "How terrible!" Zhang Qiuchun's heart grew heavy at once. She twisted her handkerchief tightly in her hands. "He must be suffering greatly. A few days ago I received word that Master Chang has endured so much torture in the camp that his body has broken down. He's now bedridden with illness. I went to great lengths to find connections, and today I finally managed to slip into the camp. When I saw his condition, truly, nothing but skin and bones. If this continues, he probably won't last long." "How dreadful," Zhang Qiuchun said. "Sir wants to rescue Master Chang." "Indeed I do," Yehaoran nodded. "But as you know, I'm merely a fish that slipped through the net. Being able to keep myself safe already counts as tremendous good fortune. How could I have the means to save him? The only option is to open another path. If Miss Kai has found favor with the true Australian senator, she might be able to say a word on his behalf. Perhaps that could secure Master Chang's release." This reasoning was airtight. Zhang Qiuchun could not help but believe him. Sure enough, a layer of worry colored her face. "Sir speaks rightly. With Master Chang in trouble both emotionally and morally, this servant should exert herself to save him." "It's just that this matter cannot be accomplished in one step," Qiuchun said. "Though true Australian Senator Xie provides her with brocade clothes and fine food, Miss Kai is unhappy every day, often weeping. Moreover, when this servant goes to her, I always arrive in the morning and leave before dusk. Whether she has received his grace and favor, I don't know and dare not ask." "Then what do you usually do when you're together?" "Nothing special. I keep her company in conversation to ease her boredom. We also do needlework together, play chess, play leaf cards. Sometimes I accompany her in painting. Qingyun frowned, trying hard to recall. Actually, she speaks very little and rarely mentions her own affairs. This servant dares not ask too many questions. Has she never mentioned the true Australian? Not a single word. And her fiancé? Also never mentioned. Qingyun frowned. She only sheds tears suddenly from time to time. Is her makeup and appearance usually tidy? Actually, yes, quite tidy, Qingyun started to say, then suddenly exclaimed, speaking of which she must. Yes, Yehaoran nodded. Allow me to ask one more indelicate question. In your opinion, is Kai Lan still a virgin? This was somewhat difficult to answer. It touched on personal privacy and concerned reputation and chastity. Qingyun pondered for a moment before saying, no. Then that settles it. Yehaoran tapped his fan against his palm. I knew Kai Lan's fiancé. He was a most upright gentleman. When Kai Lan came to seek refuge with him because the war made things dangerous, he feared that if he met with misfortune, it would ruin her future. So he refused to complete the marriage with her. They never consummated their union. I see, Qingyun grew thoughtful. She is also a woman of bitter fate. Kai Lan had no choice in the matter. Humans are not sages. How can anyone be without fault? There is no need to judge her harshly. Yehaoran knew that Qingyun too had her own sorrows. He could not reproach her with grand righteousness otherwise. If she applied the logic to herself and turned rebellious, the whole plan would fail. If things are as you describe, she may have some chance of success in asking Senator Xie for this favor. Yes, Qingyun said. To rescue Master Chang, this servant will certainly do everything in her power. It's just that Miss Kai's moods are unpredictable. Other matters are easy enough to manage, but asking the Australian for something, that won't be so simple. Let this servant think of a careful approach. Yehaoran nodded. You are a true heroine among women. I trust you in this matter. However, Master Chang is no ordinary captive. If something goes wrong, you being a local with family might come to harm. It would be better for me to speak directly. Seeing Qingyun's doubtful expression, he explained. As I told you, I have old ties with her fiancé Xing Chenghuan. I still have a folding fan with an inscription that Master Xing gifted me back then. If I could meet her face to face, I could surely persuade her. Naturally, Yehaoran couldn't actually have Qingyun handle this matter, because Chang Qingyun was living quite well. There was no skin and bones to speak of. Besides, getting Chang Qingyun out wasn't actually difficult. There was no need for such elaborate scheming. Qingyun was secretly moved by his consideration, but still somewhat hesitant. If Sir says so, this servant naturally believes you. But Sir is a man. How could you enter her courtyard? Just to enter the 3 headquarters, one needs to pass a waste pass inspection. I naturally cannot enter, but she can come out. Come out. Qingyun was puzzled. She is practically under house arrest in the 3 headquarters. She never steps outside the courtyard, and she's so depressed and unhappy. If she doesn't step out, is it because the true Australian has forbidden her to leave? Actually, no, Qingyun remembered something. A few days ago, Senator Xie sent people to ask if she wanted to go out for a walk. He would send people to escort her, but Kai Lan was unwilling. Perfect. Yehaoran thought to himself. Heaven is helping me. All you need to do is persuade her to go out and burn incense. I see that Dragon Mother Temple outside the city is an excellent place. Women in situations like Kai Lan's usually harbored bitter depression in their hearts. They could hardly be expected to have interest in touring mountains or enjoying scenery. But burning incense and worshipping the gods offered considerable comfort to their troubled psychology. She's an outsider, so she probably doesn't know about Dragon Mother Temple's efficacy. You're a native of Wuzhou. You must know many tales of the Dragon Mother Temple's miraculous powers. Tell her more about them and encourage her to burn incense. She'll most likely be willing to go. Next update, Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 479, End of Chapter. Chapter 2276, Offering Incense. Yehaoran's guess proved correct. Shortly after Kai Lan moved to the 3 headquarters, she had been taken for use by Xie Aaron. A young woman like her, with no one to turn to, stranded in a strange land amid military chaos, facing Xie Aaron's tenderness, actually had little room for choice. Besides death, she could only accept with half refusal and half submission. Though Xie Aaron was a hair thief, he was after all the Marquis of 100 Li of Wuzhou. Having been in Wuzhou for some time, Kai Lan had come to understand that the Australians were no ordinary mud-legged rebels, but overseas giant bandits invading the realm. They could more or less be counted as regional powers. The servant women around her said that Master Xie was a senator of great song, with incomparably noble status, simply not comparable to her own fiancé, a poor scholar. Since she had become Senator Xie's woman, everyone around her treated her with added courtesy. Not only were her food and drink of the highest quality, but slave maids attended her side, supposedly all from Wuzhou's prominent households, accustomed to serving and most attentive to every need. Truly, the moment her lips grew slightly dry, someone would serve tea at the perfect temperature. At the slightest sound from her throat, a spittoon would already be presented. When she had been a girl at home, far from having anyone to serve her, she had to cook in the kitchen herself, toil at housework, and wait upon her father and brothers. When had she ever lived such days of having clothes handed to her and rice brought to her mouth, let alone with such meticulous attention? To say she was not moved by it would be a lie. Yet even so, the words loss of body and loss of chastity hung like a tight yoke around her heart, making it impossible for her to let go. Even a life of brocade clothes and jade food lost its color. Whenever she sat quietly alone, she would seem to see her father's gaunt and stern face, as if cursing her. Losing chastity to serve thieves, you are a daughter of a Confucian scholar from a scholarly line. How could you do such a shameless thing? Whenever her thoughts reached this point, she would tremble for a while. The enormous mental pressure suffocated her. Once she imagined people discussing behind her back, calling her frivolous, unchaste, a fallen woman. She felt as though someone was ruthlessly whipping her. The biographies of exemplary women, inner training, admonitions for women, all the texts her father had taught her since childhood. Now those words from the books she had once read became like knives, constantly stirring her heart, leaving her no peace. At night, she sometimes dreamed of her fiancé, though in truth, she had not been familiar with this man who was supposed to have been her husband. They had been engaged since childhood but never met. It was only last year, when famine sparked civil uprising in their hometown, and the whole family fled to the provincial capital, her parents old and declining, their lives precarious, that she remembered the old engagement. They wrote a letter asking Xing Chenghuan to send people to escort her so they could complete the marriage and give her something to rely on. She had traveled thousands of li to reach Wuzhou, yet she had only seen her fiancé 3 or 4 times. In truth, she was even somewhat hazy about Xing Chenghuan's appearance. So in her dreams, the fiancé she saw was always a blurry shadow, weeping silently alone, then suddenly rushing at her in a frenzy, choking her neck, roaring, "Why didn't you die?" Kai Lan often woke screaming from these nightmares, spending long nights in fear and guilt. This was also why she had begged Xie Aaron to find her a companion. At least on nights when Xie Aaron didn't come to stay, there could be someone beside her to help her through the long hours. Truth be told, although Xie Aaron had expended considerable, small intentions to seduce her, after obtaining her, Kai Lan could not really feel much of his favor. Though under his protection she wanted for nothing and could be said to live amid brocade clothes and jade food, the nights Xie Aaron came to stay in her room were few, only once or twice a week. In this hair thief's residence, she was neither wife nor concubine, not even counted as a maidservant. This Senator Xie never discussed future arrangements with her. Kai Lan was like a lost traveler whose path behind had been severed, and whose path ahead stretched into a formless haze. She could find no direction and had no idea where to go. This day, listening to Qingyun's words, she felt that staying bored in the 3 headquarters like this was no solution. Painting alone could not dispel much of her sorrow and gloom. It only left her appearance wan and dispirited. Better to simply go out for a walk to clear her mind, to worship the Dragon Mother and beg for blessings of peace, perhaps to escape this sea of bitterness sooner. Her hometown had no deity such as Dragon Mother, but she had heard long ago that Wuzhu's Dragon Mother temple was most efficacious. She immediately had someone report to Senator Xie that she wished to visit the Gui River's Dragon Mother temple to offer incense. After Xie Aaron had claimed Kai Lan, he had greatly satisfied his desire for conquest and his vanity. However, he did not actually have much love for her. He did not care for this kind of woman steeped in traditional sensibilities. To tell the truth, he did not particularly crave Kai Lan's body either. According to the Senate's General Office standards for selecting maids, Kai Lan would rate only C grade. Moreover, since the West Route Army had advanced toward Guangxi, Wuzhu had become a transportation hub, and his workload had grown heavier by the day. Not only did he have to oversee Wuzhu's recovery and administrative governance, but he also had to manage a whole series of material preparations for the Guangxi advance. Though the planning court had dramatically increased the materials and manpower flowing into Wuzhu for these preparations, the pressure was even greater than before. Just reviewing reports and attending meetings kept Xie Aaron busy until 9 or 10 o'clock every night. Where would he find the interest to specially visit a woman's quarters? Sometimes, when dealing with matters in the 3 headquarters meeting rooms ran late, he would simply stay overnight in Kai Lan's courtyard. He felt he treated Kai Lan very well, materially at least very well. As for spiritual communication, truth be told, Xie Aaron had never thought about it. In any case, there would be a position for her among the Xie family's maids in the future. Now hearing that Kai Lan wanted to offer incense, Xie Aaron did not hesitate and approved immediately. He simply instructed the guard captain to send a few people to follow for protection. After all, it was outside the city. Qingyun herself had not expected the matter to go so smoothly. Taking advantage of her return home, she secretly informed Yehaoran of the date for offering incense. Yehaoran was delighted. He immediately went ahead to Dragon Mother Temple to survey the terrain. When women offered incense, custom dictated that men accompany them. Moreover, Kai Lan was Xie Aaron's woman. Though she had no title or status, those below dared not neglect her either. Finding a chance to be alone with her would be very difficult. Yehaoran pondered the matter repeatedly. Regardless of Kai Lan's own preferences, upon arriving at Dragon Mother Temple, she would inevitably be treated as guest of honor. The temple abbot would most likely come out to welcome her, and would certainly invite her to a quiet room in the backyard to take tea and rest. Under ordinary circumstances, the accompanying male servants and guards would not follow her into the room. The only person who could accompany her inside was Qingyun. If he himself wanted to see her, this was the only opportunity. He would simply need to hide in the quiet room before they arrived. But there were several quiet rooms for entertaining honored guests in Dragon Mother Temple's backyard. He had no gift of foresight and could not know in advance which room they would use, and entering the backyard freely was no easy matter. Using force, having Song Ming's people act, first kidnapping the abbot and forcing him to cooperate, carried great risk. If the abbot refused to comply or reported them afterward, Yehaoran would be completely exposed. He thought and thought, then suddenly hit upon an idea. He asked Jiang Qingyun, "What date will Kai Lan go to offer incense?" "According to the Australian new calendar, it's July 6th, Qingyun said. "The weather is hot, so the plan is to leave early in the morning and return to the 3 headquarters before noon. Wait for my word, we may need to delay a few days. Is that convenient?" "It's no inconvenience," Jiang Qingyun said. "She has nothing to do anyway, any day works. But Zhao Fengshan told us that going out requires 2 days advance notice, so he can arrange the guards and attendants." Yehaoran spent a few days doing his homework. During dinner one evening, he deliberately brought up anecdotes about Dragon Mother Temple. Though he was not a local, As a scholar, gathering information was quite easy. He had even specially visited the newly established Wuzhou Library, which had been the old Wuzhou Prefecture school. Xie Aaron had gathered books collected from various yamens here, making them freely available for locals to read. Yehaoran had specifically looked through the prefecture annals and county annals, reading the origins and stories of Dragon Mother Temple until he knew them fluently. These days, Luo Yangming was often away at dinner. In a small household, there was not much strict separation between men and women either. Ding Atao, Wen Yun, Li Wensheng, and the others usually ate at one table. Over dinner, there was inevitably casual conversation, marketplace news, strange tales and rumors. Yehaoran took the opportunity to discuss Dragon Mother Temple stories. Everyone in the rice shop except Wen Yun was an outsider who knew very little about Dragon Mother Temple. Yehaoran's explanations captured their interest. Yehaoran held forth about the spiritual signs and miracles of Dragon Mother Temple for several days running, gradually stirring Ding Atao's thoughts. After Wuzhou's liberation, Ding Atao felt everything had gone wrong instead. Business had stalled, and Luo Yangming was never home anymore. It was as if he had become a different person. Her heart was filled with panic and unease. She worried whether the rice shop business could continue, whether the whole family might end up wandering the streets as before, separated in life and parted in death. She also feared that her husband's busyness was merely an excuse. Perhaps he had other women outside. Yet as a daughter of a scholarly family, she dared not ask too many questions or make accusations. Such behavior would be beneath her dignity. When anxiety and frustration overwhelmed her, she took her anger out on Wen Yun, then inevitably regretted her own lack of generosity. Now, stirred by Yehaoran's deliberate suggestions, she thought that since Dragon Mother Temple was so efficacious, why not go and offer incense to pray? Perhaps it would indeed prove effective. Wen Yun had originally been a young girl from a poor family, lively and active since childhood. Since marrying Luo Yangming as a concubine, though the mistress treated her quite well, rules had been set for her everywhere, and control was strict. She rarely went out anymore and often felt stifled. She was naturally willing to visit Dragon Mother Temple to offer incense. When Luo Yangming heard that his wife and concubine wanted to go to Dragon Mother Temple, he found nothing strange about it and agreed immediately. "It's just that I'm busy with work and can't accompany you. Let shopkeeper Li take Chun to escort you. I'm old and my legs aren't what they used to be. I won't go for the incense offering." Li Wensheng waved his hand with a smile. "Let Mr. Yi take Chun instead." Yehaoran quickly said, "Since that's the case, leave this matter to me." Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 480, End of Chapter. Chapter 2277. New noble having secured this mandate, Yehaoran could now act with proper name and authority. The purpose of the incense offering was to see Kai Lan. For Yehaoran, this deity was far harder to summon, so he decided on his own to set the date for July 6th. Ding Atao had little housework to manage. A few days earlier or later made no difference, so they settled on that day. Yehaoran immediately went outside the city to Dragon Mother Temple to find the abbot. The Dragon Mother Temple's abbot was named Wu Yuan. Though not old, he was a man of many connections in Wuzhou, maintaining relationships with local aristocratic families and prominent households. Originally, medium and small merchants like Luo Yangming wouldn't have registered in his eyes at all. Having a guest prefect receive them when they came to offer incense was already showing face. But now Luo Yangming was a ringing, real power figure in Wuzhou. So when Yehaoran arrived at Dragon Mother Temple and handed over his name card, Abbot Wu Yuan personally came out to welcome him. After an exchange of pleasantries, Yehaoran explained his purpose. Luo Yangming's wife and concubine wished to come to Dragon Mother Temple to offer incense on July 6th, and he hoped to reserve a quiet room in the backyard in advance and order a table of vegetarian dishes. Upon hearing this, Abbot Wu Yuan's fair-skinned face took on a troubled expression. "Is there a difficulty?" Yehaoran pressed. Master Luo's business. Naturally, our humble temple dares not refuse. It's just that the timing is unfortunate. Abbot Wu Yuan frowned. Someone else came yesterday to make a reservation. Surely there's more than one quiet room in your backyard. Of course there are several, Abbot Wu Yuan hurriedly said. It's just that this guest has a very significant background. Oh, which master's household would that be? Not any master's household. The abbot lowered his voice. It was booked by the Australians, a female dependent. Yehaoran thought to himself, this must be Kai Lan. Qingyun has done well. He smiled slightly and said, Abbot, my employer works right in the Aftermath Bureau. The only true Australian in Wuzhou is Prefect Xie, and he has no female dependent accompanying him here. This female dependent you speak of is probably. He pointed toward the temple gate. That one correct. Kai Lan's assassination attempt at the Dragon Mother Temple Gate had caused quite a sensation in Wuzhou at the time. Her subsequent loss of chastity and following the thieves had become even bigger news. People added oil and vinegar to the story, spinning it into something quite lurid. Whenever anyone mentioned the matter, it was mostly with disdain. Disdain aside, Kai Lan was now the true hair's woman, and common people were still clear-eyed enough to understand what came of discussing a power holder's woman. Thus Abbot Wu Yuan spoke in a lowered voice, and Yehaoran referred to her only as that one. Abbot Wu Yuan nodded. Since it's her, then this is easy to handle, Yehaoran said. Speaking of it, this person has no title, neither wife nor concubine, neither slave nor maid. Why must the abbot show her such honor? The masters of Wuzhou City, if they knew, would surely sneer. Wu Yuan was somewhat surprised. These words were spoken quite viciously. Had it been anyone else, he would have hurried to feign confusion and see the guest out. But behind this ye stood Master Luo of the Aftermath Bureau, the #1 red-hot figure under the true hair. Not to mention his status was more exalted than this Kai Lan's, yet his advisor had publicly spoken such words. He recalled that the person who had come to make the reservation was not some important cadre under the Australian, but only a minor clerk in Kai Lan's accompanying woman. Nor had any security clearance been requested. Clearly, the true hair's favor for her had waned. Wu Yuan was a man of exquisite perception, his thoughts turning with extreme speed. He immediately smiled. Since Master Luo's household so favors our humble temple, this poor Taoist cannot refuse. How about this? We'll arrange for the quiet room at the east end. As for the vegetarian meal, the abbot may handle it as he sees fit. There's no need to be frugal, Yehaoran smiled. Master Luo's family are reasonable people. They certainly won't make things difficult for the abbot. Yehaoran had visited Dragon Mother Temple's backyard before. He knew the layout. The 3 main rooms would be for Kai Lan's party, while the quiet room at the east end that Wu Yuan mentioned consisted of 3 wing rooms, quiet, hidden, an excellent place for a private conversation. That's easily arranged, Abbot Wu Yuan agreed fully. In this summer heat, few ladies from prominent households come to the temple to offer incense. With Sir's instructions, we shall naturally attend to matters with our whole hearts. When July 6th arrived, the weather was sunny and hot with few clouds. Yehaoran rose very early, finished washing and ate breakfast quickly, then went to a sedan chair shop on the street and hired 2 bamboo silk cool sedans, which he had carried to the courtyard to wait. He was anxious at heart, fearing he might miss Kai Lan. Though he knew it was still early, he kept glancing toward the inner residence gate. Chun noticed his restlessness. Advisor, he joked, I think your eagerness to get to Dragon Mother Temple is greater than the mistress and concubines. Yehaoran realized he had lost his composure and quickly defended himself. Hardly. The weather is hot. We should leave early when the road is still cool. Once the sun comes up, walking the whole way will be both steaming and scorching. Master need not be anxious, Chun said. The mistress and concubine got up early. Breakfast was just sent in. They're probably washing up and doing their hair now. That'll take quite some time. The mistress said that now our family counts as half a gentry household, and going out to worship the gods is a big occasion. It shouldn't be too shabby. As the Australians advanced through Guangdong singing their song of conquest, Ding Atao, despite harboring many complaints about her husband devoting his energy to the Aftermath Bureau, had gradually come to feel that her status was not ordinary. Luo Yangming was now one of the heads and faces of Wuzhou City. No matter how prominent a gentry family had been, even if the head of house had fled, as long as property and dependents remained in Wuzhou, they would inevitably send someone to the door with a name card and a gift during festival times. This kind of respect was something Ding Atao had never experienced in all her life. Going out to offer incense was almost the only opportunity for women of that era to appear openly in public. It was also a chance for women of wealthy households to show off their family background, status, and wealth. Ding Atao came from a humble background. At best, she had been the wife of a rice shop owner, not particularly distinguished even among Wuzhou's merchant class. She had never dared dream of such things. When she went out to burn incense, it was always quietly done. This time, she had set her heart on taking the opportunity to make a bit of a show. Even A Chun today had changed into a new cyan cloth short shirt, and even his hair net was brand new. Yehaoran waited for half a shichen before seeing two women emerge, dressed from head to toe in newly purchased clothes. Not only were the materials exquisite, but the patterns were gorgeous as well. Compared to their usual plain clothes and light makeup, they looked like entirely different people. A Chun was even more stunned, blurting out, "Mistress, you've suddenly become so beautiful." Ding Atao, after all, came from a humble background. Praised by this boy, her cheeks immediately flushed red. "Since we're going to offer incense, we naturally have to make a proper show of it," she said. Yehaoran quickly joined in. "The mistress speaks rightly. Now that the master's status is elevated, the mistress going out can't be too shabby. It wouldn't do to diminish the master's standing." Ding Atao found that this advisor not only handled affairs capably but spoke pleasantly too. She couldn't help smiling slightly. "Today we must trouble, sir." Her tone was both slow and composed, revealing an air of calm dignity befitting a gentry mistress, quite different from her usual manner as well. Yehaoran hastened to say, "The mistress speaks too seriously," he bowed. "The sedan chairs are already waiting in the yard. Please, mistress and concubine, get in." The two women mounted the sedans. Yehaoran led the way in front while A Chun followed behind. In truth, the Luo family's back residence was quite modest. Besides one rough-work old maid, Ding Atao had no other slave girls at her side. Many things in the inner residence were done by herself and Wen-yun. Thus this procession to burn incense had to be simplified. They had only called a partner from the rice shop to carry a load of offerings and follow along. The group left by the house gate and made their way along the Gui River bank. Ding Atao very rarely went out, counting up the whole year, perhaps 7 or 8 times at most. After the Australians took Wuzhou, worried that the current situation was unstable and that going out might invite disaster, she had ventured outside even less. But her husband said the Australians had the talent for governance. She wanted to take a good look at this new appearance of Wuzhou. Through the fine bamboo curtain hanging over the cool sedan's window, she saw that the streets outside were flat, tidy, and clean, indeed different from former days. There weren't many pedestrians, and those present walked with hurried steps, each seeking their own livelihood. Nothing seemed abnormal. Yet walking this way, she saw no beggars or refugees. Once visible everywhere, they had now vanished without a trace. "It seems the Australians do have some ability," Ding Atao thought. "If they can carve out a kingdom in the two Guangs, my husband following them will surely count as a gentry figure. And if it's really as my husband says, that the Australians intend to chase the deer across the central plains and unite all under heaven, then Luo Yangming will be a meritorious subject who followed the dragon from the beginning. I'll surely receive a mandated title." But worry quickly clouded her heart again. Right now, the rice shop business was poor. All the merchants in the city complained that business was hard and the markets were desolate. Walking along, she indeed saw that though all the shops had their doors open, they all wore a half-dead appearance. There were no traveling merchants coming and going, no street runners everywhere matching deals. Thinking again that Luo Yangming had barely been home these past few months, her mood sank once more. Everyone said the Dragon Mother was most efficacious. She could only pray that the Dragon Mother would bless the Australians to win more battles, so that Luo Yangming could attach himself to their horse's tail and gallop 1,000 li, earning a fine future. And finally, absolutely, that he would not cast aside his wife of shared hardships after attaining wealth and honor. Her thoughts wandered wildly the whole way. She didn't know how long had passed when suddenly the sedan chair stopped. Yehaoran's voice came. "Mistress, Dragon Mother Temple has arrived." Ding Atao stepped down from the sedan and saw they were already at the foot of Dragon Mother Temple's steps. Though she had lived in Wuzhou for several years, the times she had visited Dragon Mother Temple could be counted on her fingers. Wen Yun, on the other hand, came often. Her brother was a foreman among the dock porters, a man who earned his living from the water. His reverence for the Dragon Mother was far deeper than ordinary people's. Yehaoran sent away the sedan chairs and led the way. Ascending the steps, they passed through a stone archway. Right in the center, in large characters, was inscribed, "Imperially bestowed Lady Yangning." Ding Atao had heard people say this title was bestowed by Taizu, the founder of this dynasty. Passing through the archway brought them to the main hall. The weather was hot, and not many people had come to Dragon Mother Temple to offer incense. Yet the moment Ding Atao appeared, she immediately attracted quite a few gazes, many of them confused. Ding Atao suddenly realized. She was dressed as a wealthy household's mistress, yet she had no slave girls or old maids crowding around her. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 481, End of Chapter. Chapter 2278. Two women. Ding Atao couldn't help her face from turning red. Fortunately, Wen Yun beside her was sensible enough and supported her the whole way, sparing her too much loss of face. Luckily, the moment she entered the temple gate, a Taoist hurried off to report to Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan immediately came out to welcome her, exchanging extremely warm pleasantries, then personally led her on a tour of the temple. First they offered incense in the main hall, then proceeded to the Crown Prince Hall beside it to offer incense as well. After paying respects at all the halls, he escorted them to the quiet room in the backyard to rest. Since they were female guests, Abbot Wu Yuan could not appropriately linger long in the quiet room. He said a few flattering words, then excused himself and withdrew. Fortunately, large temples like this typically hired female guest prefects, eloquent women favored by their superiors, specifically to accompany ladies from prominent households who came to offer incense. These women were skilled at reading expressions and spoke well. Before long, they had coaxed Ding Atao's brow to unfold. Truly, as they say, today I finally know that rich people's lives are even better than I imagined. Seeing Ding Atao settled in, Yehaoran excused himself and stepped out. For propriety's sake, he should not linger in the room anyway. The courtyard was quiet. Besides the 3 wing rooms at the east end that Ding Atao's group occupied, the other buildings stood empty. Had Kai Lan not yet arrived? Yehaoran felt a flutter of anxiety, but then recalled that he had met Qingyun just the day before, and she had mentioned no change in plans. Don't be anxious, Yehaoran warned himself silently. He calculated in his mind how he would go about persuading Kai Lan. The courtyard's location was quite secluded, surrounded by large trees whose thick shade blocked the sun. Walking beneath them, with a cool breeze blowing gently, one could scarcely feel the summer heat at all. Abbot Wu Yuan had spent considerable thought on pleasing the female dependents of prominent households, not only planting flowers and trees throughout the yard, but also creating a small garden behind the main rooms, embellished with flowers, trees, and ornamental rocks. This Taoist really knows how to enjoy himself, Yehaoran thought with silent disdain. Truth be told, he had not yet figured out what use Kai Lan could be, even if he succeeded in persuading her. But at the very least, Kai Lan was the pillow companion of that hair thief Xie. Even if she could not influence the hair thief directly, she would certainly know something of his affairs. Perhaps from that, Yehaoren could obtain useful intelligence. He was still lost in these thoughts when suddenly Abbot Wu Yuan's voice sounded from outside the courtyard. "This way, please, this way, please," he started. Kai Lan must have arrived. Yehaoren hurriedly rose and slipped behind the curtain beneath the eaves of the East Wing room corridor. Sure enough, moments later, he saw Jiang Qiuchen accompanying a young woman into the courtyard, followed by several male and female servants and maids. Upon entering the courtyard gate, Qiuchen halted and addressed the male servants. "You wait outside this courtyard." Then she took Kai Lan's arm again and said softly, "Miss, watch your step." Kai Lan nodded slightly. She had come to Dragon Mother Temple to clear her mind. Though the sun had been fierce when they set out, this was her first excursion in months. Looking at the street scenes from her sedan chair had brought a touch of freshness, washing away much of the tangled pain in her heart. But the moment they arrived at the steps of Dragon Mother Temple's main gate, the memory of her assassination attempt against Xie Aaron here flooded back. Kai Lan felt such shame and guilt that she wished she could leap from the sedan directly into the rolling waves of the Gui River. It was Qiuchen who understood her best. Seeing that she remained in the sedan for a long time without getting out, Qiuchen suddenly realized what was wrong and hastily ordered the bearers to lift the sedan again, entering through the side gate instead. This delay at the main gate had drained all her desire for sightseeing. Kai Lan was inclined to return home directly. But Qiuchen urged her strongly. Since they had made the special trip to offer incense and had already entered the temple gate, how could she possibly not worship? To offend the gods would be terrible. Hearing these words, Kai Lan had no choice but to descend from the sedan and proceed first to the Dragon Mother Hall to offer incense. Wu Yuan understood human nature intimately. Knowing Kai Lan's sensitivities, he had sent young Taoists ahead to clear the area around the Dragon Mother Hall and block pilgrims from the halls, keeping them outside the courtyard, to avoid idle gossip that might displease Miss Kai. When Kai Lan entered Dragon Mother Temple and saw the divine image with its precious and solemn countenance yet kind and merciful expression, with 5 small dragons coiling about the lotus seat beneath it, their expressions intimate, like infants, she felt as if the divine image before her eyes were as tender as her own mother, who had passed away years ago. All the grievances, fears, and resentments of these days, everything surged up in her heart at once. She could suppress it no longer. Instantly she collapsed to the ground, tears gushing like a spring. Abbot Wu Yuan was caught off guard and hastened forward to comfort her. Miss, there's no need for this, no need for this." Qiuchen hurried over to support her, advising in a low voice. After a long while, Kai Lan finally stopped crying. This unrestrained weeping had actually released the accumulation of these past days, and her mood lightened considerably. She stopped and said, "Sister Qiuchen, help me with the offerings." The abbot had long ago prepared rattan-woven praying mats specially for prominent households' incense offerings. Qiuchen also presented the offerings they had brought and lit the Tibetan incense. Kai Lan took it over and prayed silently. After Kai Lan finished, Qiuchen also burned incense and prayed. Subsequently, following custom, they offered incense at the various halls in order. Then, led by the abbot, they came to the backyard. Jiang Qiuchen supported Kai Lan as they entered the courtyard. Hearing voices coming from the East Wing room, she knew this must be the Luo family's female dependents that Yehaoren had mentioned. Looking again toward the corridor of the East Wing room, she could see a man's figure swaying behind the curtain. That was probably Advisor Hao. She deliberately slowed her pace. Yehaoren, seeing Jiang Qiuchen's gaze directed his way as she slowed her steps, knew she had noticed him. He gently lifted the curtain a few times in acknowledgement. Qiuchen nodded slightly and continued supporting Kai Lan as they walked past. They entered the main room, where melons and fruits for relieving the summer heat had been prepared. Someone also brought cool water and towels for Kai Lan to wash. After freshening up, Kai Lan retired to the eastern chamber to rest. Qingyun took the opportunity to step outside. Seeing no one in the courtyard, Yehaoran quietly emerged from behind the curtain. He made a gesture to Qingyun, pointing toward a banana tree in the corner of the yard. Qingyun nodded slightly. Noticing that no one in the main room was paying attention to her, her heart pounded wildly. She felt an inexplicable thrill, as if she were doing something illicit. Behind the banana tree in the yard corner stood several ornamental rocks, with flowers and trees providing cover, an excellent spot for a private conversation. Yehaoran asked in a low voice, "How is Miss Kai?" She was actually somewhat reluctant to come today. I urged her for a long time, also saying that since the reservation was already made it would be inconvenient to change. Finally she agreed to come out. Qingyun said, "She cried quite a bit during the incense offering just now, but looking at her afterward her mood seems much better. She's just a bit weak now and is resting in the warm pavilion." "You did well," Yehaoran praised, "truly a heroine among women." This praise made Qingyun's heart flutter like a startled fawn, pounding wildly. Master Hao before her, though over 50 years old, cut a magnificent figure. Every gesture carried an air of calm self-possession. His words were both kind and transparently reasonable. Come to think of it, her own husband had been far inferior to him. "Sir flatters me too much." Qingyun found herself somewhat coy despite herself. Yehaoran did not notice the state of mind of the young woman before him at all. He cared only about explaining his arrangements. "In a short while, they'll send the vegetarian meal at noon. After the meal, you must persuade Kai Lan to go for a walk to aid digestion." He pointed toward a moon gate beside the corridor of the main room. "Through that gate is a small garden. I'll be waiting there. You just need to contrive to get Kai Lan inside. I'll handle the rest." Qingyun nodded silently. "I understand. It's just that Miss Kai's mood is unpredictable. The matter, sir, is entrusting me with. Please be careful not to touch her sore spots." Yehaoran returned beneath the corridor. By now, a young Taoist had brought fragrant tea, lotus leaf tea, as it turned out. This particular tea was something Ding Atao had once tasted at the home of the local grain guild head. It was made by the Taoists of Dragon Mother Temple themselves, and was most precious. The Taoists typically used it as gifts to curry favor with the city's prominent households. Drinking it now brought her a rather special feeling. Seeing Yehaoran under the eaves refusing to come inside, she told Wen-yun to bring him a cup of tea. "Many thanks, Aunt Wen." Yehaoran accepted the tea, his expression as proper and serious as ever. Wen-yun covered her mouth with the tea tray and giggled. "Mr. Hao, you're always so polite." "It's simply proper etiquette," Yehaoran said. "Your etiquette is really thorough, truly a scholar." Wen-yun set down the tea tray, her face full of innocent curiosity. "Why don't you sit inside? Why insist on staying out here under the eaves?" "It's more ventilated here with a breeze," Yehaoran said. Finding her innocence rather endearing, he smiled. "Besides, I'm a man. In this hot weather I'm sweating profusely. Inside the room, wouldn't I fill the air with my scent and bother the mistress?" "Our family is a merchant family, we're not so particular," Wen-yun said. "The mistress doesn't mind such things either." "That may be true, but the sage says, 'See no impropriety, hear no impropriety, speak no impropriety, do no impropriety.'" Yehaoran, amused by her innocence, smiled. "Men and women have their distinctions. With you and the mistress inside, I naturally should not be in there." Mr. Hao, you really are a pedantic scholar," Yehaoran laughed aloud. "The aunt speaks truly. This Hao fellow is indeed a sour sort who holds the sage's words as golden rule." Wen-yun blinked, then covered her mouth with her handkerchief, giggling. "Sir is truly amusing. By the way, sir, just now I saw you go behind the banana tree. Is there something fun back there?" Yehaoran started. He hadn't expected this young woman to have noticed. He quickly covered. "I saw those banana trees looking so lovely and green, so I went over to look. Indeed, it's quite a fine little scene, like a victory in a pot. So I sat there for a while." When Yun didn't know what victory in a pot meant and was just about to ask when she saw a young Taoist carrying a tray come through the gate, followed by another Taoist carrying a food box from the kitchen. Knowing that lunch had arrived, she quickly said, "The temple has sent our lunch, come eat." An 8 immortals table had already been set up in the passageway of the wing room, with bowls and chopsticks laid out. The Luo family was, after all, a merchant household, not as particular about etiquette as Yehaoren. He could not be too pedantic either, so he excused himself and sat down in the western guest seat. The food on the table was not abundant but quite refined. Braised fat choy with winter mushrooms, cold-dressed bamboo shoot tips, vegetarian goose, Arhat's feast, plus a large bowl of shrimp ball soup, snow-white shrimp balls and tender yellow chives floating on the surface, looking most appetizing. The staple food was lotus leaf porridge cooked with local fragrant rice, plus a plate of silver thread rolls. The young Taoist also brought out Guilin Sanhua liquor, a famous Guangxi specialty, and 4 plates of dried and fresh fruits to accompany the wine. Ding Atao was in excellent spirits and invited everyone to have a cup. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 482, End of Chapter. Chapter 2279. Meeting in the garden. Yehaoren had matters weighing on his mind and was unwilling to drink much. He poured a shallow cup, ate a few hasty mouthfuls, then excused himself saying he was full and wanted to take a walk to digest. Quietly, he made his way to the garden. Wen Yun's inadvertent question earlier had made him even more vigilant. Though this place was quiet, there were still quite a few people in the courtyard. Setting aside the fact that he was about to discuss a matter of life and death with Kai Lan, even ordinary pleasantries and small talk would be highly inappropriate given their respective positions. So before entering the garden, he first observed the courtyard for a long while. Only after confirming that no one had noticed him did he quietly proceed toward the garden. The garden was very small, only about a mu in size. In the middle was a water pond with a stone pillar at its center, lotus flowers filling the water. Facing the pond stood an extremely small waterside pavilion. Yehaoren, fearing he might be seen if he sat in the pavilion, chose instead to sit beneath a large tree in the corner. Thick shade blocked the sun. Noon sunlight dappled the ground with dazzling bright spots. He squinted at the lotus flowers in the pond, his ears filled with the endless chirping of cicadas. His mind grew empty and calm. The meal the temple had provided for Kai Lan was naturally more lavish, but neither Kai Lan nor Qingyun had any appetite. They finished hastily. Afterward, a young Taoist brought more tea, supposedly a famous tea from 7-star crags that the abbot collected, very precious. Kai Lan drank a few mouthfuls without interest, unable to taste any difference. After the meal, she felt somewhat drowsy and had originally intended to take a nap here. But Qingyun said it wasn't good to sleep immediately after eating, better to go out for a walk first, digest the food, then sleep. "It's so hot today. Walking around under the blazing sun, I can't be bothered to move," Kai Lan said. "Miss, you don't know, behind this courtyard is a flower garden. Though small, it's extremely refined. There are many trees inside with a breeze. It's even cooler than staying in the room." Kai Lan could not resist her persuasion and had to comply. The 2 women strolled along the flower path. Kai Lan had felt drowsy and heavy-headed, but now that she had reached the garden, with the cool breeze blowing gently and the fragrance of flowers wafting in waves, her spirits lifted instead. "The garden here is even more exquisite than the ones in the 3 headquarters," Kai Lan observed. "The gardens in the 3 headquarters are all neglected. Since Miss likes it so much, why not ask Master Xie to have them renovated? Then you'd have a place for sightseeing as well." Qingyun, intending to lead Kai Lan to meet Yehaoren, deliberately drew her into conversation. Kai Lan smiled bitterly. "What kind of figure do I count as that I could make such a request? My heart died long ago. Now I'm merely living as an empty shell," she sighed. "What is Miss saying? I can see that Elder Xie treats you generously. There must be affection and care there." "He only covets the pleasures of the flesh. Though Kai Lan was a woman who rarely stepped outside her chambers, she possessed a natural perception about men's emotions. One day he will discard me like a worn-out shoe, but that would actually be a relief. What is Miss saying? I'm sure it won't come to that. Qingyun knew that advisor Hao would be waiting just ahead. My stomach aches a little. Miss, please rest in the garden for a moment. I'll go and come right back. Kai Lan saw that the place was deserted and presumably no strangers would appear. Go quickly and return quickly, she said. Qingyun left. Bored and restless, Kai Lan continued walking along the flower path. Suddenly, she stopped and let out a small, startled cry. Beneath a large tree past the corner ahead on a stone bench, sat a man past 50 years of age, his hair grizzled. From his appearance, he was neither rich nor poor, like a scholar from a modestly comfortable family. He sat with eyes closed, resting. Hearing her cry, Yehaoran opened his eyes. Sure enough, it was Kai Lan. Though he had only seen her a few times, he still vaguely remembered her features. He rose immediately and bowed. Miss Kai, I trust you have been well. Kai Lan's first instinct was to retreat and avoid him, but the man opposite had bowed to her. With her upbringing, she absolutely could not simply turn and walk away. She forced herself to return a curtsy, then made to leave. Miss Kai, please don't go. Yehaoran spoke quickly. I have an object belonging to an old friend here that I would like to ask Miss to verify. As he spoke, he unfolded what he held in his hand, a fan face. Kai Lan had no desire to look at any old friend's object. But the moment the fan face was unfolded, her originally flustered eyes froze. This fan face was far too familiar. The content of the fan was plain and ordinary, mountain rocks, orchids, and a clump of bamboo. But this composition, these brushstrokes, she knew them too well. This was a fan face she had painted together with her fiancé, Qingyun. You, who are you? She exclaimed in surprise. I am an old friend of Master Xing's. Yehaoran put away the fan and bowed slightly. Miss Kai, I harbor no ill intent. I merely have a few words I wish to say for Miss to hear. I don't want to hear them. Panicked and confused, Kai Lan turned to leave. Yehaoran had seen many such scenes. He immediately sneered. Miss Kai, this is Wuju's most incense-flourishing temple. Outside, pilgrims come and go in a constant stream. If you make a scene, this fan will inevitably fall into Australian hands. At that point, there will be no way to explain things. Sure enough, Kai Lan immediately stopped. She turned back, trembling. You, what do you want? As I said, I have a few words I wish to speak with Miss. Yehaoran's tone softened. Miss, please rest assured I have an old friendship with Master Xing. I would never do anything to harm his family. These words struck her heart like a critical blow, reaching to her very depths. She trembled all over and said in a low voice, Who are you exactly? What do you want from me? I told you, merely an old friend of Master Xing. Yehaoran spoke leisurely. Kai Lan had no wish to speak further with this old man who had appeared out of nowhere. But at this point, anything she did might cause a disturbance and lead to a terrible misunderstanding. With no other choice, she nodded. Sir, please speak. Would Miss please sit over here? Seeing her yield, Yehaoran's expression became gentle. Helpless, Kai Lan sat on a piece of ornamental rock opposite the stone bench. I have never met Sir before. I don't know what words you insist on speaking to me. Yehaoran put away the fan. Miss surely recognizes this fan. This is my fiancé Qingyun's fan. Kai Lan asked in surprise. Where did Sir obtain it? Fan faces, as a form of social exchange among literati through calligraphy and painting, were not uncommonly gifted or traded. But this fan was different. She and Qingyun had created it together. She had painted the orchids, and Qingyun had painted the mountain rocks and bamboo. It was, in a sense, a boudoir keepsake. Her fiancé would never have casually given such a fan to anyone else. I will not hide the truth. My surname is Hao, given name Ran. I originally worked in Governor Xiong's shogunate and was a good friend of Master Xing. When he committed suicide, he entrusted this fan to me as a token, saying that if I could escape with my life, and if I ever had the chance to meet you in the future, I should return this fan to you intact, so that you might keep a memento. He said that the reason he refused to complete the marriage with you back then was because he already held the intention of dying as a martyr for the city. He was unwilling to ruin your future. As he spoke, he handed the fan to Kai Lan. The first half of this speech was entirely fabricated. The fan had indeed belonged to Qingyun, but it had been lost at a banquet and picked up by Yehaoran. He had meant to return it, but within days Wuzhu was engulfed by the calamity of war. Yehaoran naturally forgot about it. In the chaos, he had simply treated it as his own, stuffing it into his sleeve, and it had survived. The second half, however, was the truth. Taking the fan, Kai Lan's tears already flowed. Her hands gripped the folding fan tightly as she struggled to suppress her sobs. She had come to offer incense today, and her mood had actually improved considerably. But the appearance of this fan had thrown her emotions into chaos once again. Fairly speaking, her feelings for Qingyun had not been particularly deep. Though they had been engaged since childhood, they had rarely met. It was only during those few months, from when she fled to Guangdong until Wuzhu fell, that they could be said to have spent days and nights together, and some genuine feeling had grown between them. Qingyun had treated her very well, yet he had been unwilling to complete the marriage and consummate their union. It had once greatly disappointed her. She had thought he looked down on her. She had never imagined that her fiancé had been thinking of her this way. And then she thought of herself, her failed assassination, when she should have been like the martyr women in books, firm and unyielding, cursing the thieves until death. Instead, she had submitted to Xie the hair thief's hypocrisy and had confusedly given her body to him. Kai Lan instantly felt shame too overwhelming to bear. Her 5 organs burned. She wished that heaven would drop a thunderbolt then and there to split her in two. Yehaoran, seeing she was about to weep aloud and fearing that a loud voice would attract attention, hastily said, "Miss, please keep your voice down." Kai Lan silently stifled her tears and nodded. In a low voice she said, "I thank sir, it's just that this servant has lowered herself to serve thieves. My body has long been unclean. I am unworthy of Master Xing's kindness to me, and I have also failed sir's good intentions." As she spoke, she offered the fan back again. "Please, sir, take the fan back and keep it as a memento. This servant is unworthy to hold it. Misspeaks wrongly." Yehaoran had thought this through long ago. If he simply blamed her for losing her chastity, the result would be nothing more than driving her to shame too great to bear, to suicide. That would serve no purpose for him. But if her conscience were truly dead and she were beyond caring, meddling further might cause her to report him instead. Only by comforting her heart through forgiveness, then stirring her with great righteousness, could he induce her to take the risk of anti-hair action for the sake of redemption. Miss Kai's temporary fall into the mire is also excusable. Since ancient times, the only difficulty has been the single act of dying. Even heroes and men of valor, when brought to a dead end, inevitably grow short of breath and long of sentiment. When the hair thieves invaded the 2 Guangs, prefectures and counties throughout the region surrendered at the mere rumor of their approach. High and low officials, every one of them had spent years reading the sage's books and had deeply received imperial grace. Yet when the crisis came, those who fled fled, and those who surrendered surrendered, neither fighting to the death nor dying for duty. If even men who had read books and understood reason behaved thus, how much less can we blame Miss, a mere weak woman? To reproach her with the standards of great integrity and great righteousness would be to lose the way of loyalty and forgiveness. Since losing her chastity, Kai Lan had heard quite a few words of comfort, but none had been explained as clearly and thoroughly as Yehaoran had just done. Though she knew he spoke these words to excuse her, his broad and kind heart unconsciously made her feel a warmth at the bottom of her own. Sir need not make excuses for this slave. Starving to death is a small matter. Losing one's chastity is a great matter. This slave is nothing more than an ignorant young woman who has already lost her chastity. How dare I compare myself to the various masters? Ha ha, this is where Miss speaks wrongly. Among all the heroes and men of high purpose in the 2 Guangs, which one dared to attempt an assassination on a true heir on the very steps of Dragon Mother Temple, as Miss did, Yehaoran's face was full of righteousness, and his words rang with power. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 483, End of Chapter. Chapter 2280. Beheading Plan. Liu Youwang said. He was a Juren, you're also a Juren, it's a perfect match. Chang Qingyun had no idea what Liu Youwang meant by perfect match, so he could only offer a vague, yes. Liu Youwang rose and stretched, releasing a wave of stale sweat mingled with wine fumes that assaulted Chang Qingyun's face. The stench grew thicker by the moment, but Chang Qingyun dared neither cover his nose nor let any hint of disgust show. Sun Kaionyang, you know her. Chang Qingyun's heart sank. Steeling himself, he replied, she lives next door to me, Registrar Sun's daughter. I intend to take Sun Kaionyang as my wife, Liu Youwang announced. Chang Qingyun's chest tightened. He didn't dare respond. Though I'm a camp manager, I can't just seize another man's woman by force, especially not an official's daughter. One must leave some face, so I plan to marry her properly with formal matchmaking. Liu Youwang scratched at his chest absently. The problem is this stubborn girl insists she won't marry without an elder's blessing. Registrar Sun went and hanged himself, and all she has left is a distant cousin and a stepmother, no proper elders. Nobody to give consent, so I've decided you'll be her adoptive father. Her father was a Juren, you're a Juren, it won't disgrace her. Chang Qingyun was dumbfounded. What kind of absurd scheme was this? But I never knew Registrar Sun's family at all. Chang Qingyun shook his head repeatedly. We have no connection whatsoever. How could I act as her elder? The Sun family would never agree. Bullshit. You live right next door to his daughter. What do you mean never knew them? Liu Youwang snapped. Whether the Sun family agrees or not doesn't matter one damn bit. Stop your yammering, it's settled. Go back and clean yourself up, put on some decent clothes. Tonight I'll have Kaionyang come kowtow to you as her adoptive father. Chang Qingyun wanted to refuse, but he knew Liu Youwang's methods all too well. One word of refusal and the man had endless ways to make him suffer. He had no choice but to bow his head in submission. Liu Youwang grabbed a stack of ration coupons and flung them carelessly to the floor. Take these coupons and get yourself some decent clothes. Pick up some good wine and food too. You'll be my father-in-law after all, you need to look the part. He burst into raucous laughter. Chang Qingyun burned with rage. He longed to curse aloud, villain, scoundrel, but dared not open his mouth. Swallowing his shame and humiliation, he gathered up the scattered coupons and retreated from the room. He returned to his quarters utterly dispirited. Chang Qingyun had no heart for painting anymore. He collapsed onto his bed, chest churning with resentment. These hair thieves truly trampled scholars underfoot. First they forced officials' wives and daughters into degradation, and now this forced marriage. He didn't believe for a moment any formal matchmaking was genuine. Liu Youwang came from humble origins, and his character had always been utterly vile. In the camp, he was notorious for coercion and bribery, for taking women and discarding them when he grew tired of his sport. This so-called proper wedding was surely because Sun Kaionyang had resisted so fiercely that he feared being charged with rape. The Australians punished such crimes among their subordinates severely. Liu Youwang must have had some apprehension on that score. And now Chang Qingyun was being made an adoptive father to legitimize this atrocity. Wasn't that aiding a tyrant in his evil? He had no dealings with the Sun family. Even when Registrar Sun was alive, and even as neighbors in this camp, he and Kaionyang had exchanged hardly a few words. Yet at this moment, Liu Youwang's forced marriage made him feel the searing agony of a conquered nation. When the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. To what depths must scholars be trampled before these hair thieves would be satisfied? He considered reporting this to the true hares through Zhao Fengshan. But he was merely a captive, while Liu Youwang was a senior fake hare. Even if he filed a complaint, even if it succeeded, the Australians wouldn't punish Liu Youwang harshly. After all, the man claimed he wanted to marry her properly. Chang Qingyun would only make an enemy of Liu Youwang for nothing. We must do as Yehaoran did. Otherwise, do they really think scholars are so easily bullied? He had once rather disapproved of Yehaoran's actions, resenting how the man had dragged him into this against his will. But now that long-dormant fire blazed up in his chest once more. Yet upon further reflection, he cooled down again. He was just a scholar. Confronting Liu Youwang directly would only result in being dragged out and publicly whipped with his trousers stripped off, or worse, hanged, while the hair thieves laughed at his overreaching. No other outcome was possible. If he was going to act, he had to strike where it hurt. Let them see that scholars were not to be trifled with. Thinking thus, he desperately wanted to see Yehaoran. Yehaoran's persuasion at Dragon Mother Temple had left Kai Lan thoroughly shaken. He hadn't invited her to join his conspiracy on the spot. He still couldn't trust her completely, and dared not reveal his true intentions. But he could tell that a flame of vengeance had been rekindled in this woman's heart. They agreed to communicate through Jiang Qiuchen in the future. As long as that flame burned, it would prove useful when the time came. Yehaoran felt everything was falling into place, and his spirits soared. He now had Jiang Qiuchen and Kai Lan as his line directly into the hair thieves' inner sanctum, along with warriors like Jiang Xuo and Song Ming to support him. The conditions for a great undertaking were in place. The only question remaining was how to accomplish something truly earth-shattering. The three men conferred on a small boat. Song Ming's proposal was to contact various old hands throughout the city, scattered former officials and officers who were everywhere now, some having even become fake heirs themselves. He suggested reaching out to all of them while simultaneously sending messengers to Guangxi to coordinate with the court. When the imperial army arrived, those inside the city would rise up together, seize the passes and gates, and reclaim Wuzhou. Given the complete rout the two Guangs forces had suffered, recapturing Wuzhou would be a magnificent feat comparable to the great Guangdong victory of the past. But Yehaoran quickly rejected the plan. The Guangxi forces had been so thoroughly routed that expecting them to send a surprise force over mountains and ridges was nearly impossible. Even if they could take Wuzhou, a lightly equipped detachment certainly couldn't hold it. Moreover, success would require recruiting widely among former personnel, and the more people involved in a conspiracy, the greater the chance of betrayal. Especially given the current state of the war, how many truly loyal scholars could they expect to find? That had to be weighed carefully. Yehaoran's thinking ran in an entirely different direction. They were few in number, he acknowledged, but they had a route directly into the enemy's heart. They could emulate Hu Dagu's surprise raid on Wuzhou from years past. Yehaoran had learned of this historical episode only while studying old Yao pacification records in Qingyun's shogunate. In the 7th year of Tianshun, Hu Dagu had besieged Wuzhou prefecture with 700 men, attacking repeatedly without success. He feigned retreat. Commander-in-Chief Chen Jing relaxed his guard. Then on the night of November 13th, Hu Dagu suddenly led his elite troops to scale the walls at the foot of T Mountain. With help from agents inside, they stormed the heavily defended Wuzhou prefecture yamen and conquered the city in a single stroke. The rebel army looted freely, freed prisoners, and executed prefecture instructor Ren and administration commissioner Song Qin. They captured Chen Jing, took deputy commissioner Zhou Shu hostage, and swiftly withdrew from the city. Yehaoran believed their current situation closely resembled Hu Dagu's, a small force of elite fighters with inside contacts, facing a city with lax defenses. Employing the same tactic, they had a 70% chance of success. What exactly do you mean, Master Yi? Both Jiang Xuo and Song Ming were stunned by this audacious plan. We infiltrate the city in a surprise attack and take down Xie Wendong in one stroke, Yehaoran declared, his killing intent palpable. If circumstances permit, we capture him alive and present him to the court in Guangxi. If time is short, we take his head. Given the current situation, even if they couldn't recapture Wuzhou, beheading or capturing a genuine true Australian would be rare good news for the court. Everyone involved would earn tremendous merit. Jiang Xu said nothing, but Song Ming's eyes lit up immediately. This was far simpler than his own recapture Wuzhou plan, and far more achievable. He understood the gap between Ming forces and Australian forces. Once the garrisons inside and outside the city reacted, a few thousand men in a partial detachment might not be a match for the Australians. If they failed to take Wuzhou, some of them would face not just absence of merit but actual punishment for failure. By comparison, Advisor Yi's plan of striking hard and retreating immediately was far more brilliant. Still, taking down Xie Aaron won't be easy either, Jiang Xu said. The National Army now has several hundred men inside Wuzhou City. Though many carry only standard spears and aren't well trained, there's still a company of Fubo army stationed outside the city, plus National Army troops inside. Even if we successfully raid the 3 headquarters, even if the troops inside can't intercept us in time, the Fubo army outside will move. We'd have a hard time escaping. They had all witnessed the Fubo army's combat prowess. No one was confident of retreating intact under their pursuit, so we need to create a diversion for them at Sanhui. What do you have in mind, Advisor? There are more than 4,000 captives at Sanhui right now. If we can incite them to riot, the hair thief army outside the city will be pinned down. That's a good approach, Jiang Xu nodded. But how do we make the captives riot? The Australians manage their prisoners very systematically. We'll have to wait for the right opportunity. This was actually the aspect Yehaoran found most troublesome. Several thousand captives in the camp, neither abused nor lacking food and clothing. Why would they riot? He had brought Chang Qingyun into the fold, but the scholar had neither the courage nor the ability to incite an uprising. If we can't start a riot, what about simply sending men to set fires? Song Ming suggested. The Sanhui captive camp was all brick, wood, grain, and thatch, extremely flammable. A major fire would certainly cause chaos and pin down the garrison outside the city just as effectively. This method was far easier than inciting a riot. But Yehaoran had visited the camp and knew that setting fires wasn't so simple either. The Australians managed the camp with extreme efficiency. Buildings were spaced at regular intervals, with water buckets and sandbags at the ready. If there weren't enough ignition points or the fires weren't fierce enough, they would be quickly extinguished. Still, he was reluctant to dampen their enthusiasm at this moment. That's also a possibility. Let's all think it over. Regardless of the method, as long as we can tie down the garrison outside the city, we have a chance of victory. He narrowed his eyes slightly. We'll think on it. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 484, end of chapter. Chapter 22, 81. Each harboring thoughts, Kai Lan returned from Dragon Mother Temple in a daze. Shortly after arriving at the 3 headquarters, she claimed to be unwell and retired early. She didn't even glance at the painting Xie Aaron had sent her. Senator Xie claimed he had painted it himself, but one look told Kai Lan otherwise. This was not his hand. She couldn't identify an artist by brushwork alone, of course, but Senator Xie's usual calligraphy was so crooked and unsteady that painting a landscape was clearly beyond him. Yet despite knowing the painting wasn't his work, Kai Lan had developed a certain fondness for this man over recent days. A woman's heart was strange that way. The man before her was, in a sense, the enemy who killed her husband, and yet he hadn't punished her for trying to assassinate him in the street. He had given her a place to stay when she was adrift and alone, let her live in comfort. In truth, the tenderness and consideration Xie Aaron showed her was something no other man in the world had ever given. But her conversation with Yehaoran today had stirred up hatreds that had begun to fade. If not for the Australians' rebellion, how would she have fallen so low as to become this ambiguous, degraded woman? What was she to do now? Though Yehaoran hadn't spelled out his intentions, they weren't hard to guess. He was hiding in the city, scheming to see her, clearly not just to return some fan, but for the sake of Great Ming. Kai Lan marveled that such a loyal and courageous scholar still existed within these walls of Wuzhou. Everything she had seen and heard lately had been sycophants bowing and scraping before the Australians. Yet here was a hero willing to risk extraordinary danger for the court. She couldn't help but secretly admire him. Kai Lan lay in bed for a long time, but her eyes burned and sleep would not come. On nights when she slept poorly, whenever Xie Aaron wasn't staying over, she often called Qingyun to share her bed. Kai Lan was lonely and helpless here. Qingyun had also recently lost her husband. Two women pitying each other in their misfortune, they found they could talk easily. Having her there at night eased the loneliness somewhat. Hearing Kai Lan's heavy breathing, Zhang Qingyun knew she was still awake. "Miss Kai, you've been out all day. The watch has already started, you should rest." Kai Lan shook her head. "I'm not tired." She draped a robe over her shoulders and got out of bed, staring blankly at the night sky through the window. Suddenly she asked, "Aunt Jiang, what do you think of this Master Hao?" "He's a good man," Zhang Qingyun answered without hesitation. "Yes, a good man." Kai Lan's gaze was distant. "A pity he overestimates himself." "Overestimates himself?" Qingyun started, not understanding. "Overestimates himself. What's troubling you, miss?" Qingyun didn't know exactly what Yi Haoran had said to Kai Lan that day. Could this Chang Qingyun be some kind of key criminal? She quickly added, "If he overestimates himself, just treat it as the ramblings of a madman." Kai Lan shook her head again and asked, "Aunt, how did you come to know Master Hao?" Jiang Qiuchun's heart lurched. How could she possibly mention that Master Yi had killed those rogue soldiers back then? She forced a smile. "He's a relative on my mother's side. By generation, he'd be my cousin-uncle." "Don't lie to me anymore," Kai Lan said. "Master Hao is no cousin-uncle of yours." Panic seized Qingyun. Just as she was about to speak, Kai Lan continued, "You needn't be afraid. As it happens, I knew Master Hao long before you did. He used to serve on Governor Xing's staff, didn't he?" Now Qingyun was even more flustered. After a long pause, she managed, "Perhaps. I only knew he was once an advisor in some yamen." "That's it then." Kai Lan's eyes burned with sudden intensity. "Come to think of it, he and my late husband were colleagues of a sort." Qingyun knew this but couldn't fathom why Kai Lan would bring it up in the pitch darkness of night. Her heart pounded with unease. "So you see." "Rest easy, Aunt," Kai Lan said quietly. "Though I may be a shameless woman, my conscience hasn't rotted away entirely." Qingyun exhaled slightly, forcing another smile. "I trust you, miss." Eager to change the subject, she said, "It's getting late. You should rest." Xie Aaron hadn't visited Kai Lan's quarters for an entire week, partly because he had grown somewhat tired of her. Once the psychological thrill of conquest faded, Kai Lan wasn't particularly satisfying as a bed companion. And partly because documents piled on his desk like snowflakes. Being mayor of Wuzhou was truly difficult work. If he was honest, the heavy administrative burden wasn't well suited to a literary-minded man like himself. Since taking charge of Wuzhou's administration in April, 3 months had already passed. In terms of construction, he had achieved virtually nothing. His ambitious Wuzhou Commerce Revitalization plan had become waste paper thanks to the Guangxi campaign. The Wuzhou market remained half-dead. Rather than a local administrative chief, he was more like a station master for the Fubo Army Depot. His primary task each day was coordinating water and land transshipment for the endless supply convoys. With the front lines going smoothly, problems in the rear emerged one after another. The Yao rebellion that had erupted in April and Guangxi's soldiers-turned-bandits crisis meant that, in addition to managing material transshipment, he also had to pacify the region. By August, the large-scale bandit uprisings had been mostly suppressed, and West River shipping had resumed, though armed escorts were still necessary. Compared to the beacon fires of a few months past, things had improved considerably. But he couldn't relax for a moment. Although the Fubo army's advance into Guangxi and improved local security had somewhat revived Wuzhou's market compared to just after the city's recapture, conditions remained generally desolate. Beyond calculating rations by mouths, families needing relief grew more numerous by the day. Since the pontoon bridge and city walls had been repaired, there were no urgent projects requiring labor. Work relief had effectively been declared an emergency. Fortunately, Wuzhou was a transportation hub. The station department had established a large facility here, employing many local laborers and keeping the work relief program barely afloat. A few days earlier, Youwang from Dachang had visited Wuzhu secretly to brief him on a grain transfer plan. Though he wouldn't handle the actual grain distribution, 10,000 dan of grain arriving by water still had to be distributed from Wuzhu. Countless details required his coordination and arrangement. Just thinking about it made Xie Aaron's head throb. And the grain problem happened to be the most urgent matter at hand. One might even say it concerned overall stability. If anything went wrong, he needn't bother about his Senate career anymore. He'd be sharing old Zhang's fate, waiting to die on reduced rations. This day, after half a day of toiling in his office, he paused for lunch and found his head swimming. Realizing he hadn't visited Kai Lan all week, he felt a pang of longing. Though he had no deep emotional foundation with her, here in this lonely city with its endless work, her quarters offered the only trace of tenderness. "Old Zhao," he called out. Zhao Fengshan answered promptly, "Chief, send someone to the 3 headquarters to let them know I'll be coming this evening." His office and sleeping quarters were both in the Wuzhu Prefecture Yamen. Every visit to Kai Lan's residence required advance notice so servants could prepare for his arrival, while additional guards supervised the preparations for food and lodging. "Yes, Chief." Zhao Fengshan was about to leave when Xie Aaron called him back. "Did my painting arrive?" "Yes, it's been delivered," Zhao Fengshan said. "What did Miss Kai say?" "Nothing in particular, but she hasn't been painting much lately. When I asked if she had any requests, she didn't answer." "Well, not painting is fine too," Xie Aaron nodded. "I just worry that without something to occupy her, she'll start brooding again. That Aunt Jiang you assigned her recently seems to suit her well. She often keeps her company overnight. Her mood seems much improved lately. Having someone to talk to makes all the difference. In that case, give Aunt Jiang a raise next month. I heard she's a widow with a child. It can't be easy for her. She's barely been here a month. A raise so soon would be too fast. Let's wait at least 3 months." Xie Aaron smiled. How frugal this Zhao Fengshan was, he thought for a moment. "Very well, no raise for now. But next time you go, bring some sweets for her child." Word of Xie Aaron's impending visit reached Kai Lan's quarters immediately, setting the servants into a flurry of activity. Though the house was swept daily, it had to be swept again now. Senators were fastidious about cleanliness. Stains and dust that ordinary people hardly noticed were intolerable to them. Yet keeping a centuries-old mansion like the 3 headquarters spotless was no easy feat. The staff from Xie's office always conducted a thorough cleaning before each of his visits. After the cleaning, maids and servant women changed the bedding and placed a large block of ice in the room, transported from Guangzhou over 1,000 li. The night clothes Xie Aaron would wear, the clothes for changing after his bath, everything was laid out properly. Coolies hauled well water, pouring it into a cast-iron enamel bathtub shipped from Guangzhou, while workers outside lit fires to heat the water. A cook dispatched from the municipal office's General Affairs section arrived with ingredients to prepare food in the 3 headquarters kitchen. Xie Aaron, adhering to literati tastes, was rather particular about his meals, but Wuzhu was a frontline city, and he couldn't afford too much extravagance. He ate simply during normal work hours. His visits to Kai Lan's quarters were his relaxation. Food, drink, and feminine company all had to be done properly. Jiang Qiuchen helped arrange fresh flowers in the room. Senator Xie appreciated such touches, and hung a landscape painting bearing Chief Xie's signature, then lit some incense. Afterward, she attended Kai Lan's bath and change of clothes. Once Kai Lan had bathed, dried her hair, and applied light rouge and powder, Jiang Qiuchen moved to fetch a dress, but Kai Lan suddenly stopped her. "Aunt Jiang, bring me that outfit the master sent." Jiang Qiuchen was startled. That outfit had been delivered long ago, but Miss Kai had never once opened it. Why would she suddenly want to wear it now? The dress in question was Song clothing that Xie Aaron had ordered from Shop 82. This so-called Song clothing was actually the hanfu that female senators had brought with them. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 485. End of chapter. Chapter 2282. Secrets of the Boudoir. 1. The Australian hanfu from Shop 82, though similar in style to Ming Dynasty fashions, was cut using modern techniques that made it more flattering and elegant, fashioned from the finest fabrics. Paired with a magnificent set of handcrafted hairpins, Kai Lan was absolutely stunning once dressed. Jiang Qiuchun was rather surprised. Kai Lan's attitude toward Senator Zai's visits had never been warm, not exactly cold but certainly perfunctory. She bathed and changed clothes reluctantly, styled herself carelessly. Yet today there was a hint of adorning oneself for one who appreciates beauty. What exactly had Master Hao said to her to bring about such a change? "Aunt, does this dress look good?" "On you, miss, nothing could be more perfect." Qiuchun praised her sincerely. The old saying was true, fine feathers make fine birds. Kai Lan was only middling in appearance. Even Qiuchun couldn't understand why the Australian was so attentive to her, but with this careful preparation she was truly transformed. A faint smile curved the corner of Kai Lan's mouth, the first genuine smile Qiuchun had seen from her in days. Though Qiuchun's mind churned with questions, she dared not ask. Xie Aaron arrived at the 3 headquarters by sedan chair. His visits to Kai Lan's quarters always came at dusk, when the streets were virtually deserted. Normally, when he came to the 3 headquarters, he would first inspect the National Army garrison and the naturalized personnel from various offices stationed there. But when visiting Kai Lan, he went nowhere else. The sedan entered directly through the corner gate, and he stepped out right in Kai Lan's courtyard. When he first started coming here, Kai Lan had been cold, never bothering to come out and greet him. Recently, though, he had noticed this woman warming toward him, even developing what seemed like genuine attachment. This secretly pleased Xie Aaron. As he'd suspected, winning women over required the slow and steady approach. Today, the moment he stepped from the sedan, Kai Lan was already standing at the foot of the steps, bowing deeply in greeting. "May the master enjoy 10,000 blessings." Xie Aaron waved a hand without speaking and walked directly into the main room. He unbuttoned his cotton cadre jacket and removed his coat. A maid hurried forward to receive it, spreading it on a bamboo frame and hanging it on the coat rack. Another maid brought straw slippers for him to change into. "The bathwater has been heated. Please change and bathe at your leisure, master," Kai Lan said softly. Xie Aaron settled into the enamel bathtub, lit a cigar, and admired the small courtyard through the window as he soaked. He had designed and renovated this bathroom himself. Beneath the bathtub was a heating chamber, with fires lit outside to warm the air, which in turn heated both the room and the tub. This way he wasn't being boiled alive, and the entire bathroom stayed comfortable. Though it was summer now, he expected to work here for at least a year or two, and Wuzhou during the Little Ice Age wouldn't be warm. Opposite the tub was a window inlaid with glass transported from Lingao. Beyond it lay a tiny courtyard, barely 2 square meters, that he had designed and supervised himself in the Japanese style. White sand, stepping stones, a water basin, artfully arranged grass and trees. Bathing while smoking, contemplating this little garden, he felt both mind and body relax, finding liberation from the busy official duties of the day. It transformed him from a senator from Wuzhou regional director, back into an ordinary man. After his bath, he changed into silk pajamas specially supplied by Shop 82 and came to the main room. The maids and servants had already withdrawn. A kerosene lamp burned snow-bright. A table of wine and dishes awaited him, not large quantities but quite refined. Kai Lan poured his wine. Xie Aaron drank a few mouthfuls and felt comfort wash over him. This was what made an outside posting worthwhile. Where in Lingao could one enjoy such comforts? Xie Aaron's once simmering grievances settled somewhat. Looking at Kai Lan as she served him with bowed head, he found her gentler and lovelier than before. His mood greatly improved and he asked casually, "You went to Dragon Mother Temple to offer incense a few days ago." "Yes, your servant did." "How were things there?" "Quite peaceful," Kai Lan said. "Oh," Xie Aaron grew interested. And the common people, generally passable. Kai Lan paused. Only what? Xie Aaron leaned forward. Usually their conversations were stilted question-and-answer affairs. He rarely heard Kai Lan offer her own observations. Everyone says grain is too expensive, Kai Lan said. Abbess Wu Yuan mentioned to me that with security being poor, the tenants refuse to pay rent. She fears they can't count on this year's harvest. And market rice is expensive again. She said they may soon be unable to afford it. Doesn't their temple qualify for ration rice purchases? That, your servant doesn't know. Abbess Wu Yuan had indeed said this to her, hoping Kai Lan might whisper in Director Zai's ear and secure some benefits for the temple. Currying favor with the favored concubines of powerful men was a tried-and-true temple tactic. That's nothing to worry about. Endure a few more months. Once the region quiets down, they'll collect their rents. Xie Aaron was suddenly talkative. Besides, a large shipment of grain will arrive in Wuzhou soon. Prices will drop immediately. No need for concern. The day after Xie Aaron's visit happened to be Qiyuchen's rest day. Jiang Qiyuchen's maternal family was right here in Wuzhou City, owners of a silk and satin shop called Ruijintang. It wasn't a large business, but it was a century-old establishment with substantial assets. Qiyuchen's father had already passed away. Only her elderly mother remained. The one managing the family business was her elder brother, Jiang Rongxian. At this moment, the head of the Jiang household sat rigidly in the accounting room behind the shop, his brow deeply furrowed. When a servant reported that his sister had returned, he nodded slightly, tossed the ledger he had been poring over onto the table, and continued to worry in silence. The Mid-Autumn Festival was nearly upon them, and all debts owed and owing had to be settled. The Dragon Boat Festival season had coincided with the chaos of war. Shops had been damaged and households had fled. Various families hadn't cleared their accounts then. With only 2 months until mid-autumn, this time the reckoning could not be avoided. The accountant had brought him this ledger. He had flipped through it countless times, worked the abacus countless times. The problem wasn't losses. Profit and loss were normal in business. The problem was the constant outflow with nothing coming in. Ruijintang had suffered robbery during the Wuzhou battle 3 months ago. Nearly all the shop's funds had been plundered by the government under various pretexts. The losses were severe. Fortunately, the shop and goods remained intact. They hadn't gone bankrupt. But though the Wuzhou market had recovered somewhat, silk and satin was a trade that flourished in peaceful times. With the 2 Guangs in their current state, common people struggled to survive, and the wealthy, having suffered disaster after disaster, were reluctant to spend. The desolation of business was easy to imagine. Business was poor, but expenses remained. According to Senator Zai's instructions, shops had to stay open whether there was trade or not. Partners couldn't be dismissed. Everyone had to be fed. Though wages weren't being paid, feeding these people was still an expense. The Jiang family had numerous relatives in Wuzhou, and the battle had ruined many of them. They came one after another seeking help. For the sake of appearances, the Jiangs had to offer at least some assistance. On top of that, Senator Zai's new policies, after Wuzhou's recovery, had apportioned various levies to different trading firms through the Aftermath Bureau. The Jiangs had only outflows, no income. Jiang Rongxian's distress was easy to imagine, and at just this time, his own sister's husband had been killed by rogue soldiers. During the military chaos, she hadn't dared return to her in-law's household and had brought her child to stay at his home. As her elder brother, he was duty-bound to help. Unfortunately, his wife was less than virtuous. Seeing this sister-in-law living under their roof for 3 months had provoked considerable grumbling. Fortunately, his sister had recently found employment earning 1 tael of silver per month, which finally quieted things down somewhat. Looking at the deficit before him, after deducting what was recorded in the books, he ran through a secret accounting in his head. The shortfall came to roughly between 1 and 2,000 taels, certainly at least 1,000. His gaze returned to the ledger as he racked his brain over which debts could be dealt with, and which absolutely had to be paid. Fortunately, the payments to upstream suppliers, his greatest headache, could be delayed somewhat. The silk and satin suppliers were all in Guangzhou Prefecture. In the past, they sent agents to Wuzhou to collect debts and used the silver to purchase goods here, which they transported back to Guangzhou for resale, profiting twice. Now, with the roads unsafe, the upstream suppliers were unlikely to risk having their money stolen by sending collectors. This meant he could subtract nearly 1,000 taels of payables. Of the remaining 700 or 800, some had to be paid, some could be put off. After much calculation, he figured he needed about 500 taels to get through. Money he still had. The shop and household accounting room held over 300 taels of silver. His mother and wife had their private savings. Pooling together 500 taels wouldn't be difficult, but that would leave the shop and household without any cash on hand, and the goods in the shop wouldn't move. He couldn't pay the rice merchant in satin. The rice shop wouldn't accept it. Thinking of the rice shop reminded him of the many mouths to feed at home. Monthly rice consumption was an enormous expense. Ruijintang employed 6 partners and 3 apprentices. The household had 5 servants, male and female. Rice purchases alone were a staggering sum each month, and grain prices were soaring. Even the ration rice sold at the Australian yamen, calculated per person, cost 2 to 3 times more than before the war. When would this chaos of soldiers and turmoil ever end? Jiang Rongxian calculated again and again in his head. The debts that had to be paid couldn't be reduced by a single tael. Frustration welled up. If only he could somehow come into a few hundred taels right now. At this thought, he smiled bitterly to himself. When had he become capable of such absurd fantasies? Then he suddenly remembered something. His own sister was now serving as a companion to the concubine of Australian Senator Xie. This concubine was said to be greatly favored by the true heir. If he could somehow find a way through this woman, get her to whisper in the right ear and bring some business to his family, that would be something. But then he thought despondently that his business was silk and satin, something the Australians currently had no use for and no interest in. As for what trade was most profitable now, well, that went without saying, the grain business. Wuzhou was suffering a grain shortage. Non-rationed rice had already doubled from normal prices. Anyone who could get their hands on grain at this moment could double their money instantly. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 486, End of Chapter. Chapter 22, 83. Secrets of the Boudoir 2, driven by high prices. Although no large shipments of grain had arrived from Guangxi, small quantities from the surrounding countryside were trickling into Wuzhou. Some petty grain merchants risked taking boats along the various waterways branching from the West River, venturing deep into rural areas to procure rice. The Australians also encouraged landlords around Wuzhou to sell their surplus grain in the city. Every merchant and landlord who brought grain into Wuzhou reaped substantial profits, making Jiang Rongxian deeply envious. But he wasn't a grain merchant. Since ancient times, different trades might as well be different mountains. And given the dangerous conditions outside, he didn't dare stake his family's fortune and lives on such a gamble. While he sat brooding, a servant boy brought in a lacquer box reporting that his sister had returned with many Australian pastries. The mistress suggested the master might like to try some. "What pastries? I couldn't swallow a thing," Jiang Rongxian said with a bitter smile. "Just leave them there." The servant boy withdrew. Jiang Rongxian sat numbly for a while longer, still without a plan. On an idle impulse, he opened the lacquer box. Inside were several round, flaky cakes in different colors, each giving off a different aroma. These Australians certainly were particular, transporting such things over 1,000 li from Guangzhou. At this thought, his heart stirred. The only ones capable of bringing large quantities of grain into Wuzhou were the Australians themselves. If his family could establish a connection with them and become official merchants, wouldn't wealth come rolling in? Speaking of connections, his family happened to have a uniquely advantageous position. Energized by this thought, Jiang Rongxian rose and headed toward his sister's quarters. So you're saying your brother wants to go into the grain business? Yehaoren was somewhat surprised when he heard the news. Doesn't your family deal in silk? They know nothing about grain. Exactly, Qiyuchen's brow was furrowed. He says that since I'm close to the Australian's concubine, I should find a way to have Kai Lan whisper in the right ear and help him get a foot in. Getting a foot in isn't difficult. Surely the Australian would grant that much face. But your brother has no grain on hand. What would he use as capital? He has silver but nowhere to buy grain. That's when he remembered that Leheng is studying here and that your employer is. Yehaoren suddenly understood. His employer, Luo Yangaming, was not only a grain merchant but also a committee member of the Aftermath Bureau and a member of the Grain Guild. Though his business wasn't large, he was one of the real power brokers in Wuzhou. I see. He wants to get grain from my employer. Exactly. Qiyuchen nodded, her face slightly flushed. She had grown up in the inner quarters, never dealing with business transactions, and here she was having to look up and beg favors. If she weren't living under another's roof and afraid to refuse, she would never in 100 years have agreed to lobby Yehaoren like this. My family is going through such difficulties. Things are very tight. My brother has no other options. When you're desperate, you try any doctor. Yehaoren's mind raced. He had been busy plotting the uprising these past days but hadn't devised a suitable plan. Hearing Qiyuchen's request now, he instinctively connected this matter to their scheme to see if there might be an opportunity to exploit. He said at once, "Very well. Let me first sound out my employer and then I'll give you an answer." After Qiyuchen left, Yehaoren pondered for a long time but couldn't see how this could be useful. After all, it was just ordinary string pulling, using connections through women to seek private profit. Whether he helped or not seemed neither to damage the Australians nor to lure that hair thief Xie out into the open. As he sat thinking, A Chun suddenly came out to fetch him. Shopkeeper Li wanted to see him. Yehaoren didn't dare delay and hurried to the accounting room. "Master Hao, we've just landed a big piece of business," Li Wensheng said. "We're going to purchase a large shipment of rice from Guangdong. Clear up all the accounts you can. Collect what's collectible. In short, get the silver and copper cash ready. Silver I have a handle on, more than 300 taels but less than 4. Outstanding debts that can be collected are mostly in. The rest probably can't be recovered anytime soon. Total up whatever we have, the more the better." Li Wensheng didn't seem concerned. Yehaoren's heart stirred. He remembered Zhu Feiyuan of Dachang visiting not long ago. It seemed the Australians intended to sell grain to Wuzhou in large quantities. He said deliberately, "That money could buy at most a little over 300 dan of grain in Guangdong." Counting freight, barely 300 dan. How does that count as big business? Our shop has modest capital, we can't do big business. We're just taking the lead in managing things. Li Wensheng spoke modestly, but there was pride in his voice. The Grain Guild is pooling funds, probably needs about 10,000 taels of silver. That's no small sum. Yehaoren feigned surprise. Pity that Wuzhou isn't what it used to be. You're right about that, Li Wensheng sighed, unaware of the schemes lurking in Yehaoren's mind. In the old days, 10,000 taels was nothing for the Grain Guild to raise. Even a small shop like ours could produce several thousand taels at any time. Now it takes the whole guild pooling together to come up with 10,000. Times are different after all. I've heard that in the past, hundreds of thousands of dan of grain flowed from Wuzhou to Guangdong every year. Now it has to be shipped the other way. Li Wensheng stroked his beard. I only pray the fires of war die down soon and return peace to the common people. Rice prices are soaring. This shipment of grain coming in should at least ease the immediate crisis. Yehaoren remembered Qiyuchen's request. Quick-witted, he put on an anxious expression. The only problem is the silver. The employer's been fretting over that very issue these past few days. Shopkeeper, I actually have an idea, Yehaoren said. What idea? There are numerous trading firms in Wuzhou. Since the Grain Guild can't raise enough silver, why not invite other firms to buy shares? It's just everyone pooling capital for a joint venture. Yehaoran explained, business is slow right now, every firm has more going out than coming in. If they could participate in this, they'd get a share of the profit. Even a modest return is better than sitting there watching their savings dwindle to nothing. That's actually a good approach, Li Wensheng said. When the employer returns this evening, you can discuss it with him. Luo Yangming came back that evening. Ever since Zhu Feiyuan had entrusted him with the grain transfer task, he had been busy with nothing else. The various grain shops were naturally eager, though selling prices would be capped. This batch of rice was priced at only 1 tael and 2 mace per dan. Getting their hands on it would mean substantial profit. But though the various families were enthusiastic, they all faced the same problem: no money. Grain merchants had been hit hardest among all of Wuzhu's trades. Most of their capital had been tied up in grain stock. After the fighting, nearly every family had lost their inventory. Capital losses ran 70 to 80%. A cargo payment of less than 13,000 taels including freight. Any number of shops could have produced that amount at will in the old days. Now, coming up with 1,000 taels felt difficult. So far the guild had pooled only 8,000. The remaining 5,000 simply couldn't be scraped together. In peacetime, families could always sell houses or land or borrow. But right now no one was buying property and no one was willing to lend at any interest rate. Of course, he could propose having Dachang advance part of the payment to be repaid after the rice was sold. That was standard practice. But Luo Yangming knew the Senate was also strapped for cash. This money, once collected, had immediate uses elsewhere. Now, hearing Yehaoran's suggestion, Luo Yangming hesitated. He had considered leveraging other trading firms' financial resources, but this was cross-industry operation. Different trades were like different mountains. Would other firms be willing to invest? He had no confidence. Moreover, any such arrangement would require considerable returns for the investors. With the current chaos of war, who would willingly part with silver to do business? There would have to be excess profits. Speaking of profits, the grain trade was certainly lucrative enough right now. Without price controls, doubling one's money was easy. But the whole purpose of this grain operation was to stabilize prices. 1 dan of grain would earn at most 4 or 5 mace of silver. For grain merchants, that was still decent. For outside investors contributing capital, it might seem paltry. Loan interest here in Wuzhu had reached 60 or 70% annually before the war. Some usurers charged 200 or 300%. At current market rates, no one was willing to lend. Your idea isn't bad, but this rice is price-controlled. High capital investment, low profit, and some risk. Other firms might not be willing. Employer, you can't judge the present by the past, and you can't measure respectable shopkeepers by the appetites of loan sharks, Yehaoran said. Right now, every firm has more outflows than income. No one knows when the Guangxi campaign will end. Various families have no business to conduct. Silver sitting idle doesn't breed more silver. If you could get Prefect Xie to call a meeting, summon the shopkeepers of various firms in his official capacity, and explain that transporting grain benefits both country and people, that everyone should contribute capital, pool resources, and share whatever profit comes from sales, there would be at least some income. That's surely better than watching their fortunes dwindle away to nothing. These words were well-reasoned and persuasive, making the occasionally headache-prone Luo Yangming nod repeatedly. He hadn't expected this advisor to have such insights. He couldn't help studying the half-worn older man before him more closely. Though his clothes were threadbare and his appearance shabby, his speech and bearing were entirely different from ordinary private tutors. When Ding Atao had recommended him, he'd said the man was a private tutor who had worked for official families. But judging by his words and manner, he had probably also served as a private secretary, a mufu advisor. Suspicion stirred in Luo Yangming's heart, the sixth sense his profession had given him. This advisor Hao was probably not as simple as an ordinary private tutor. Though he had dutifully tended the shop these past days without doing anything strange, it would be wise to keep an eye on him. Despite his suspicions, Luo Yangming betrayed nothing in his expression. He simply said, "You make good points. Tomorrow I'll discuss this with the various bureau directors and propose it to Chief Xie together." After Luo Yangming returned to the inner residence, he asked Ding Atao again about this advisor Hao's background. "Didn't I already tell the master his background?" Ding Atao said, puzzled. "He's a relative by marriage of the Jiang family, who own the Ruijintang silk shop on West Street. He's from Teng County. He was working as a private tutor for official families somewhere. With the fires of war raging across the two Guangs, he didn't dare go home, so he's been drifting around Wuzhou." Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 487, end of chapter. Chapter 2284. Offering a plan. Luo Yangming didn't press further. He thought to himself that Teng County had already been liberated. He need only ask Zhao Fengshan to send a letter there and advisor Hao's background could be verified. Ding Atao asked instead, "Has something happened with advisor Hao? Has he done something wrong?" "No, Luo Yangming said. "I just see that he's quite capable, not like an ordinary scholar. With all the chaos of war, it would be safer to have the Australians check on him." These words alarmed Ding Atao. She had always had a favorable impression of Master Hao, and moreover, her best friend had introduced him. Her husband now held an official position. If the investigation turned up anything irregular, it would be embarrassing for everyone. Early the next morning, she quietly wrote a note, sealed it properly, and gave it to Wenyun, asking her to bring some simple gifts to the Jiang household. "Tell Miss Jiang that these gifts are in return for the Australian pastries she sent last time. There's also a letter here. Hand it to her personally." "Understood." After Wenyun left, Ding Atao felt somewhat uneasy. A few days earlier, the city had arrested several bandits, who were said to be spies sent by the Ming government. All had been publicly beheaded. Since Prefect Xie had taken office, he had rarely executed anyone. Suddenly beheading several at once was unprecedented. Could it be that the situation outside had become unstable again? She thought of sharing her worries with Li Wensheng, but the old shopkeeper always offered nothing but empty reassurances. And like herself, he had lived in the city for so long that he probably knew no more about what was happening outside than she did. She suddenly thought of Wen Iron Head. That boatman and his crew were now running boats for the Australians on the river. He ought to know more. She might as well ask him when she had the chance. News that Luo Yangming was inquiring into Master Hao's background made Jiang Qiuchen nervous. She knew Master Hao's true background all too well. Luo Yangming now held an official position. If he really pursued the investigation, the truth could hardly be concealed. If Yehaoran's identity were exposed and he were hauled before the authorities, not only would his life be at risk, but the corpse in the dry well at her in-law's house would come to light too, and then she herself could not escape involvement. With this in mind, she took the opportunity of picking up her child from school to see Yehaoran and quietly relay the news. This shopkeeper Luo, though a businessman, works very hard for the Australians. If he detects something and reports you to the authorities, it would be a disaster. Yehaoran hadn't expected employer Luo to be suspicious of him. He asked a few more questions and roughly guessed that his offering a plan must have attracted the man's attention. A miscalculation, he thought. He hadn't expected Luo Yangming to be so shrewd. But he also found this curious. Typically, businessmen adhered to the principle of the less trouble, the better. Even if they noticed something suspicious, they would most likely pretend ignorance. Why would Luo think of involving the authorities? Yehaoran had done nothing to wrong his household. His suspicion aroused, he suddenly recalled what Chang Qingyun had told him, that the Australians had spies and informants scattered everywhere. Could Luo Yangming be one of the Australian spies as well? While he was contemplating this, Qiuchen whispered, "Perhaps you should lie low for a while, Master Hao. The road to Teng County is open now. You could say you want to go home, quickly resign your position and head for Teng County. My in-laws are right in Teng County, a prominent family. I'll write you a letter of introduction. You can take refuge there temporarily. Teng County is also in the hair thief's hands now. If Luo Yangming really wants to investigate, it's just a matter of sending a document. Yehaoran shook his head. And if I leave now, wouldn't that immediately confirm his suspicions? Then, I've been law-abiding and well-behaved here in Wuzhou. Luo Yangming is busy with the grain transfer right now. At this critical juncture, he probably can't spare attention for this. Yehaoran knew that fleeing immediately would be safest, but he couldn't abandon a plan he had been developing for so long. He was the coordinator of this conspiracy. If he ran, the entire enterprise would be ruined. He thought it over and felt safe for the moment. Luo Yangming might not actually investigate anything, but seeing the panic on the woman before him, he felt he should calm her fears, lest her anxiety betray them. "Don't worry," he said reassuringly. "The worst crime I could be charged with is having been on Xing Wenken's staff, and I was no important figure in his shogunate. Even if they catch me, it just means a few days squatting in Sanhui. It won't cost me my life. As for other matters, you needn't worry at all. Oh, and your brother's situation is looking promising. Within 3 to 5 days, there should be an answer from Senator Xie's office." He explained his offering a plan idea and continued, "Shopkeeper Luo was suffering from a shortage of funds. He'll have to use this method. Go back and tell your brother to make contact as soon as possible so he can seize the opportunity. My brother's business isn't urgent. What matters is you, sir." Jiang Qiuchun still felt uneasy. Yehaoran thought quickly and said, "When you go to attend Kai Lan, mention this to her. No, don't ask her to intervene. Just ask her to keep an ear out for any news and let you know immediately." Realizing she still had Kai Lan as an ally reassured Qiuchun somewhat. "I'll speak with her tomorrow when I go to the mansion." "Master How said this?" Kai Lan asked quietly. "Yes." Jiang Qiuchun was somewhat nervous. "I beg you, sister, to keep an eye out. If anything changes, please give us some advance warning." "I understand." Kai Lan nodded. "Don't be afraid. Whatever happens, I'll handle it." With these words from Kai Lan, Jiang Qiuchun naturally felt reassured. Ever since Kai Lan's visit to Dragon Mother Temple, her attitude towards Senator Xie had changed noticeably. As the saying went, when a man chases a woman, they're separated by a mountain. When a woman chases a man, only a paper screen lies between. When a woman set her heart on a man, he rarely escaped the gentle trap. Senator Xie was busy with work and starved for the tenderness between man and woman. Though Kai Lan came from a humble background, she had mastered all the traditional womanly arts. She could manage a household and work in the kitchen. Now she personally prepared soup and tended to his comforts every day, and even did his mending. The servant women whispered among themselves that the young miss had finally accepted her fate. With such devoted attention, Senator Xie now came to the 3 headquarters to stay overnight nearly every evening. Sometimes, when the spring night is all too brief, he rose late and simply worked there during the day as well. The administrative center of Wuzhou was gradually shifting toward the 3 headquarters. Kai Lan's exclusive favor was blazing hot. At any critical moment, if she were willing to intercede, she could turn misfortune into blessing. Zhao Fengshan, however, didn't quite approve of this shift. Though the 3 headquarters housed many organizations and stationed troops, the compound was several times larger than the prefecture yamen. The garrison was mostly national army, which was less than ideal for strict security. But Xie Aaron didn't mind. This was Wuzhou's city within a city. Hundreds of national army soldiers and naturalized civilian cadres surrounded it. If this place wasn't safe, where would be? He simply laughed off Zhao Fengshan's concerns. Luo Yangming came to present his fundraising for grain proposal. Xie Aaron listened and found it reasonable, then asked, "These merchants, they'll want dividends if they're putting up money. But the whole point of selling this rice is to stabilize prices. How much dividend can we offer them?" "I've done preliminary calculations. The cost of this batch of brown rice arriving in Wuzhou is 1 tael 3 mace per dan." Luo Yangming took out his notebook. If the city sells it at cost as ration rice, we can only charge one tael 5 mace per dan, a profit of just 2 mace per dan. 10,000 dan would yield only 2,000 taels of silver. The merchants will definitely refuse. Xie Aaron nodded. I understand, they expect at least 50% profit. Yes, Luo Yangming said, but conditions are generally poor right now. Silver sitting idle earns nothing. We can push them a bit. Pushing a bit is easy enough, but the next time we ask them for money, they might not be so willing. Xie Aaron hesitated. Luo Yangming said, I actually have an idea, but the chief will need to decide. Let's hear it. Luo Yangming's proposal wasn't unusual. After the 10,000 dan of grain arrived, 6,000 dan would be allocated as ration rice, and the remaining 3,000 dan would be sold at the current market ceiling price. 7,000 dan of rice at fair prices could support Wuzhu's grain consumption for a month. The market ceiling price for retail sales was currently 2 taels 8 mace. This grain wouldn't be released in bulk, but distributed to various grain shops to sell on commission. After sales are complete, dividends would be distributed according to each investor's contribution. The grain shops acting as agents would take a commission of 1 mace per dan sold. This way, 3,000 dan of rice would yield 4,500 taels in profit. Deducting 300 taels in commission fees still left a net profit of 4,100 taels, enough to pay investors their returns, with a portion left over for the city government's funds. The city government's current financial straits were another constant headache for Xie Aaron. This plan would stabilize the ration rice supply, maintaining social order, guarantee investor returns, and alleviate fiscal difficulties, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Xie Aaron thought to himself that this intelligence agency spy really had talent, a genuine administrator. A pity he was still an undercover political security bureau cadre and couldn't be openly employed. Still, Xie Aaron had some concerns. But this way, the ration rice quota is reduced by 1/3. Who knows when the next shipment will arrive? Right now the front lines are going smoothly. If we can just hold out for another month or two, Guangxi will be pacified and grain from that side will flow in. Even if it doesn't, the summer harvest from the countryside around Wuzhu will soon be ready. As long as we manage the reasonable burden collection properly, we won't lack grain, and after that comes the autumn harvest. Have we been able to collect grain from the Wuzhu area recently? Yes, Luo Yangming said without hesitation. I've run a rice shop here for many years. Starting in August, summer grain comes to market. Though it's not a huge amount, we can acquire quite a lot. Wuzhu's summer tax can be collected according to the Ming system, or we can adopt the reasonable burden levy. Xie Aaron's heart stirred. How had he forgotten about imperial grain and national taxes? Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 488, End of Chapter. Chapter 2285. Each planning, of course, regarding taxation, the senior finance bureau officials in Guangzhou had policies in place. For a frontline city like Wuzhu, control rested mainly with the central government, and allocations came from the center, though localities could also claim a share. Given Wuzhu's current status, the finance and tax departments would very likely just process the paperwork and allocate the summer grain to Wuzhu directly. Thinking this through, Xie Aaron felt his confidence rise. He nodded. Your idea is sound. Go back and work out the details, then sound out the merchants. Luo Yangming agreed at once. Then he mentioned his suspicions about Master Hao and expressed hope that a letter could be sent to Teng County for an external verification of the man's background. That's simple, Xie Aaron said, jotting it down casually in his notebook. I'll have old Zhao send a document when he's drafting papers this afternoon. He added, if you really suspect him, just detain him. 1 round of interrogation and we'll know everything. He hasn't done anything wrong, why arrest him for no reason? I think he's a capable man with practical skills and an upright gentleman as well. If there's no problem, he could be useful. But if he does harbor some sinister intent, having evidence first will make it easier to get him to talk. Very well, you're the expert. I won't interfere with your methods. Xie Aaron was in good spirits. The external check should have results within a week at most. Just wait for word. Armed with this authorization, Luo Yangming returned to make arrangements. If he was going to raise funds, he needed to select the right targets, no simple matter. He suddenly remembered that this idea had come from Master Hao in the first place. He might as well consult him and see what suggestions he had. If the man really was a cunning old fox, perhaps his true colors would show. With this in mind, he summoned both Li Wensheng and Yi Haoran, betraying nothing in his expression. He explained that the chief had approved raising capital from merchants to purchase grain, then added with an air of mystery. For now, this is still confidential. The chief has entrusted me with handling the matter. We'll need to proceed carefully. You two, I know, are men of deep wisdom, please advise. Li Wensheng, unaware of the hidden agenda, smiled. What's there to advise? As long as there's silver to be made, the merchant families will come swarming like flies to blood. The moment news gets out, our threshold will be trampled flat. Yi Haoran remained wary. He knew his employer already suspected him, and the man served the Australians regardless of whether he was actually their spy. He would need to respond carefully. Reviewing the situation, he decided he shouldn't avoid this matter, otherwise he would only appear guilty. So he said with carefully calibrated enthusiasm, "This is truly a venture that benefits both country and people. In my humble opinion, among the local merchants, the wealthiest are the Pingma firms, but most of them are lying low these days, hoarding their silver. Next would be the rice and grain traders. Employer knows their situation better than anyone. Then there's the silk cloth guild. The silk trade requires heavy capital investment. Though Governor Chang squeezed them once, they should still have some reserves." "Well said, sir." Seeing that Yi Haoran didn't dissemble but directed the conversation toward the silk guild within a few sentences, Luo Yangming, no fool, immediately thought of Jiang Qiuchun. Miss Jiang was Ding Atao's best friend, and Hao Ran had been recommended to the shop by Jiang Qiuchun through Ding Atao's connections. So that was it. Luo Yangming understood now. The man was simply returning a favor, trying to throw the Jiang family some business. Perhaps there was even some personal benefit involved. His suspicion of Master Hao eased somewhat. At least in this matter, there was no conspiracy, just the usual patronage politics. "The Silk Guild is a good choice, but who specifically should we approach?" he asked deliberately. Hao Ran gave a dry laugh. "As far as I know, the Ruijintang Jiang family has always been eager to cooperate with the Senate. Master might pay them some attention." Luo Yangming nodded slightly. "Shopkeeper Jiang. Since he took over from his father, the shop hasn't shown any particular growth. A man capable only of holding the fort." "Exactly. Because he can only hold the fort, and with all this chaos, he probably can't even manage that much longer. He'll be willing to take a gamble. Since you recommend his family so highly, I'll pay him a visit tomorrow." "There's no need for Master to visit him personally. Just send Achun with a message and he'll come running." Yi Haoran deliberately adopted an anxious expression. Seeing his eagerness, Luo Yangming actually felt somewhat reassured. Whatever else this Master Hao might be, even if he was a former government man, he was just a stranded scholar. He couldn't stir up much trouble. Better to wait for the Teng County verification to come back and proceed accordingly. "Luo Yangming suspects me now. We need to move faster." Yi Haoran surveyed their surroundings carefully, confirming no one was watching, and spoke in a low whisper. "General Song sent Zhang Yang to contact me," said Jiang Xiu, poling the boat. "Everything's ready on his end. I've also arranged our people. We're just waiting to move." But there's been no news from Advisor Chang. He hasn't come out for several days now. Hearing that Chang Qingyun had gone silent, Yi Haoran couldn't help feeling worried. That Juren Chang had never shown much backbone. Yi Haoran had coerced him using leverage. If the man couldn't bear the psychological pressure and reported them, everything would be lost. Unfortunately, there were still several matters that required someone in Chang Qingyun's position to handle. That was precisely why Yi Haoran had risked recruiting him in the first place. Should we send someone to contact him? Not yet. Where he's staying, there are too many people and too many eyes. It would be too conspicuous. That's not a problem. We have a newly recruited brother serving right in Sanhui. Let him take a look first. If nothing seems amiss, he can quietly pass a message and invite him out. Good, do it that way. As it turned out, Chang Qingyun had been forced to become Sun Caiyonyang's adoptive father. That same night, a wedding of sorts had been held. Youwang was a boor who cared nothing for proper customs like the 3 matchmakers and 4 betrothal gifts, but there were plenty of sycophants in the camp. The moment Youwang announced he wanted to marry, someone rushed to decorate the hall while others brought congratulatory gifts. Before nightfall, a wine banquet had been laid out. Chang Qingyun had been unwilling to play adoptive father, but he didn't dare resist. In a daze, he put on new clothes. 2 sturdy servant women escorted Sun Caiyonyang to kowtow to her adoptive father. The girl absolutely refused to bow. They forced her to her knees and pressed her head to the floor 3 times. Chang Qingyun was so mortified he turned his face aside, unable to look at her. What followed was a chaotic whirl. Chang Qingyun moved like a puppet, doing whatever others told him, completely numb, as though trapped in a nightmare. The farce lasted until nearly the 3rd watch before it wound down. Youwang and his pack of cronies naturally drank themselves unconscious. Chang Qingyun, the adoptive father-in-law, was also plied with wine until he could barely stand. He didn't wake until the following afternoon in his own dormitory bed. Once the wine fog cleared, Chang Qingyun was filled with regret. Not only had he lacked the courage to help Sun Caiyonyang preserve her honor, he had actually aided a tyrant's evil by acting as adoptive father. And then he had gotten dead drunk and swallowed his humiliation at the wedding banquet. He had wanted to find Yehaoren immediately to discuss plans for an uprising. But that very night came the news that Sun Caiyonyang had taken her own life. Youwang flew into a thunderous rage. Chang Qingyun was swept up in the aftermath and arrested. He received a beating for no clear reason and was only released 2 days later. Sun Caiyonyang's suicide struck Chang Qingyun like a hammer blow. Her desperate, helpless cry of "Master, save me!" as she was dragged away after the forced kowtow seemed to echo constantly in his ears. Chang Qingyun had known few moments of heroic passion in his life, and what fire he'd had usually burned out in 3 minutes. But this time, he steeled his resolve. Even if it cost him his life, he would fight these hair thieves to the end. As soon as the message from their inside man reached him, Chang Qingyun found an excuse to leave the labor camp and made contact with Yehaoren. By then, Yehaoren had already learned what had happened in the camp. Within a few words of meeting, he could tell Chang Qingyun was no longer the same man. He then quietly explained the current action plan. The core of the plan was exactly as Gu Zunli had suggested: raid the prefecture yamen, capture or behead Xie Wendong. Simple in concept, difficult in execution. The garrison inside and outside Wuzhou City wasn't large, but the units were positioned to support each other, communications were convenient, and response times were fast. A surprise attack would not be easy. The biggest obstacle was the infantry company stationed at the 3 headquarters, the core of Wuzhou's garrison. As long as that company existed, any raid inside Wuzhou City was doomed to fail. Secondary obstacles were the 4 squadrons of the National Army's Wuzhou Battalion. These squadrons varied widely in equipment and training. Most soldiers didn't even have muskets. But however poor their combat effectiveness, the bandits under Second Master Gu were no match for them. Only Song Ming's veteran soldiers could put up a fight. Yehaoren had roughly mapped out the Australian defenses inside the city. Wuzhou itself was small. Luo Yangming's rice shop was also responsible for military ration distribution, and when Iron Head often came by the shop to chat, from him, Yehaoren gleaned quite a bit of useful information. This true hare usually works and sleeps at the prefecture yamen. At night, he goes to the 3 headquarters to stay over. Neither location is easy to strike. Yehaoren spoke calmly. The three headquarters not only housed the Line Infantry Company, but also part of the National Army. It was heavily guarded. Meanwhile, the City Defense Command and National Army Wuzhou Battalion headquarters were located in the Kangwu County Yamen, right next to the Prefecture Yamen. The strongest National Army squadron directly guarded the Prefecture Yamen and the adjacent Nangsun and Dezheng gates. If an alarm sounded anywhere, reinforcements could arrive within moments. Trying to imitate Hu Dagu's old tactic, sneaking into the city and seizing a high official, was virtually impossible. Even if they managed to break through by sheer luck, they would quickly find themselves trapped and surrounded. It would be throwing their lives away for nothing. For the plan to succeed, they had to lure the tiger from the mountain. Such opportunities were rare and couldn't be forced. Yehaoran had recruited Chang Qingyun partly in hopes of creating a disturbance at Sanhui. Whether a riot or arson, either could pin down a National Army squadron there. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 489, End of Chapter. Chapter 2286. Settling the plan. If the scale was large enough, the hair thieves might even transfer troops from the city to reinforce. That would thin out the defenders and make it easier for them to break through in one stroke. Yet despite days of calculation, the forces at his disposal still weren't enough. 30% assurance was out of reach. He didn't even have 10%. Fortunately, the situation was developing in his favor. As the bandit suppression campaigns and Yao pacification battles continued, Wuzhou's garrison was steadily diluted from its concentrated state. The Wuzhou Integrated Squadron, the most capable unit in the National Army Wuzhou Battalion, had been transferred to North Guangdong to participate in the war. Another squadron was constantly on West River patrol duty, leaving early and returning late. Due to combat losses and continuous personnel transfers for reinforcement, the replacement squadron originally garrisoning Yangming Gate had been quietly consumed to near exhaustion. Wuzhou's permanent defenders now consisted of only Caiyan Du's company and one squadron at Sanhui. Even so, Yehaoran still couldn't bring himself to commit. During the day, the only defenders in the city were one infantry company, but that company had the best equipment and the strongest combat power. As long as Caiyan Du's men remained in the city, Yehaoran would always hesitate, reluctant to throw stones at the rat for fear of smashing the vase. But this massive grain transfer offered him a chance. Without question, the transfer of 10,000 dan of grain was a major event for all the hair thieves in Wuzhou, high and low. If they could attack the grain boats at the right moment, it would inevitably cause enormous shock, not only luring the tiger from its mountain, but also dealing a severe blow to the hair thieves' morale. Yehaoran often went to the docks to help Wen Ironhead with the accounts. The porter boss now handled loading and unloading for the Australians, and his crew had expanded to several hundred men. He was effectively Wuzhou's biggest dock boss now. The old method of distributing bamboo tally sticks was no longer adequate, and the Australians were particular about documentation. Everything required proof. When Ironhead was illiterate and naturally couldn't manage all this, so he frequently sought Yehaoran's help. Yehaoran never declined. First, it gave him legitimate reason to come and go freely. Second, working the accounts at the docks let him observe many details of Australian shipping operations. He had a rough understanding. The Australians favored large-scale formation transport, organizing massive boat fleets to move great quantities of materials at once. Every shipment was escorted by numerous steam launches with formidable guns and cannons, and soldiers aboard each vessel. Whether ambushing from shore or intercepting on the water, it was extremely difficult to oppose them. At most, one could harass the fleet a bit. Whenever a large boat fleet arrived to unload, Caiyan Du would deploy troops near the docks to maintain alert, only withdrawing once all goods had been unloaded into the warehouses. This time, the Australians would very likely be loading 10,000 dan of grain for Wuzhou in a single shipment, a scale exceeding any previous fleet. Naturally, they would dispatch even more men to guard it. That meant the city's defenses would inevitably be hollow. Yehaoran planned to have Gu Er's men feign an attack on the boat fleet outside the city, drawing the attention of the alert troops. Meanwhile, Song Ming's men would raid the prefecture yamen and attempt to capture or kill the true heir. Is this workable? Chang Qingyun was skeptical. General Song has only 50 men under him. Entering the city to raid the prefecture yamen might have a 30% chance. But Gu Er, though he has over 100 men, they're all petty thieves and pickpockets. How can they bear such a heavy responsibility? There's always a way. Seeing him equivocate, Chang Qingyun knew Yehaoran didn't completely trust him. He couldn't help feeling somewhat discouraged. I suppose I shouldn't have asked. Yehaoran's expression turned serious. Brother Chang, it's not that I can't trust you. Some things are better left unknown. In short, our hearts are united, our strength directed to one place. That's enough. You speak reasonably, Chang Qingyun nodded. What would you have me do? Your task is still at Sanhui, Yehaoran said. There's a national army squadron stationed there. You need to create some major disturbance to pin them down. That's easier said than done, Chang Qingyun frowned. Though the camp is full of captives, they're well fed and clothed with no threat to their lives. Getting them to revolt is impossible. Who said anything about revolt? As long as the camp descends into chaos, that's enough. Yehaoran said grimly. To create chaos, the easiest method was arson. The summer weather was dry. The camp was mostly temporary structures of grass and wood. Once a fire started, it would inevitably spread on a large scale. The Australians guard against fire very strictly in the camp. This won't be easy. If it were easy, would we need Master Chang to take charge? Yehaoran said. We have several brothers inside the camp. When the time comes, they can all lend you a hand. Chang Qingyun knew that accepting this task meant 9 chances of death and 1 of survival. Not only would capture by the Australians certainly mean death, even if he wasn't caught on the spot, once the fire started and the camp lost order, thousands of people would stampede like mad boars and wolves, trampling each other. Escaping with his life would be no easy feat. He said resolutely, very well, I'll simply risk my life and do it. Yehaoran praised him. Master Chang is truly one who forgets self for country. He turned to gaze at the broad river. Rest assured, sir, I'm no one who clings to life either. When the time comes, if we walk the Yellow Springs Road together, at least we won't be lonely. With that, he laughed aloud. Chang Qingyun smiled bitterly. Such heroic spirit, sir. Yehaoran shook his head. It's not that I have heroic spirit. It's simply that I can no longer bear to see this beautiful land fall into barbarian hands. Heaven's mandate and the fortunes of our time have turned. The great Ming has nothing left. But consider what lies before us. The Australians have already pushed deep into Guangxi. Before long, all of Bagui will bear the name of heir. Even if we manage to behead this Xie heir, it's just a cup of water against a burning cart, a mantis arm stopping a chariot, an ant trying to shake a tree. Even so, I will not let the hair thieves look down on the scholars of Huaxia. After Chang Qingyun left, Yehaoran plodded alone for a long time. No matter how he calculated, he could only see 30 or 40% assurance, and the plan required quite a few people to sacrifice their lives. All of them loyal subjects of the court. What if he simply had Kai Lan assassinate the target directly? Whether by poison or blade, neither would be difficult for her. She was already marked for death anyway. There was nothing to pity. But after pondering again and again, he decided not to take that risk. First, Kai Lan could serve as a final trump card. Second, through Qingyun, he had learned that subtle feelings had developed between this woman and Xie Wendong. If he forced her to act, she might bungle it and betray them all. Kai Lan listened to Jiang Qingyun's account and knew the matter wasn't so simple. Qingyun didn't know what Yehaoran was plotting. She understood perfectly well. Secretly anxious but with no solution, she turned her thoughts to the official documents and letters that Xie Wendong handled daily. Originally, Xie Wendong never brought work to her quarters, but as his favor for her grew day by day, this senator, to avoid hurrying back and forth morning and evening, often worked here now. He had even cleared out the East Wing as a dedicated office. Kai Lan was always careful. She never showed the slightest interest in his office. When Xie Aaron was working there, she would bring tea and medicinal tonics only as far as the door. But Xie Aaron wasn't as suspicious as she had imagined. He rarely locked the door when leaving, and he would bring documents to the bedroom to read, or simply review official papers in bed, jotting notes in his notebook. Sometimes these things were left behind in the bedroom. During the day, Xie Aaron often had to go out, usually for meetings or work at the prefecture yamen. Besides herself and Qingyun, the only other people in the courtyard were two servant women who never entered the room without announcement. So for Kai Lan, peeking at official documents wasn't difficult. The very night after Luo Yangming reported his suspicions about Hao Ran, she saw the external verification letter that Zhao Fengshan had drafted sitting in the office, simply placed in a document basket, waiting for Xie Aaron's signature before being sent out. The moment she saw the name, Hao Ran, Kai Lan pulled out the document and read it. Though she didn't understand what external verification meant, Australian documents were written in plain, simple language. Within a few sentences, she understood. Wazhu was writing to the Australian Yamen in Tang County to ask whether a person named Hao Ran actually existed there, and what his circumstances were. Tang County would certainly have no such person as Hao Ran. Even if Qingyun immediately wrote home asking her in-laws to cover for the lie, putting aside whether they would even be willing to cover for a man of unknown origin, even if they agreed, a little Australian interrogation would expose the falsehood. Once exposed, the consequences were obvious. Yehaoran's identity would be revealed. He would be arrested and interrogated. What he was plotting in Wazhu was enormous. Uncovering it would be a major case. Not only would she be implicated, the Jiang family couldn't escape either. She pondered for a moment, then made a risky decision. She pulled the official letter from the document basket, took it directly to the main room, and quietly burned it over a candle. Luo Yangming naturally had no idea the external verification letter had simply vanished without a trace. His work kept him extremely busy. Once he and Prefect Xie had agreed on the specific fundraising plan, he leaked word of the fundraising through the Aftermath Bureau. Sure enough, it immediately attracted the interest of quite a few major merchants. Many asked him for details, though those truly willing to invest weren't numerous. Luo Yangming wasn't surprised. In times of war and chaos, merchants preferred to keep their silver clutched tight rather than release it to make money. Moreover, the war situation had been tense lately. At one point, bandit forces had approached the outskirts of Wazhu, and news of the Yao rebellion kept coming. As conditions worsened, all manner of rumors appeared. The Australians aren't the true dragon son of heaven and can't sit the dragon throne. The Yao people refuse to recognize the Australians as emperor. Such stories spread throughout the city. Zhang Erjin led the police to arrest some rumor mongers but couldn't trace the source of anything. It was all hearsay, passed from person to person on the streets. All this caused the previously high-flying Australian stock to begin falling. Many who had been planning to place or double their bets changed their minds. Fortunately, there were still merchants willing to take the risk. Jiang Qiuchun's brother, Jiang Rongxian, was the first to declare his willingness to invest, which drew several of his Silk Guild peers along. Shopkeeper De Xingxuan of Chengyu firm also contributed several hundred taels of silver. The 13,000 taels needed to purchase grain were gathered quite quickly. Next update, Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 490, End of Chapter. Chapter 22, 87. Respective plans. Luo Yangming worked himself ragged until everything was finally in order. He barely had time to think about the external verification. Only after all affairs were settled, and he was simply waiting for the grain to arrive, did he finally catch his breath. He went to the city government to ask Zhao Fengshan whether any reply had come back. No reply letter, Zhao Fengshan said after checking the incoming mail records. It's been half a month already. Hard to say, Zhao Fengshan replied. Our regime organization in Teng County was just established, few personnel, many tasks. The person you want to check has a specific name and address, but he's not in Teng County City proper. At this point, they'd have to dispatch someone to the countryside specifically to make inquiries. With all the chaos, it can't be fast. We'll wait longer then. Luo Yangming reflected that in his cold observation of Yehaoran, he hadn't noticed anything suspicious. The man spent his time teaching children to read in his room, or amusing himself with poetry and books, occasionally going to the docks to help Wen Iron Head with accounts. Even if he was a Ming remnant, he couldn't stir up much trouble. This matter isn't urgent. At worst, after things settle down, we can arrest him and let you interrogate him personally, Zhao Fengshan said, picking up an official document. This is the notification list from Joint Logistics. Dachang's grain starts shipping tomorrow. It's expected to arrive in Wuzhou on August 5th. They want us to prepare for receiving the goods. So soon? We only just sent the silver. Luo Yangming was somewhat surprised. This is a policy-driven grain transfer, Zhao Fengshan explained. Even if Wuzhou hadn't sent a single tael of silver, they would still ship it. But that said, the higher-ups are in a difficult position too. Zhao Fengshan's eyes were red. Since becoming city government secretary, he'd been working until late every night, sometimes pulling all-nighters. There was simply too much administrative work. The higher-ups are struggling, and so are we, Luo Yangming sighed. Though it's good news, it's not a long-term solution. Who knows when the situation will improve? Lately, many things at the Aftermath Bureau have become harder to accomplish than before. The old moneybags are all unreliable, Zhao Fengshan said wearily. And yet we still have to rely on them to hold things together. Curse our poverty. Once the autumn grain comes in and we have money and grain in hand, things should look better. If we could just win a few more major victories, it might crush their lingering hopes. Winning victories is the easy part. Feeding and clothing the troops is the hard part. Zhao Fengshan lowered his voice. Right now, the biggest challenge at the front is supply. Otherwise, Guangxi would have been finished long ago. The farther we push into Guangxi, the smaller the boats we can use and the harder the transport. The Lang and Yao people there won't stay quiet either. Our troops are fighting their way along every road and expanding the army on the spot. We've won plenty of battles, but the consumption is staggeringly high. In your estimation, can this war be finished by year's end? Year's end should be about right. Looking at the reports from North Guangdong, things on Senator Huang's front are going reasonably smoothly. The situation is turning around. Give it a bit more time and things should settle down. What people want now is stability. As long as the fighting stops, once the two Guangs start circulating again and the market recovers, ordinary people's lives will improve. Our work will be easier to carry out too. All beginnings are hard. Back when I followed the chief to South Qiang to establish the new area, it was even harder. No roads on land, everything had to come by sea. Ships arrived once a month. The county seat was smaller than a Guangdong village and falling apart. Zhao Fengshan's seniority was considerable, and when he talked at length, he inevitably boasted about his glorious history. Luo Yangming could only listen respectfully. No matter how difficult things got, we always overcame them. With the chief and the Senate behind us, there's nothing to fear. Zhao Fengshan spoke with utter confidence. Luo Yangming listened to him talk, and his original vague anxieties dissipated entirely. 10,000 dan of grain was coming. It would have an enormous stabilizing effect on both the market and public morale. He couldn't help but feel considerably relieved. We should discuss security arrangements, Zhao Fengshan said, producing a document. This is the grain security plan that Qingyun drafted. Have a look first. Is it really appropriate for me to read this? Luo Yangming asked uneasily. Strictly speaking, no, but you're a local. You know the area better than any of us. You might spot some loopholes. Put that way, Luo Yangming couldn't very well refuse. He took the document and read through it. According to the current relay escort protocol, the Wuzhou Battalion's 1st Squadron, responsible for river patrol, would arrive at Fengchuan County one day in advance to await the fleet's arrival. At dawn the following day, escorted by both the 1st Squadron and the Inland River Fleet Navy, the boat fleet would proceed to Wuzhou. Upon arrival in Wuzhou, the 1st Squadron would handle dock security. One platoon of the Line Infantry Company would secure the route into the city. The other 2 platoons would remain inside, holding key points. The 3rd Squadron stationed at Sanhui would also be on standby, ready to reinforce the docks at any moment. During this time, Wuzhou would be under full martial law. No civilians would be allowed on the streets. All city gates would be closed except for Nangsun Gate and Dezheng Gate near the unloading docks. This is practically foolproof, Luo Yangming said after reading. But moving the 1st Squadron away a day in advance does leave the city rather empty. Company Commander Qingyun says it's not a major concern. We can just close the city gates. Besides, we have the 3rd Squadron outside the city as backup. In an emergency, they can come to our aid, Zhao Fengshan said dismissively. There's been no sign of any large bandit groups or Ming army activity around Wuzhou recently. Then there's no problem. I'll send the document to Director Xie for his review and signature. He placed the document in an envelope, stamped it with sealing wax, and handed it to a courier. Deliver this to Chief Xie's office immediately. The chief isn't in his office today. He's working at the 3 headquarters, the courier said. He said unless it's an emergency document, just send everything together after lunch. Zhao Fengshan frowned slightly. Luo Yangming understood. This was concern and disapproval over Chief Xie indulging in feminine charms. But naturalized citizen cadres generally didn't express such sentiments publicly or discuss them with each other. For them, absolute trust and respect for the chief were ingrained to the bone. Very well. Send everything together at noon, Zhao Fengshan said. Night shrouded the mountain ranges, stars glimmered with cold light. Drifting clouds blocked the moonlight from time to time. The deep mountains were even darker. The forest was silent. Though the mountains were high and the forests dense, with few human traces, this place was less than 10 li from Wuzhou. Standing on the mountainside, one could see Wuzhou's city towers. Inside the forest, a band of outlaws was gathering, precisely Second Master Gu's and Hu Rotten Eye's bandit gang. Gu wore a tattered scholar's robe cinched at the waist with rope, a government soldier's saber hanging from his belt. After years of cave dwelling and forest roaming with the bandit gang, his original cultivated appearance had worn away completely. He now looked every inch the wild-haired, unkempt bandit chief. He surveyed his surroundings with cunning, vigilant eyes. The bandits around him were disheveled and filthy, their features fierce, carrying an assortment of weapons as they gathered in clusters of 2 and 3. The Australians' northern advance had created masses of scattered soldiers and wandering fighters. The flames of war had also displaced countless common people, leaving them destitute and pushing them into the ranks of outlaws. The originally small bandit gang had suddenly swelled to over 200 men, though in truth, Gu himself didn't know exactly how many he commanded. Men died in battle, died of illness, or fled every few days, but new ones kept joining. Rather than seeking fortune, they were simply looking for a mouthful of rice. But even that rice wasn't easy to come by. As Australian security forces expanded and various villages implemented joint defense measures, the bandits' room to maneuver shrank steadily. They also faced continuous campaigns from the Fubo army. Fortunately, Gu and Hu Rotten Eye had tasted the Fubo army's wrath before and had learned some coping methods. They'd managed to avoid capture so far. They were one of countless bandit gangs that rose and fell like sparks. Earlier, when Qingyun had sent agents throughout Guangdong distributing appointment certificates wholesale, Gu and Hu Rotten Eye had each received one, technically becoming court-appointed officers. But as time passed, they realized these titles were useless, worse than useless actually. They attracted attention like a tall tree catching wind. The Fubo army specifically targeted bandit gangs flying the government army banner. A figure approached and whispered a few words. Gu nodded, waved everyone over and announced, "Brothers, Chief Jiang has returned from Wuzhou. The bandits stirred with commotion. Though Jiang Xiu had only joined recently, everyone knew something of how he had led Qingyun's household guards in a fierce battle against the hair thieves at Bangshan. Against those arrogant hair thieves, he had not only dared to fight but could hold his own. So upon joining the gang, he was made a chief. As it happened, this young man had no interest in leadership. He just kept his head down and fought hard. When charging into battle, he seemed to fear nothing. His prestige among the bandits rose quickly. Not long ago, Jiang Xiu had mysteriously disappeared. Some in the gang speculated that Gu and Hu Rotten Eye couldn't tolerate him and had driven him away or assassinated him. Chief Jiang went out this time to make contact with court people. We brothers are going to pull off a big job in Wuzhou. If we pull it off, there'll be plenty of reward silver. Play it well, and we might even gamble our way to a proper future. He swept a self-satisfied glance over the assembled bandits. Most were former government soldiers, army men accustomed to drawing pay, lazy by nature, but with keen eyes for things like futures and reward silver. When he heard the low murmur of discussion among the bandits, Gu knew his pitch was working. He pressed on with even more vigor. This time, the hair thieves are shipping a massive load of grain and payroll silver from Guangzhou. We're going to hit them hard. This is a chance for great merit. This time, the discussion wasn't so enthusiastic. The crowd fell quiet. Grain and silver were good things, certainly, but the hair thieves would undoubtedly guard them with heavy troops. Recently, many bandit gangs had attacked hair thief boat fleets on the West River. Though a few had succeeded, the vast majority had only thrown their lives away with nothing to show for it. Gu hastily added, "Rest easy. We are going after the boat fleet, that's true, but the real prize isn't on the boats. Since the Australians are sending heavy escorts for their ships, Wuzhou City will be left hollow. We'll seize that moment and strike into Wuzhou." Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 491, End of Chapter. Chapter 2288. Sharpening knives. The words struck like thunder, leaving the bandits dumbstruck. One by one, they stared at Gu with suspicious eyes. Wuzhou was a prefecture city, a key stronghold of the two Guangs, once the seat of the governor-general himself. After the hair thieves had occupied it, they'd repaired the walls and reorganized the defenses. There were garrisons both inside and outside the city. Without a great army assembled, without cannons and siege equipment, to think they could break into Wuzhou with just 200 men, wasn't that a fool's dream? After a long moment, someone finally asked in a trembling voice, "Second Master Gu, are you really serious about this?" Second Master Gu nodded and smiled. "Look at you, standing there like idiots. What, you all think I've gone mad? Let me tell you, I'm not the only one who thinks so. I feel like I'm crazy too." He let out a wild laugh. "But I'm telling you, I'm not crazy. Before us lies a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity." "What opportunity?" The bandits were immediately interested. "I'll tell you the truth. Inside Wuzhou City is the greatest treasure of all, a true hair." Gu face twisted into a savage grin. "Once we have this true hair in our hands, do you still need to worry about silver and a future?" The bandits erupted in thunderous cheers, rubbing their fists and rolling up their sleeves, their heads filled with muddled dreams of promotion and riches. "Why tell them all this? Soldiers just need silver, point them somewhere and they'll fight." Hu Rotten Eye complained. "Say too much and they start getting ideas. That was the old way." Gu said, "Things are different now. When you get down to it, we're not government soldiers. We don't issue pay. Everyone following us is just scraping for a mouthful of rice. For something this dangerous, if you don't explain things clearly, they won't follow. Jiang Xiu told me, to lead soldiers into battle, first you have to make them understand why they're fighting and what they're fighting for. When soldiers have thought it through and feel it's worthwhile, they'll throw their lives into it. I think he's right. Isn't Jiang Xiu's approach exactly the hair thief method? If he likes their way so much, why'd he desert?" Hu Rotten Eye said. "Besides, without silver, can fancy talk really move these soldier lords? Every civil official who's ever commanded troops, didn't they all make fine speeches, laying out heaven's principles and human feelings with perfect logic. And weren't they still staring down soldiers demanding their pay? It's nothing more than hatred. I've noticed he sometimes calls out senior sister in his nightmares. Probably some relative of his died at the hair thief's hands. A good man, then. Hu Rotten Eye acknowledged. He'll be coming over soon to discuss things with us. Gu-er lowered his voice. Some things only the few of us should know. Understood. Hu Rotten Eye nodded, eager yet uneasy. But tell me, this Yehaoran running the show, is he going to use us as suckers? That's not impossible, Gu-er admitted. We'll have to keep our guard up. He blinked. Here he comes. Jiang Xiu had rushed back from Wuzhu in one go. The plan had entered its specific implementation stage. Yehaoran had not only given him detailed intelligence about Wuzhu's internal regime organization and defenses, but had also handed over a concrete action plan. Though Yehaoran hadn't seen the specific security plan Qian Duo had drafted, he had roughly deduced that the 2nd Squadron would depart one day in advance for Fengchuan to meet the boat fleet. That meant the night before the grain ships arrived, Wuzhu would be at its emptiest. Only one company would remain inside the city, plus a National Army squadron at Sanhui. Master Yi's strategy is to strike on that very night, Jiang Xiu explained. When fire is raised as a signal at Sanhui, we assault the camp in full force. Master Yi leads men onto the walls to respond, while General Song's force enters the city to raid and kill Xie Hare. Gu-er understood Sanhui's situation. Several thousand captives, guarded by only 100 National Army troops plus several hundred retained personnel, mostly men just like themselves who certainly wouldn't fight to the death over official business. Attacking under cover of darkness, whether or not they had inside help, whether or not they could take the camp, at least they wouldn't suffer losses. If things went poorly, they could simply withdraw, they wouldn't be trapped inside the city. By comparison, Song Ming's force would be taking enormous risks. Lacking luck, they might well be annihilated. But fortune and disaster were two sides of the same coin. Song Ming was taking the greatest risk, but if he succeeded, the credit would be his too. Nothing to dispute there. Gu-er's own subordinates were a mixed bag. They couldn't bear such heavy responsibility. Getting second-class credit would be plenty. What Gu-er truly wanted now was a proper official appointment. Big or small didn't matter, just something to stand on. He'd had enough of bandit life in these mountain gullies. Hu Rotten Eye asked, what signal do we use? Fire will be raised inside Sanhui as the signal. At that moment, our brothers inside will start the arson. When you see the flames, charge in with everything you've got. The brothers inside will coordinate from within. We break the camp in one stroke. Jiang Xiu explained that after breaking the camp, they should set more fires and make as much noise as possible. When the Hare army came from Wuzhu to reinforce, they would immediately withdraw. As long as our brothers lure the Hare army out of the city, the job is done. The rest is up to General Song. He looked at Gu and Hu with an inquiring gaze. Gu-er nodded to indicate he had nothing to add. Hu Rotten Eye, however, frowned. I can't find any fault with this method. Advisor Yi has thought it through. But what about reward money for the brothers? What reward money? Jiang Xiu asked. Brother Jiang, you served as an official for a few months. Don't you know the great Ming's rules? Going into battle requires reward money. In the old days when we were doing the robbery business, the brothers didn't bring it up because we were risking our lives for ourselves. But this time, we're properly going into battle, risking our lives for the court. Without reward silver, who's going to exert themselves? Once the mission succeeds, the court will naturally grant titles and rewards. Jiang Xiu had indeed served as an official, but during his time leading the household guard, daily trivial matters had mostly been handled by Yehaoran. He knew very little about military and bureaucratic customs, and had no interest in learning. Hu Rotten Eye's question left him momentarily speechless. Brother Jiang, you're truly green. Hu Rotten Eye sneered with his crooked eye. What does court titles have to do with common soldiers? Give a man 2 or 3 taels of silver and tell him to put his head on the block, think he'll go. Besides, what if General Song fails? What court is going to give a damn about you then? Jiang Xiu had no ready answer. To him, a superior's order meant unconditional execution. He had no concept of needing money before men would fight. Embarrassed, he said, "I don't have any silver on me, and I doubt Master Yi does either. Let me go ask him again, see if there's some way to raise some." Gu understood this was just Hu Rotten Eye posturing, making a show of the favor he was granting so he could negotiate terms later. So he didn't spoil the act, only played the mediator. Big brother Hu, don't make things difficult for brother Jiang. Where would he get silver? Even if advisor Yi had a few taels, it wouldn't be enough. Jiang Xiu had no idea what game they were playing. He could only say, "I can only ask you two big brothers for help." Hu Rotten Eye made a show of displeasure, grumbling about various difficulties. Gu made a pretense of persuasion. Only then did things settle down. After this performance, the three discussed how to deploy the men and how to attack. Hu Rotten Eye originally wanted to send a few capable local bandits to scout ahead, but Gu stopped him. "Advisor Yi has eyes and ears there. Whatever information we need, he can provide. Why send our own men? If they're captured, won't that give away the secret first?" They made their arrangements. 30 trusted subordinates would stay to guard the mountain stronghold. In case of failure, they'd still have somewhere to fall back to. After weeding out the old, weak, sick, and disabled, they selected 150 capable bandits. Weapons they had in plenty. The scattered remnants of the Ming army had left large quantities of sabers, spears, and firearms throughout Guangdong. They even had about 40 suits of the relatively rare armor. In Jiang Xiu's assessment, these bandits couldn't fight the Australians in formation, but for a night raid, they had a 40 to 50% chance. Song Ming received Zhang Yang's message and began his pre-battle preparations. Song Ming's force was much smaller, just 50 men including himself, but nearly all of them were elite, either his personal soldiers or household servants of civil and military officers. Almost every man had armor. Their fighting spirit was fierce. They were almost to a man bold fellows who believed wealth and honor must be sought in danger. When they heard they would be raiding Wuzhou and capturing a true heir alive, they howled with excitement, immediately scraping and washing their weapons, checking their armor, each afraid of missing his chance at fortune. But Song Ming knew this battle would likely be 9 deaths and 1 survival. Never mind charging into Wuzhou and facing the Australian elites in direct combat. Even if everything went smoothly and they managed to take the true heir, the heir thieves would never let them go. They would pursue with light cavalry without question. Others might not know, but Song Ming had been there at the Battle of Chiang Mai. He had personally experienced the terror of being hunted by the heir thieves. The Fubo army's pursuit was not only fierce but relentless. After the great defeat at Chiang Mai, they had pressed almost all the way to the walls of Qiangshan City, their infantry forcing cavalry to collapse in flight. If he hadn't abandoned his horse and left the main road midway, he might not have escaped. Regardless of whether they succeeded, they had to think through their escape route beforehand. Obviously, heading toward Guangxi was out of the question. The government soldiers there could barely protect themselves. Their only option was to go north, fleeing along the He River to Hezhou and Hunan. That was virtually their only choice. In recent days, they had been roaming around Wuzhou and had become somewhat familiar with the surrounding terrain. They had roughly calculated which roads to take for withdrawal, where to rest along the way, and where to get on the water and board boats. Everything was planned out one by one, with men specifically sent to make preparations. Once Song Ming had everything settled, he called over his personal soldier Zhang Yang and handed him a letter and a bag of silver. "Keep the silver and the letter with you. On the night of the operation, don't enter the city. If we succeed in Wuzhou and escape safely to Hunan, nothing more need be said. But if the battle goes against us and I'm trapped in Wuzhou, bring this letter back to my home. Give it to my parents, my wife, and my children. Understood?" Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 492, End of Chapter. Chapter 2289, Setting the Stage to Sing Opera. This lowly one understands. Zhang Yang knelt and solemnly kowtowed. "I swear on my life. Get up, don't speak of this to anyone. When the time comes, act according to circumstances," Song Ming said. Inside Sanhui camp, Chang Qingyun had recently become a red man. His rise wasn't difficult to explain. First, Zhao Fengshan had specifically instructed Liu Youwang to treat him well. With this imperial edict in hand, when Liu Youwang discovered Qingyun hanging dead before his bed, he was scared out of his wits. Even in his rage, he only gave Chang Qingyun a few slaps, unlike the others involved, who received thorough beatings. Second, Chang Qingyun had served in shogunates for many years. His skill at flattering people and currying favor was refined to perfection. In the captive camp, he had previously maintained some semblance of scholarly dignity. Though he didn't dare resist, he refused to wallow in the mire. But once he resolved to join Yehaoran's conspiracy, Chang Qingyun realized that getting close to Liu Youwang, the camp's chief, would be enormously beneficial to the overall plan. So he began, enduring humiliation to bear the heavy burden and fawned on Liu Youwang. Within just a few days, Chang Qingyun had become Liu Youwang's table companion, entertaining and amusing him daily. Liu Youwang was utterly unlettered. How could he be a match for Chang Qingyun, this old fox who had spent years navigating official circles? Chang Qingyun had wandered through shogunates for years and was intimately familiar with every amusement toy of the wealthy and noble. Compared to Liu Youwang, who knew only drinking and debauching women for entertainment, Chang Qingyun opened a new world's door for him. The greatest pleasure of the rich was naturally to keep household performers and troupes, staging operas for their own amusement. This wasn't entertainment ordinary wealthy people could afford. Since Chang Qingyun wanted to encourage such extravagance, he naturally aimed high. Under Chang Qingyun's management, performers and musicians capable of singing Kun opera and local folk opera, the predecessor of Cantonese opera, were quickly found among the captives and refugees in the three headquarters camp. Knowing Liu Youwang's lecherous nature, Chang Qingyun urged him to search the camp for beautiful women and force them to learn singing. Liu Youwang then spent his days drinking and listening to opera, and his nights forcing the actresses to share his bed. For a time, young women throughout the camp lived in terror. All of Sanhui camp was filled with complaints. When Chang Qingyun walked the roads, everyone looked at him sideways. Everyone spat and cursed behind his back, but no one dared point and scold him to his face. On the contrary, he had rocketed to become the most powerful figure in the camp. Any matter that he was willing to put in a word about with Liu Youwang could almost certainly be resolved. All this news reached Yehaoran's ears through their inside contacts. Yehaoran was somewhat baffled. The task he had given Chang Qingyun was to find ways to expand their forces so that, when the time came, they could set fires inside the camp, create chaos, and coordinate with Gu Er's bandit gang when they raided Sanhui. He hadn't expected Chang Qingyun to make such a spectacular spectacle of himself. Though ingratiating himself with Liu Youwang was beneficial for developing their work, such a high profile made Yehaoran secretly worried. He feared it might trigger some accident. He hurriedly sent someone with a letter, quietly inviting Chang Qingyun out. Recently, for convenience of contact and to avoid drawing attention from people at the grain shop, Yehaoran had suggested to Wen Ironhead that he could come help with accounts and other matters every day. Wen Ironhead wished he would come daily and immediately spoke with Luo Yangming. Luo Yangming had no attention to spare for other things and figured that under his uncle-in-law's watch, the man probably couldn't cause trouble. He agreed. So Yehaoran left the city every morning and worked near the docks until afternoon before returning to continue teaching Qi Liheng to read. Yehaoran didn't put on airs and quickly won the porter's goodwill. From time to time, he would also take the initiative to help Wen Ironhead handle various matters, which gave him even more freedom of movement. Ruining your reputation like this, what exactly are you planning? Yehaoran asked when they met. These past days, your name has become so infamous it reeks throughout Wuzhou inside and out. I'm ready to throw away my life. Why would I care about my reputation? Chang Qingyun smiled. Even if you don't care about your reputation, you're seducing this Liu Youwang into forming an opera troupe, drowning him in wine and women. I think I understand your meaning. Nothing more than wearing down his will and letting anger in the camp boil over so it'll be easier to strike when the time comes. But recently this news has been filtering into the city. What if this Xie He decides Liu Youwang has stirred up too much public anger and replaces him? If a new official takes over, he might well use your head to appease the people. And we still need you to take charge of the overall situation inside this camp. You make good points, but in my view, Xie He has no time for such things right now, Chang Qingyun spoke with confidence. The grain transport is his first priority. Everything else can wait until the grain is safely warehoused. This Liu Youwang may be worthless, but he's managed the camp until now. He's done plenty of bad things, abusing his position for private gain. But officially, he hasn't made any mistakes. To Xie He, Liu Youwang is a capable cadre. He's not stupid enough to change generals before battle just because of public anger from a few captives and refugees. This was argued with reason and evidence. Yehaoren couldn't immediately refute it. He was somewhat puzzled about what this man was really up to. Then Chang Qingyun continued, I urged him to form an opera troupe. Naturally, it will have its uses when the time comes. What uses? No harm in telling you. Chang Qingyun spoke with complete confidence. This Liu Youwang is very close with Zhu Si, the Wuzhu battalion commander, and with the squadron commander and platoon leaders of the 3rd Squadron responsible for guarding the camp. These officers frequently come to the camp. Do you know why they're so intimate with Liu Youwang? Could it be they're just drinking and eating buddies drawn together by shared vices? You're truly an upright gentleman, sir, Chang Qingyun smiled. Calling them drinking and eating buddies isn't wrong, but Liu Youwang has a terrible temper when he's drunk, and he's a vulgar man, hardly an interesting host. Being drinking buddies with someone like that would be unbearably dull. The reason Zhu Si and the others are willing to be his drinking buddies is, to put it plainly, because wine and women are readily available inside the camp. Yehaoren suddenly understood. The camp held not only captives from the Wuzhu battle, but also refugees who had been taken in, as well as family dependents of official households who had drifted here. There was no shortage of women, not just ladies from great families, but also demure beauties from humbler homes. Liu Youwang's rank was low and his position minor, but at Sanhui, he wielded power over life and death. No one in the camp dared disobey him. For these rough men who fought all year round with only other men around them, this was practically a gentle paradise. No wonder they wanted to cultivate their friendship with Liu Youwang. So that's how it is, Yehaoren said. This Liu Youwang truly is a shameless villain. Shameless he may be, but this is a golden opportunity, Chang Qingyun said. With this opera troupe, those men will probably come around even more often. When the time comes, we can invite them quite naturally to come watch the opera together. He smiled. What do you think? Yehaoren was stunned. He hadn't expected Chang Qingyun to have this trick up his sleeve. The 3rd Squadron had been a constant headache for him. Though the squadron wasn't elite, it had a core of veteran fighters and several dozen Nanyang-style rifles. Whether Gu Er's rabble could defeat them in one stroke, he had no confidence at all. But if they could use opera watching as a pretext and lure all these officers into the camp, it would disrupt their command structure. With luck, they might even kill Wuzhu National Army Battalion Commander Zhu Si along with the rest. Thinking this, Yehaoren's gaze turned involuntarily to admiration. Sir, you truly possess great talent. A mere trifling trick, hardly worthy of being called great talent, Chang Qingyun said leisurely. But I'm just a scholar. When the time comes, I'm afraid I won't be able to control the entire situation on my own. You'll need to prepare some manpower. To be frank, we do have some comrades inside the camp, but not many. If we want to catch them all in one net during the opera, I'm afraid we won't have the strength. How can there be no way? Chang Qingyun sneered. Does advisor ye really think dealing with hair thieves requires facing them saber to saber, spear to spear, in formal combat? What do you mean? I'm persuading him to set up a private kitchen. I've already found a cook, but a kitchen always needs helpers. Yehaoran suddenly understood, and secretly felt a twinge of disgust. This Chang Qingyun was an honored jurin, yet all his methods were dirty tricks that couldn't be presented in polite company. No wonder the one who recommended him had come up with the idea of burning Wuzhu. Dirty or not, this man's work inside the camp had already far exceeded what Yehaoran had accomplished in all his days of plotting. Yehaoran had to admit respect. He immediately told Chang Qingyun quietly about the few men they had inside the camp. These people are still reliable. See if you can find a way to bring them in. If they're just nameless soldiers, that's easy. If they have any reputation inside the camp, that would actually make it harder. Just as Chang Qingyun had said, Zhu Si had been frequently finding various excuses to visit Sanhui lately, inspecting defenses or examining training conditions, when in truth he was chasing wine and women. This path had been introduced to him by the 3rd squadron commander. This squadron commander, Jiang Yaogong, had originally been a banner general in the Ming army. He was captured during the Battle of Chiang Mai. A bachelor and a rogue, he had drifted through the army aimlessly. After his capture, he had stayed with the Fubo army as a soldier. Jiang Yaogong was quite similar to Zhu Si. Both were accustomed to the old army's ways. They hadn't quite adapted to the Fubo army's new system, so they hadn't served long before being cleared out and assigned to a farm as employees. Because of his military background, he became a farm militia captain. When the Northern Campaign began and the Senate launched its great army expansion, Jiang Yaogong re-enlisted and became a National Army Squadron commander. If his National Army unit had been composed of naturalized citizens, Jiang Yaogong wouldn't have dared act too recklessly. But the squadron he commanded was purely newly organized. Apart from the NCOs and a minority of combat veterans who were naturalized citizens, most of his soldiers came from surrendered guards around Guangzhou and Guangdong garrison soldiers. They hadn't undergone much reorganization and training. In fact, most of the training only really began after they arrived in Wuzhu. With the 3rd Squadron stationed alone outside the city, free from oversight, Jiang Yaogong felt like a fish in water. His boldness grew accordingly. Next update, Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 493, End of Chapter. Chapter 2290. Life-risking brothers. At first, Jiang Yaogong had considered the Sanhezu posting a risky assignment, stationed alone outside the city walls, with a captive camp of several thousand people on one side. If trouble broke out, it could easily become a pincer attack from within and without. So he had been reluctant to take it, and had complained privately to Zhu Si several times. But as the days wore on, he came to see it as a cushy assignment. True, the camp held many captives, but they weren't his problem. The Australians had trained them into submission, and while bandits prowled outside the city, his task was simply to guard the camp, no need for special suppression operations. As long as he kept the perimeter secure, he'd fulfilled his duty. The bandits weren't so foolish as to attack a captive camp directly. So aside from daily patrols and sentry duties, the 3rd Squadron rarely saw combat and had no special assignments. It was leisurely and safe. Since Jiang Yaogong was responsible for guarding the camp, he naturally had frequent dealings with the camp manager, Youwang. Truth be told, Jiang Yaogong looked down on naturalized citizen cadres like Youwang, a peasant background with nothing to show for it. Yet despite his contempt, he couldn't help but envy the resources and authority Youwang commanded. Several thousand people were in this camp manager's grasp. As the saying went, he could shape them round or square as he pleased. In Sanhezu, Youwang was a petty emperor. The National Army's treatment wasn't bad, but stationed outside the city, there were no pleasures to be had. Sanhezu was different. Inside was not only a market but women too. For just a few coins, a man could lose his soul for a night. Officers and soldiers from both the National Army and the Fubo Army had been slipping in quietly on their off hours to enjoy the spring breeze. It was an open secret. Jiang Yaogong was no exception. Though Liu Youwang had over 200 underlings at his disposal, they were all local retained personnel, useful enough for bullying common people and captives, but worthless against any real trouble. And this was outside the city walls. Many in the camp were former government army captives. If they truly caused an uprising, he couldn't suppress it alone. So he had every reason to cultivate Jiang Yaogong, inviting him and his officers to drink and enjoy the women from time to time. Because of these benefits, Jiang Yaogong tolerated Liu Yaowang's crude and vulgar manner. After all, Liu was footing the bill. On the surface, the two maintained a warm pretense, thick as thieves. Since returning to the National Army, Jiang Yaogong had no desire to go back to laboring on a farm. He wouldn't even stoop to being a semi-attached militia captain. What could compare to military life? Especially this National Army, where you didn't have to fight hard battles. All you did was guard duty, no risk to life and limb. Intent on rising through the ranks, Jiang Yaogong's first thought was to find a patron. As a former Guangdong government army defector who had been separated from the military for years, he had no connections to exploit, so he set his sights on Zhu Si. Zhu Si seemed a suitable target. Senior qualifications, having participated in the Shandong operation, trusted by the Australians, and appointed battalion commander shortly after re-enlisting. Both were former government soldiers. Similar backgrounds made for easy rapport. Jiang Yaogong was a veteran military rogue. After over a decade in the government army, he had even served as a whistle officer. A simple soldier like Zhu Si was no match for him. With just a few maneuvers, he had the man wrapped around his finger. Zhu Si came to feel that Squadron Commander Jiang was far superior to those obtuse officers like Li Dong who didn't know which way the wind blew. Though Zhu Si had been appointed battalion commander, quite a stroke of luck, he was privately dissatisfied with his situation. He felt his contributions in Shandong had been substantial, yet he'd received no reward. Coming here to become a National Army battalion commander. The position wasn't low, but Zhu Si felt he deserved to be a proper officer in the Fubo Army, not stuck in the National Army that everyone looked down upon, doing miscellaneous work. He and Li Dong's group were like oil and water. He sensed that the Australians actually preferred officers like Li Dong over him. When the Wuzhou Integrated Squadron was sent on the North Guangdong expedition, it was Li Dong who served as squadron commander. That showed where they stood in Australian eyes. This sense of grievance made him quickly accept Jiang Yaogong as a confidant under the man's persistent flattery. Jiang Yaogong would periodically invite him to Sanhezu to inspect work, where they would eat, drink, and make merry, all courtesy of Liu Youwang, not costing Jiang a penny. A case of borrowing flowers to offer the Buddha. Liu Youwang was only too happy to curry favor with the local National Army battalion commander. When the three gathered together, it could truly be called finding each other by smell. Originally, these pleasures were conducted in secret, but as Wuzhou's troops and cadres continuously deployed to Guangxi, Xie Wendong became consumed with supply and bandit suppression, unable to attend to Sanhezu. As long as nothing went wrong and operations continued normally, that was enough for him. Liu Youwang and his companions grew bolder. Chang Qingyun's suggestion to form an opera troupe was both catering to their tastes and perfectly timed. Recently, with a large shipment of grain being transferred to Wuzhou, Zhu Si, however muddled, knew this was a matter of the highest importance. He didn't dare spend much time in Sanhezu and had been wandering inside and outside the city these past days, inspecting and tightening the defenses. Truth be told, Zhu Si wasn't very confident about Wuzhou's defenses. Without Qingyun's company holding the city, he felt Wuzhou might as well be singing the empty fort stratagem. He had inspected each city gate. With the integrated squadron transferred away, and the first squadron continuously losing personnel to river patrols, there were now visible gaps in sentry coverage. After discussing with Qingyun duo, they decided to open only one gate at each of Wuju's 4 directions, reducing the number of sentries needed. All guards and night patrols at key locations inside the city would be handled by the Fubo army. The second squadron would be responsible for round-the-clock security at the gates and walls. The first squadron, when not on river patrol, would serve as the nighttime reserve. By this calculation, they barely had enough men. When will this Guangxi campaign ever end? Xie grumbled, his heart heavy. Bandits were causing chaos everywhere these days, and security pressure had spiked at every turn. He was exhausted from dealing with it all, and the psychological burden weighed heavily. Sometimes he caught himself wondering, can the Australians really hold on? Such thoughts he dared not reveal to anyone, but they greatly affected his mood. He grew irritable during inspections, quick to berate his officers and soldiers over trifles, creating a tense atmosphere within the Wuju battalion. Jiang Yaogong went to confer with Youwang about how to help Battalion Commander Zhu let off some steam. He's got big matters pressing on him. Naturally, he's anxious. Just stay out of his way, why go provoking him? Youwang was dismissive. If he doesn't come, we brothers can enjoy ourselves just fine. Youwang had always felt Xie put on airs and often called him not a straightforward fellow behind his back. Old Liu, easy for you to say. Jiang Yaogong knew Youwang was an uncultured lout who sometimes couldn't grasp the simplest matters of interest. Xie is the National Army Battalion commander, my superior. So what? This is Sanhezu captive camp, it's not his place to meddle. Youwang patted his belly. True, it's not his place to meddle, but he's the Wuju Garrison Deputy Commander, the National Army Battalion Commander. One word from him could rotate the defense and swap in the second squadron. Would you like that? This struck at Youwang's weak point. Any squadron could escort him in theory, but over these months, Jiang Yaogong had already entangled their interests together. The captives and refugees taken in at Sanhezu camp had been transferred many times. Currently, 3,000 to 4,000 remained. That many mouths meant massive daily rations. Factor in different work assignments, age and gender rations, different labor categories. Even in Lingao, running a camp this tightly was difficult, let alone in a new territory like Wuju. Opportunities for corruption were abundant. Youwang naturally understood the potential for profit, but being illiterate, barely able to recognize a few characters from Australian literacy classes, refined management was beyond him. Xie Wendong knew he couldn't handle such tasks. Assigning retained personnel to manage would be like setting wolves to guard sheep. So the city government handled the actual allocation and record keeping. The camp simply distributed according to the books. But even this distribution link was full of holes to exploit. When Youwang first took office, the retained personnel played their tricks, paying him monthly filial respect in money and grain. Youwang knew officials had their perks, but he had no idea where the money came from or how to extract it. He could only accept whatever his subordinates deigned to offer, unable to negotiate. Jiang Yaogong was different. He had lived in the military long enough to be intimately familiar with embezzlement and military pay skimming. Though usually he was the one being skimmed, he knew all the tricks by heart. Observing quietly, he had mapped out the corruption at Sanhezu with crystal clarity. He knew that what Youwang received was only 1/10 of what was actually being embezzled. Better to take what those retained personnel were earning. This gang didn't dare compete with them anyway. After all, Sanhezu was under military law management. Youwang couldn't theoretically kill people casually, but killing a few wasn't exactly difficult either. Under the guidance of Jiang Yaogong as his dog-head advisor, Youwang suddenly displayed great divine might. He first arrested several key retained personnel. Some were beaten, others imprisoned. A corruption ring was exposed, witnesses, evidence, everything in order. When reported to Xie Wendong, it was naturally kill 1 to warn 100, and they were executed by hanging. The rest were scared witless. Jiang Yaogong seized the opportunity to take control of the wealth and power. After the purge, a new split emerged. Liu Yaowang took half, Jiang Yaogong took 40%, and the retained personnel handling the work took 10%. Now, the relationship between them had risen from drinking buddies to life-risking brothers, brothers who shared the risks of life and death. Next update, Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 494, end of chapter. Chapter 2291, Top Favorite Chang Qingyun, you make a fair point. Then invite him over to blow off some steam, Liu Yaowang said, patting his belly with affected magnanimity. There's a new girl I just selected for the opera troupe, truly a lovely little thing. I'm a man of generous heart, he can have her first. Getting him a woman won't help, Jiang Yaogong complained. He's already bedded plenty these past few months. Then what do you suggest? We'll have to give him some actual benefits, Jiang Yaogong said. Zhu Si had been dropping hints lately. He knew about the Sanhezu operation and wanted his cut. Jiang Yaogong was reluctant but had no choice but to show his respects. Fine, Liu Yaowang said, his heart heavy with unwillingness, though he knew there was no other way. How much silver are we talking? At least 50 taels. 100 taels, this battalion commander Zhu has quite the appetite. Liu Yaowang ached at the thought. It's not that I'm unwilling to pay, but silver is exactly what we're short of right now. These past months, wealth and goods had been rolling in, but the pair of life-risking brothers faced a problem. What the camp received was all supplies, grain, salt, cloth, heavy and inconvenient to carry. It all had to be converted to gold or silver to be useful. Neither Jiang Yaogong nor Liu Yaowang were locals, they had no connections, and handing it to the corrupt elements in the camp to fence. Frankly, they didn't have the nerve. You know as well as I do, it's all piled in the warehouse. We've only got a few dozen taels of silver. You're asking for 100, give him everything and it still won't be enough. We can't very well hand him a few dozen dan of rice, can we? Jiang Yaogong pondered. This was indeed a problem. After a moment's thought, he asked, do you have anyone you can trust? Where would I find such people? I've got some retained yamen lackeys, but I wouldn't dare provoke them. What about that Chang Qingyun? He seems capable enough. Old Chang, Liu Yaowang scratched his scalp. He's a Juran after all. But he's an outsider too, not a local, probably doesn't have many connections either. Hard to say. Chang Qingyun goes to Wuzhou often for errands, maybe he knows people. Besides, he's not retained personnel, just a captive. Going through him is safest. If there's ever any trouble, we simply... Jiang Yaogong made a beheading gesture. Then fine, I'll ask him. Make it quick, Jiang Yaogong said. Once the grain fleet arrives, he won't have any free time. Who knows what tricks that fellow is planning? Come now, you two were comrades in the same army once. What of it? Those are precisely the ones who stab you in the back most nimbly. Jiang Yaogong spoke with bitter resentment. Clearly, he had suffered enough at the hands of his former comrades. Liu Yaowang sent someone to summon Chang Qingyun. At that moment, Chang Qingyun was in the back, watching several actors explain plays and teach singing to the selected young girls. Most of these girls came from good families. Some were daughters of officials. Now forced to learn opera and serve men with their bodies, they were all reluctant. But in this camp, Liu Yaowang was lord and master. Those who refused could either seek death or be tortured to death. Either way led to the grave. So most could only submit under his tyranny. The few people teaching opera were mostly members of family troupes that officials had once kept, or itinerant performers from the Jianghu. They too lived in fear. Liu Yaowang was a capricious terror to serve. Forget disobedience. Sometimes singing a single line wrong would earn a beating for no apparent reason. Only Chang Qingyun seemed to thrive at Liu Yaowang's side, like a fish in water. For this, everyone in camp cursed him behind his back, wishing him an ill death for dreaming up this opera troupe idea. But openly, he was now Liu Yaowang's #1 favorite. Even the former retained personnel, seeing him, had to bow and scrape, calling out Mr. Chang. Chang Qingyun appeared to sit idly aside, enjoying the opera, but his mind was calculating furiously. Through his machinations, the camp was already seething with suppressed rage. All it needed was someone willing to raise their arm and shout, and the waves would rise. With an attack from outside to coordinate, Sanhezu would erupt into chaos. The only uncertainty was how to eliminate the third squadron's leadership at the critical moment. He had devised a poison-in-the-food scheme, but he knew that poisoning wasn't the hard part, timing was. Poison them too early, and Xie Aaron would send replacements and launch an investigation. Wait until the day of action, and the Australians would inevitably order a full lockdown around the grain fleet's arrival. He couldn't exactly gather them all in camp under the pretense of watching opera. Just as he was lost in thought, someone came to summon him. Camp manager Liu wanted to see him. When Liu Youwang called, Chang Qingyun naturally dared not delay. He arrived promptly at the courtyard where Liu lived. Liu Youwang exchanged a few pleasantries with him, then asked about preparations for the small kitchen. This had originally been Chang Qingyun's suggestion. Hearing the question, he answered readily, "I've found all the cooks. Some are former chefs from the Governor-General's Yamen and the Administration Commissioner's Yamen. Others were famous cooks from Wuzhu's local restaurants, all skilled hands. It's just what? The ones we have in camp naturally are at the master's disposal, but there are a couple in Wuzhu proper. And those in camp would count it their good fortune to serve the master. They couldn't be happier. But if we want those from the city, we'll need to hire them properly, pay wages, and get them entry passes. That's no difficulty. Hire them. We've got 100 or 200 retained personnel in this camp anyway, a few more hardly matters. As for wages, pay the going rate. Yes, and the entry-exit passes. Easy enough. When you've found your people, just tell me how many passes you need," Liu Youwang said. "But make sure the people you find actually know their craft. Don't give me the same slop as the cooking squad and the troops." Having said this, he brought up the matter of converting the supplies to cash. "Can you handle this?" Chang Qingyun was secretly startled. He hadn't expected Liu Youwang to entrust this to him. But a moment's reflection made it clear. Liu Youwang was unfamiliar with Wuzhu, had no connections. And Chang Qingyun as a captive was completely in his power. "I do know someone," Chang Qingyun said carefully, though he's quite cautious. Enough, stop dragging it out. I don't care which turtle's bastard you find as long as he can turn this stuff into silver or gold. No copper coins." Liu Youwang waved impatiently. Yes, this student will do his utmost." Chang Qingyun immediately adopted an expression of reverent fear. "But might I ask how much material there is and how much silver you're hoping for?" "The goods are all in the back warehouse. I'll take you to see them when the time comes. Roughly 300 odd dan of unhusked rice plus salt and cloth. Find a suitable place to dispose of it all." His bull eyes bulged, revealing a fierce glint. "I know the market prices for these things, so don't think of cheating me." This student wouldn't dare. Chang Qingyun put on a terrified face. "I depend entirely on your excellency here in Sanhezu. How would I dare do something so suicidal?" Ha, good that you know." Liu Youwang laughed heartily. Having a Juran so respectful and tame before him, that pleased him even more than bedding some magistrate's daughter the night before. After all, that girl had cried and wept the whole time. She didn't know how to be agreeable like this Mr. Juran. "Old Chang, you truly are a wonderful fellow." Liu Youwang clapped him on the shoulder. "Handle this errand well and there'll be something in it for you. Any requests? Want a woman? I'll give you one. Sleeping alone must be lonely. You probably can't bear it." "You don't look that old. Don't tell me you're already past your prime." Chang Qingyun could barely stomach this sort of intimacy, but he dared not refuse. He could only laugh dryly. "The master's kindness this student takes to heart. But since I'm now handling affairs for you, certain things are best kept quiet lest people grow envious." "There's some sense in that." Liu Youwang sprawled carelessly in his seat. "I won't give you a separate entry pass. You already have one. Just go out more often these days and settle this matter for me as soon as possible." This student obeys. Chang Qingyun's mind stirred. He remembered something and added, "There is one more thing I'd like to ask." "Speak." "I'd request the master grant me another pass. Once I find a buyer, they'll need to inspect the goods. I can't just take their silver on my word alone." "Easy enough. Go to the document desk and tell them I said to give you another pass." Chang Qingyun thanked him and was about to leave when Youwang called him back. "How's that other matter coming along? The costumes and headdresses for the opera. We can't keep doing a cappella singing forever." The opera troupe needed costumes, headdresses, and instruments, none of which existed in the camp. Instruments were manageable. There were always a few Qingyun troops around Wuzhu with flutes, huqin, gongs, and drums that could be scraped together. But the costumes and headdresses were harder to find. Only proper opera troupes had them. At a major hub like Wuzhu, there had always been opera troupes performing. Government offices and wealthy families had kept their own private troupes as well, but the chaos of war had scattered them all. Their equipment had been exhausted and dispersed. Chang Qingyun had made several trips without finding a complete set of opera chests, only scattered costumes, headdresses, and instruments. Nothing complete. Without these, the troupe couldn't stage a full production, only a cappella singing, at most a few short excerpts. Youwang had had his fill of women and now hoped to see some proper opera for entertainment and to show off before others. "Allow this student to keep searching, Chang Qingyun said hurriedly. "Well, make it quick." Yes, this student understands." Chang Qingyun gave empty assurances, but his mind was racing. He needed to contact Yehaoran as soon as possible. Next update. Volume 7. Guangzhou Governance Part 495. End of chapter. Chapter 2292. Dividing spoils. Who would have thought, just as I'm dozing off, someone delivers a pillow? Yehaoran smiled. Wonderful. I also sense there's an opportunity here, but I can't quite see how to use it. How to use it, I'll need to think on that as well. But right now, Sanhezu has stripped off its defenses completely, leaving itself wide open for us. Yehaoran rarely spoke so lightly. At this moment he couldn't help a bit of levity. "You jest, sir." "I'm not joking." Yehaoran grew serious. "First, let's help him settle this matter of the 300 dan of grain," he asked. "How much silver per dan does Youwang want?" "2 taels will do. He's eager to sell. Wants cash. Must be gold or silver." "Easy enough." Yehaoran thought it over. There was a ready-made buyer for this business, Jiang Rongxian. He was already involved in the joint capital grain buying scheme. This deal could get him grain immediately, which he could then resell while prices were high. Then there's this opera chest problem that's not easy to solve either. "I'm not a local myself," Chang Qingyun said. "I know Wuzhu better than you. Let me look into it." Yehaoran agreed readily. The conspiracy was now advancing at a furious pace. To reduce Luo Yangming's suspicions, Yehaoran had confined himself to traveling only between the rice shop and the dock each day, avoiding unnecessary outings and rarely meeting outsiders. Jiang Xiu, who had rushed back from Gu Er's hideout, took charge of the running and coordination. During this period, their clandestine activities, aside from liaising with Gu Er's bandit gang and the remnants of Song Ming's forces, had also successively gathered scattered personnel. Most were roving soldiers, wandering braves, and petty officials with blood debts and public enmity who could never be forgiven by the Australians. Yehaoran used this threat along with the temptation of meritorious service to draw them into the conspiracy. Now, through layered control, he commanded a gang of roughly 100 men. Many worked under the Australians, many served in the security team, assisting the National Army's night patrols and sentry duty. Some had been locally conscripted directly into the National Army. Others had simply wormed their way into the city government as messengers. Through these people, Yehaoran had smoothly mapped out the night shift and patrol schedules at the city gates, the 3 headquarters, and other key locations. This intelligence was crucial to their raid. They had also obtained weapons through their traders. After Wuzhu's recovery, whether confiscated from defeated or surrendered soldiers or recovered from the battlefield, most arms had been piled in warehouses near the dock, awaiting shipment back. Heavy artillery had already been transported to Guangzhou for recycling. Better quality light firearms, sabers, spears, and armor had been distributed to the village braves and militia of various settlements for armed self-defense. Yet even so, plenty of weapons remained. To Zai Aaron, Luo Yangming, and Qian Duo, these were just a pile of scrap metal with no value. But to Yi Haoran and his men, they were the finest equipment for arming their insurgents. Jiang Xiu had even procured several sets of armor for Gu Er's bandit gang, burying them at a hidden location outside the city in advance. Through Yi Haoran's connection, Chang Qingyun made contact with Jiang Rongxian. When shopkeeper Jiang heard of such a golden opportunity, he immediately agreed to accompany Chang Qingyun to Sanhezu to inspect the goods. On that visit, the deal was struck at once. Jiang Rongxian bought not only all the grain Liu Youwang and his associates had embezzled, but also all the cloth and miscellaneous goods. In one transaction, they netted nearly 1,000 taels of silver. In his entire life, Liu Youwang had never seen so much gleaming white silver. He circled the official box filled with ingots, staring and staring, turning silver pieces of various sizes and shapes over in his hands, rubbing them countless times. His whole body trembled. So much silver. Forget himself. Even if you added up all 18 generations of his Liu family ancestors, they probably had never earned this much. He thought back to his youth, a little beggar nearly starving to death, wandering and begging in Lingao, ignored by everyone. Forget silver, even getting a bowl of properly cooked rice was a stroke of luck, dependent on someone offering him a meal. Who could have imagined he would rise to such heights? It was all thanks to the chief's grace. At this moment, Liu Youwang felt gratitude toward the Senate welling up from the depths of his heart. People spoke of grace like that of one's birth parents, but in truth, Liu Youwang had no impression of his parents whatsoever, let alone gratitude. His gratitude toward the Senate came from the very core of his being. At this thought, tears suddenly streamed down his face. Chang Qingyun, standing beside him, was rather surprised and asked, "Why is the master sad?" "I'm not sad, it's gratitude," Liu Youwang said. The Senate's grace is truly as high as the mountains and as deep as the sea. Imperial grace, vast and mighty. Hearing his jumbled metaphor, Chang Qingyun secretly found it amusing. If the Australians showed more kindness to people like you, he thought, the great Ming would be saved. Suppressing his laughter, he agreed. The master speaks truly. It is all due to the chief's deep and generous kindness. Bullshit, what kindness has the chief shown you? Liu Youwang was in excellent spirits and teased Chang Qingyun. You're a Juran. Your father and grandfather must have been from a wealthy, prominent family. Chang Qingyun smiled awkwardly. My family was hardly wealthy. Otherwise, why would I be here serving as an advisor? But since being captured by the chief, I've at least been spared my life and allowed to drag out an existence in this world. Isn't that the chief's great grace? There's some truth in that. If the chief were like your great Ming officials, one word and drag him out to be beheaded, your head would have rotted away by now. Chang Qingyun gave a dry laugh. If my head had rotted away, how could I handle errands for the master? True enough, so the Senate are all our great benefactors. Old Chang, you really are a capable fellow. Chang Qingyun had settled Liu Youwang's grain buyer in no time at all, which raised him considerably in Liu's estimation. His tone grew much warmer. You flatter me, master, you flatter me. The opera chests. Leave it all to this student. I guarantee the master will be satisfied. Good. Liu Youwang patted his belly. He was tempted to take an ingot from the box and give it to Chang Qingyun as a reward, but found himself unwilling. He hesitated for a long while, then finally said, "You may go." Liu Youwang watched Chang Qingyun leave, secretly annoyed. Had he known earlier that Chang Qingyun was this talented, he should have pressed him into service sooner. Why had he ever bothered partnering with Jiang Yaogong? Now 400 taels of this 1,000 odd in silver would have to go to that man. The thought filled him with bitter reluctance. The more he dwelt on it, the more resentful he became. He felt Jiang Yaogong was being unfair. He was tempted not to share with him at all, but considering that he still needed Jiang Yaogong's protection here at Sanhezu, he swallowed that thought. He did, however, leave himself a hedge. He mentioned only the grain sale to Jiang Yaogong, saying nothing of the cloth and miscellaneous goods, quietly pocketing an extra 200 taels for himself. Jiang Yaogong had no inkling of Liu Yaowang's scheming. When he heard the grain had been sold, he immediately came over to discuss how to deliver the silver to Zhu Si. Carrying silver directly to Zhu Si's quarters was out of the question. The Wuzhou Prefecture Yamen, where the National Army Battalion headquarters was located, was crowded with people. 100 taels of silver was heavy, difficult to carry and conceal. The Australians were highly vigilant about bribery among their subordinates, and all current pay was issued in silver dollar circulation coupons. If Zhu Si were seen with 100 taels of silver, he'd have no way to explain it. "Why not invite him here and give it to him?" Liu Yaowang suggested. "My place is absolutely safe. Collecting silver here is safe enough, but how does he carry it back? 100 taels of silver is heavy, it can't go in his pocket, he'll need a special box. When he returns to battalion headquarters and someone sees it, what does he say? Surely no one would dare question him." "That's hard to say," Jiang Yaogong said, lowering his voice. "You should know the chief has eyes everywhere." This remark sent a chill down Liu Yaowang's spine. That the Senate had ears and eyes everywhere was something all naturalized citizens knew to some degree, but no one dared discuss such matters openly. "Of course I know that. Why else do you think my place is safe? There isn't a single naturalized citizen here. The problem is the city is crawling with them. That's troublesome." Both fell silent. Liu Yaowang had no experience with this, neither did Jiang Yaogong. He'd seen his share of corruption since defecting to the Australians, but the amounts had never been this large. Besides, silver had long been phased out in Lingao. Everything was in circulation coupons, which was far more convenient. He had plenty of experience from his great Ming days, but none of it applied directly here. "You're useless for this," Liu Yaowang said. "I think we'd better consult Mr. Chang. That's our only option." Jiang Yaogong said. "I'll make myself scarce first. If he sees too many people, he might be reluctant to speak freely." When Chang Qingyun was called back and heard what this was about, his mind raced through several calculations. He came up with a plan and then said, "There is a method, but it can only be temporary." "Go on." "There are many ways to avoid delivering silver directly, but most don't work under Australian rule. However, there is one approach we can use now." Chang Qingyun explained. "Find a substantial shop with minimal dealings with the Australians." The specifics were to deposit the silver at this shop, which would issue a secret token, a small seal. Whenever the silver was needed, one simply wrote a slip, stamped it with the seal, and as long as the amount was within the quota, the shopkeeper would hand over the silver directly upon seeing the seal. More sophisticated methods existed, of course, ones that allowed deposits and withdrawals at will and could launder money clean. But Chang Qingyun saw no need for that. In wartime, excessive complexity would only arouse suspicion. "An excellent method, but why do you say it's only temporary?" Liu Yaowang asked. "The Australians use circulation coupons exclusively. Right now, with military affairs pressing, this has been temporarily shelved. But once things calm down, they'll surely take it up again. At that point, withdrawing and exchanging silver will become troublesome." "You're worrying about nothing, damn it," Liu Yaowang laughed. "That doesn't matter. I deposited silver, so they give me silver. Who cares about the rest?" He thought it over and said, "This method is good. I think I'll save my share this way too, otherwise keeping it on me makes me nervous. Afraid of inspections, afraid of thieves. Your method is much more sensible. Handle it just as you've described." Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 496, End of Chapter. Chapter 2293, Turning Hostile Ruthlessly, which merchant would be suitable? Chang Qingyun suggested that rather than looking elsewhere, they should use shopkeeper Jiang's Ruijintang silk shop, the same one that had bought the rice and cloth. It was a century-old establishment in Wuzhou, passed down through several generations, with both foundation and reputation. Depositing silver there would certainly be safe, so the matter was settled. A few days later, Ruijintang sent several clerks who quietly transported the silver back, leaving behind 3 small ox-horn seals. After all that trouble, the silver just went in a circle and came back again. Youwang gazed at the three seals with reluctance. It didn't even have time to warm up. Zhang Yaogong, however, had no such sentimentality. He casually tucked his own seal and the one for Zhu Si into his sleeve. Carrying silver around is asking for trouble. Keeping it in a reputable shop is actually safer. Youwang watched him hide the seals away as though a piece of flesh had been torn from his body. He gave a few dry laughs, his belly full of resentment. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. He'd practically given away half his wealth to this man, yet he was the camp manager of Sanhezu, not Zhang Yaogong. Even if he wanted to share some benefits, 40% was outrageous. And taking 100 taels this time was completely unreasonable. What did it matter which squadron guarded the camp? It had nothing to do with Zhang Yaogong. Yet here they were, stuffing money into Zhu Si's pocket. And that Zhu Si didn't look like a simple character either. Now that he knew there were profits to be had here, wouldn't he come sniffing around for his share whenever he pleased? The more he dwelt on it, the more he felt Zhang Yaogong was being unfair, and his heart grew heavier. But right now, if he wanted to make his fortune in this camp, he couldn't do without this strategist. Suddenly, a thought struck Youwang. Speaking of strategists, wasn't Chang Qingyun a ready-made one? And in terms of ability, he was far superior to Zhang Yaogong, a dignified Jurin who had even served on the two Guangs Governor-General's staff. Wouldn't he understand official matters far better than a lowly whistle officer like Zhang Yaogong? And this Mr. Chang, ever since the Qingyun incident had taught him a lesson, had become far more obedient than before. He was capable too. Most importantly, he was a captive. His life and death were entirely in Youwang's hands. First, there was no need to share silver with him. Second, there was no fear of him talking out of turn. Third, if anything went wrong, killing him would leave no loose ends. The more Youwang calculated, the more pleased he was with his own cleverness. The only problem was that his collusion with Zhang Yaogong had already grown deep. Removing him safely would be difficult. Zhang Yaogong had no idea that Youwang was harboring murderous thoughts. Taking the seals, he eagerly went to see Zhu Si. After flattering the National Army Battalion commander with a few choice words, he quietly pressed the small ox-horn seal into his hand. 100 dan of white rice, a small token of respect. Zhu Si understood the code. White rice meant silver, 100 dan meant 100 taels. A slight smile crossed his face. This Sanhezu really was dripping with oil. No wonder Zhang Yaogong refused to rotate out and insisted on staying put. It seemed he could squeeze the man further in the future. But now, with the grain transfer at such a critical juncture, better to keep him stable for the moment. He immediately beamed with smiles and graciously accepted, speaking words of comfort and encouragement. He mentioned that the grain fleet would be arriving soon, and reminded Zhang Yaogong to maintain tight security at Sanhezu to prevent any mishaps. Once Youwang had conceived this notion, it itched at him constantly. He kept thinking of how to safely dispose of Zhang Yaogong. Though his mind wasn't nimble, he could still understand that no matter what method he used to deal with this brother, there was enormous risk of implicating himself. The best solution would be to silence him permanently so he could never speak again. But such an intricate conspiracy was beyond his abilities. After racking his brain for half a day, he finally summoned Chang Qingyun. "Old Chang, I have a friend with a problem and I was hoping you could help him strategize." Youwang began awkwardly, his words hesitant. "Please instruct me, master." Chang Qingyun didn't immediately grasp what this was about. "I have this friend, you see, who runs a business. Business isn't bad, but he's busy, so he hired a shopkeeper to help. This shopkeeper, though, he's got no ability and doesn't do any work, yet every year he wants half the profits." Youwang wasn't particularly articulate. His rambling had already grown muddled and sweat beaded on his forehead. "So tell me, how can he drive this shopkeeper away without leaving any hard feelings?" Chang Qingyun was baffled. What was this about? He knew Youwang's background roughly. He was a peasant from an impoverished family who had been captured by the Australians and made a false heir. Where would such a person find a friend who ran a business? Besides, what Liu Youwang was describing made no logical sense. His mind worked quickly. After a moment's confusion, understanding dawned. I have a friend meant myself. Liu Youwang was talking about himself and Jiang Yaogong. Chang Qingyun's interest was piqued. He had always thought Jiang Yaogong and Liu Youwang were wearing the same pair of trousers. Now, from what Liu Youwang was saying, there was clearly a rift between them. He was a shrewd man. Connecting the dots, he quickly deduced the truth. Liu Youwang resented Jiang Yaogong taking too large a share of the Sanhezu profits. In other words, he wanted to eat alone. This was a common enough human failing. Chang Qingyun had seen plenty of it in his time. But for Liu Youwang to suddenly raise such thoughts at this critical juncture, could this somehow be exploited? He cleared his throat lightly. Driving someone out depends on what kind of driving is intended. Does the gentleman want a civil removal or a martial one? Seeing that Chang Qingyun seemed to have a plan at the ready, Liu Youwang was delighted. He smiled and said, "You scholar types certainly have your ways. What's a civil removal, and what's a martial removal?" A civil removal is treating people with courtesy. Leave a line in all dealings so you may meet again in the future. Treat him to wine. At the banquet, speak some soft words. Simply say the shop is too small for such a great Buddha as himself, and ask him to seek higher employment elsewhere. Then send him off with a generous sum of money. Buy yourself some peace and harmony. That means paying out another sum of money. No good, no good. What about martial removal? Chang Qingyun deliberately assumed a solemn expression. Martial removal is easy. It just depends on whether the shop owner has power. How so? Liu Youwang was intrigued. Martial removal means tearing off all pretense of civility. But there are different ways to do that. One way is when the shop owner has great wealth and power. He simply tells the shopkeeper to pack his bedroll and get out. Even if the shopkeeper is unwilling, he wouldn't dare offend such a man. He can only leave obediently. That sounds reasonable, but I'm afraid this shop owner doesn't have that kind of power. Another way is when the shop owner lacks power. When the shopkeeper has his income cut off, he'll naturally hold a grudge and inevitably scheme for revenge. Chang Qingyun deliberately paused to whet his appetite. There's an old saying, one can be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If the shopkeeper bites back, the shop owner might not be able to withstand it. Liu Youwang was hanging on every word. He pressed anxiously, then what should be done? That depends on whether the shop owner dares to take ruthless action. Oh, what kind of ruthless action? Liu Youwang asked eagerly. There are 1,001 ways to be ruthless. The simplest is to frame him by planting stolen goods. Chang Qingyun explained. Falsely accuse him of embezzling from the till and catch him red-handed. He'll have no defense and will be forced to write a confession and pack his bags himself. But one point is crucial. You absolutely must not involve the authorities. Once officialdom gets entangled, the shop owner will lose money too. Yes, but this isn't safe either. The shopkeeper didn't really embezzle, so naturally he'll assume the shop owner framed him. Won't he hold a grudge? Chang Qingyun thought to himself that this Liu Youwang truly had a cruel heart. He deliberately said, "With a confession in hand, an ordinary person wouldn't dare cause trouble. That could keep things peaceful for a long time. But the grudge will certainly be planted. If he ever gets the upper hand, it's hard to say what might happen. And if I want no future troubles at all." To truly eliminate future troubles, one must not only take ruthless action but heavy-handed action. Chang Qingyun said, "It depends on whether the shop owner has that kind of resolve." Liu Youwang didn't ask what heavy-handed action meant. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "I know this shop owner. He even has the resolve to kill. Just daring to kill isn't enough. If the authorities find out, it's both life and fortune lost." Liu Youwang fell silent for a long moment and didn't press further. Finally, he said, "Advisor Chang, you handle things reliably. You come from an advisor background yourself. There are many matters in the camp that I'll need your help with in the future." Chang Qingyun saw a cold glint flash in his eyes and knew this man had already resolved to kill. His heart trembled involuntarily, and he hastily bowed. "Many thanks for the master's favor. This student will certainly do his utmost." "This Liu Youwang is planning to move against Jiang Yaogong," Yehaoren muttered. "That adds quite a few variables." "Yes, that's why I rushed to see you. I'm not sure if this will affect things," Chang Qingyun said. If Liu Youwang succeeded in his ruthless scheme, whether Jiang Yaogong was dismissed or transferred, Sanhezu would still need a squadron to guard it. If Liu Youwang failed, he himself would certainly be removed from office and punished. But whether any of this could help their operation was hard to say. Yehaoren couldn't immediately judge. However, a camp manager plotting to harm the captain of the National Army squadron responsible for security, this could certainly work to their advantage. How to exploit it, though, was another question. "Did he say anything else to you afterward?" "Nothing," Chang Qingyun said. "Any changes?" "Actually, he's given me quite a few duties to manage and oversee, and he wants me to check the accounts and inventory frequently," Chang Qingyun smiled bitterly. "I'm quite busy now. I'm a person of some standing in the camp. I assume he has some intention of entrusting me with heavy responsibilities." Yehaoren paced a few circles, then said suddenly, "I understand. Liu Youwang is testing you." "Testing me?" "Yes," Yehaoren nodded. "You told me last time that Jiang Yaogong and he are deeply entangled." "That's right. Without Jiang Yaogong he couldn't have netted so much silver." Chang Qingyun had previously recounted the collusion between Jiang Yaogong and Liu Youwang. "So it follows, he wants to see if you can replace Jiang Yaogong." Yehaoren smiled. "If you can replace him, Liu Youwang will take ruthless action." "I see now." Chang Qingyun suddenly understood. Thinking of how this crude-looking Liu Youwang could act so ruthlessly when he made his move, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This is indeed an opportunity to exploit. It's just that, for the moment, I can't think of how to make use of it, Yehaoren said, somewhat troubled. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 497, End of Chapter. Chapter 2294. Opera chests, we'll just have to play it by ear, Chang Qingyun said. Under normal circumstances, Liu Youwang's ambition could be worked on slowly, sowing discord and various other tricks could be employed. But with the grain fleet arriving any day now, there was no time for such games. He was more concerned about another matter. What about the opera chests? Have you made any progress? Liu Youwang asks about them every day. I hadn't realized the man was so obsessed with opera. He shook his head. I've located some opera chests, Yehaoren smiled. But there's no use in them. We can't get them out. Oh, where are they? Right inside the 3 headquarters in the general town office warehouse. Yehaoren explained. I learned from an old clerk that during the Wanli era, the eunuch defender of Wuzhou loved opera. He brought an entire troupe and a complete set of opera chests all the way from the north. When he left office, the equipment was too cumbersome to move, so it was all left behind in Wuzhou. It's been sitting there for decades, untouched all these years. It should still be in good condition. That's as good as nothing. Chang Qingyun was disappointed. The 3 headquarters was now a restricted zone, with strict controls on all personnel coming and going. Even Liu Youwang himself had no way to extract opera chests from there. It may be useless, but at least it provides you with an excuse, Yehaoren said. I suppose that's all I can do. Chang Qingyun nodded. I should head back. He rose to leave, but Yehaoren suddenly called out, Wait! I just thought of a stratagem. I'm not sure if it's feasible. Go on, I'm listening. Chang Qingyun was intrigued. The method still involves the opera chests. But we can't get them out. There's nothing to be done about it. Yehaoren nodded. With our abilities, naturally we can't, but if we get Liu Youwang to do it, it might just work. That probably won't work. Chang Qingyun was doubtful. Liu Youwang may have developed a fondness for opera recently, but he still understands priorities. The 3 headquarters is the Australians' forbidden ground now. Even if he wanted to go in, he'd have to notify them in advance. There's no way to take things out quietly. Then let him take them out through proper channels, Yehaoren said. He's one of the local Australian chiefs, after all. Doesn't he have at least that much face? That's hard to say, Chang Qingyun frowned. This is exactly when warfare is at its fiercest. Wanting to assemble an opera troupe, Youwang probably wouldn't dare even ask. He trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly stunned. A thought flashed through his mind, perhaps this could actually work. Chang Qingyun thought to himself. Considering this, he nodded. All right, let's try it. You have a method. I can't promise 10 out of 10 success, but I'd say 6 or 7. Chang Qingyun said, but first, tell me what's your stratagem. Listen carefully. Chang Qingyun returned to the camp and reported every detail about the opera chests to Youwang. Old Chang, isn't this the same as finding nothing? Youwang said, somewhat dissatisfied. The 3 headquarters was now a restricted zone with tight entry and exit checks. Even naturalized citizens couldn't come and go freely, let alone move 7 or 8 large chests out. My apologies. Don't apologize, just tell me, is there any other way? Surely the general town office isn't the only place with a full set of opera chests. Chang Qingyun said, right now in all of Wuzhou City, the general town office is the only place with a complete set. These things were never something ordinary people could afford. He paused, looking at Youwang. This student does have one other method. Xie Wendong had no idea that dark currents were surging beneath the surface, that someone was planning to show him what's what. From his perspective, Wuzhou's situation had improved significantly. The battles in Guangxi were yielding one victory after another. Huangkeo in North Guangdong had also stabilized things, not only defeating the bandits, but also containing the rioting Yao people within the 3 jurisdictions of Lianyang, preventing further spread. The rapidly expanding national army, though lacking in combat effectiveness and suffering heavy losses, had effectively curtailed Qingyun's strategy of letting his soldiers turn bandit, by garrisoning various county seats and traffic routes and conducting regular patrols. Security throughout the region had visibly improved. These victories were reflected in Wuzhou's public sentiment as a decline in various rumors. The Australians can't hold on rumor that had once sent dust flying, and people panicking had gradually died down as reports of victory continued to arrive. Even the most criticized issue, grain prices, which had once run wild like an unbroken horse, showed a small decline after news spread that the Australian grain fleet was about to arrive. This was the first such drop since Wuzhou's recovery. This news had been deliberately leaked by naturalized citizen cadres on Xie Wendong's orders after receiving word that the grain had departed from Sanshui. The effect had been brilliant. It was a small trick, to be sure, but it left Xie Wendong feeling quite pleased with himself. Public sentiment was gradually settling. Though small bands of bandits still caused trouble within Wuzhou's borders, they were no longer a serious concern. Security conditions inside and outside the city had improved markedly. Even the Assembly Bureau meetings he now convened rarely had absent representatives. With all matters proceeding smoothly, Xie Wendong felt a sense of satisfied ambition. Who would have thought he actually had talent for governance and administration? He had been somewhat anxious when he first applied for an external transfer to serve as a local chief official. When he went to discuss things with Liu Muzhu and Ming Lang, he'd felt even more uncertain. That conversation had lasted over an hour, and though seemingly casual, was clearly an interview. Though he had ultimately passed, perhaps even with distinction, or why else would they assign him a key city like Wuzhou? Xie Wendong had no real experience in local administrative work. Taking over a medieval city where everything needed rebuilding, he had harbored lofty ambitions, but little confidence. Now the hardest part had passed. Not only were government affairs running smoothly, but Kai Lan's transformation had sent Xie Wendong's confidence soaring. He had begun gathering material, preparing to write up his experiences and insights from taking over and governing Wuzhou as a lengthy feature article. At the right moment, he would send it back to Lingao for publication in the 2 journals and 1 paper. Since he had decided to follow the path of local administration, he needed to accumulate political capital as soon as possible. Just as he was pondering how to frame this long report, someone came in to announce, "Sanhezu camp manager Liu Youwang is here. He says he wants to report work to the chief in person. Oh, what brings him here? Xie Aaron was both somewhat surprised and pleased. Liu Youwang rarely showed his face in Wuzhou City. Xie Aaron's impression of him was actually not bad. The unseemly things Liu Youwang did at Sanhezu weren't entirely unknown to him. He'd heard rumors from naturalized citizens and retained personnel about the man's conduct. But these were just hearsay. No one could produce solid evidence. Xie Aaron felt the rumors likely had some truth to them. After all, such things couldn't be completely eliminated even in Lingao, let alone in a newly opened territory like this. In his mind, Liu Youwang was roughly a Fu Yaodi type, capable but morally deficient. After all, as one of Wuzhou's most important naturalized citizen cadres, he had managed a camp of several thousand captives and refugees in Sanhezu without any subordinate cadres, relying entirely on retained personnel. These people represented both human resources and a powder keg that could explode at any moment. Yet he had not only kept the camp in order without any riots, but had also executed every assigned task precisely and without ambiguity. And all this was accomplished under external security pressure with insufficient grain supplies. Such work capability was quite outstanding among naturalized citizen cadres. Xie Aaron had even considered recruiting him. Since deciding to follow the path of local administration, Xie Aaron had paid close attention to naturalized citizen cadres. They would be his left and right hands once he arrived at a new post. He needed to keep a few backup candidates in mind. Yet Liu Youwang remained somewhat cold toward him. In several conversations, the man had always looked away and spoken of other things. Other naturalized citizen cadres were constantly showing up before Xie Aaron, making every excuse to report work, afraid of failing to make an impression. Only Liu Youwang never came to the city unless there was business, and once his affairs were concluded, he left immediately, resolutely refusing to linger. He just nested in Sanhezu. For a time, Xie Aaron was puzzled. Was the man playing dumb, or was he genuinely dense? Later, he consulted Liu Youwang's cadre file and discovered that before joining the military, Liu Youwang had worked under Huang Kao at the Agricultural Committee. Suddenly, it all made sense. So Liu Youwang was one of Huang Kao's people. No wonder he was so cool toward Xie Aaron. But Xie Aaron didn't give up hope. When Huang Kao went to North Guangdong, his administrative team hadn't included Liu Youwang. This showed that Liu didn't rank highly in Huang Kao's mind. He wasn't trusted with important responsibilities. That being the case, there was still an opportunity to poach him, show him in. Xie Aaron wondered what Liu Youwang wanted to discuss and despite himself, felt a touch of anticipation. Reporting to the chief, Liu Youwang snapped to attention and delivered a military salute. Liu Youwang has come to report work. Please sit. Xie Aaron studied the man before him with interest. He had never quite liked Liu Youwang's appearance. Phrenology and physiognomy might be denounced as pseudoscience in the 21st century, and discussing such things was decidedly politically incorrect. But based on his years of experience in media work, these matters weren't entirely nonsense. Liu Youwang had exactly the typical look of a lower-class villain. Yes, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Liu Youwang's heart was somewhat anxious. At first, hearing Chang Qingyun's suggestion, he had been very hesitant. He liked opera, true, but he understood priorities. Chang Qingyun's reasoning was high-sounding enough, but at bottom, singing and listening to opera were just pastimes. At such a critical juncture, personally coming to request opera chests, would the chief see him as lacking sense of the bigger picture? Moreover, the unsavory things he had done in the camp had surely reached the chief's ears. If he provoked the chief's anger and old and new accounts were settled together, he'd be finished. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 498, End of Chapter. Chapter 2295. High-sounding reasons. Yet another thought occurred to him. He had no education, but in his wandering childhood, he had listened to old villagers tell ancient tales. One story spoke of how favored ministers, to test whether the emperor still trusted them, would deliberately submit memorials requesting inappropriate favors. If the emperor agreed at once, it meant his favor and trust remained strong. If the emperor agreed only after hesitation, then favor and trust had already declined. If the emperor refused immediately, then it was time to retire and return home. Now he could use the opera chest matter to gauge Chief Xi's view of him. If the chief trusted him, then afterward he could slowly devise a way to dispose of Youwang. As for the things he had done in the camp, Sanhezu was essentially a closed camp. Aside from himself, there wasn't a second naturalized citizen cadre inside. Youwang, responsible for outer perimeter security, was breathing the same air as him. The retained personnel didn't dare touch a whisker on his tiger's hide either. After all, he held the power of life and death in the camp. Though he had done many things that stirred up resentment, the captives and refugees at least had food to eat and wouldn't make trouble. Thinking this through, he felt reassured. Today he had come specifically to see Xie Aaron. "What work do you have to report?" "It's like this." Youwang carefully perched on the edge of his stool. "I've set up an opera troupe at the Sanhezu camp." "Oh, an opera troupe." This was genuinely novel, Xie Aaron thought. Yes. Youwang silently hoped the routine Qingyun had taught him would work. The camp has captives who were formerly members of family opera troupes kept by wealthy households. We have both actors and musicians. Among the arriving refugees, there are such people as well. I figured, the camp holds several thousand captives and refugees. Though the Senate provides them with food and puts them to work, this is still a gathering of several thousand people. If we don't give them some recreation, kept suppressed too long, I'm afraid they might cause trouble. He paused to read Xie Aaron's expression. Seeing no change, he boldly continued. So I thought of organizing these people into a troupe to perform opera. First, it provides some entertainment for everyone. Second, it can serve as a vehicle for art and literature propaganda. This struck exactly where Xie Aaron itched. He himself came from an art propaganda background and had been quite involved in mass propaganda activities back in Lingao. He had both theory and practical insight in this area. After arriving in Wuzhou, he had made some modest efforts at propaganda as well, though limited by conditions to painting slogans on walls and setting up newspaper reading boards and the like. He studied the sturdy man before him more carefully. He could never have imagined such a rough fellow would think of art and literature as a weapon. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. The Senate's influence on people was powerful indeed. Thinking this, Xie Aaron silently praised the Senate. Youwang, seeing Chief Xie staring at him, felt his calves go soft and his heart hollow. The idea Qingyun had devised was to elevate the opera troupe to the level of art and literature propaganda and spin it grandly. This would certainly move Chief Xie, because the Australians loved this sort of thing. Qingyun had spent several years squatting in the POW camp in Lingao. Though it had been physical torture, he later came to see it as a rare cultivation. In Lingao, he had witnessed many things he had never dreamed of. Through the Australians' words, actions, and policies, he had more or less figured out their thinking. Recalling his understanding of the Australians before the Battle of Chiang Mai, he saw now how childishly naive he had been, and how arrogantly so. The idea he now offered Youwang not only catered to the Australians' tastes, but was also crafted from his reading of Chief Xie personally. He had considerable skill in this art. Over these days in the captive camp, whether going out on errands or listening to people talk, he had essentially mapped out Xie the Australian's temperament and preferences. The strategy was thus targeted with precision. He couldn't guarantee it would be a bullseye, but he was confident it would hit the mark. His judgment proved correct. A smile floated across Xie Aaron's face. "Your idea is quite good." Seeing Chief Xie affirm him, Youwang's confidence surged. He eagerly smiled and said, "It's all because the Senate teaches so well. I read in the newspaper before the chief said, art and literature are weapons or positions. We must seize these positions. I hadn't expected your theoretical level to be quite respectable." Xie Aaron was impressed. "Since that's the case, continue developing this opera troupe." In a few days, once the situation stabilizes, I may have you bring it to Wuzhou City for a performance. Yes, I've already had them rehearsing, but right now they only know the old plays. We want to rehearse some new ones, but we don't have the scripts. That's easy. Xie Aaron was in a good mood. I'll have Joint Logistics send some scripts over in a few days. Many thanks for the chief's care. Liu Youwang put on a grateful expression. There's one more thing. Go ahead. The troupe has been rehearsing recently, but without opera chests, they can only sing a cappella. There's no way to stage a proper performance. Liu Youwang explained. Someone in the camp mentioned that decades ago, the eunuch who guarded Wuzhou left behind opera chests inside the general town office. I wanted to ask if these chests could be temporarily loaned to the troupe. There are such things in the three headquarters. This was somewhat beyond Xie Aaron's expectation. By regulation, all such items had to be verified and registered by the Planning Commission, some allocated for local use, the rest shipped back. Opera chests were low priority, so approving them for local use was no issue. A temporary loan simply required a registration. That's easy enough. I'll coordinate it. Xie Aaron nodded. Come with a few people tomorrow and find Zhao Fengshan. You can move the chests out. Consider them loaned for now. We'll formalize the paperwork later, but you must take good care of them. Don't let anything get damaged or lost. Yes, Liu Youwang snapped to attention. I'll have them handle everything with the utmost care. The chief can rest assured. I trust you. Xie Aaron assumed an expression of appreciation and esteem. The grain fleet is due to arrive soon. You must keep the camp under control. There can be no riots. Yes. This advisor Chang really is damn brilliant. Coming out of Xie Aaron's office, Liu Youwang couldn't help slapping his thigh. Now it was clear, not only was advisor Chang capable, but Chief Xie trusted him too. Getting rid of Jiang Yaogong was just a matter of time now. Early morning on August 4th, the first squadron boarded the Inland River Fleet's patrol boats and departed from Wuzhou. They were beginning their patrol work. This time was different from usual. Normally, patrols returned the same day. But today, they would patrol all the way to Fengchuan County seat, wait there for the grain transport fleet's arrival, and then escort it back. Qingyun stood on the tower of Nangsan Gate, watching the boat fleet spew black smoke as it slowly pulled away. His heart was uneasy. With the first squadron's departure, Wuzhou's defense strength was severely weakened. Only his one company remained to guard this vast city. Gazing into the distance at Sanhezu, the pontoon bridge locking the river, cooking smoke curling above the camp, he could hear bugle calls from the various barracks. The sound of the bugles settled his heart somewhat. The National Army 3rd Squadron at Sanhezu was now the only external support he could rely on, but he had little confidence in the 3rd Squadron and Jiang Yaogong. Jiang Yaogong's old army habits ran deep. His subordinates were mostly reorganized Ming army soldiers. They had some combat effectiveness on a battlefield, but their discipline was slack and their tenacity insufficient. At a critical moment, they couldn't be counted on. Pass my order. Today Dachang Gate stays closed. Open only the 4 gates. Reduce sentries and patrol teams by half. By reducing the city gate's sentries and patrol teams, he could free up a platoon to rest during the day and take on night duty. The gap in sentry and patrol work would be filled by the security team under Zheng Urgen's command. These men were mostly retained yamen runners and locally recruited poor folk. They were purely door guards, maintaining basic security. Battalion Commander Zhu, in your view, where else do we need to strengthen? Qingyun asked. Zhu Si now held the title of National Army Battalion Commander in name only. In reality, he had become a commander without troops. In the city, he had only 2 guards and a messenger at his direct disposal. All day he trailed along behind Qingyun, roaming everywhere, shouting orders without authority. Victory reports from the Wuzhou Integrated Squadron arrived frequently. Li Dong and his subordinates' names appeared repeatedly on internal commendation notices, a sight that made Zhu Si deeply uncomfortable. That bastard Li Dong really stepped in dog shit luck. Zhu Si now felt a profound sense of crisis. Li Dong's squadron was performing so brilliantly that meritorious promotion would come swiftly. Perhaps before long, he would be integrated into the Fubo army and become a proper Fubo army captain. Then, remembering how Zhu Si had made things difficult for him in the past, what if he sought revenge? But then he secretly consoled himself. Military life was dangerous. This North Guangdong campaign wouldn't end in 10 days or half a month. Perhaps at some point, Li Dong might simply lose his life. The National Army's casualties weren't small, and news of squadrons being annihilated or severely damaged came from time to time. By comparison, staying in Wuzhou was actually peaceful and uneventful. As long as the war went well when it came time to award merits and promotions, they wouldn't forget him. Thinking this, his spirits lifted again. Hearing Qian Du's question, he immediately replied, "Company Commander Qian has arranged everything very thoroughly. I have nothing to add. Although our nighttime forces are few, we have the city walls and gates. Once the gates are closed, never mind a small enemy force, even several thousand Ming troops couldn't break through." This wasn't an exaggeration. After repairs, Wuzhou's city walls were such that any enemy attempting an assault would need cannons and siege equipment to face the Fubo army's firepower. What about the surrounding situation? The detective team returned last night and reported, within 15 kilometers of the city, no large enemy forces were detected. Qian Du said nothing. Truth be told, if the Fubo army had been responsible for scouting, he would have felt reassured. But the detective team was a motley crew of retained personnel, hard to trust. Next update, Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 499, end of chapter. Chapter 2296, arrested. The team included some Ming Army Night Sentinels who had been recruited after surrendering. The intelligence they gathered was generally accurate. Besides, there was currently no way to verify whether the detective team's reports were reliable. He could only grudgingly accept the results. Even with this intelligence, we can't be careless, Qian Du thought to himself. Actually, nighttime didn't worry him much. As Zhu Si had said, with the city gates locked tight at night, a small enemy force reaching the walls would be useless. Tomorrow's daytime was the concern. Though there were no large enemy forces nearby, small bands could take advantage of the grain fleet's arrival to cause harassment. Such harassment wouldn't actually damage the fleet, but it would create an atmosphere of panic and delay unloading. It wasn't a real threat, but it was a nuisance. Chief Xie currently placed great importance on market stability and didn't want anything happening that might alarm the populace. If he had more manpower, Qian Du would dispatch a platoon to sweep the surrounding area, not seeking to annihilate enemies, just to drive the small bandit groups active in the suburbs far enough away that they couldn't interfere with the cargo transport. But he simply couldn't spare the men. "We'll just have to make do as things are." Qian Du racked his brains for half a day but couldn't figure out where to scrape together more soldiers. Though no martial law was announced during the day, the common people could still sense from certain telltale signs that something significant was about to happen. The more cautious ones, those with even modest property at home, simply didn't venture out. Luo Yangming, however, was busy as usual, running around until his feet barely touched the ground. By the time he had everything arranged, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Though all the necessary tasks had been completed, and other matters would have to wait until after the grain arrived, he still hadn't forgotten the problem of Yi Heoran's external verification. Before heading home, he stopped by Zhao Fengshan's office once more. The answer was still no reply. Even if they can't locate him, shouldn't there at least be some response? Luo Yangming found this strange. This clearly violated proper procedure. "Don't worry," Zhao Fengshan said. "We've been busy these past few days. After the grain is warehoused, I'll trace it from the source for you and see exactly which step went wrong. Let me say again, if you're really not reassured, just have him arrested. We can release him once everything is cleared up." Luo Yangming hesitated. Truth be told, though his intuition told him Hao Ran was a suspicious character, he had never laid hands on anything that could serve as criminal evidence. Besides, Hao Ran did frequently go out, which was consistent with his story. The person Hao Ran most often contacted was Jiang Qiachen, a local Wuzhu woman with deep roots in the community. Her husband had been killed by Ming troops. From any angle, there was no possibility she could be acting as a spy for the great Ming, and from every perspective, Hao Ran appeared to be an upright, honorable gentleman, not some treacherous villain. Everyone in the shop and household had a favorable impression of him, even when Iron Head said, "Mr. Hao is a good person." Finally, he made up his mind. At this critical juncture, better to wrongly arrest than to wrongly release. He lowered his voice. "Old Zhao, truth be told, I'm still uneasy about him. Better to do as you suggest, detain him first. We can release him in a few days once we've drawn some conclusions." Done. Zhao Fengshan, seeing how much attention Luo Yangming was paying to this Hao Ran person, couldn't help taking the matter more seriously himself. "I'll notify Zheng Urgent immediately and have him make the arrest." After sending off Luo Yangming, Zhao Fengshan also felt somewhat uneasy. He had been so consumed with grain transport work these past days that he'd truly neglected the external verification letter problem. Even if objective conditions in Teng County made verification impossible, the Teng County office would still issue a reply letter. There was no way for news to simply vanish completely. Could the letter have been lost somewhere in the process? Zhao Fengshan had originally planned to investigate after the grain transport work was finished, but thinking more carefully now, the situation seemed extremely suspicious. He decided, this matter couldn't wait, better to look into it immediately for peace of mind. With this thought, he immediately summoned his staff, had them bring over the official document receiving and sending registry and other basic records, and called in the confidential clerk managing the correspondence to check together. According to procedure, this external verification letter had been drafted in the county office, signed and approved by Xie Aaron, then placed in a special document bag and sent to its destination. The receiving party would then process it and send back a reply. Every step had a handover. A single check would reveal where the problem occurred. Using the file number from Zhao Fengshan's records, the confidential clerk quickly determined that the document had been sent to Xie Aaron's office for signature that day. But among the documents returned from Xie Aaron's office the next day, this document was not included. Now Zhao Fengshan began to panic. Chief Xie might have his share of shortcomings, but he wasn't slack when it came to work. Aside from certain important matters he might hold for a few days to consider, routine documents like this, verification upon receipt, type were invariably signed the following day. Check all the registrations for the days after that, all the way to today, Zhao Fengshan ordered. Still nothing. Refusing to give up, Zhao Fengshan checked all incoming document registrations from Teng County once more. The document's number wasn't there either. Now Zhao Fengshan was completely stunned. Only one possibility remained. Chief Xie had kept this document in his possession and never signed or released it. Strictly speaking, this violated procedure. Once a document was numbered, it had to have a documented whereabouts. Even if he disagreed with the matter, it had to be returned according to procedure. There was no practice of simply holding onto a document indefinitely. Hao Ran's external verification document had just vanished. This was too strange. He was an experienced naturalized citizen cadre. He knew this matter was likely complicated and couldn't help growing nervous. He immediately ordered someone to fetch Zheng Urgent. "Old Zheng, send your men to Luo Yangming's rice shop right now and arrest a clerk there named Hao Ran." "Yes," Zheng Urgent acknowledged. "After the arrest, is there a direction for interrogation? Lock him up first. This is a preventive arrest." "Understood. I'll send someone now." After Zheng Urgent left, Zhao Fengshan drank several cups of tea in his office but still couldn't sort out a coherent thread. What on earth was going on with this document? Looking at it now, the problem could only have occurred on Chief Xie's office side. Recently, Chief Xie had been working alternately between the prefecture Yamen and the 3 headquarters, carrying his document box with him. It was difficult to judge exactly where the problem had occurred. I'll just have to investigate at the office. Zhao Fengshan thought to himself. This document's inexplicable disappearance had to have a reason. He had to get to the bottom of it. Yehaoren was at that moment correcting the red tracing calligraphy practice that Qi Liheng had submitted during his morning lesson. He circled the well-written characters in red and struck through the poor ones with ink bars, then wrote model characters properly. He was nearly finished with this homework. Yehaoren thought to himself, this would likely be the last time he corrected this child's work. Tonight was the moment of action. After the chaos of battle, whether he lived or died, he would not return here to continue teaching and resolving doubts. Ah Heng was a clever child with considerable natural talent. One could imagine his father must have been a promising young scholar. A pity he had died so young in the chaos of war. Given time and careful instruction, this child's future in the civil service examinations would not be insignificant. But now, with the nation declining by the day, where could one find peace for a scholar's desk? Once the Australians had stolen and occupied Huaxia, the teaching of names would surely face extinction. At that point, perhaps no one would read the sages' books anymore, let alone take civil examinations. This child would probably be ruined too. Without a father's protection and blessing, his future life would likely be very hard. In chaotic times, a person was nothing more than a floating duckweed leaf drifting wherever the waves carried it. Mr. Hao. Ah Chun appeared at the door, her expression somewhat nervous. There are some constables outside looking for you. Oh, Yehaoren's brush paused briefly. Wait just a moment, I'll be right out. He finished writing the last few model characters, put away his brush and ink, then walked with measured steps to the shop's main hall. Several Australian police were waiting for him. You are Hao Ran, the lead officer asked. This student is he. Yehaoren's mood was calm, untroubled. This is an arrest warrant. The policeman produced a paper document. Li Wensheng hurried out from the accounting room, his expression both nervous and excited. What is this about? Why are you arresting Mr. Hao? What has he done? The policeman said. We're acting on orders. Whatever he's done, he can explain at the station. You can't just take someone for no reason. Mr. Hao works for our owner, Master Luo. Master Luo is the bureau director of this prefecture's aftermath bureau. Don't act recklessly. Sir, please don't get excited, the lead policeman said amiably. This is an arrest warrant. We're here on official business. Let's not make this awkward for everyone. Yehaoren said, It's nothing. I haven't done anything to trouble my conscience. I imagine it's nothing serious. I'll go along. It won't interfere with anything. He cupped his hands to Li Wensheng. Please report this to the owner. The accounts are all in the usual place. Last month's ledger has already been balanced. And please let Sister Jiang know that I won't be able to teach Liheng for the next few days. I've already corrected his practice notebooks there on my desk. Li Wensheng, seeing his calm demeanor and measured words, sensed a faint air of farewell about him. Right now, with the two Guangs campaign unsettled and Wuzhou under military law, killing was as casual as a routine meal. Once Advisor Hao was arrested, tomorrow his head might be hanging at the city gate. They had worked together these days, becoming close. He didn't want his chess companion to die suddenly and inexplicably. He said hurriedly, Sir, don't lose heart. When the master returns, I'll report to him and ask him to find a way to rescue you. Then he said to the policemen, Officers, my master is the bureau director of the Aftermath Bureau. He frequently appears before Master Xie. Please look after this Mr. Hao. There will definitely be generous thanks. He called Ah Chun to fetch $4 silver from the counter. These $4 are for the officers to buy a pair of straw sandals. The policemen's faces lit up with pleasure, but the lead officer kept a stern expression. Keep your money. We don't want it. Whoever you find to appeal is your business. We'll naturally treat him well. Take him away. Next update. Volume 7, Guangzhou Governance Part 500. End of chapter. Chapter 2297. Investigation. Yehaoren was taken to the County Police Bureau, formerly the Kangwu County Yamen, for temporary detention. His arrest was preventive. Without a specific charge, There was no interrogation. The police simply tossed him into a cell and went to report the completion of their task. He was not the only one in the cell. To ensure the grain fleet's safe arrival, Zhang Erjun, following Xie Aaron's instructions, had conducted a sweep of preventive detentions throughout Wuzhou, rounding up a motley assortment of individuals deemed potential threats. Naturally, this included quite a few cases of the muddled judging the muddled. Seeing the cell packed with various characters arrested for unknown reasons, Yehaoran felt slightly reassured. The Australians suspected him, true, but judging by the situation, he wasn't a high priority, merely restricted in movement, safe for the moment. Yehaoran cared nothing for his own personal safety. He had long since placed life and death outside his consideration. Tonight's great event in Wuzhou would proceed unaffected. All necessary arrangements had been made. Originally, he had planned merely to sit in the shop and wait for dawn to learn the results. With these thoughts, he ceased worrying. He found a corner against the wall, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest. Having dispatched Zhang Erjun to make arrests, Zhao Fengshan still felt uneasy. The mysterious disappearance of the external verification letter demanded an explanation. What if there was a mole lurking right beside the chief? At this thought, his mind immediately went to Kai Lan. Chief Xie had been spending his nights there recently, reviewing official documents. She was one of the few people with potential access to them, and given her suspicious background, Zhao Fengshan could no longer sit still. He decided to find Xie Aaron first, report the situation, and then decide on a course of action. After all, this matter involved someone close to the chief. But he immediately hesitated. Whether or not Kai Lan was involved, this would be a tremendous embarrassment for Chief Xie. It was hard to predict how the chief would react. If Kai Lan turned out to be innocent and Chief Xie directed his anger elsewhere, Zhao Fengshan feared he wouldn't have a good outcome. He decided to investigate quietly first. He summoned the naturalized staff responsible for document transmission in Xie Aaron's office and questioned them one by one, verifying that no errors had occurred at any step of the process. Now the only option was to search the office itself. Perhaps the document had been left in some corner. Zhao Fengshan sent someone to quietly fetch Xie Aaron's security secretary and asked about Xie Aaron's current whereabouts. Chief Xie is currently at his office in the prefectural yamen. He's already notified us that he won't be returning to the 3 headquarters tonight, the security secretary said. He wants to preside over the command center. Where is Kai Lan now? Nothing unusual. Come with me as a witness. We'll go to the 3 headquarters together and inspect Chief Xie's office. The security secretary was surprised. Has something happened? I won't hide it from you. Zhao Fengshan explained the disappearance of the verification letter and his suspicions in detail. This matter is of grave importance. Without concrete evidence, it's inappropriate to draw conclusions and even less appropriate to report to the chief. I understand. The security secretary grasped the severity of the situation. I'll go with you right now. He added, ideally, we find nothing wrong. I hope so too. Though Zhao Fengshan said this, he held little hope. Xie Aaron's office was cleaned daily, and there were strict protocols for file management. It was impossible for a document to simply be left lying around. If the document wasn't there, he would have no choice but to report to Chief Xie. Zhao Fengshan and the security secretary went to the 3 headquarters. After unlocking the door, they searched the office for a long time. Every document remaining was cross-checked against the registry. Not a single one was missing, and all were accounted for. Only that external verification letter was nowhere to be found. If the letter hadn't been misplaced, the only other possibility was that it had been put into Xie Aaron's confidential box. This box was kept by his confidential clerk and contained high-level secret documents, but this possibility was minuscule. Losing documents was a major incident no matter how one looked at it, let alone something as important as an external verification letter. This had to be reported to Chief Xie immediately. He couldn't shoulder this responsibility alone. Xie Aaron's face turned extremely unsightly upon hearing Zhao Fengshan's report. After a long silence, he asked, Do you have any hard evidence? Currently, we have no evidence. But based on the document transmission hierarchy, it was definitely lost during the stage involving the three headquarters, Zhao Fengshan said. Xie Aaron's head buzzed. Documents didn't have legs, they couldn't walk. The only possibility was that someone had removed it, and in the three headquarters, aside from himself, the only person who could quietly remove a document was Kai Lan. Of course, if one insisted on widening the circle of suspects, the servants attending Kai Lan, the confidential clerks with office access, there were 4 or 5 others under suspicion. But in this moment, Xie Aaron's intuition told him. The one who took the document was Kai Lan. A bitter taste instantly swirled in his mouth, recalling the feeling from middle school when he discovered the girl he had pursued so long already had a boyfriend. His mind went blank. Seeing Xie Aaron's face turn pale, Zhao Fengshan knew something was wrong and called out urgently, "Chief, Chief." After repeated calls, Xie Aaron finally snapped back to reality. His heart was racing wildly, his body going limp. He had no love for Kai Lan, but he believed he had invested effort and bestowed grace upon her. He should have obtained this humble woman's body and heart entirely. He hadn't expected her to play tricks behind his back. A wave of fury surged through him. In the past, he had been just an ordinary middle school student who could only let it go. Now he was a regional potentate holding the power of life and death over countless people. If he wanted someone to live, they lived. If he wanted them to die, they died. If Kai Lan had truly betrayed him, he would make her wish she were dead. Watching Xie's face shift from pale to green to flushed red, Zhao Fengshan worried the man might be having a stroke or some kind of fit. If something happened to him, it would be disastrous. Trembling with fear, he advised, "Chief, please calm down and catch your breath. This matter hasn't been thoroughly investigated yet." Seeing Zhao Fengshan's face full of worry, Xie Aaron realized he had lost his composure. Regardless of whether Kai Lan took the document, flying into a rage now would only make him a laughingstock. His expression just now had been a major loss of dignity. He quickly composed himself. "I'm fine. The most urgent matter right now is the grain issue. Investigate secretly for now, control the situation and the relevant personnel. Don't be in a rush to arrest anyone, just prevent them from escaping. We'll deal with it after the grain is unloaded tomorrow." "Yes, I'll arrange it immediately." Zhao Fengshan understood Xie Aaron's meaning. Keep it quiet for now and control the situation. Just as he was about to leave, Xie Aaron stopped him again. "Who was the person to be verified in that letter?" "An accountant. I heard he's from Teng County." "Arrest him first." "We've already arrested him." "Good, go about your business." Zhao Fengshan immediately notified the security secretary and Zhang Erjun. The three put their heads together and decided to first seal off the courtyard where Kai Lan lived, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. Xie Aaron's office in the courtyard had already been locked and didn't need to be touched for the time being. The documents left in the main room would be retrieved by a confidential clerk. Any inquiries from unrelated personnel would be met with silence. News was to be temporarily blocked. "What about that Mr. Hao?" Zhang Erjun asked. "We've arrested the man. Should we move him to a special detention area?" "No need." Zhao Fengshan shook his head. "If we move him now, I'm afraid he might sense something. If he commits suicide, the trail will go cold. Send 2 capable men to disguise themselves as prisoners and put them in the same cell to monitor him secretly." "Then, what about Kai Lan? If she notices something amiss and kills herself, wouldn't that be trouble?" Zhang Erjun was still worried. Zhao Fengshan mused. "The chief's intention is not to arrest anyone. Wait until there's time to investigate slowly." Observing the chief's demeanor, it seems he isn't certain Kai Lan is involved, and we have no evidence at the moment. "Wouldn't we know if we dragged her in for interrogation?" Zhao Fengshan patted Zhang Erjun's shoulder and smiled. "Brother, this matter isn't actually complicated, but we have to consider the chief's feelings. No need to rush. If Kai Lan is guilty, the chief can't protect her. But if she's innocent and we strike too hard, how will we explain it to the chief later? Since the chief said not to arrest anyone, we should be cautious. What if she commits suicide? Then it's suicide to escape punishment, Zhao Fengshan said. Even simpler. All right, I'll listen to you. Zhang Erjun was a bit confused, but Zhao Fengshan's rank was much higher, and he was the chief's trusted aide. Following his arrangements couldn't be wrong. Because Xie Aaron had said he wouldn't be coming over that night, Kai Lan had kept Jiang Qiuchen to keep her company, planning to do some needlework under the lamp and chat to pass the time. Just as darkness fell, there was the sound of movement in the courtyard. Kai Lan found this strange. If Xie Aaron wasn't coming, the courtyard was usually dead silent. Why were people suddenly arriving? She leaned against the window and peeked out quietly. She saw Zhao Fengshan and a familiar-looking man whispering in front of Elder Xie's study door. The lamp in the study was lit and figures were moving inside. What was going on? Kai Lan's heart tightened. She knew a little about the Australian rules. This study was like a government's war room. Except for Xie the Bandit himself, no one else was allowed to enter at will. Now that Xie was absent, what were Zhao Fengshan and his men doing at the study door? She immediately thought of the letter she had burned. Could they be here for that? At this thought, her heart sank. Has something happened to Master Yi? Though she didn't know exactly what Master Yi was busy with, she had been following his instructions these past days, writing the bits and pieces she heard from Xie Aaron onto paintings and calligraphy using rice water, then transmitting them to Chang Qingyun. She didn't need to be told to know they were plotting something. For a moment, Kai Lan was stunned. From the moment she burned that letter, she knew this day would come. She had long made her plans. Once the matter was exposed, she would commit suicide and follow her fiancé to the underworld. End of chapter. Chapter 2298. The watches struck, the night grew darker. The watchman's clapper rang out. The first watch had been struck. In the fields outside Wuzhou City, a small detachment moved quietly toward the city. This team was dressed entirely in black, their faces smeared with pot soot, indistinguishable from the bandits active in the countryside. Such small bands were a common sight. The village braves in the areas they passed were accustomed to them. As long as there were no hostile actions near the villages, no one would raise an alarm at night. This team was Song Ming's men. According to prior arrangement, they had set out at nightfall from their daytime hiding spot in the mountains, making straight for Wuzhou. Per the plan, Jiang Xue would lead the insiders to receive them on the city wall, at the most secluded location, the Dayun Gate neighborhood. This area had been heavily bombarded during the Australian assault on Wuzhou, causing severe damage to the walls. Though Xie Aaron had later organized refugees and able-bodied men to repair them, restoring their basic integrity, the original watchtowers, guard shelters, bastions, parapets, and battlements remained largely unrepaired or had been fixed only sloppily. The repairs at some large breaches hadn't reached the original height, and the north-facing wall had only a moat below it. Crossing the moat or scaling the wall was relatively easier there. Most critically, Yi Haoran and the others had intelligence from within the city. The defensive strength at Dayun Gate was the weakest. It had originally been garrisoned by the 2nd Squadron. After the 2nd Squadron departed to receive the grain convoy, security responsibility fell to a single squad of the Fubo Army and a small team from the detective team, fewer than 50 men total. At night, the garrison strength was halved. This meager force was concentrated at Dayun Gate and its immediate surroundings. The sections of wall between the various gates were essentially unmanned, patrolled only by roving sentries and scheduled patrols. As long as one moved quickly and had a bit of luck, one could easily surmount the wall without being discovered. At this moment, on the wall between Dayun Gate and Yangming Gate, 2 roving sentries from the detective team were on patrol. Wang Ken and Mai Dang were both rooted Ming soldiers who had been taken in around the time of the Wuzhou campaign. They had been placed in the detective team to do odd jobs and earn a meal. The two had been in the army for a long time. Though they didn't share a surname, they hit it off and had become sworn brothers. After being reorganized by the Australians, they served together. The pay in the detective team was meager, just enough to eat. Determining they were unwilling to accept this, the two naturally harbored thoughts of making a big score and then fleeing. Old soldier ruffians with such thoughts naturally couldn't escape Yehaoran's keen eyes. Through Jiang Xiu and others, he tested them several times and, deeming them usable, lured the pair aboard with the tempting bait of capture and behead the true Kuns, achieve extraordinary merit. Yehaoran hadn't developed many internal agents within the city, though Gu had provided many potential contacts among the former Ming remnants in the city. Yehaoran was extremely cautious. Since ancient times, most conspiracies failed due to internal betrayal. The more people pulled into a plot, the greater the likelihood of leaking secrets. Therefore, after joining the group, Yehaoran had established a clear principle: recruit only people in key positions, ignore general personnel of no consequence. Because Wang Ken and Mai Dang were stationed at Dayun Gate, they were key figures. Early this morning, they had received word. The move would be made today, and they were to facilitate it during their night patrol. On ordinary days, when the second squadron was garrisoned around Dayun Gate, the night roving sentries consisted of one National Army soldier paired with one from the detective team. To coordinate, one would either have to drag the National Army soldier into the scheme or kill him midway. Both carried significant risks. Tonight, by comparison, presented no difficulties. Due to the shortage of manpower, the detective team not only had to patrol alone, but the length of their patrol route had also increased, making the probability of discovery even lower. When the city watch struck the second watch, third point, the two exchanged a glance and raised their lanterns high to expose the bastion, repeating this 3 times. This was the reception signal. According to the agreement, they would signal starting at the second watch, second point. If there was no response, they would repeat after 1 point. If there was no response after 3 consecutive attempts, the operation would be called off. Shortly after the signal was sent, the sound of frogs croaking came from below the wall, 3 fast, 3 slow, and finally 3 fast again. The two exchanged glances. They were here. Immediately, Wang Ken raised the lantern again to confirm receipt. Mai Dang took out several bundles of rope buried in a pile of defensive supplies nearby, tied them to the battlements, and threw them down. Moments later, 2 men in black carrying swords and shields climbed up through the crenels. Without a word, the men on the wall lowered the ropes, rappelled down the city wall, and quickly vanished into the streets below. The 2 watchers were secretly alarmed. What kind of troops were these, so bold and agile? While they were still marveling, the last person to climb the wall beckoned and whispered, "You too come here." Terrified, the 2 hurried over, bowing and scraping involuntarily. "Greetings, master. Guard this place. Soon there will be chaos in the city. Don't be afraid, just wait quietly. No one will come here." Having said this, he leaped agilely, grabbed the rope, and slid down. Several hours earlier. "Are these the opera chests from the 3 headquarters?" Youwang watched as strong laborers under Chang Qingyun's direction carried in 8 large chests. "Precisely," Chang Qingyun laughed. "Master, your words to Chief Xie did the trick." Youwang stuck out his belly and beamed. "Not bad, not bad. Quickly carry the chests to the back. I want to take a careful look later and see what treasures they hold." He was in excellent spirits today. Not only had he sweet-talked Chief Xie into granting him the opera chests, but the chief also seemed to view him favorably. A few opera chests were nothing, mere playthings for amusement, but the chief's high regard was rare indeed. Over the years he had served under several chiefs. None had given him a good face. He had seniority, yet his position never rose. Even relying on tenure, he remained several notches below others. This had always rankled him. He hadn't expected to prosper in this prison warden job. Not only was he enjoying endless wine, women, and wealth, but he had also raked in a fortune. What pleased him most was acquiring such a fine advisor as Chang Qingyun. In the past, he had no fondness for advisors, thinking them merely scholars full of scheming ideas who whispered in officials' ears. But once he actually used one, he discovered the value, truly invaluable. Compared to those training classes he had attended that made him doze off, This advisor was what really worked. He spoke pleasantly and was genuinely talented. It seemed the Australians overestimated themselves. For some things, the great Ming's methods were still better. Chang Qingyun, however, said, "Master, you'd best not go look." "Oh, why not?" "These opera chests have been sitting idle for decades. They looked intact from the outside when we moved them, but who knows their condition inside? Things this old, stored in a large warehouse for so long, might harbor evil spirits," Chang Qingyun said solemnly. "Let me send someone to fetch women's chamber pots and menstrual cloths to perform a ritual to dispel them." Youwang laughed loudly. "Old Chang, you really can spin tales. There are no evil spirits in this world." "We of the Senate don't believe in such things," Chang Qingyun insisted. "Better to believe they exist than to believe they don't. You're an official now, master. If you clash with something, it might hinder your official fortune." The phrase, "hinder your official fortune," struck a chord. Youwang had been passed over for promotion for years and had many frustrations in his heart. Now that there was some hope, there was no need to fight over this moment. What if there really were evil spirits? "Fine then, I'll leave it to you. Let me know when it's done." "More than just letting you know," Chang Qingyun laughed. "Once these items are in hand and the ritual is done, we'll take out the costumes and headdresses and have the troupe sing a few plays tonight. They've rehearsed several times. Finally, they won't have to perform a cappella." "That isn't very appropriate," Youwang said. "The grain fleet arrives tomorrow. If we're singing opera with great fanfare, it won't sound good if word gets out." In truth, his heart was itching terribly, unable to hold back. "The grain fleet business has nothing to do with you, master. Besides, I have another plan. Tomorrow, after the grain fleet finishes unloading, go see Director Xie and say this is a great joyous event for the people of Wuzhou. It would be fitting to set up a stage in the city for the opera troupe to perform and celebrate." That could work, Youwang thought. This advisor Chang was truly formidable. A different framing changed everything. But he still didn't understand. "That's a matter for tomorrow, though. If we're to perform opera tomorrow, mustn't we have a dress rehearsal today?" Youwang laughed heartily. Well said, well said. Advisor Chang, you truly are a talent. Work hard with me, and when I've made my fortune, I'll get you a cadre position too." "Many thanks for the master's patronage." Chang Qingyun laughed along with him and hurried away. He returned to the courtyard where the opera troupe was housed. The opera chests sat in the storehouse in the backyard. He quietly opened one of them. It was indeed piled with messy costumes and headdresses, but beneath them it was stuffed full of gunpowder and sulfur. The 8 chests were 8 large bombs. The gunpowder and sulfur had been secretly collected by Jiangsu over the past days. After the Battle of Wuzhou, quite a few firearms and gunpowder had been scattered outside. They had been swapped in during the transport from the 3 headquarters. The porters this time were all their own men. Chang Qingyun removed all the costumes and headdresses and piled them on a table. He tore open the gunpowder packets and sprinkled them all over the chest. When the time came, throwing a torch on the chest would ignite it. With everything arranged, he locked the chest and let out a sigh of relief. He ordered men to carry the chests under the eaves of the corridor and set up the newly acquired menstrual cloths and chamber pots, counting it as performing the ritual. He also instructed that no one was allowed to touch or open the chests tonight. Chang Qingyun returned to the front and saw several porters drinking water and wiping their sweat. Several of them exchanged glances. Chang Qingyun knew that everything in the Sanhezu camp was ready, waiting to launch. At that moment, Youwang's small kitchen was steaming and bustling with figures, probably cooking delicacies for his enjoyment tonight. He heard the watchman's clapper strike the first watch from the watchtower in the camp. The corner of his mouth curved into a slight smile. This would likely be Youwang's last meal. End of chapter. Chapter 2299. Nightfall. Youwang had no idea that the chests were filled with death warrants. He only thought about how he would listen to opera and feast tonight, then toy with the girls in the troupe. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He sat obliviously in his office smoking and reading the newspaper. Recently, he had taken an interest in the Lingao Times, which he had previously cared little for. If one wanted to climb the ladder, one had to study more. Qingyun, however, was far from relaxed. His forehead and palms were sweating. In his 40-some years of life, this was the first time he had been this nervous. Even the moment he had been captured alive by the Australians hadn't been this tense. That had merely been fear. While directing the preparations for Liu Youwang's nightly dress rehearsal, he was secretly coordinating the conspirators in the camp. At Sanhezu, through internal recruitment or external infiltration, Qingyun directly controlled 50 or 60 conspirators. According to Yihei, there were other conspirators in the camp as well, obviously backups in case he failed. Liu Youwang had accumulated a dangerous amount of hatred in the camp. It had reached the point where a single spark could ignite an inferno. If they raised a cry, the camp would erupt into chaos. However, as long as the third squadron outside wasn't pinned down, the chances of a successful riot were slim. That depended on the people outside. Qingyun had little confidence in the people outside. He had served in both the bureaucracy and the military and knew that coordination was a troublesome thing. Even for the imperial army, synchronizing a simultaneous advance on a specific date was no easy task. The slightest mishap could cause the coordination to fail. Therefore, he didn't dare trust the outside support too heavily. According to the current plan, once the signal was given in the city, they would first seize control of Liu Youwang, then ignite the gunpowder in the opera chests to start a fire and immediately incite a riot. Without armed support from outside to harass the enemy, the third squadron would be able to suppress such an uprising quickly if they moved fast. However, doing so would still mean the chaos at Sanhezu would inevitably draw Wuzhou City's attention. The defenders would have no time to attend to other matters, allowing the team entering the city to act with greater freedom. To be honest, Qingyun wasn't too worried about his own safety. Once the riot started, slipping away wouldn't be difficult. The ones who would truly find it hard to escape were the righteous men who had infiltrated the city and Yihei. Truth be told, his feelings toward Yihei were quite complex. Originally, he had resented being dragged into this conspiracy. Now, however, he felt a sense of awe and respect for this pedant. Master Yi sought neither fame nor profit, nor even really the restoration of the imperial court, but solely for two words: name and teaching, the Confucian moral code. In this world, men of such purity were rare. Yihei was such a man. Qingyun had a premonition that Master Yi would likely not leave Wuzhou alive. Luo Yangming had barely warmed his seat after returning home when everyone in the household came to complain about Mr. Hao's arrest. They all spoke in unison. Mr. Hao was innocent, and he must find a way to bail him out as soon as possible. Luo Yangming couldn't reveal that Mr. Hao's arrest was actually his own idea. He simply comforted them, saying that Chief Zai had too many matters to attend to these past few days. He would handle it tomorrow when he had time. Li Wensheng remained uneasy. Master, nowadays military law rules in Wuzhou. You'd best send a greeting to the Yamen tomorrow. Otherwise, once an order comes down to execute a batch of prisoners, Mr. Hao might get swept up in it. Once a person stops breathing, they can't be revived. After Zai Aaron entered the city, he had purged the disorder within the city and prosecuted rogue soldiers and criminals for arson and looting, executing hundreds on the river beach outside Wuzhou. This had left a deep impression on everyone. Rest assured, there have been no military tribunals recently, Luo Yangming comforted them. Besides, the Australians follow rules. Even under military law, there must be a procedure, right? They can't just drag someone out and behead them. If Master says so, this old man is relieved, Li Wensheng said. Unexpectedly, when they retired for the night, Wenyun also complained. Mr. Hao is a good scholar and has never done anything bad. He treats everyone well. Why did they suddenly arrest him? It's unreasonable. Because Ding Adao had her monthly course recently. It was Wen who slept with him tonight. Luo Yangming was already drowsy and replied perfunctorily. I told you, this is the Australian's decision. There's nothing I can do about it, Luo Yangming said with a bitter smile. Don't be nervous, it's nothing serious. At most, Mr. Hao will spend a few days in a cell. They absolutely won't let him suffer. I know about government lawsuits. Once you enter the depths of the Yamen, even if you're innocent, you have to squat there for 10 days or half a month. Even if he doesn't suffer in jail, what about Liheng's studies? Who is Liheng? Hearing an unfamiliar name, Luo Yangming's drowsiness vanished instantly, and he pressed for an answer. It's the student Mr. Hao took on. You've been coming home so late these days. No wonder you don't know. He's Miss Jiang's son. Miss Jiang? Luo Yangming suddenly recalled something. Is that Qingyun? Qingyun? Wen tilted her head in thought. Yes, that's her. The mistress said she's the daughter of the Ruijintang silk shop family. Her husband was killed by rogue soldiers when Wuzhu fell, leaving only this son. Mr. Hao is a relative of her maiden family. As she spoke, Luo Yangming vaguely recalled that his wife had indeed mentioned this. A chill ran down his spine. Wasn't this Jiang Qingyun serving as a companion right beside Kai Lan? People who seemed completely unrelated were suddenly linked together. Hao Ran, Jiang Qingyun, Kai Lan. Luo Yangming knew nothing of Zhao Fengshan's suspicions about Kai Lan. But the fact that Hao Ran's trail could lead to someone beside the chief, this immediately aroused his professional vigilance. This matter was likely not simple. With this thought, he threw on his clothes and got out of bed. He lit the oil lamp. The girl was startled by the noise and asked in surprise, Master, what's wrong? I have urgent business and must go to the Yamen, Luo Yangming said. Just go to sleep. If Master needs to go out, this servant will help you dress and call a shop assistant to accompany you. Wen moved to get up. No need, just stay at home, Luo Yangming instructed. Then he suddenly remembered something. Where is your brother sleeping tonight? He and the assistants are all sleeping at Danan Gate. There's work tomorrow. Does the master need him? I'm not looking for him, Luo Yangming said. Just go to sleep. Don't wait up for me. Luo Yangming changed clothes and called a shop assistant from the storefront to follow him. He rushed toward the city government. Though Wuzhu was under curfew, he had a special pass and arrived at the city government unimpeded, where he met Zhao Fengshan. Hearing his words, Zhao Fengshan stood up abruptly from behind his desk, looking agitated. No wonder what? I've always felt something was strange about this, so that's it. Zhao Fengshan immediately recounted his search for the external verification letter. No wonder the letter disappeared without a trace. Kai Lan was originally the biggest suspect. Only she could access the chief's documents. Now with your lead, the connection between them becomes clear. Kai Lan might still be innocent. Jiang Qingyun is more suspicious, Luo Yangming said. Don't forget she's been by Kai Lan's side the whole time. If she really wanted to scheme, it's not impossible. It seems this matter isn't simple, Zhao Fengshan said. It's hard to say who destroyed the letter right now, but it's certain that Hao Ran is connected to them. It seems this Mr. Hao is a big fish. Definitely. Otherwise, why would Kai Lan or Jiang Qingyun take such a great risk to save him? Luo Yangming said. In my opinion, we must interrogate him tonight. No need to be so hasty. Zhao Fengshan looked at Luo Yangming's bloodshot eyes. The man has been caught. Where can he run? I'll instruct Zheng Urjin to put him in solitary confinement right away. Having said that, he immediately summoned a naturalized staff member and ordered him to notify Zheng Urjin. Not only must he be kept in solitary, but post someone to watch him and prevent suicide. You don't need to worry about other things either. Everyone has been busy enough these past few days. Zheng Urjin doesn't have many capable hands, so he has to do it himself. Speaking of which, this matter isn't simple. Quite a few people are involved. Who else? There's also Manager Da, who recommended Jiang Qingyun to Kai Lan. He needs to be investigated too. If there's a connection, we might as well make it a major case. Zhao Fengshan said, these masters are all putting on airs. We need to show them some color. He comforted Luo Yangming again. We can deal with this case slowly after the goods are unloaded tomorrow. Kai Lan and Jiang Qiachen are also under our control and can't escape. We'll try the cases together then. Luo Yangming felt his reasoning was sound. After all, it was just a scholar plus 2 weak women. What could they do? Besides, they were all under surveillance. Unless they had 3 heads and 6 arms,